Transcending the Nine Heavens Chapter 420 to Chapter 475. Yiran laughed strangely and said, Brother Chu, don't waste your time. Do you think that a mere king-level expert can escape the pursuit of an emperor-level expert? However, Brother Chu, it's been many years since I've seen you so flustered. Don't tell me that little girl is someone very important to you? Chu Feiling shouted angrily, bullshit. However, he also felt a little emotional. How many years has it been? How many years had it been since he had been so furious? The last time he was so furious was when his son went missing. Thinking of this, he could not help but feel a sharp pain in his heart. If he died here today, even if his son was eventually found, he would never be able to see him again. Ha ha ha. Brother Chu, I heard that your son has gone missing. Could it be that this little guy? Ha ha ha, he looks very similar to you. Brothers, I didn't think that we would be able to kill the eldest brother of the Chu clan today. Yiran laughed wildly. Ha ha ha. The other 7 people laughed at the same time. Nonsense. That little brother has nothing to do with me. Chu Feiling became furious. Yiran don't wrongly accuse the innocent. Nothing? Yiran put on a fake smile as he said, he's innocent. And, he's not your son. So, why are you so anxious? Chu Feiling snorted angrily. Suddenly, a saber light flashed, and a dense green saber light hacked out in a continuous manner. Yiran raised his saber to parry. The 2 sabers collided with a loud bang, and sparks flew in all directions. Yiran's body suddenly swayed, and his face exposed a surprised look. He could feel that Chu Feiling's cultivation was much higher than his own. Before he could regain his senses, another saber slashed down. Yiran once again blocked with his saber. He then retreated a step. However, the 3rd saber strike had already arrived. Chu Feiling's face was ghastly pale after being illuminated by the saber light. He was filled with murderous intent. Murderous intent filled the air. Chu Feiling hated Yiran to the extreme at this moment. No matter what, he had to cut this person down with his saber. Yiran repeatedly blocked the blade. His complexion had already turned deathly pale, and he shouted loudly, attack together. Needless to say, the other 7 people didn't stay idle either. They attacked one after another. At this moment, a long howl came from afar. It was Chu Yang's voice. Ha ha ha, we've already caught up. Yiran said with a sinister smile as blood trickled down from the corners of his mouth. Chu Feiling's heart was burning with anxiety. Suddenly, he slashed out thousands of times in a row in an instant. The saber light then gathered into a light curtain. With a strange sound, he and his saber turned into an invincible and bright light beam. He rushed out of the encirclement without any resistance. A black-clothed man screamed. His body spun and flew out of the encirclement. Every time his burly body spun in the air, a circle of blood spilled out. Chu Feiling also paid the price. With a muffled groan, his back was slashed, and blood spurted out. However, Chu Feiling didn't seem to feel anything. He became one with his saber and shouted. Then, he rushed madly toward the place where the long howl had come from. Chase after him. Yiran fiercely roared, I would rather die than let Chu Yang stay here forever. If we let him go back, sooner or later, he will become a great threat to our Yi clan. He had spoken these words from the bottom of his heart. Chu Feiling was more than 20 years younger than him. Yiran had always thought that Chu Feiling was at most on par with him. The news from the Chu clan had said that Chu Feiling was only a 5th-grade martial emperor. However, he had realized that the rumors were poles apart from the reality after today's battle. Chu Feiling's strength is obviously much stronger than mine. He's at least a 7th or 8th-grade saber emperor. Chu Feiling has been hiding his strength for so many years. His mind and cultivation are extremely frightening. If such a person is allowed to live and grow. Moreover, I've already formed a deadly enmity with him today. What is he if he isn't a great threat? Yiran crazily scolded someone in his heart as he thought of this. Chu Feilong, Chu Feilong. You motherfu asterisk cur, aren't you cheating me? You were the one who reported the news. You were the one who provided the whereabouts. You were the one who provided the information. You said that your elder brother is only a 5th grade martial emperor. My King 5th grade martial emperor. I believed it. But, I still dispatched 8 3rd grade saber emperors to be safe. Moreover, I personally led the team. Who would have thought that your elder brother is a terrifying 8th grade saber emperor? You've cheated me to death. My chest is still in great pain because of your 5th grade martial emperor elder brother. Motherfew *cur. My internal organs have been injured by the shock, Motherfew *cur. Yi ran mo prayed in his heart, elder. My dear elder, hurry up and take care of that little bastard. Let's get rid of Chu Feiling together. Otherwise, I'm really going to be in trouble. Chu Yang shouted. Then, he felt that the air behind him was violently vibrating. He turned his head, and saw a black-clothed man rushing towards him at an extremely fast speed. Motherfew *cur. Chu Yang shouted. He turned around, and fled in all directions. The black-clothed man looked at Chu Yang, who was running around in a panic. He exposed a cruel smile on his face. Then, he accelerated, and pounced on Chu Yang. He thought that it would be easy to capture Chu Yang this time, however, when he was only 15 meters away from Chu Yang, who was running away in a sorry state, suddenly turned around. Looking at the black-clothed old man who was chasing after him alone, Chu Yang's eyes revealed a strange smile as if he had succeeded in his scheme. Little bastard. You still want to run away? The black-clothed man burst into loud laughter. He shook his head, and was extremely proud of himself. You want to kill me? Chu Yang retreated step by step in a panic. He tripped over a stone, and nearly fell down. He hastily jumped up, and looked at the black-clothed man with a calm expression. However, his eyes were flickering with a frightened light. So what if I kill you? You little bastard. You injured me. So, I won't kill you. You wish. The black-cloaked man calmly landed on the ground. He crossed his hands behind his back. He had the demeanor of an expert. However, he was quickly adjusting his breathing to restore his strength. The fight with Chu Feiling was extremely thrilling. My chest and abdomen were almost cut open. The wound on my abdomen is still bleeding. Since the boss gave me the chance to adjust my breathing, how can I waste it? Moreover, this little guy is really weak. I thought that I would have to spend a lot of effort to catch up with him. I didn't expect that I would catch up so quickly. He's really a rookie. To deal with such a rookie, I can easily capture him with one finger. I shouldn't make a fuss out of nothing. Don't kill me, okay? Chu Yang asked pitifully. I can give you that thing, as long as you don't kill me. Yes. What is that thing? Quickly take it out. The black-clothed man's heart skipped a beat. The elixir that Chu Feiling gave me? Damn. That's good stuff. That thing. Chu Yang searched his body on the left and right. He looked anxious. Where is it? Where is it? Where did I put it? Are you playing with me? The black-clothed man stepped forward and shouted angrily. Chu Yang was even more anxious. How would I dare to play with you? Then, take it out. The black-clothed man snorted. Found it. Chu Yang cheered. There? Here. Chu Yang stretched out his right hand with a fawning look on his face. It seemed that he was holding something in his palm. He looked reluctant to part with it. Give it to me. The black-clothed man stretched out his hand to grab it. Give it to your grandmother. Chu Yang shouted. The black-clothed man was startled by the scolding. He was about to jump up in anger when he saw a flash in Chu Yang's empty palm. A long sword suddenly appeared. It rushed towards the black-clothed man with a biting cold sword energy like an angry dragon. The black-clothed man didn't expect that a king-level expert would dare to attack him, a third-grade emperor-level expert. He was still stretching out his hand with an expectant and complacent look on his face. He was caught off guard by the sword light. The black-clothed man shouted angrily. His upper body leaned back and his feet flew back at the same time. He felt a chill in front of his chest. Then, his chest was fiercely slashed again with a schwa sound. This sword didn't pierce his heart because he had retreated quickly. Instead, it cut a big wound from his chest to his lower abdomen. The deepest part of the wound was his pink intestine, which had begun to bulge out. This sword attack was much more serious than Chu Feiling's saber attack. The black-cloaked man looked at Chu Yang with disbelief in his eyes. What kind of divine weapon is that in his right hand? It almost killed me, an emperor-level expert, with the cultivation of a king-level expert. Then, he burst into uncontrollable rage. This is a disgrace. I have no face. This old man was plotted against by a mere second-grade king-level expert. This had become the biggest joke in the entire heavenly layer. However, he didn't have time to get angry. He saw that this little guy didn't stop. He was looking at him with ice-cold eyes. His body and sword merged into one, and turned into a wild dragon. Then, he violently rushed towards him. At the same time, a low and deep voice softly echoed, "What harm is there in slaughtering the entire world?" The voice wasn't loud. But, it fiercely wedged itself into the deepest part of the black-cloaked man's heart. The black-cloaked man felt a crazy shock in his heart. What harm is there in slaughtering the entire world? What harm is there in slaughtering the entire world? This sword move isn't from the legends. This thought shocked him so much that he almost lost his ability to react. Such a legendary existence was actually encountered by him. If that's the case, then isn't this sword? However, the sword light had already reached his body. The black-cloaked man stared in horror. He covered his stomach with one hand to stop his intestines from bulging out of his body. Then, he waved his saber to block the attack. At the same time, he desperately retreated. Flying back, however, Chu Yang's move, "What harm is there in slaughtering the entire world?" could be executed with his current strength. He could madly rush forward for 500 feet. Within 500 feet, it was enough to destroy everything in its path. There was nothing it couldn't destroy. Now that it had exploded within 30 feet, he couldn't dodge it no matter how he retreated. The sword and the saber collided. However, the black-cloaked man was seriously injured. How could he block the sharpest calamity sword in the world? A loud sound was heard. The black-cloaked elder screamed as he clutched his stomach with his left hand. However, Chu Yang's face was calm. His eyes were cold as he chased after him. The sword light was still merciless. As soon as it touched the black-cloaked elder, blood and flesh splattered everywhere. The black-cloaked elder was still retreating, but the sword light was faster. Like a maggot, it quickly caught up. Poof! The calamity sword rushed into the black-cloaked elder's chest. This was the first time the black-cloaked elder was killed. The sword tip, sword edge emitted a violent murderous aura at the same time. It was as if the elder's blood had awakened the ferocity that had been hidden for 10,000 years. The tyrannical sword energy immediately exploded in his internal organs. With a boom, countless sword energies broke through his body and rushed out of his body. His internal organs were all turned into powder at this moment. The black-cloaked elder's body became soft like a deflated balloon, but his neck was still straight, and his eyes hadn't even changed from panic. He stood weakly with his back hunched, and looked at the shining sword that was stabbed into his chest. Suddenly, he raised his head with difficulty and looked at Chu Yang. He asked with difficulty, "You are the master of Calamity Sword?" Chu Yang's heart shook. He looked at the black-cloaked elder with cold eyes and said lightly, "How do you know?" The black-cloaked elder had lost all signs of life. Chu Yang was not afraid. Instead, he was curious that the black-cloaked elder knew his identity. The black-cloaked elder laughed bitterly. "What harm in slaughtering the entire world? I didn't expect that. Calamity Sword Master, actually, allowed me to open a market." Chu Yang snorted, but his heart shook. The Yi clan was indeed the #1 clan in the heavenly layers. They actually remembered the names of the moves of Calamity Sword. In that case, it would be better for me not to call out these moves in the future. Damn it, I didn't expect that the habit of my previous life would have such a hidden danger. The black-cloaked elder's eyes suddenly lit up. He opened his mouth and shouted, "He is!" Chu Yang let out a loud roar. The sword light slashed from bottom to top with a schwa sound, and split him into two halves. A head was separated from the middle. The two halves of the corpse slowly fell down. A saber emperor died in the hands of the newly matured Calamity Sword Master in these 3 days. Chu Yang coldly snorted. This bastard wants to call out my identity even before he dies. With a wave of his hand, the 2 pieces of the black-clothed old man's broken saber were put into the tribulation space. If the rest of the people came and saw the 2 pieces of the saber, they would definitely be wary of their own divine weapons. This was something that they couldn't see. A long howl came from afar, followed by a green ray of light flying over like a meteor. Behind the green light, there were 8 other lights swaying as they approached. Chu Feiling suddenly landed and called out, "Little brother, are you all right?" Suddenly, he saw the black-clothed old man's corpse, and suddenly cried out in alarm. He opened his mouth wide and took 2 steps back. You killed him?" His voice was filled with disbelief. Chu Feiling had never been so surprised in his life. This was simply inconceivable. Heavens, who can explain what is going on? A weapon-grade saber emperor had chased after a second-grade sword king. How could he have died in such a short time? I'm not dreaming, am I? Chu Yang nodded in embarrassment. Chu Feiling was petrified. Shua. 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 Yiran Mo and the others landed, and turned their heads to look around. How come only this little bastard is here? Where's Elder? Where did he go? Suddenly, a scream was heard. The black-clothed old 8 trembled as he pointed to the ground, and screamed, "Elder?" The other people discovered that there was a badly mutilated corpse on the ground. It was their younger brother's corpse. They couldn't help but cry out in alarm at the same time. Yiran Mo flew into a rage. "Who killed my younger brother? Come out if you have the guts." The other 7 people pulled out their sabers and looked around. Their eyes were bitingly cold and filled with grief and indignation. The surroundings were empty. There wasn't even a sound to be heard. A gust of wind blew, and the yellow sand swirled in the air. The 8 people couldn't believe that their younger brother had been killed by this shrimp-like second-grade king-level expert in front of them. It was impossible. How could a third-grade emperor-level expert die in the hands of a second-grade king-level expert? Even a person as stupid as a pig wouldn't associate it in this way. So, it must be someone else since he wasn't the one who killed him, and we saw Chu Feiling's corpse. Who is this person? Yiran Mo looked up to the sky, and roared. He then cursed loudly, F***CKU. You dare to kill someone, but don't dare to admit it? Come out. You're a despicable person who hides his head and shows his tail. You're a shameless villain who takes advantage of people's perilous state. You're going to be cut into pieces. The other 7 people also cursed loudly. Their eyes were bloodshot, and their emotions were stirred up. Chu Feiling opened his mouth, and looked at these 8 people who had lost control of their emotions. Then, he looked at the innocent and terrified murderer who was standing in front of him. He suddenly felt speechless from the bottom of his heart. K. What's going on here? The murderer is right in front of you, okay? What are you looking for? The 8 people cursed for a long time until they were tired. So, they stopped. However, their mouths were still cursing. Chu Yang turned a deaf ear to them. He put on a frightened expression, and hid behind Chu Feiling. His expression was innocent and pure. He looked like a good youngster who had never seen a corpse before. Just look at his expression. This youngster's temperament is pure and honest. He's kind and innocent. He's like a flower that grew up in a greenhouse. Yiran Mo suddenly turned his head, and fiercely looked at Chu Yang. Little bastard. How did my brother die? What did you see? Tell me the truth. The other 7 people also suddenly realized that there was another witness here. They fiercely looked at Chu Yang. Their expressions were ferocious. It seemed as if they wanted to swallow Chu Yang whole. It's none of my business. Minister Chu's legs seemed to have gone soft from fear. His voice also trembled. Tell me the truth. Yiran Mo roared, I'll spare your life as long as you tell the truth. The expression on Chu Feiling's face became even more strange. In fact, it was somewhat distorted. Chu Yang trembled. I'm so scared, don't be afraid. Yiran Mo was very angry. However, he had no choice but to soften his tone in order to find out the real culprit who had killed his brother. He suppressed his anger and murderous intention. He then lowered his voice and comforted Chu Yang, don't be afraid. I won't kill you as long as you tell the truth. I'll even reward you. Reward? Chu Yang's eyes lit up. He greedily stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. Yes. Yiran Mo was very amiable. He even smiled. What reward? Minister Chu timidly asked. This. Yiran Mo was so angry that his belly almost exploded. However, Chu Feiling was glaring at him like a tiger watching its prey. So, it was impossible to interrogate him. This hateful little bastard is taking advantage of this opportunity to loot a burning house? He had no choice but to reach into his bosom and take out a purple crystal. Do you see this? This purple crystal is yours as long as you tell me. The purple crystal that Yiran Mo had taken out was as big as a fist. It was sparkling and translucent with purple light. It seemed to be very valuable. Chu Feiling also chimed in, little brother, Brother Yi is very sincere. You should tell him. As for the account between us, there's no harm in settling it later. Yiran Mo straightened up. He looked at Chu Feiling with mixed feelings. Then, he said in a heavy voice, Brother Chu is indeed a gentleman. This Yi admires you. Chu Feiling almost laughed out loud. He felt extremely carefree in his heart. He smiled and said, it doesn't matter. That matter is that matter. Now, it's more important to find the real murderer. This Chu is a step late. I'm also very ashamed that I didn't see the real murderer. One of them wanted to give it to Chu Yang with sincerity. The other one wanted to help him. And Chu Yang wanted it wholeheartedly. Minister Chu stretched out his hand. He hesitantly took the purple crystal and put it in his pocket. Then, he looked around with fear in his eyes. I'm afraid that he's still in the vicinity. Yiran Mo heard this and understood the meaning behind his words. He turned his head and said, you guys set up a perimeter. Keep a close watch on the surroundings. Don't let the murderer hurt this little brother. The little bastard has also become little brother. The 7 people complied and spread out. Yiran Mo had a fake smile on his face. He approached Chu Yang. The two of them were only a few steps away from each other. Then, he said in an amiable manner, little brother, you can tell me now. He thought in his heart, if you tell me, I'll turn you into minced meat with my backhand. Then, I'll snatch that thing from you. Chu Yang trembled and nodded. His eyes revealed a look of fear as he said, I don't know what happened. I was running for my life. Then, that man in black clothes suddenly flew down from the sky. He fell down in a flash. Oh? Yiran Mo's eyes flashed. Then, he scolded me. I ran away. But, a voice suddenly came from that side. He said. Chu Yang's face exposed a look of extreme fear. It seemed that even the little bastard's face had turned pale. What did he say? Yiran Mo immediately raised his attention. He squinted his eyes and looked in the direction where Chu Yang was pointing. Well, there seems to be a few piles of stones over there. Could it be that the murderer was hiding there? At that time, he said. Chu Yang's voice became even lower. What did he say in the end? Yiran Mo was somewhat impatient. He was paying attention to the piles of stones on one side. Then, he turned his head and impatiently urged Chu Yang. He said. Chu Yang stammered. Then, he suddenly roared. He said that he was going to King milk. This shout was like a thunderclap in spring. It shook Yiran Mo's mind, and sent him into a state of chaos. Chu Yang didn't hesitate at all. The calamity sword silently appeared in his hand as he shouted. Then, he crazily attacked the head of the man who had tilted his head, and was waiting for an answer. Chu Yang's hands and feet seemed to have spasmed at this moment. One ray of cold light pierces 10,000 fathoms. What harm is there in slaughtering the entire world? A sharp will buried deep does not change. A gathering of wind and clouds is the emperor. A sword blade that has been famous for all eternity. Wind and clouds move in the west and east. The sun and the moon work together, splitting the mountains and breaking the peaks. The sky is blood red. A blade crosses the sky for 10,000 autumns. This road leads to the netherworld, cutting off the lovers of the mortal world. Everything ends where the edge goes. Skeletons in the palm of my hand are as high as a mountain. A pool of blood surges under the sword. The mortal world is the path of ruthlessness, beheading the whole world without retracting the blade. Chu Yang crazily unleashed 10 moves in a row. These moves were the most powerful sword techniques in both ancient and modern times. They were all unleashed on Yiranmo's head, which was tilting his head and waiting for an answer. The sword light was like a tsunami. It instantly filled the entire radius of 30 feet. It wasn't wasted at all, the sword light exploded like a thunderbolt. The sword energy collapsed like a mountain. In a split second, everyone was stunned, Chu Feiling was stunned as well. He had thought that this little guy would come out to vent his anger, and would jump behind him to seek protection. Therefore, Chu Feiling had made preparations to provide support. After all, one of the opponents had already died. It seemed that the terrifying array couldn't be used anymore. Therefore, Chu Feiling didn't need to fear the remaining 8 Saber Emperors since his cultivation was at the Saber Emperor level. However, he hadn't expected that this guy would make a move without any warning. Moreover, he had done it so violently, the remaining 7 Saber Emperors were also stupefied. F***ck. In the blink of an eye, this pitiful youngster had turned into the King of Hell, the King of Death. The most stunned one was Yiranmo, the great Saber Emperor. The old man was filled with resentment as he tilted his head to one side, preparing to listen to the news that he was most interested in from this little guy. Just as he was caught off guard, an extremely sharp sword aura suddenly erupted beside his head like a tsunami. This was a real tragedy, Yiranmo crazily screamed. He was trembling, spasming, and struggling. How could Chu Yang be merciful when he plundered them? It could be said that young Master Chu didn't know what it meant to be merciful in both his previous and current lives. The sword light fell like rain, puff. The first responsibility was to erase Yiranmo's eyes, which were brimming with a strong thirst for knowledge. Yiranmo crazily screamed. The follow-up sword light had completely exploded. Shwa shwa shwa. Shwa shwa shwa. Yiranmo raised his hands to protect his head. But shwa shwa shwa, the sword light was extremely sharp. Yiranmo's arms had turned into white bones in 1/100th of a second. Then, they got crushed. A big hole appeared in Yiranmo's chest with a puff sound. What harm is there in slaughtering the entire world? Everyone stared blankly at Yiranmo as if they had been struck by lightning. Yiranmo's body had been riddled with holes under the sword light. His head had turned into a skull without flesh and blood. Then, his entire body had turned into a skeleton. Then, with a schwa sound, his body had turned into a scarlet-red color that fluttered in the air. Yiranmo had disappeared. It has to be said that Yiranmo was a dignified middle-grade Saber Emperor. But, he had died in such an aggrieved manner. He hadn't even had a chance to fight back. It should be said that he hadn't even had the thought of fighting back. So, he had died. If Yiranmo knew about this after his death, perhaps he would be so angry that he would come back to life, and then die of anger again. The most outrageous thing was that Yiranmo had already disappeared. But, that crisscrossing executioner's light couldn't stop its momentum, and crazily hacked at the air that was filled with dense blood and flesh. Half of the sword light burst out, Chu Yang's body spun around. Before everyone had woken up, Chu Yang nimbly hid behind Chu Feiling. Then, he gestured and ordered, "What are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? Hurry up and kill them." Chu Feiling opened his mouth wide and let out a clear kacha sound. He finally closed his mouth, but then opened it again. With a hiss sound, he sucked in a breath of cold air. After recovering from his shock, he turned around and looked at Chu Yang. You killed him?" Chu Feiling only felt that his mind was in a mess. How could this be? How could this be? How could a second-grade king-level expert break through an emperor-level expert's protective aura? A second-grade emperor-level expert's protective aura has already formed a protective Yuan gang. This was also the reason why Yiranmo had dared to come so close to him. Yiranmo couldn't have died in his hands no matter how one looked at it. But, this had happened. Nonsense. Chu Yang rolled his eyes and said in a bad mood. He clearly felt that his IQ had been insulted. No matter how you look at it, there's still a 10% chance that they have the same origin. Why am I so smart, but you're so stupid? But Chu Feiling's brain crashed. He couldn't react for a while. But what, killing people is more important now. Chu Yang helplessly said, "Big brother, can't you ask after this matter is over?" Fu**k. They've all woken up. You see, you've delayed the timing. Chu Yang was so angry that his stomach hurt. Sure enough, the 7 people on the other side issued a strange cry in unison. It was a heart-wrenching pain. They didn't dare to believe it, but they had no choice but to believe it. Big brother. Blood mist floated in the air. What are you shouting for? Your big brother has turned into ashes. Chu Yang said in an evil voice. What are you shouting for? It's an obvious fact. Your big brother has turned into ashes, and you're still calling him big brother. You killed my big brother. The black-clothed old man turned around and looked at Chu Yang in anger. Then, he suddenly roared in an earth-shattering manner, You bastard! You deserve to die. Not only your big brother, but that one over there, was also killed by me. Chu Yang proudly puffed out his chest. What? Bite me if you have the ability. This old man is really fierce. What's wrong with that? The black-clothed old man was so angry that his vision turned black. He roared wildly, Kill him. Avenge big brother and little brother. Kill him. Ah. F***ck. Chu Yang hastily turned to Chu Feiling. Big brother, it's your turn to show your invincible might. Chu Feiling didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at him. He couldn't help but think in his heart, Mother ****, what kind of evil and inhumane parents can give birth to such a clown? This matter is really, too much. Blade Edge. Blade Edge 4, that ye ran mo is also, provoking such an unparalleled little ancestor is really a stroke of bad luck. The 7 people over there had already rushed over with blood-red eyes. Facing them head-on. Young Master Chu would never do something that didn't require skill. In fact, he wanted to do so. But, he wasn't a match for any of these 7 people. He was afraid that he would be avenged if he rushed over, therefore, Chu Yang hid behind Chu Feiling, and waved his hand calmly, Go. Chu Feiling couldn't help but roll his eyes. But, he still obediently went forward. Yi Ran Mo was the leader of the formation. So, the old man was also dead. The formation had already been defeated. So, how could the remaining 7 third-grade Saber Emperors be a match for Chu Feiling, who was at the peak of third-grade Saber Emperor's level? Chu Feiling cautiously pulled out his saber, and went forward. But, he was startled when he touched the saber. That's because the pressure he felt now was 3 or 4 times less than before. What's going on? Could it be that Yi Ran Mo's death is so effective? Chu Feiling didn't show the slightest bit of mercy. His appearance was refined and scholarly, but his moves were ruthless. His saber took lives with each strike. The difference in strength between the 2 sides was too big. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. It was like a tiger had entered a flock of sheep. Big brother Chu only attacked. He didn't defend. Every saber strike made the enemy flee in distress. But, he didn't have to worry about the opposite party's offensive. His belly full of resentment from being besieged a moment ago finally broke out incisively and vividly. The saber light moved like rain. Chu Feiling had suppressed the 7 Saber Emperors with his strength alone. The entire scene of the battle was like a dazzling ball of light. It was refracting a magnificent and strange brilliance under the sunlight. Chu Yang stood outside the battle circle. The playful look on his face had already disappeared without a trace. He was trying to figure out what was going on. These 8 people are Emperor-level experts. Each of them has their own unique skills. And each of them is worth learning. The Spirit Executioner was unceasingly displaying the moves that each of these experts had used. Then, he tirelessly pointed out the subtleties of each move. He pointed out where the next move was, and how to improve the attack to make it more powerful. He also pointed out how to defend himself if he were to face them. He also pointed out how to exploit their flaws. Chu Yang listened in a daze. Just as he was immersed in the endless mysteries of martial arts, he suddenly heard a scream. A black-cloaked man's body had been cut into pieces by Chu Feiling's saber light in a split second. Chu Feiling's saber move looks like a single saber move. But, it's actually a saber move. The sword spirit's eyes lit up as he said, Look at his posture. His wrist was facing upwards when he wielded his saber. But, his saber was already facing sideways when he wielded his saber. His palm was facing downwards when he wielded his saber. This way, the saber light changed 3 times with the help of his wrist. But, the target was always the same. So, when the saber lights converged, the saber light would collide with each other and create a huge explosive force. This explosive force would split the saber light into pieces. This is what you see. This is a sure kill move. It's also a sure kill move. The sword spirit heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Don't think that this is very simple. But, this move is useless if any saber light isn't in place and can't appear at the most suitable place. In the field of saber cultivation, this move is called yellow flower blooming. It's similar to the yellow flower pistol of the executioner's cultivation. I didn't expect a mere saber emperor to be able to use this move. This is a move that can only be comprehended by a monarch-level expert." Chu Yang grunted, carefully pondering over the mysteries of this move. But no matter how hard he thought, he still couldn't figure it out. "You don't have enough strength to use this move. If you practice this move rashly, I'm afraid you'll twist your wrist into a fried dough twist," the spirit executioner teased. Chu Yang didn't know why, but he clearly felt that the spirit executioner's attitude towards him had undergone a fundamental change since yesterday. He used to be somewhat impudent. But, he was somewhat respectful now. Chu Yang didn't understand why there was such a change. Another blood-curdling scream was heard. Another saber emperor died under Chu Fei Ling's saber. There were only 5.5 kilograms left. And, these 5 people were already riddled with scars. They couldn't hold on for much longer. After all, they couldn't resist the power of a low-grade saber emperor. The black-clothed old man screamed, "Brothers, let's fight to the death." The 4 people complied. Their bodies simultaneously emitted a cold murderous aura. An aura of despair suddenly pervaded the air. They want to perish together. Chu Yang's heart shook. "Their target is you," the spirit executioner sighed deeply. Meanwhile, the other 4 people were staking their lives to keep Chu Fei Ling busy. If one were to ask them who they hated the most, there would only be one person, Chu Yang. "He's too hateful, this despicable man. This shameless bastard. Not only did he kill people, but he also deceived them. Moreover, he also humiliated them. They would rather die than to kill him. They would pay any price to kill him." This was the common wish of the remaining 5 people. As long as they could kill Chu Yang, kill this little bastard, it would be worth it even if the 5 of them died under Chu Fei Ling's saber. The saber light came whistling. "You can't stop it." Sword Spirit looked at the incoming attack and said in a heavy voice, "Either you retreat, or I'll do it." Chu Yang snorted. Then, he turned around and flew back. Sword Spirit revealed a look of appreciation. This is the mentality of a powerhouse. He wouldn't rely on others as long as there was a glimmer of hope. Chu Yang wouldn't rely on Sword Spirit as long as he wasn't in a life-or-death situation. He would only rely on himself. He would only explode in a desperate situation. He would make the greatest progress in a life-and-death situation. Chu Yang wouldn't make any progress if Sword Spirit were to bear all the dangers. It would have a great impact on his path to becoming a powerhouse in the future if he were to develop a little dependence on Sword Spirit. Chu Yang's body drifted from east to west like a light smoke. Beyond the heavens, fleeting snow cloud steps were unleashed to the extreme at this moment. The black-robed second brother roared like thunder. He gritted his teeth and wished he could chop Chu Yang into meat paste. He swore that he wouldn't use the saber's edge to chop Chu Yang if he caught up with him. He would use the back of his saber to smash Chu Yang. He would smash Chu Yang into meat paste, and then eat him bite by bite. The incessant screams proved that his brother was being mercilessly slaughtered by Chu Fei Ling. The black-robed second brother resisted the urge to look back. "My mission is to kill this little bastard. Kill, kill, little brother is in danger." Chu Fei Ling roared impatiently. Suddenly, a pale golden light erupted from his body. The saber light was like a white cloud in the sky encountering a hurricane. Layer after layer, it crazily surged up. Before the first wave had subsided, another wave rose up. The saber light shimmered and stretched on endlessly. This was Chu Fei Ling's ultimate skill, life and death saber art of reincarnation. This was Chu Fei Ling's self-created unique skill. Even the sword spirit in Chu Yang's mind was amazed by this move. The rolling sea of saber light engulfed the 4 heavily wounded bodies in an instant. Continuous blood-curdling screams resounded, and the 4 figures flew up at the same time with blood dripping from their bodies. Their bodies had already been torn into pieces in midair. The saber light surged and formed a bright white line. It blocked out the sunlight and shot through the sky at the speed of a meteor. Then, he madly rushed towards the direction where the black-robed second brother was chasing after Chu Yang. The black-robed second brother roared repeatedly. He could already feel the pressure behind him. He knew that his brothers were either dead or injured. However, this little bastard was as slippery as a loach. He had missed him by a hair's breadth several times. But, he had slipped away again. He fiercely roared, and an arrow of blood suddenly flew out of his body. He had used a secret technique to stimulate his own vitality at this moment. His strength had doubled in the blink of an eye. His big saber rolled up a gust of wind, and formed a huge saber flower. Then, he launched an indiscriminate attack towards Chu Yang within a radius of 300 feet. This was also his last attack. Chu Yang coldly snorted. He couldn't avoid it. His long sword automatically jumped out with a clang. He was about to launch the Calamity Sword technique in the blink of an eye. It seemed that a head-on fight was unavoidable this time. Suddenly, a long whistle was heard, and a saber light crazily pierced between the two men. A black-cloaked man's silhouette stood firmly in front of Chu Yang, and blocked the raging waves that were surging towards Chu Yang. Chu Yang suddenly felt an inexplicable warmth in his heart. He looked at the tall and straight figure in front of him. It seemed that, no matter what difficulties or hardships he faced, this figure would be able to block them. Chu Feiling didn't have it easy either. He forcibly released his energy, and finally arrived at this moment. He immediately faced the black-robed second brother's saber light, which had doubled in strength. He shouted loudly, and his big saber transformed into a green barrier to protect himself and Chu Yang. Then, he shook his wrist, and the life and death saber and the reincarnation sea were launched again. A blood-curdling scream was heard. The black-robed second brother was sent flying into the sky by the saber energy. Then, he suddenly disintegrated in the air, and turned into a bloody paste. Puff. 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 Chu Feiling's body swayed, and he finally stood firm. His shoulders, chest, and thighs were bleeding at the same time. In the end, this hasty attack still caused him to suffer a serious injury. If it weren't for saving Chu Yang, he could have calmly faced the enemy, and fought until the end. Then, he could have killed these 7 people one by one, and he could have ensured that his body wouldn't have any scars. However, he couldn't control his outburst when he saw that Chu Yang was in danger. He didn't regret it. Finally, the smell of blood in the air slowly dissipated. Chu Feiling turned around, and the cold murderous aura on his body had been completely withdrawn. He looked at Chu Yang, and revealed a pleasant smile. "Little brother, are you all right?" I'm fine." Chu Yang only felt a burst of excitement in his heart, and he almost couldn't speak. He was also puzzled by his own reaction. Why was he so agitated today? "You're injured?" Chu Yang suddenly felt a pain in his heart when he saw the flesh and blood on Chu Feiling's body. "It doesn't matter. This small injury is nothing to me." Chu Feiling sheathed his saber, and tied it around his waist like a belt. Then, he smiled plainly. Then, he took out a pill from his bosom, and was about to swallow it. He even smiled at Chu Yang. "I have this pill with me." Chu Yang forced a smile. Then, he suddenly realized something, and said, "Use my pill." He took out an incomplete version of the heavy pill, and handed it over to Chu Feiling. Chu Feiling stared blankly. He looked at Chu Yang's sincere face, and couldn't help but laugh heartily. He said, "Okay. I'll use your pill, little brother." Chu Feiling took it, and was about to swallow it when he smelled a strong fragrance. He felt as if his mind had suddenly become clear-headed, and his spirit had been greatly aroused when he smelled this fragrance. He couldn't help but be startled. This pill is absolutely not ordinary. What is the origin of this mysterious little brother? Not only can he kill a saber emperor with the cultivation of Sword King, but he also has such a miraculous pill with him. This pill is obviously a priceless treasure. Chu Feiling held the pill in his hand, and thought of his wife. She had been blaming herself ever since she lost her son 8 years ago. She had been depressed for 8 years, and had been depressed. She had developed a heartache over time. This pill, my injury is only a flesh wound. It would be a pity to take it. Why don't I take it back with me? Chu Feiling smiled somewhat embarrassedly. He took the pill and said, "Little brother, my injury is only a flesh wound. It will be fine after applying some external medicine. But, I have another use for this pill of yours, haha, I'm sorry to say this, but my wife has an old heartache problem. I want to take this pill back for her to take, haha, Chu Feiling was somewhat embarrassed. He gave you a pill out of kindness to heal your injury. But, you want to hide it and take it back for your wife? Chu Feiling felt that it was somewhat unreasonable to say these words. It's too shameless, so what? Chu Yang waved his hand, I'll give you another one. Chu Yang generously took out another pill and gave it to Chu Feiling. How can I accept this? Chu Feiling was somewhat flabbergasted. Isn't this too generous? This is a panacea for healing injuries. How can you take it out one by one as if it's candy? Chu Yang waved his hand, and said without any heartache, isn't it just 2 pills? If it's not enough, I have more here. To be honest, he didn't feel any heartache. He now had 2 kinds of miraculous pills in his hands. He had a lot of these incomplete heavy pills, and it wouldn't be troublesome to produce 8 or 10 of them. Thank you very much, Chu Feiling solemnly thanked him. This is the first time I've seen such a pill even though I'm the leader of a clan in the upper 3 heavens. How can it be common goods? Chu Feiling thought for a while, and still couldn't bear to eat it. He carefully put away the 2 pills. He applied the golden sore medicine on himself. It wasn't that he didn't want to eat it. His father was injured and bedridden. He needed to nourish his body when he recovered. However, this part could not be mentioned again. To be able to make the other party gift 2 medicinal pills, he already owed them 2 huge favors. Even if Chu Yang gave more, Chu Feiling would be too embarrassed to ask for more. Moreover, strictly speaking, Chu Yang saved me today. This means that I still owe him a life-saving grace. Chu Yang was somewhat speechless. You are really? I gave you 2 pills, but you didn't eat them? Chu Feiling smiled awkwardly. He was very embarrassed. The old handsome man's face was also somewhat red. Cough cough, my behavior is really a bit, but it's better than wasting them. Now that the Yi clan is dead, I don't have any threat in the upper 3 heavens. My injuries, why did they recover so quickly? After dressing up properly, Chu Feiling's wounds were also bandaged. Under Chu Feiling's flabbergasted gaze, Chu Yang rummaged through the flesh and blood of the emperor-level expert. He didn't care about the filth at all, and put away some things based on the principle of not wasting things. He was worthy of being an emperor-level expert. He had a lot of things on him. There were more than a dozen purple crystals. Chu Yang was somewhat satisfied in his heart. There are also a lot of elixirs. Now, I can recoup my losses. How can the elixirs on an emperor-level expert be ordinary? The 2 continued on their journey, but there were obviously more topics to talk about along the way. Well, Big Brother Chu, you must have something important to do in the upper 3 heavens. Otherwise, you wouldn't have attracted so many people to hunt you down. What is it? Chu Yang suddenly felt very awkward when he called out Big Brother Chu. He scolded himself in his heart, damn it, what should I call him if not Big Brother Chu? Should I call him Uncle Chu? F***ck. I do have something to do. Chu Feiling's face was heavy. He heaved a long sigh, my father is injured. He needs to find elixirs to go back, alas. Speaking till here, he suddenly patted his forehead. He couldn't help laughing and said, I'm really muddle-headed. We have been together for so long, and I have received many favors from you. But, I actually forgot to ask. Little brother, what's your name? Haha. Chu Yang's heart turned a few times like lightning. He finally smiled and said, it's a coincidence that we are actually from the same clan. My surname is also Chu. My name is Chu Yang. Your surname is also Chu. Chu Feiling was startled. Your surname is also Chu? Chu Feiling was stunned. Was there such a coincidence? Yes, my name is Chu Yang. Chu Yang's heart trembled. He mischievously smiled and said, what a coincidence, right? What a coincidence. Chu Fei's heart surged, could it be my son? She quietly released her aura to sense the purple crystal jade essence. But, she didn't find anything. She only felt the purple crystal jade in Chu Yang's pocket. She had just robbed Yiran Mo. She couldn't help but sigh in self-mockery. She secretly scolded herself for being greedy. How could he be her son? What wishful thinking! This young man was extraordinarily heroic, resourceful, and resolute in his actions. Most importantly, he had a kind of demeanor that could only be cultivated by someone who had been in a high position for a long time. He was definitely from a great clan, and his background was definitely not ordinary. I miss my son. But, I shouldn't have such delusions. My son has been abandoned in the lower three heavens since he was a child. I don't even know if he's dead or alive. Even if he's adopted, he won't be able to live a comfortable life. How could he grow up to be such a young hero? The two of them simply couldn't be compared. Thinking of this, Chu Fei sighed sadly. She was really going crazy from missing her son. What? It's hard to find the medicine. Chu Yang saw him sighing and asked with concern. It's not an ordinary difficulty. Chu Feizi looked at the raging fire mountain range in front of him, and said in a deep voice, if the raging fire mountain range doesn't exist. I'm afraid it doesn't exist. It's something that only exists in legends. Oh. Chu Yang was silent for a while. Then, he asked, what medicine? Is it that hard to find? Chu Fei let out a long sigh. He thought of the gap between his son and the young man in front of him. He thought of the mess that his family was in. He thought of how his brothers had killed each other. He thought of the tragedy in his family and how his wife was unhappy. Suddenly, he lost interest and said, let's look around. He actually avoided Chu Yang's question. He knew that since Chu Yang had asked this question, he was intending to help. But, he already owed him so many favors, how could he still have the nerve to accept his help? Chu Feijian was also a proud and unyielding person. How could he allow himself to owe someone a favor endlessly? Chu Feiji accelerated and rushed into the raging fire mountain range. Chu Yang frowned and followed him in. He used his consciousness to analyze the situation and said, he must have come to the raging fire mountain range to look for a kind of extremely fierce fire attribute spirit medicine. This kind of medicine is extremely difficult to grow. So, I reckon that the possibility of finding it is not high. Chu Yang nodded and said, that's right. Even elixirs are mostly plants. In such a hot place, I'm afraid that even a person would be roasted dry in half a day. What kind of plants can survive? That's right. The sword spirit heaved a long sigh and said, I can see that you and he hit it off very well. You really want to help him. Why don't you let the sword point sense it? Who knows? Maybe you'll gain something. Yes. Chu Yang nodded lightly. In the next moment, the tribulation carving scraper silently appeared on Chu Yang's fingertips. The two of them circled around the raging fire mountain range for a while, but Chu Feizi's expression became more and more gloomy. Right at this moment, Chu Yang suddenly felt the tip of the tribulation carving vibrate. The carving tip was clearly pointing to the east. Chu Yang's heart moved. He said, let's go over there and take a look. All right. Chu Feiling nodded. The two of them moved as if they were flying. Chu Yang intentionally walked in front of Chu Feizi. They turned a corner, and a burst of faint medicinal fragrance suddenly came over. Chu Yang's spirit was lifted. But, Chu Feizi's face exposed a disappointed look. Mysterious Yang Jade essence and mysterious Yang Jade can't emit such fragrance. The two of them walked closer. They saw that a piece of land had miraculously appeared in the middle of the raging fire mountain. There was a small hole in the ground. It was only as big as the mouth of a bowl. The medicinal fragrance was coming from this hole. The temperature here had reached a point where ordinary people couldn't bear it. Even a second-grade king-level expert like Chu Yang wouldn't be able to bear it if he didn't have the 7 shades cold energy on his body. What kind of medicine is inside? Chu Yang's eyes lit up. Chu Feizi smiled faintly and said, I'll go and take it out. Then, I'll give it to you. Then, he took a step forward. His palm emitted a purple saber light, and grabbed the hole. Hey! A large piece of iron-like purple-red stone was lifted up, and revealed a bigger hole. Chu Feizi's figure flashed into the hole like lightning. Chu Yang only heard a muffled groan from inside, followed by the sound of fighting. Then, Chu Feizi flew out. One of his hands was holding a lump of purplish-red soil. It was emitting a suffocating heat. On the soil, there was a lilac crystal clear Ganoderma lucidum. It was as if it was transparent. The strong medicinal fragrance was coming from this Ganoderma lucidum. The sword point vibrated rhythmically. It was obvious that it was very excited. Flaming purple crystal Lingji mushroom. The sword-scraping spirit sighed and said, "It looks like it's more than 3,000 years old. Its value will be immeasurable if it turns purple." Xianxia laughed in his heart. He knew why the sword spirit had sighed. It was because this Lingji mushroom wasn't old enough. It was obvious that the sword spirit would have to use the sword-scraping spirit to accelerate its ripening. Chu Feiling's other hand was holding a strange silver-white snake. It was as thick as a wrist. Its 7 inches had been cut off by him. There's such a monster guarding the elixir inside. Its skin and flesh are very strong. Chu Feiling smiled and handed over the purple crystal Lingji mushroom. "Here you go, little brother." "You don't want it?" Xianxia asked in astonishment. "Isn't this the elixir you're looking for?" "Yes, it isn't." Chu Feiling sighed and threw the purple crystal Ganoderma over. Then, he skillfully skinned and deboned the silver snake. He took out its inner core and said, "This is a rare star silver snake. Don't be fooled by its small size. It's at least a 7th grade spirit beast. Its scales are invulnerable to swords and spears. Moreover, it can avoid energy attacks. Its inner core is formed in a raging fire, so it has a little pure yang energy. It may be of some use to my father's injury. I won't let you down." Chu Feiling neatly peeled off the scales and gave them a simple treatment. Then, he handed over the snake's body to Xianxia. "This snake's meat has a fire spirit source. If you eat some every day, it can increase your cultivation. This snake's skin can also be used to make a small waistcoat to cover the important parts. It can be regarded as a valuable treasure in the Jianghu." Xianxia didn't refuse. He knew that Chu Feiling wasn't being polite to him. So, it would seem estranged if he refused. Xianxia received these 2 things. Then, he couldn't help but ask, "This purple crystal Lingji mushroom is a priceless treasure. Moreover, it's in the Raging Fire Mountain range. I'm afraid that there aren't many elixirs like this. What kind of elixir are you looking for? Is it so difficult to find?" "Yes, I've given up on this Raging Fire Mountain range after seeing the purple crystal Lingji mushroom. Because I'm afraid that the purple crystal Lingji mushroom won't grow here." Chu Feiling heaved a long sigh and said, "Yes, my father is a monarch-level expert of the 3 Stars Divine Clan. The cold blood poison can only be treated with the mysterious young jade. Alas, it won't work here. It seems that I'll have to go somewhere else to try my luck." He only dared to pin his hopes on the mysterious young jade. As for the mysterious young jade, that's just a legend. "Okay." Chu Feiling looked at Xianxia with some reluctance. He said in a heavy voice, "Yes, little brother. I'll have to say goodbye to you after we leave the Raging Fire Mountain range. You take care of yourself." "Cold blood poison?" Xianxia opened his eyes wide. "Mysterious young jade?" Then, he suddenly slapped his thigh. F***ck. Why didn't you say so earlier? Xianxia had never dreamt that the elixir that Chu Feiling had been looking for would be in his possession. Moreover, he had such a big pile of it. The sword spirit's face twitched in the tribulation space. He gnashed his teeth, squandering. "I'm about to squander everything. Fu**k. Do you think it's easy to get some mysterious young jade?" The sword spirit sighed sadly as he looked at the hill-like pile of mysterious young jade in front of him. He had no choice but to take out 2 more pieces. Chu Fei's voice sounded in his mind, "Take good ones. Take the heart, and at least the size of your fist." Chu Feiling's eyes became moist. This bastard. He's too generous. He endured the heartache, and broke off a small piece from his heart. He felt as if his heart was bleeding. However, he didn't know what Xianxia was feeling in his heart. "I have to be cautious. The injured one is likely to be my grandfather's generation. I don't know what to do with my family background, but I can't just stand by and watch someone die. What's more, I don't even know who this person in front of me is. There's someone in his family who's against him. What if the one who's against him is his real father? Then, I'll be in for a tragedy. I've just returned to my family, and I'm already on the road to the underworld. Chu Feiling was so excited that his face had turned red. He looked at Chu Yang in disbelief. Little brother, you. He wanted to ask, do you have mysterious young jade? However, he was extremely afraid of being disappointed. So, he didn't dare to ask. However, his heart was beating faster and faster. In fact, it seemed as if it would jump out of his throat. Isn't it just mysterious young jade? Young Master Chu played it down and said pretentiously, I thought it was something good. Look at how worried you are. Chu Feiling almost fainted. Listen, what are you talking about? Isn't it just mysterious young jade? How can you talk like that? That's the most precious treasure of the Chongtian continent. Oh my god. Friend, you're saying, you have it? Chu Feizi asked cautiously. Yes, I have a piece of mysterious young jade here. I don't know if it's enough? Chu Yang turned his hand, and a pink and transparent piece of mysterious young jade appeared in his palm. It was fist-sized. The high temperature in the surroundings seemed to recede as soon as he took it out. It became warm and comfortable. Chu Feizi's eyes went wide in an instant. His eyes were fixed on the core of the mysterious young jade. He didn't even blink. In fact, he almost wept tears of joy at this moment. This is the life of an old father. Mysterious young jade core. All sorts of feelings welled up in Chu Feizi's heart. I only need mysterious young jade. But, this little brother has taken out so many mysterious young jade cores. This is such a big favor. This is such a great friendship. Are these enough? Elder brother Chu? Chu Yang had gotten used to calling him elder brother Chu. Yes, it's enough. It's absolutely enough. Chu Feiling's body trembled as he said, actually, one piece is enough. These are too much. Chu Yang disagreed and said, take them all. After all, this matter is of great importance. You can't be careless. It'll be troublesome if it's not enough. Chu Feiling excitedly extended his hand. But, he suddenly retracted his hand and said with a stern look, little brother, this mysterious young jade core is a priceless treasure. I won't feel at ease if I take it from you. You name a price, and I'll buy it. He smiled in a somewhat ashamed manner and said, of course, no matter the price, it can't be compared to the true value of this mysterious young jade core. But, please give me a chance. Let my heart feel a little better. You're treating me as an outsider. Chu Yang smiled and said, we've gone through fire and water together. And, it was you who stood in front of me at the critical moment. You're making me sad if you still want to talk about money with such a friendship. Chu Feiling was obviously excited. His eyes were somewhat red. He said in a hoarse voice, thank you, little brother. He finally took the mysterious young jade core. He secretly made a decision in his heart, little brother doesn't want any reward. But, I won't treat him unfairly. The most important thing for a cultivator is the promotion of strength. And, purple crystals play a big role in the promotion of strength. I can't come up with a lot of purple crystals. But, the Chu clan can still come up with a few thousand purple crystals. And, I'll use purple crystals to help little brother promote his strength when the time comes. It's worth it to pay a few thousand purple crystals for this love. It's worth it. Chu Feiling already had the mysterious young jade core in his hand. But, he still felt like he was in a dream. This problem that has perplexed the entire clan has been solved just like that? Moreover, he's the first person I've found in these 3 days. And, he's the only person I've found in order to act as a guide. But, he has the mysterious young jade. Chu Feiling felt that his luck was very good. Both of them walked out of the raging fire mountain range as quickly as possible. They then found a shady place to sit down, and rested for a while. Little brother, may I ask where your master? Chu Feiling was in a good mood. So, he was in the mood to chat, little brother, you must be from a big clan, right? My master's surname is Meng. Chu Yang chuckled. A complicated look flashed through his eyes as he said, as for my clan, it's indeed not small, ha ha ha, I guess so. If it were an ordinary clan, I'm afraid that they wouldn't have been able to cultivate such a talent like you. Chu Feiling sighed with emotion. He said enviously, little brother's parents must be very happy to have a son like you. He sighed sadly as he spoke. Obviously, he was thinking about his missing son. My parents. Chu Yang was somewhat absent-minded. He let out a hollow laugh. Well, by the way, little brother, you and I feel like old friends at first sight. We treat each other with utmost sincerity. We get along very well. I also feel that little brother is a dragon among men. I have an idea, but I don't know if I should say it or not. Chu Feiling suddenly became somewhat excited. What is it? Chu Yang asked in astonishment. Since you and I hit it off so well, how about we become sworn brothers? Chu Feiling said excitedly, of course. Little brother, your future is limitless. Today, I'll take it that you're out of my league. Chu Yang was dumbfounded. What? Become sworn brothers? You and I, can we become sworn brothers? Chu Yang swallowed his saliva with difficulty. He let out a hollow laugh. This isn't very good, right? You're an emperor-level expert, a big shot. Little brother, I'm going to get angry if you say this. Chu Feiling's face turned serious. He said unhappily, could it be that little brother doesn't like me? No. Chu Yang hurriedly waved his hand, I don't mean that, do you think that I'm a burden? Chu Feiling pretended to be angry. No. Chu Yang stammered. His forehead was almost sweating. Great master, can you not play with me like this? Oh God, what do you want me to do? Then, can you give me a reason why you don't want to become sworn brothers with me? Chu Feiling didn't give up. Chu Yang was at a loss. Oh God, what should I say? Chu Yang had lived 2 lives. But, he had never been so distressed. He had never been in such a dilemma. No reason? Then, what do you have to worry about? Chu Feiling smiled with relief, besides, this is only between us brothers. It has nothing to do with your clan. Of course, if little brother thinks highly of me, you can go to the Chu clan of the upper 3 heavens when you have time. Chu Yang's face was full of black lines. He was speechless. On the other side, Chu Feiling's movements were very fast. He had already set up the altar. Then, he patted Chu Yang's shoulder and laughed, brother, come. Chu Yang wasn't prepared. He was slapped to the ground and knelt down. He only felt a mess in his heart. But, he couldn't give any reason. This feeling was very strange. The heavens above and the earth below. Today, I, Chu Feiling, and Chu Yang are sworn brothers. Sworn brothers. From now on, we will share our blessings. If my brother is in trouble, I will bear the burden. The heavens and the earth will bear witness. Chu Feiling's expression was solemn. Chu Yang had already fainted. He was in a daze. He didn't know what he had done. Chu Feiling saw that he was in a trance. So, he couldn't help but pat him on the back. Chu Yang was confused. He cowed out a few times. Then, he stood up and saw Chu Feiling looking at him with gratification. Young Master Chu's mind was in a daze. He suddenly sobered up, this is bad, he couldn't help but want to cry, what the foo *k is going on? Brother! Chu Feiling looked at him with concern, your complexion is very bad. Ha 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 ha. Chu Yang didn't cry or laugh. He just grinned. Chu Feiling was in a very good mood. He smiled and said, today is really the lucky day of my life. Not only have I found a good brother who is worthy of being friends with me, but I'm also indebted to you for your generous gift. I've also obtained the most valuable treasure in the world, mysterious Yang Jade Core, which can cure my father's illness. I put down a big stone in my heart. He heaved a long sigh and said, I won't hide it from you. I haven't been so happy for 18 years. Alas, I can't bear to look back on the past. My heart feels like it's being cut by a knife. All sorts of feelings welled up in Chu Feiling's heart as he recalled his experiences in the past 18 years. He had always buried these worries in his heart. He had never had the opportunity to pour them out to anyone. He was very emotional today because he had found a brother. Moreover, this brother obviously had nothing to do with his clan. So, he couldn't help but want to pour out his grievances. Chu Yang's sluggish eyes turned numbly as he said, "Don't tell me, you still have some hidden troubles?" It's hard to say, haha. Chu Feiling laughed bleakly. He shook his head and sighed, "I won't hide it from you, brother. My life has been worse than death for the past 18 years. My heart feels like it's being twisted by a knife every night. My soul feels like it's being torn apart." Chu Yang seemed to have sensed something. The corners of his mouth twitched as he said, "I'd like to hear the details. I was just about to pour my heart out to you." Chu Feiling heaved a long sigh. "This painful matter has been in my heart for the past 18 years. I've never forgotten it," he exhaled deeply. His eyes seemed to be looking at empty space as he said, "I remember that my Chu clan encountered a great crisis 18 years ago. At that time, my child had just been born. His grandmother missed her grandson, so she invited us over. My wife and I took the child and stayed there for a period of time." Chu Yang's eyes widened. His throat made some noises. His heart was heavy as he repeatedly complained, "Motherf asterisk cur, what is this? How can there be such a disgraceful thing in the world? I've become sworn brothers with my grandmother. This is really..." Chu Feiling had already sunk into painful memories. "A month later, your sister-in-law and I returned from my father-in-law's house with the child in our arms. But we were suddenly besieged by strong enemies on the way back. 2 of our guards were killed on the spot. They risked their lives to save us. Then, we fled, but the enemies chased us all the way. We couldn't return to the Chu clan. The enemies had dispatched a large number of people for that attack. If we returned to the clan rashly, I'm afraid we would be killed." Chu Feiling sighed, "We had no choice but to hide everywhere with the child in our arms. But we were chased by the enemies until we had nowhere to go. Seeing that we were in imminent danger, we happened to reach the entrance of the double heavens. We had no choice but to bring the child to the lower 3 heavens. But the enemies chased after us relentlessly. They chased us down and fought several fierce battles. The 2 of us were no match for them at all. We desperately rushed out several times, and escaped all the way to the lower 3 heavens. It was a snowy night." Chu Feiling's eyes glistened with tears. Chu Yang seemed to have felt the chill of that windy and snowy night. He quivered and shuddered. "That night, we were finally chased to the end of the road. I was seriously injured and didn't have long to live. My wife also suffered 7 or 8 serious injuries. Even her left leg was broken." Chu Feiling sighed sadly. "At that time, we knew that it would be difficult for us to escape death. But, our child was still young. How could he suffer the same fate as us? But we were in the lower 3 heavens at that time. We had no relatives and it was late at night. We ran all the way. We didn't know where we were. We only knew that we were in the forest. Finally, when we saw a dilapidated temple, we were already on the verge of death. My wife and I had no choice but to put our child in the temple. Then, we wrapped a stone in our arms and continued to run. We wanted to lure the enemies away so that our child could have a chance to survive." Chu Feiling's voice was sorrowful and trembling. It was as if he had returned to that cold snowy night 18 years ago. Chu Yang, who was listening at the side, only felt a burst of bitterness in his heart. He couldn't help but feel a lump in his throat. 2 streams of tears fell down. The 2 of us continued to run for our lives. In order to divert the enemy's attention, we jumped down the cliff with that stone. Chu Feiling smiled bitterly and said, "But we didn't expect that there would always be a way out. We were only able to jump down a few hundred feet before we were stopped. It turned out that the vines there had grown for a long time and formed a big net, which saved us. Then, we found a rare treasure on the cliff, the snow lotus of elegance." Snow lotus of elegance. Chu Yang muttered to himself unconsciously. Yes, it's snow lotus of elegance. There are 2 flowers of snow lotus of elegance, one black and one white. One is yin and the other is yang. Yin and yang complement each other. It can cure chronic diseases, cure terminal illnesses, increase martial power, and break through bottlenecks. Chu Feiling said, "My wife and I each took half of it. Our injuries were healed in a short time. Moreover, our martial power improved greatly. Both of us broke through to 2nd grade emperor level. It's a blessing in disguise." Chu Yang sighed deeply. A blessing in disguise, haha. Chu Feiling smiled bitterly and said, my wife and I felt that our injuries were healed. So, we immediately rushed back. We killed more than a dozen enemies who were chasing us along the way. We didn't even have time to interrogate them. We rushed to that ruined temple, but the child was gone. Chu Feiling's voice was filled with grief. The child is gone. Chu Yang muttered to himself blankly. He suddenly felt that the hatred towards his family and his parents for abandoning him had disappeared at this moment. Both of us went crazy. We kept looking for him. We even searched the nearby mountains. But we didn't find him. We returned to the upper three heavens after a long time. But that poor child has always been in our hearts for the past 18 years. It's as if a thorn has grown in our hearts. My wife missed him day and night. She looked haggard. Her martial power hasn't improved in the past 18 years. Instead, she fell from second-grade emperor level to first-grade emperor level. She even suffered from chronic chest pain. The entire clan treated us as a laughingstock. My father-in-law and mother-in-law viewed us as enemies. All these years. Chu Feiling sighed sadly. All these years, how can the word bitter be enough to describe it? Chu Yang was completely dumbfounded. There was no doubt that this person in front of him, this sworn brother of his, was his biological father. Chu Feiling sighed and turned his head. But he saw that Chu Yang's face was streaked with tears. He couldn't help but be startled. Brother, what happened to you? Boo-hoo. I'm so moved. Chu Yang wiped his tears and revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. Chu Yang's heart was tangled. He now had a strong impulse to immediately rush up and hug him, and tell this man who had suffered so much all these years, I am your son. I am the son you lost 18 years ago, but, damn it. But he couldn't, especially, the two of them had just become sworn brothers. Moreover, it was half forced by Chu Feiling. If Chu Feiling were to tell him the truth now, he would probably die of shame before he could even be surprised. Heavens, I forced myself to become sworn brothers with my own son, who could stand such a thing. More importantly, I still have a heavy responsibility on my shoulders. I have the responsibility of being the master of Calamity Sword. I have to save Xiaowu. If I return to my ancestry now, I will continue to unify the lower three heavens. And I am afraid that my identity as the master of Calamity Sword will be exposed. Of course, he could trust his parents. But the problem was, the Chu family wasn't as united as before. Who knew who had ulterior motives in the clan? No matter who it was, if his identity as the master of the Calamity Sword was exposed, he would implicate the entire Chu clan and cause them to disappear. Acknowledging a son but causing the destruction of the clan was not a great joy, but a great sorrow. If he didn't give any reason for staying in the lower three heavens to develop, he was afraid that this old Wu and his mother would swallow him alive. At the very least, they would send a few experts to protect him. But, how could the experts of the Chu clan hide from the eyes and ears of the big dominant clans? Wouldn't this be akin to exposing himself? Chu Yang was very conflicted. Sword Spirit, is there a way to cure this chest pain? Chu Yang asked the Sword Spirit in his mind anxiously. Chest pain? The Sword Spirit snorted, what kind of illness is this? It's just a knot of longing that causes the meridians to be blocked. That's all. Then, can it be cured with the complete version of the heavy pill? Chu Yang asked expectantly. That's my mother. Even if I can't acknowledge her for the time being, I have to make sure she's fine. Big brother, there's no need for that, right? The Sword Spirit shrieked. The incomplete version of the heavy pill has already cured this problem to the best of its ability. Using the complete version of the heavy pill is a complete waste of God's gift. That's a treasure that can raise one's cultivation by a whole realm. You can't continue to squander like this. No matter how rich our family is, it can't withstand such torment. The Sword Spirit was so heartbroken that he was about to cry. This is the most precious medicine in the entire lower three heavens. It's not a cabbage on the roadside. Even if it's a Supreme Being level expert, it'll still have a great effect after taking it. Raise one's cultivation by a whole realm? Chu Yang's eyes lit up, that's great. It can increase my mother's ability to protect herself. The Sword Spirit slapped his own mouth in regret. My mouth is so cheap. Why did I say this? Raise one's cultivation by a whole realm. Why didn't you say so earlier? Xianxia asked in puzzlement. That can only be used by emperor-level experts and above. With your current cultivation, I can only store the medicinal efficacy after taking it. Otherwise, you'll turn into a pile of feces. The sword spirit snorted angrily. Eh? Xianxia excitedly raised his eyebrows. Then, he suddenly thought of something. I have to help the old man improve a bit. Otherwise, I won't be at ease with him being surrounded by danger every day. Can I have 2 heavy pills? Xianxia asked. Then, I won't have Mo Qing Wu's. The sword spirit rolled his eyes. This guy is addicted to squandering. Nonsense. Xianxia said angrily, we have jade snow spirit ginseng, mysterious ice jade paste, mysterious yang jade essence, and vitality spring water. There are so many elixirs. Now, we also have sea of flame purple crystal Ganoderma. So, it should be easy to produce several heavy pills, right? How can it not be enough? The sword spirit was so distressed that his whole body shivered. Can I call you Lord Sword Lord? Lord Sword Lord. This is a great waste. This is an unforgivable sin. Listen to me. Let's do it. Xianxia said in an overbearing manner. We can only produce 1 pill at most. We can only use a little bit of the mysterious ice jade paste and mysterious yang jade essence. The sword spirit bargained with a firm look on his face. He didn't yield an inch, otherwise, I'd rather die. Only 1 pill at a time. Minister Chu gave in. Is there anything else? The sword spirit saw that this guy was still hesitating to speak. So, he couldn't help but get angry. This? I have to give them 2 weapons so that they can protect themselves. Xianxia said with a greedy face, you also saw that the saber is a little soft. It's not very useful. I've already prepared it. The sword spirit angrily said, I knew that you would trouble me the moment I saw you crying over there. So, I made them for you in advance. Take them. With a clang, he threw out a sword and a saber. You're a good person. Minister Chu said in a grateful manner, I would have given myself to you if you were a woman. I would have taken you as my wife. Get out of here. The sword spirit shivered and goosebumps appeared all over his body. He was a spirit, but he still felt his hair stand on end at this moment. There's one more thing. Can you make a few pills that can perfectly conceal one's strength, and prevent others from seeing through one's cultivation? I owe you. The sword spirit looked up and sighed. Xianxia proudly withdrew from his sea of thoughts. He opened his eyes, and saw Chu Feiling in front of him. Chu Feiling was examining him with a concerned look on his face. Brother, wake up. Brother, what's wrong with you? What's going on? Why did my brother suddenly become absent-minded? I can't wake him up. Xianxia quivered, and woke up. He awkwardly coughed a few times. Now that he heard these brothers calling him with such sincerity, Minister Chu felt uncomfortable all over. Even his crotch felt as if his balls were being pulled. I can't keep calling you like this. My lifespan will be shortened, father. Well, I'm thinking, your real strength should be at Saber Emperor grade, right? Xianxia smacked his lips and said, why haven't you thought of breaking through to Saber Monarch grade? Breaking through to Saber Monarch grade? Chu Feiling shook his head and sighed, how can it be so easy to break through to Monarch grade? Brother, you don't know that breaking through from Emperor grade to Monarch grade isn't as simple as breaking through from Revered grade to King grade. It requires the world's essence energy, one's own cultivation, chance coincidences, and comprehension of the state of mind. None of these can be missing. Xianxia nodded repeatedly and said sincerely, this, today, that, since you've acknowledged, that, little brother, no, that. I have a gift for you. Xianxia didn't know what to say. How to address himself. How to address him. These are all problems. Moreover, they are big problems. Call him big brother? Call himself little brother? Xianxia's legs cramped just thinking about it. Let alone calling him that. Yes, Minister Chu was used to being lawless. But, he didn't dare to be careless in this matter. Mother ****. This is no joke. Why do you need a gift? As your elder brother, I should be the one to give you a gift for our first meeting. What you said really makes me feel ashamed. Chu Feiling waved his hand. He felt strange in his heart. Why is this brother of mine suddenly stuttering? He said sincerely, brother. Good brother. What you've given me is enough for me to repay you with my whole life. I can help you break through to monarch grade today. Chu Yang made up his mind and cut the Gordian knot. Ah? Chu Feiling was shocked. Eat this. Chu Yang took out a pill. Chu Feiling didn't have time to see what it was before he stuffed it into his mouth. It melted in his mouth. He felt a lingering fragrance in his mouth. His limbs and bones felt extremely comfortable. At the same time, a hot current and a cold current alternated in his dantian. They spiraled and rushed up in joy. At the same time, his head suddenly became ice cold. A sense of great meaning that he had never come into contact with suddenly rushed into his mind and surged in his mind. At the same time, the meridians in his body suddenly opened up. Waves of tyrannical but warm spiritual energy of the world rushed into his body from every pore. It seemed as if a huge magnet had formed in his body, attracting the spiritual energy of the world to gather in his body. The impurities in his body were also discharged at this moment. Chu Feiling turned pale with fright. He hurriedly calmed himself down and sat down. He faced the sky with his palms and palms facing the sky. He tried his best to digest this sudden great fortune. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This brother is really impatient. He stuffed it into my mouth. However, he also knew that this was purely out of Chu Yang's good intentions. If he had given it to him, he wouldn't have accepted such a valuable gift. This was a heavenly treasure that had never been heard of before. The spiritual energy of the world and the medicinal efficacy rushed towards the bottleneck of the monarch level like stormy waves. The next moment, Chu Feiling felt that the unbreakable bottleneck of the monarch level that he had attacked many times had suddenly loosened. He didn't have time to be surprised when another stormy wave of energy rushed over. The bottleneck of the monarch level was suddenly opened, then, the spirit chi in his meridians was like a tide breaking through a dam. Cheering and jumping, the spirit chi fiercely rushed out, unimpeded all the way. Breakthrough? Breakthrough like this? The breakthrough that I've been dreaming of, came so suddenly and without any preparation? Then, Chu Feiling opened his eyes wide. The spiritual energy has become more and more turbulent after the breakthrough. It has become more and more powerful. It rushed through his meridians at lightning speed for 10 cycles. Then, it rushed towards the bottleneck of the second stage monarch level. Damn! Chu Feiling's face turned red with excitement. Isn't this too big of a surprise? The bottleneck of a second-grade monarch level expert couldn't withstand the impact of that surging spirit energy flow. Then, that spirit energy flow continued to spiral in his meridians. In fact, the medicinal efficacies were still violently rushing out of his dantian, and formed a new power. Chu Feiling was shocked to the point of speechlessness. Third stage, fourth stage. It rushed to the peak of the fourth stage before it finally stopped. Then, his dantian became calm again, as if nothing had happened. Chu Feiling exhaled a long breath of foul air. He stood up and walked 2 steps. Then, he shook his arms and his vitality gushed out like a tide. The impurities that had been forced out of his body turned into powder in an instant. He shook his body and all the powder fell to the ground. He had broken through. Moreover, Chu Feiling clearly felt that this elixir not only allowed him to break through, but also allowed him to comprehend some of the meaning of the Great Tao. What was even more strange was that it actually completely improved his spiritual realm. He had advanced by an entire realm. In other words, his state of mind had originally been at the Saber Emperor grade. However, it was now at the Saber Monarch grade. What did this mean? Chu Feiling was so excited that his whole body was trembling. This means that I only need to accumulate martial power, and I can smoothly reach the level of Saber Monarch. Furthermore, there wouldn't be any bottlenecks in this process. He turned his head, and fixed his gaze on Chu Yang. His eyes were full of excitement. Suddenly, he clasped his hands and bowed to the ground. He then sincerely said, "Brother, I can't thank you enough for your kindness. Big brother, I really can't say any words of thanks." Tears flickered in Chu Feiling's eyes as he said this. Yes, this kind of great kindness was something that couldn't be expressed in words. Words couldn't express the weight of this friendship at all. Chu Yang was startled. He looked at his father's buttocks as he bowed in front of him. His scalp almost exploded. He hurriedly dodged to one side, and spoke incoherently, what's this for? What's this for? Chu Feiling straightened up, and patted Chu Yang's shoulder. He took a deep breath, and forcibly suppressed the excitement in his heart. Then, he solemnly said, "Good brother." Chu Yang grinned, and laughed awkwardly. "Well, by the way, that was just food. It's not a gift." Chu Yang stretched out his hand, and pulled out a saber and a sword from his black robe. "This is for you." The saber's body was slender, and it shone with a cold light. It fell on the ground, and half of it was inserted into the extremely hard ground that had been burned by the raging fire for thousands of years. It flickered under the sunlight, and reflected thousands of rays of cold light. The sword's body was delicate, and its shape was graceful. It was also inserted into the ground. It was obviously tailor-made for a woman. How can this be? Absolutely not. Chu Feiling repeatedly waved his hands. His face and neck were red. "If you continue like this, I'll leave. I don't have the face to stay here." His heart was moved to the point of no return. This sworn brother is really good. But, isn't this a little too enthusiastic? Why does he act like he's emptying his belongings, and throwing out these treasures without any regard for his own life? Even if we're sworn brothers, you can't be so generous, right? Chu Feiling also wanted to take out something in return. But, when he looked at each item that Chu Yang took out, he sadly discovered that he couldn't take out anything. It's too embarrassing. These aren't for you. Why are you so anxious? Chu Yang rolled his eyes and said, "This saber is for you. As for that sword is for. Chu Yang said for a long time, but didn't dare to say, "It's for sister-in-law." He actually wanted to say, "It's for my mother." But, he didn't dare to. It's for madam." Chu Yang sweated. "Ah? You're even giving it to her." Chu Feiling sighed repeatedly, "Brother, you're too considerate." Then, his face turned serious, and his expression became resolute. "Then, I can't accept it even more." "What? You're looking down on me." Chu Yang simply threw a tantrum. "Either you take it away, or, don't acknowledge me as your. Minister Chu wanted to slap his own mouth a few times. "Damn it, it's too difficult to speak today. I used to have a glib tongue, and I didn't bend my back when I challenged the world. But, today, I can't even speak a complete sentence." "Okay." Chu Feiling sighed emotionally. "Anyway, one doesn't feel itchy when one has too many lice, and one doesn't have to worry when one has too many debts. I already owe enough. So, I'll just owe more." "That's right. I don't know if this sword, that person, will madam like it?" Chu Yang obviously had a stuttering problem. "You're still calling her madam?" Chu Feiling rebuked, "That's your sister-in-law." Minister Chu's forehead was full of sweat. He wiped it again and again, and his little face turned green. "Brother, are you feeling hot?" Chu Feiling asked with concern. Yes, very hot. The weather is really hot, really hot." Chu Yang was in a difficult situation. The matter is done. I should go back." Chu Feiling looked at Chu Yang with some reluctance. He was somewhat anxious to return home. His old father was still lying in bed. How could he not be anxious? Besides, he couldn't stay here any longer. In front of this little brother, Chu Feiling clearly felt that he was shorter by a head. Always accepting other people's gifts, this isn't a good thing. It's really strange. Usually, you can't see the world's rare treasures and divine weapons in the upper three heavens. But, this time, you can actually bring back a lot of them. Wait. Chu Yang hurriedly stopped him. "You haven't taken away the filial piety I showed to my mother. Why are you in such a hurry? Is there anything else?" Chu Feiling looked at him in surprise. "There's also this." Chu Yang took out a small bottle made of purple crystal from his bosom. Inside, there was a spinning elixir. "This is a special elixir for treating heart colic. If you take it back, not only can it clear away the chronic disease, but it can also increase your cultivation." It's the same as the one you just ate. Cough, cough, I wanted to give you more, but I don't have much left. Chu Feiling was really shocked. Another one? But this one. I must have it. This concerns my wife's health. I must take it no matter what. But this elixir is so precious, please tell Madam that, there's no need to worry. She should relax. Her son will be found. Maybe her son is a young hero now. He's shining with heroism. Cough cough. Chu Yang said shamelessly, besides, children and grandchildren will have their own blessings. This is also his life's chance. You should know that one can only rise above others after suffering. Maybe her son will be able to go home by himself someday, I hope so. Chu Feiling heaved a deep sigh and said, if my family's little dog can be half as good as you. Ah, if it can be 10 or 20% as good as you, my wife and I won't have any regrets in our lives, little dog? The corner of Minister Chu's mouth twitched. He must be very promising. Moreover, he must be handsome and confident. He must be handsome and elegant. He must be young and promising. He must have a demeanor and temperament. Young ladies will be dazzled the moment they see him. Young Master Chu's face was very red, but he still spoke very fluently. Young Master Chu kept hypnotizing himself in his heart as he spoke these words, I'm Tan Tan, I'm Tan Tan, thank you for your auspicious words, brother. Chu Feiling carefully put away the purple crystal bottle in his bosom. He held a saber in one hand and a sword in the other. He also held the mysterious Yang Jade core and 2 incomplete heavy elixirs in his bosom. He was ready to return home from a rewarding journey. Hold on. Chu Yang remembered, you must remember to keep these things a secret. Don't leak them out, I know this. Hee hee. Chu Feiling cleverly smiled, wouldn't my brother be in endless trouble if someone were to find out about this? Don't worry. Only you and I will know about this matter. That's good. That's good. Chu Yang heaved a sigh of relief. Brother, I'm going back now. Chu Feiling tightly grasped Chu Yang's hand, and shook it vigorously, you must not forget your brother. You must come to the Chu clan if you go to the upper 3 heavens, that's for sure, for sure. Chu Yang nodded repeatedly. Chu Yang wanted to shake his head whenever he heard the words brother and elder. There's also this pill, it can shield your aura after you take it. So, people won't be able to see your cultivation. Chu Yang looked at Chu Feiling as he walked away. Chu Yang was reluctant to part with him. Chu Yang didn't know whether to cry or laugh. He threw himself on the ground, and pounded the ground with his hands, oh my god. Oh my god. You're finally gone. I'm dying of suffocation. What is this, big brother? Chu Yang cried, laughed, and screamed for a long time. He vented his emotions hysterically for a while. Then, he got up and looked at the surrounding scenery. He felt strange and lost. He suddenly felt empty in his heart. It seemed that he was missing something, but also seemed to have gained something. In short, his mood was extremely strange. After a long time, he sat up. He supported his chin with his hands, and was lost in thought. His mind was in a mess. It seemed that thousands of things were running through his mind at the same time. But, he didn't have any specific thoughts. You're finally complete, the sword spirit in his mind sighed. Congratulations, Tribulation Sword Master. Your inner demons are gone. What's left is only some obsession. Complete? Chu Yang was stunned. He asked subconsciously. That's right. Being abandoned by your parents has always been your inner demon. Although you've never said it, but, this deep hatred has always been in your heart. Perhaps you haven't realized it yourself, but every time you see someone else in front of your parents, you'll always feel jealous. So, you're jealous of everyone, the sword spirit said ruthlessly. You didn't accept Wu Qianqian for this reason. This hatred can only be resolved by your parents. No one else can resolve it for you. If you keep this hatred, your inner demons will burn you to ashes when you reach the saint level and become a supreme martial artist. The sword spirit sighed in relief and said, but, even I didn't expect that your inner demons would be resolved so early this time. Well, sword spirit, do you think it's right for me to not acknowledge them now? Chu Yang had always been brooding. His parents had suffered for 18 years because of him. Even 10,000 heavy pills couldn't heal the pain in his mother's heart for the past 18 years. Xianxia felt sad when he thought about their lives for the past 18 years. So, he was much luckier than his parents. Although he was an orphan, he had a master. Moreover, he had always been full of hatred for this matter. There was no doubt that the days full of hatred were much better than the days full of despair filled with love. That was because his mother's heart had been torn apart and bleeding for the past 18 years. How could an ordinary person endure that kind of pain? Yes. This is absolutely right. The sword spirit said with infinite certainty, don't think that you're unfilial because you didn't acknowledge your parents. In fact, you'll be the greatest unfilial if you acknowledge them now. Filial. Unfilial. Xianxia muttered. Tribulation Sword Master. The entire celestial layer is a responsibility that you cannot abandon. Even if you don't want to, fate will push you to complete it. The sword spirit said slowly, you don't have the ability to protect your family right now. Even if you don't do anything after you return to your family, there will be people who will investigate the origins of the Chu family's first young master. You're a disciple of Beyond the Heavens sect. You're an orphan, and you've transformed into King of Hell Chu. Then, you become a sword king from an ordinary martial artist within a year and a half. Everything will be dug up. When the time comes, when the great dominating clans look for the Calamity Sword Master, the first person they suspect will be you. The sword spirit said, even if they can't be sure that you are the master of Calamity Sword, they would rather kill 10,000 people than miss a single person. Because the Calamity Sword Master has too much influence on them. They definitely wouldn't mind destroying an innocent Chu family. Sword Spirit sighed softly, you haven't come into contact with the big clans. So, you still don't know how formidable and huge your opponents are. I only want to ask you this. Diwu Qingro is only a person sent by the Zhuge clan of the big clans. Is he difficult to deal with? Very difficult to deal with. Xianxia nodded and admitted. His mood also became heavy. Diwu Qingro's fierceness can't be described with the word difficult. So, let's find the fourth fragment as soon as possible. Sword Spirit sighed and said, the only way is to find the fourth fragment of the Calamity Sword and improve your strength as soon as possible. Then, you can hide from the heavenly secrets. Let's take it one step at a time. Xianxia pondered and said slowly, I want to know what will happen if I acknowledge my ancestors and return to the clan, and give up the responsibility of being the Calamity Sword Master? You can't give it up. The consequence of that would be, the great clans would destroy the Chu clan and kill all your family members. You would be forced to walk the path of the Calamity Sword Master in order to take revenge. These are two paths. You can choose one. The sword spirit sneered. Xianxia was stunned for a while. Then, he spat and said, F***CK. I'll just hand over the Calamity Sword. I won't be the Calamity Sword Master anymore, okay? You think I'll hand it over just because you said so? Sword Spirit snorted mockingly, why are you so capable? If you really do that, the Chu family will still have no way to survive. You should still be the Calamity Sword Master. Unless you die again. Xianxia's hair stood on end. He hung his head and said dejectedly, forget it. I won't acknowledge it first, the key is strength. Sword Spirit said lightly, if you have strength, you can acknowledge it. If you don't, you can hold it in. Hold it in for the time being, Lord Sword Master. Xianxia was furious. He glared and said, if not. I'll beat you up. If not for the fact that you can't beat me, you'll beat me up? Sword Spirit laughed weirdly. Xianxia had given away so many treasures today. Sword Spirit was very distressed. How could he not take advantage of this opportunity to hit him when he was down? Xianxia coldly snorted. He patted his buttocks and stood up. He suddenly felt very good for some reason. He ignored Sword Spirit and walked forward in big strides. He was as light as a feather, as if he wanted to ride the clouds. He couldn't help but sing loudly as he walked. It was the song Jianghu rode. This journey, I won't look back from mountains of knives and seas of fire. This journey, I'll die on the Jianghu road. This journey, I'll laugh proudly at the world from now on. This journey, I'll go straight to the clouds without looking back. This journey, I'll defy the heavens from now on. This journey, I'll make fate reincarnate. This journey, I'll accompany you to dance and laugh at the world of mortals. This journey, I'll overturn the heavens. Xianxia sang loudly all the way. He was like a gust of wind blowing across the ground. He saw a dense forest in front of him. Xianxia sang excitedly, and rushed into it. Suddenly, a broken gong-like voice cursed, "Awoo! Dog ant! Which pervert is that howling? Motherfu *cur, he disturbed Second Master Ji's mood of taking a dump. He must be courting death." Xianxia was startled. Then, a meaningful smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Then, he suddenly flew into a rage. "Awoo! Dog ant! Mother *cur." Second Master Ji was so depressed about snatching his wife, that a punching bag was sent over. A thin guy came out of the forest with a strange cry. He was holding his pants while tying his belt. His nostrils were raised to the sky as he walked out of the forest. He stood in the middle of the road in an imposing manner. Then, he dragged out a long cry, "Awoo, which *tch is it?" Xianxia snorted and slowly walked over. He put on a fake smile and said, "Oh my, isn't this Second Master Ji? Second Master Ji, you're really overbearing." "Awoo, of course, of course. Second Master Ji has always been famous in these 3 days, GMO said disdainfully with his nose up in the air. Then, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. It seemed that this voice was a little familiar. He hurriedly opened his eyes and lowered his head to look. Then, he suddenly screamed as if he had seen a ghost. His legs left the ground, and he spasmed as if he had been electrocuted. "Ah! My mother, why is it you?" "It's me. What's wrong?" Xianxia crossed his arms and sneered sinisterly, "Second Master Ji, are you going to blame me for disturbing your bowel movements?" Ayaya. Jimo's face suddenly turned bitter. It was so bitter that juice could drip out of it. Even his nose and eyes were squeezed together. Then, he rolled his eyes and put on a flattering smile on his face. Then, he ran over while jolting his buttocks. He nodded and bowed. Then, he said flatteringly, "Oh my. I was wondering who it was. Your singing is so beautiful and moving. It's like the heavenly music lingering in the heavens. Ah, it's rare to hear such a thing in this world. Ah. I'm really intoxicated. He shook his head and made a circle in an intoxicated manner. Then, he continued to flatter, "I was so shocked that I hurriedly came out to greet this almighty person. I really didn't expect this." GMO immediately put on an extremely shocked and admiring expression. Then, he said, "I'm so shocked at this moment. So, it's my big brother. My dear big brother. Oh big brother Chu, I really admire you. I admire you so much that I prostrate myself on all fours. My admiration for you is like a torrential river." Then, he put on a stern face and pretended to be unhappy, "But, big brother, you're too much. You actually hid your talent to such an extent. If I didn't happen to hear it, who would be so lucky to hear such a beautiful, deep, manly, and heroic singing voice again?" Then, he rubbed his hands and ran over. He was extremely enthusiastic, "Big brother. Oh, I missed you so much. Big brother, my dear big brother." Xianxia's whole body was covered with goosebumps. He instantly shivered and his thighs started to spasm. He couldn't help but send a flying kick over. In the blink of an eye, Second Master Ji had already turned around and stuck out his butt with a flattering look on his face. "Big brother, please calm down. Kick here. I just wiped my butt. It's very clean." Hee. Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He put down his foot. "Forget it, I forgive you. Mother *cur, you disgusted me to death." GMO cheered and rushed over. He hugged Xianxia's neck and cheered, "Wahahaha. Big brother, you're finally here. And, you've come at such a crucial moment. Right at the crucial moment when I'm about to snatch my wife. This is really timely. Awoo. Dog ant. Let go." Xianxia angrily threw him aside and said, "What's going on?" Heh. GMO immediately let go of his hands around his neck, but immediately hugged his arm affectionately. His face was full of excitement. Obviously, he hadn't woken up from the pleasant surprise of being reunited after a long time. He giggled foolishly for a while before coming back to his senses. "Boss, when did you come?" "I just arrived, not more than 4 or 5 days ago." Xianxia glared at him. Xianxia awkwardly tried to pull his arm away, but this guy was hugging him so tightly that he couldn't pull it out. GMO hugged Xianxia's arm like this, raised his face, and led Xianxia inside with a silly smile. Step by step, Xianxia was full of energy. "You haven't said it yet." Xianxia struggled with all his might, and finally pulled his arm out. Motherfew *cur, his skin had been rubbed red. "What do you mean by snatching a wife?" "I heard that you snatched Gaoshing's wife." "It can't be." "Yes, yes, yes." GMO suddenly woke up as if from a dream, and remembered this matter. He jumped in front of Xianxia, and raised his hands and shouted, "Awoo! Dog ant! Boss, I found my own spring." Xianxia's face darkened. He couldn't bear to look at this guy's current appearance. He looked like a monkey in heat. "Found your spring?" Xianxia thought of Huyan Albua's tall and sturdy appearance, and then looked at GMO who was jumping up and down in front of him. He compared the size of the two in his mind, and couldn't help but feel dizzy. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. "That Huyan. Miss?" "Yes." GMO excitedly clapped his hands, and made a loud clap sound. He was beaming with joy, and his eyes were full of longing. "Boss, I remember that time you said that whenever you see a girl you love, your heart will beat faster, and you will feel that the cold wind is intoxicating, the sun is bright, the world is colorful, and the flowers are more fragrant." I am, he let out a happy sigh. "Ever since I met her, I've truly understood that love still exists in this world of mortals. Love. This is such a sacred word. Ah, my love. Ah, my spring." Xianxia couldn't bear it anymore. So, he kicked this guy's ass, and sent him flying. "Get lost. Don't disgust me." GMO let out a strange cry as he was sent flying. He then prostrated himself on the ground like a big horse. But, he quickly got up, and ran back with a drooling face. He then complained, "Big brother. You can't dispel my stubborn pursuit of love. This is inhumane." Xianxia looked up to the sky and sighed. "Even if you use violence to obstruct me, I will still persevere. For the sake of my love, I will fight to the end." Second Master Ji clenched his fists and made a solemn vow. Sigh. Xianxia shook his head weakly. "That Miss Huyan, how is she?" Jimo's eyes brightened when he heard the words Miss Huyan. His saliva almost dripped out of his mouth. Then, he spoke in a voice that was almost roaring, "Beautiful. How beautiful." Every word he spoke caused his body to tremble violently. Xianxia recalled again in his mind. Then, he hung his head weakly. "Where is she beautiful?" "Everywhere is beautiful. Everywhere is beautiful." GMO opened his eyes wide and gasped for breath. Then, he narrowed his eyes. His face was full of fascination. Obviously, he was thinking of Miss Huyan, who he yearned for day and night. "Big brother. You don't know." GMO narrowed his eyes and used a dreamy tone. He gestured with his hands. First, he spread his fingers and made 2 bowl-like shapes. Then, he placed them on his chest. "This place is so big." Then, her 2 hands slid down from her chest to her buttocks in a gentle manner. She twisted her waist like a snake while caressing both sides of her buttocks. "It's so round here." Xianxia looked at him with disgust. He felt that this guy's actions were inconceivable. If it weren't for his strong willpower, he would have vomited a long time ago. GMO pretended to be intoxicated, also. "I feel so safe when I'm with her." Xianxia weakly shook his head and retched. Then, he turned around and walked away. "Big brother. Big brother Chu, why are you going?" GMO hastily jumped in front of him and blocked his path. He looked at him with hidden bitterness. "This reaction of yours hurts a person like me who is immersed in the river of love." Xianxia closed his eyes and said in a tangled manner, "Second Master Ji, you know that I've been hurt by you since a long time ago, when you made your first expression and shouted spring. I'll change." GMO resolutely raised his hand. "I'll change, okay." Xianxia sighed and walked inside. "What's going on? Tell me. If you continue to be so unruly, be careful that I don't join forces with the other brothers to beat you to death. Don't. GMO panicked. He eagerly followed Xianxia and begged for mercy. I haven't seen you for a long time. Don't mention how excited I am when I see you. Look at me, big brother. King level. Then, he curled his arms and bulged his muscles. He looked at Xianxia with a beaming face and winked flirtatiously. Xianxia was completely helpless. Motherf ****, why did I become sworn brothers with such a person? I've really met the wrong person, be serious. Xianxia couldn't bear it anymore and shouted loudly. The matter is. GMO immediately followed Xianxia's advice and told him the story of his romance. It turned out that after GMO and Jizhu had led the troops to Zhonglan battlefront, Grand Duke Jizhu had led the troops to fight a few battles. After that, he had occupied a favorable position and set up camp. He had begun to recuperate. GMO looked at his elder brother drinking wine every day. He was drunk and slept. He was helpless when he woke up. Although GMO was also very lazy, he was still more diligent than his elder brother. Besides, he couldn't stand the disgust of facing Jizhu every day. So, he volunteered to go out to hunt spirit beasts and hone his martial skills. Jizhu had drunk too much at that time. He said in a daze, then get lost, so, GMO got lost. Second Master Ji had gone out alone. And, he had made a name for himself in Zhonglan battlefront. But, he had come across Huyan Elbua's pink core when he had hunted a spirit beast not long ago. The two sides had quarreled over the spirit beast. So, they had fought. Second Master Ji had been besieged by hundreds of beautiful women. And, he had been defeated and captured. GMO had looked up at Xianxia in embarrassment when he had said this. He then smiled in shame, big brother, I've lost face for you. I was captured by a group of women. But, those women were really tough. Motherf ****, they were all good men, Motherf ****. Continue. Xianxia's face had darkened. He frowned and shouted. Yes. GMO repeatedly promised. He wiped his sweat. Then, he continued to speak. Huyan Elbua didn't like Second Master Ji's lazy appearance after he had been captured. So, she wanted to teach him a lesson. She didn't want to do anything to him. She only wanted to beat him up and let him go. But, Second Master Ji was heroic and unyielding. He didn't stop cursing for a day and a night. All the women of the Huyan clan, even the hens, had met with bad luck. Huyan Elbua was tall and sturdy. She looked even more manly than a man. But, she was still an unmarried maiden. So, she was the real deal, therefore, she burst into anger. She rushed to the place where GMO was being held, and beat him up ruthlessly. However, Second Master Ji had become more and more energetic. He had been roaring non-stop. He had been beaten black and blue all over his body. But, he hadn't shown any mercy. Miss Huyan was also panting because of exhaustion. But, Second Master Ji suddenly begged for mercy at this time. He even offered a condition, I'm thirsty. I won't curse as long as you give me enough water to drink. Xianxia smiled when he heard this. I wouldn't have given him any water if it were me. However, Huyan Elbua also felt very apologetic for beating the dignified second master of the Ji clan. So, she saw that GMO had the tendency to admit defeat. So, she wanted to take advantage of this situation to get off the donkey. So, she gave him some water to drink. She didn't expect that after GMO drank some water to moisten his throat, he would start cursing even more fiercely. His throat that had just been moistened was extremely loud and clear. Huyan Elbua thought that she was as intelligent as a man. But, she was tricked by this guy. So, she became angry out of humiliation. So, she tortured GMO even more. But, Second Master Ji didn't care what she did. I'll curse you as long as you don't cut my tongue. I'll hit you if you let me go. However, GMO was the second master of the Ji clan. Huyan Elbua didn't dare to kill him. So, she could only beat him viciously. But, the more she beat him, the fiercer GMO cursed. The two of them were actually wasting time. In the end, Huyan Elbua still didn't let him go. But, she admired this man's stubbornness to the point of prostrating herself in admiration. How many of these pampered and spoiled sons are like GMO? Her fiancé, Gao Sheng, who had been engaged to her since childhood, didn't even dare to take responsibility. He directly ran away, so, the two parties involved were also confused. So, they suddenly stopped beating and cursing. Then, Xianxia began to treat GMO's injuries. GMO felt dizzy. He didn't care if others beat or cursed him. But, when others treated him well, he felt numb. He felt dizzy and enjoyed the beauty's grace for a few days. Then, the two of them unexpectedly fell in love with each other. That day, Second Master Ji was enjoying the great beauty Huyan's service. He couldn't help but feel dizzy and said, "It's so good. Whoever marries you in the future will be really lucky. You're also capable and good-looking. Moreover, you give people a sense of security." He didn't expect that Miss Huyan would unexpectedly reply, "Do you want this kind of luck?" Then, GMO said, "I couldn't ask for more." After saying that, the two of them were startled at the same time. They thought at the same time, "Damn. This matter is feasible." Then, Miss Huyan talked about her engagement with Gao Sheng. After Second Master Ji heard it, he waved his hand heroically and said, "Damn it. Don't worry. I'll do him. You just wait to be my wife." As a result, Second Master Ji raised his voice and shouted, "There's trouble, and it's big trouble." Young Master Gao Sheng of the Gao clan had always been dissatisfied with this marriage. In fact, he didn't hesitate to rebel against his clan, and went to the lower three heavens to hang out with Diwu Qingro. He didn't want to accept that he had such a fiancé. GMO had taken a fancy to Xianxia. Moreover, both of them were happy with each other. So, Gao Sheng should have felt relieved from a heavy burden. At least, he should have unloaded a heavy burden. However, the fact was very wrong. It was one thing to look down on one's own fiancé. It was another thing to not want her. But, it was unacceptable to have someone else snatch her away from him. Especially, this marriage involved the alliance between the Huyan clan and the Gao clan. The alliance would have ceased to exist if this marriage failed. Xianxia would have followed GMO. So, the Huyan clan would have had to form an alliance with the Ji clan. Moreover, the Gao clan and the Ji clan had never seen eye to eye. So, wouldn't this create two powerful enemies? Moreover, young Master Gao couldn't afford to lose face. So, the entire lower three heavens was talking about this. This is too awesome. Second Master GMO has snatched Gao Sheng's fiancé. It's Miss Elba of the Huyan clan. What kind of Fu * king rumor is this? The 8 characters haven't been set yet. Moreover, she's only his fiancé. But, young Master Gao's head has been covered in green grease from time to time, his clan is in danger, and his reputation is in danger. Moreover, this is a great humiliation. This is unbearable. Gao Sheng became angry. He shook his head and issued a statement. "I don't want her. But, she's still my fiancé in name. What's the matter with you, GMO? How can you let go of the humiliation you've inflicted on me? You must clarify the facts in front of the heroes of the world. You must apologize to me. Moreover, your Ji clan must compensate me for the damage to my reputation." GMO obviously wouldn't agree. So, both sides were in a deadlock. But, don't forget that there were many onlookers. Most of the onlookers wished for the world to be in chaos. Therefore, booing sounds came from everywhere. Everyone fanned the flames, and said that these two people were going to have a decisive battle. However, an extremely crucial person appeared at the most critical moment. This person had reversed the entire situation. He was a person who wished for the world to be in chaos. Luo Kudi. This second young master Luo publicly stood out to support GMO. Moreover, one day, after getting drunk, he loudly shouted in a restaurant, "What? This Gao Sheng really doesn't know how to appreciate favors. GMO taking a fancy to your wife is giving you face." This bastard was still unwilling to give up. He was simply asking for a beating. If he dared to raise any more unrealistic delusions, Big Brother would be the first to stand up and slap him in the mouth. No matter what, they had to respond to GMO's decision to pursue pure love. So, they did not hesitate to beat Gaoxing until he became a pig's head. Luo Kudi's words caused the entire Jianghu to explode. Luo Kudi was the newly promoted king-level expert wolf sword. Moreover, his influence in the Luo clan had also risen along with his selection as one of the top 10 experts of the younger generation. His words proved that the Luo clan supported the Ji clan. Not only was the Gao clan furious, but even the Luo clan's people were also furious. This was clearly not the Luo clan's decision. The family hadn't even come up with a decision yet, but second young master Luo had already chosen a side on behalf of the family. Then, Meng Luo Gong of the Meng family stood up to support Gao Sheng. But then, Dong clan's Dong Wushang made a strong appearance. He waved his dark saber, and made his position clear to the world. We support GMO. Li clan's Li Xiong too had always been hot-tempered. He hated evil as if they were his personal enemies. He heard that Gao Sheng's wife had been snatched away. Moreover, the snatcher was extremely arrogant. So, he became hot-headed and confronted Dong Wushang. Therefore, there were already large clans involved in this matter. Gu Duxing appeared at the critical moment like a dark horse. He coldly questioned the world, who dares to snatch my brother's wife? Gao Sheng's wife was snatched away because he was a good-for-nothing. Why do you want to get involved? The three heavens boiled over. Gu Duxing was the representative of the younger generation. So, his old rival Tu Qianhao naturally joined the Li clan and Gao clan's camp without any hesitation. He threw out a sentence with a clear stance, I will deal with Gu Duxing. The three heavens thoroughly boiled over. The 8 great clans had agreed that the two sides would decide the ownership of the beauty on Mt Dingjun of the Tsanglan battlefront on a certain day. The 8 great clans would each send out 2 people to fight with the other side. The last battle would be GMO against Gao Sheng. This was originally a drama of 2 aristocratic clans fighting for affection. But, it unexpectedly swept over the entire 3 heavens, because, Duke Ao Xia Yun, Duke Xia Dan Qiong, Duke O Du Shao, Duke Missouri Tian, and Duke Yin weren't willing to stay silent. So, they all joined in. Anyway, there was nothing to do in the 3 heavens. The 3 Stars Divine clan had also retreated for the time being. So, how could these men be willing to stay silent if they didn't stir up some trouble? However, these 4 men had remained silent. Moreover, they had joined forces to set up a big gambling house. They were betting on who would win between GMO and Gao Sheng. They could place a bet as long as they were interested. It didn't matter how big the bet was. The subordinates of the Dark Bamboo also took advantage of this opportunity to set up an underground betting house. Duke Yu oversaw the heroes of the world with disdain. As a result, the 3 days were in an uproar. There was still half a month left until the day of the war. The heroes of the world would converge on Mt Dingjun at that time. It would be incomparably lively. Moreover, the Black Devil clan, a clan of assassins, had also begun to move out. Many assassination targets would appear here. After all, they were all money. GMO and his brother had already begun to set out for that place. They had arrived near the raging Fire Mountain range on the 2nd day of their journey. Duke GMO had a sudden urge to go to the toilet. So, he found a village and went inside to relieve himself. But, he bumped into Chu Yang when he came out. GMO's narration of the matter had come to an end. Chu Yang's entire body twitched as he listened. His stomach cramped. Is this even possible? You guys agreed to meet there? Chu Yang's heart warmed up. He hadn't expected that his brothers would participate in this farce. Everyone is heading towards Mt Dingjun. We've agreed to meet at the foot of Mt Dingjun. However, we'll surely bump into a few people along the way. They'll either be friends or enemies. GMO laughed in a carefree manner. Well, is there any news about Rui Budong? Chu Yang asked. I heard that a spirit beast has appeared in the ice and snow wilderness in the far north. Many 3 heavens king level and emperor level experts have already lost their lives to this spirit beast. The 3 Stars Divine clan has temporarily retreated. So, this spirit beast has become the biggest threat. Stealing God, Thieving Ghost, and the others have already rushed there. Many other people are also rushing there. We've gathered our forces this time because of this reason. So, we'll all go there together after this matter is over. Jimo's eyes were somewhat fascinated. Big brother, it's a spirit beast. It'll be very cool if we can catch it and use it as a special guest. Yes, it'll be very cool. It'll turn around and swallow you whole. Chu Yang nodded. However, he was thinking about the 12 influential figures of his previous life: Black Devil, Dark Bamboo, Lone Guest, Poison Spirit, Tianji, Li Xiongtu, Black Saber, Qianhao, Xie Gong, Meng Luo, Viburnum Flower, Tianbu Ru. Now, there were 12 of them. Moreover, they were also involved in this matter. Only 3 mysterious figures had been assassinated: young Black Devil, the representative of Black Devil, Jun Shizhu, the leader of Dark Bamboo, and Tianbu Ru. It's really a grand occasion. The 2 men chatted as they caught up with the Ji Clan's team. Then, Chu Yang discovered that there was a carriage in the Ji Clan's team. It was being pulled by 8 fine horses, and was moving forward steadily. My elder brother is inside, cough cough, my elder brother doesn't want to walk. GMO introduced the carriage in a somewhat embarrassed manner. At this moment, a lazy voice came out of the carriage: Second Master Ji, you've come back from taking a dump? Elder brother, we have a distinguished guest. GMO's face darkened. A rustling sound came out of the carriage. Then, the curtain of the carriage was lifted. GMO vigorously jumped to the side at lightning speed. However, Chu Yang didn't know that. He was still waiting for GMO to introduce him. But, the carriage's curtain was lifted, and a strong smell of feet suddenly blew over. Chu Yang choked, and his stomach started to churn. In fact, he almost vomited. His facial features became distorted. GMO laughed on one side. He took pleasure in Chu Yang's misfortune. Then, he saw 2 big and smelly feet stretch out a hand. Then, Grand Duke Jizhu appeared outside the carriage. His hair looked like a chicken's nest. His lapel was half open, and a tuft of black hair was exposed on his chest. His trousers were rolled up, and his 2 hairy legs were exposed. Then, he got down from the carriage. This is... Jizhu looked at Chu Yang, and blinked. He felt that something was wrong. So, he stretched out his hand, and pulled off a piece of booger from the corner of his eye. This is my big brother. GMO jumped up, and waved his hand to command, you guys, get out of the way, get out of the way. Don't block, blow the smell here, I am Chu Yang. Chu Yang reluctantly revealed a smile. Hello, hello. Ayaya. Jizhu enthusiastically held Chu Yang's hand, and shook it repeatedly, the famous brother Chu. Ayaya, Chu Yang was speechless. He felt that his palm was slippery and sticky. GMO looked at his big brother speechlessly. Big brother, when did I tell you? I clearly didn't say it. So what if you didn't say it? Jizhu said casually, since I am your big brother, I will be famous tomorrow. Chu Yang lowered his head speechlessly. Jizhu chatted for a while, and quickly slipped back into the carriage. The wind outside is strong, and I need to take care of my skin. The carriage's curtain was closed. Chu Yang hadn't turned around yet. He felt that there was still a smell lingering around him. He looked around, but didn't find it. He raised his hands and smelled them. Suddenly, he turned his head and retched. His hands were full of the smell of feet, my big brother's habit. GMO said embarrassedly, he likes to scratch his feet. Chu Yang retched again. He lifted his foot, and kicked this bastard to the side. Then, he snatched a water bag, and fiercely scrubbed it a few times. He looked at the carriage with hatred. GMO's big brother is really a genius. Damn it. Damn it. Mo clan, backyard. Mo Qing Wu went back to her room. She put a few gold coins into her pocket. Then, she tilted her head and thought for a while. Then, she untied the bow on her head and put it in her bosom. Then, she thought for a while. Then, she took off her red clothes and changed into a green one. Leave the clan. This was Mo Qing Wu's persistent wish for more than a year. Especially after the marriage proposal a few days ago, Mo Qing Wu had completely lost hope in her clan. She couldn't be protected here. She could only be used as a tool. Over the past year, Mo Qing Wu had been naively hoping that her father would change his mind and that her clan would be kinder to her. After all, it wasn't my fault that my 3E meridian was destroyed. I was the victim. I didn't want the clan to nurture me like before, but, please at least treat me as a child of the clan. Even when the clan was nurturing me, I didn't offend anyone. I greeted everyone with a smile. Everyone praised me for being obedient. Why are they ignoring me now? She had been hoping for a year, but all she got was despair. The marriage proposal of the main clan had extinguished the last bit of light in Mo Qingwu's heart. She wanted to leave here. Leave here and go to Canglan battlefront. Brother Chu Yang's brothers are all there. I just need to find one. I will wait for Brother Chu Yang there, but I have never gone out by myself. This route needs to be carefully planned. Mo Qingwu spent a few days asking around. No matter what was in the house, she wouldn't take it away. First, it belonged to the Mo clan. She didn't want to take it away. Second, if she took it away, she was afraid that she would be discovered immediately. Even her most beloved scabbard was left at home. Everyone in the Mo clan knew that this was Mo Qingwu's most beloved treasure. As long as the scabbard was still there, Mo Qingwu wouldn't disappear. She thought for a long time and tried her best to think thoroughly. Regarding this matter, she had been pondering in her little heart. She didn't discuss it with anyone. She took one last look at the room, and the scabbard on the pillow. Then, she walked out without any reluctance. Mother, I want to go out and play. Mo Qingwu looked at Madame Mo. These days have been so boring. Good. I will immediately send someone to accompany you. Madame Mo was pleasantly surprised. Her daughter had been more and more depressed and silent these days. She was also worried. Now that she finally proposed to go out and play, she could take it as a distraction. At least her mood would be better. There's no need for that. I'll just fly a kite in the nearby grassland. Then, I want to go to the Wild Goose River to look at the river water, and play with the water. While I'm at it, I want to see if I can catch any fish. Mo Qingwu pretended to be lighthearted and smiled. Naughty. Madame Mo said angrily, you are already a big girl, yet you still want to play in the water and catch fish. She muttered to herself irresolutely for a moment before saying, all right. Go, don't forget to come back early. It's okay. I have a few copper coins with me. I can still buy some things. Mo Qingwu took out a dozen copper coins and shook them. Haha, go ahead. Madame Mo did not take it to heart. Then, Mother, your daughter will leave now. Mo Qingwu looked at her mother and said softly. It never occurred to Madame Mo that the words mother, I'm leaving meant that her daughter was saying goodbye to her for a long time. She only stroked her daughter's hair and said sadly, go and relax. Xiao Wu, some things can't be forced. You have to understand the family, Mo Qingwu lowered her head. No one could see that the last bit of light in her eyes was quietly extinguished. Understand the family? You mean sacrificing me, right? I understand the family, but what should I do? She lowered her head and thought for a moment before walking out. Behind her, Madame Mo sighed softly. It was because of her poor aptitude that she was betrothed at an early age. She thought that her daughter was born with 3 meridians and would have a happy life. She did not expect that her daughter would have the same fate as her. Mo Qingwu walked out of the small courtyard briskly. She raised her small face and greeted everyone she saw. She smiled sweetly and walked out. She walked out of the Mo clan's gate. When she walked out of the gate, she even hugged the 2 stone lions at the gate for a while. She jumped on the lion's head and tiptoed to look at the house. The guards at the gate smiled faintly. Miss is already 11 years old and tall, but she is still so naughty. Let's go. Mo Qingwu waved her hand. Under the guard's smile, she turned her head and ran away briskly. The moment she turned her head, Mo Qingwu's eyes were a little red. She bit her lips hard, trying her best not to cry. Then, she raised her head and looked at the morning sun that had just risen. The sunlight shone on her hair, turning it into a light golden color. She walked briskly all the way to the grassland behind the Mo clan's residence. Mo Qingwu held her chin and looked at a few 8-year-old children playing on the grassland for a while. Then she walked all the way to the east and walked to the Wild Goose River. She leaned on the river and looked at something for a while. No one saw that she had smeared something on her face at this moment. Her originally elegant and cute little face suddenly turned black. She saw a small boat coming from afar. There were a few people standing at the bow of the boat, looking at the scenery on both sides of the river with their hands behind their backs. Mo Qingwu then jumped down and jumped onto the riverbed. She first looked at the people on the boat and felt a little relieved. Then she waved her hand vigorously. The boat stopped and an old man walked out. He had a square face and big ears. His hair and beard were all white. He looked at her with amazement. "Little girl, I want to go home." Mo Ching Wu's little mouth flattened and her eyes were red. "My house is right there, just follow the river." "Grandpa, can you give me a ride? I'll give you money." As she spoke, she took out a pitiful amount of silver and looked at the old man pitifully. Mo Ching Wu knew that one shouldn't show off one's wealth. "Poor little girl, did you get separated from your family?" The old man sighed sympathetically. "Come on up, a little girl like you doesn't need silver." "Thank you, Grandpa." Mo Ching Wu obediently bowed and briskly boarded the boat. She hid her small body in the cabin. "My home is in Liuhe town, which is 200 or more than 100 kilometers below us." Mo Ching Wu blinked her eyes and innocently said, "Daddy was doing business, so I followed him out to play. However, I followed a monkey and couldn't find Daddy in the end." Liuhe town. The old man was obviously a very kind old man. Yes, this was also the reason why Mo Ching Wu dared to board the boat. "Next time, don't run around. There are so many bad people." "Poor little girl." The old man sighed and patted Mo Ching Wu's head. "Give the little girl some food." "Are you hungry?" "Yes." She nodded timidly. The old man was just an ordinary businessman and didn't take this matter seriously. Every time before Mo Ching Wu ate or drank, her little hand would intentionally or unintentionally reach into the bowl. On her finger, there was a thin and ordinary-looking ring, the poison testing ring. Although she was young, she was extremely careful. If she fell into someone else's trap, she would never see brother Chu Yang again. Mo Ching Wu secretly looked at the Mo clan's planes which were getting farther and farther away from her cabin. Her eyes were fixed and she bit her lips. Home used to be the place she was most attached to. But now, she had to leave. Mo Ching Wu would no longer exist in the Mo clan. "Mother, take care." When they arrived at Liuhe town, Mo Ching Wu politely bid farewell to the old man and went ashore. She disappeared into a willow forest with a wave of her hand. The old man watched her go with a reluctant look on his face. In this short period of time together, he was already full of love for this well-behaved little girl. "Sir, this young lady has been very vigilant this whole journey." The guard walked behind him and reminded him. "Don't worry about it. A little girl is outside, so it's normal to be vigilant." The old man stroked his beard disapprovingly and said with a smile, "If only this old man had such a granddaughter." He let out a long sigh as he spoke. Mo Ching Wu found the market in Liuhe town and bought a set of gray men's clothing. Then, she changed out of her clothes, put on a hat, and dyed her face a bronze color. Her thin and weak body that had not yet started to develop instantly turned into a thin and ordinary-looking man. Then, she asked around and found a mule and horse company. She spent 10 taels of silver to hire a carriage. She ate and lived in the carriage and headed east. 3 days later, Mo Ching Wu got down from the carriage and bought a horse to pull the carriage with a piece of gold. She mounted the horse and galloped away. Her small figure slowly disappeared into the horizon. At this moment, she was already more than 1,000 miles away from the Mo clan. She was very careful along the way. She had thought about everything hundreds and thousands of times in her heart. Unexpectedly, she was scared but not in danger. However, from now on, she had to travel thousands of miles to the Tsonglan battlefront. She was at a loss on this long journey. She did not know where her future lay. She also did not know how many dangers a child like her would encounter on this journey. Spirit beasts, wild beasts, villains, robbers, thieves, she only knew that she had to go to the Tsonglan battlefront. That was her only hope. In her previous life, Mo Ching Wu also ran away from home because she was forced to marry. In this life, she still walked on the same path. However, in this life, she ran away 2 years earlier than in her previous life. There was another difference. In her previous life, she did not even have the goal of going to the Tsonglan battlefront. After leaving the clan, she found a place to hide. Moreover, her heart was filled with despair, but in this life, at least she had hope and a goal in her heart. At this time, the Mo clan was already in chaos. Mo Ching Wu had disappeared. She did not return that night. Madame Mo felt strange. Together with Mo Xingchen, she went to Mo Ching Wu's small courtyard to check. When they opened the door, they saw that the room was in order. When they opened the bedroom door, they saw that the tattered scabbard was still as usual. It was hidden under the pillow like a treasure, half of it exposed. The two of them were relieved. After all, the surrounding hundreds of miles was the Mo clan's territory. Nothing would happen to Mo Qingwu. But not returning for a night, something was not right. The next day, they went out to inquire and slowly found the riverside. Finally, they confirmed that Mo Qingwu had run away from home. Mo Xingchen was furious. "What are you waiting for?" Mo Xingchen roared, and the entire Mo clan began to move. Generally speaking, where could an 11-year-old girl run to? Even if he ran for more than 10 miles, it wouldn't be that bad, right? Even if he was from an aristocratic family, running a few hundred miles, at the age of 11, he should be considered very awesome, right? Therefore, the people of the Mo clan were very relaxed in the beginning. They didn't take it to heart. But, everyone's faces darkened after 3 days of continuous searching. The entire Mo clan's territory had been thoroughly searched. But, Mo Qingwu was nowhere to be found. Mo Xingchen roared furiously. Great Elder Mo Wu Xian was expressionless as he watched Mo Xingchen reprimand his subordinates. After a long while, Mo Xingchen waved his hand and ordered everyone to scram. Xiao Wu might have decided to leave the family. Mo Wu Xian faintly said, "So, I'm afraid that he's already out of the Mo clan's territory." "How so?" Mo Xingchen widened his eyes. "She's just a little girl, wouldn't it be better for her to stay in the clan? She ran out so heartlessly. What an unfilial daughter. All these years, when has our Mo clan ever treated her unfairly? I'm so pissed off." Mo Wu Xian's eyes flashed as he said, "Since ancient times, girls have always been extroverted. This has never changed. Xiao Wu, she. Haha, Xingchen, don't tell anyone about this. Keep it a secret. Dispatch people to secretly search for them. We can't break the cooperation with the main clan." The marriage contract was maintained. This is the most important thing. Yes. After Mo Xingchen's anger subsided, he became worried again, but Xiao Wu ran out like this, "The people of Jianghu are sinister, how dangerous would that be?" "So what if it's dangerous?" "A crippled Mo Qingwu, even if you are worried about her, what can you do? That's all she can do for the family." Mo Wu Xian said coldly, "The most important thing is that you have to look at the family's interests. Even if Xiao Wu doesn't come back. Meng Luo hasn't seen Xiao Wu, right? He could just find someone to replace him. Our Mo clan should have a lot of girls of this age." "I understand the Grand Elder's meaning." Mo Xingchen was silent for a moment. "Yes, if it's a replacement, we have to act now. We have to be prepared just in case." Mo Wu Xian's skinny face broke into a smile. "It won't be good if we get exposed." "Yes. I have to say, Xingchen, the way you teach your children is still lacking." Mo Wu Xian heaved a long sigh. Then, he said in an exasperated tone, "Look at your son, and look at your daughter. Two of them are fighting for power and profit, and one of them doesn't care about her upbringing. She doesn't know how to repay her family. She runs away from home when things don't go her way." With that, he let out a long sigh and left in a huff. Mo Xingchen sat there in a daze for a while, before his face suddenly contorted. He raised his palm and slammed it onto the table. With a crash, the rosewood table turned into a pile of powder. He muttered to himself, "What do you mean by two sons fighting for power? That's because my son is outstanding. If others wanted to fight for it, would they be able to? What do you mean my daughter only suffered a small blow? First, you beat someone down from heaven to hell, and then you fished him out of hell to make use of him. The price is a lifetime. Who would be able to bear it? Motherf asterisk cur, my mother is my daughter because I'm her father. Who do you think you are?" Mo Xingchen's face twisted. "I can scold her, but others can't." Humph. Of course, he didn't dare to say these words out loud. "Humph, even if I know your hardships, when you come back, this old man will still teach you a good lesson." Mo Xingchen said and left in a huff. Ever since Mo Qingwu rode a fast horse, she was afraid that her family would catch up with her and bring her back. Apart from the necessary rest, she had been riding as fast as she could, hurrying along at the fastest speed possible. After a few days, It was already getting more and more desolate, and the pedestrians on the road were also getting fewer and fewer, but how could Mo Qingwu's delicate body withstand continuous riding? Although she tried her best to bear with it, the inside of her two big legs had already been scraped into a bloody mess. She really couldn't ride a horse anymore. Mo Qingwu could only rest for a while, bandage her wounds, and change to walking. With every step she took, she frowned. It's said to be roaming the Jianghu, roaming the Jianghu. Roaming the Jianghu is also very tiring. Mo Qingwu wiped the sweat on her forehead, pouted her little mouth and said, "They talk about the martial world every day like it's a painting, saying that there's iron blood and gentleness. Who knew that it's not the case at all? Humph, I won't believe their words anymore." She wrinkled her nose. "I didn't see anything else, just feel that there are a lot of mosquitoes. And it's very lonely," she grumbled as she hurried along. At this moment, a cloud of dust rose from behind, and a troop of cavalry swept over like a hurricane. The riders on the horses were all dressed in black armor and black robes, like a huge dark cloud, madly sweeping over. Mo Qingwu hurriedly pulled her thin horse to hide by the side of the road. The troop of horses rumbled past her, and the riders on the horses didn't even look at her from the corner of their eyes, and swept past like a gust of wind. Then, a gorgeous carriage, pulled by 8 handsome black horses, galloped away, their manes flying in the wind. But just as it passed by Mo Qingwu, suddenly someone in the carriage made a "huh" sound. Then, an order was given, and the galloping troop of cavalry in front actually stopped in an instant, and immediately turned their horses around, galloping back. In just a moment, they had already returned to their original spot, and Mo Qingwu and her horse were tightly surrounded. "You! What are you doing?" Mo Qingwu looked at them in panic. Creak, creak, creak. The carriage galloped back, and stopped in front of her. Mo Qingwu clearly felt a strong aura pouring down from the carriage, and faintly felt that there was a pair of sharp eyes looking at her from the carriage. All the riders, including the warhorses, were silent at this moment. After a long time, a voice slowly came out from the carriage. The voice was cold and stern. "An 11-year-old martial master? Very interesting." Mo Qingwu's body tensed up, and she forced herself to be afraid, and asked weakly, "Who are you?" "Who am I?" The person in the carriage laughed coldly, and suddenly said sternly, "I'm asking you now, who are you? What's your name? Where are you from? Where are you going?" The voice was cold, and revealed a sense of absolute authority, clearly showing that if you don't answer well, your head will fall to the ground. Mo Qingwu was intimidated by a strong aura, and almost couldn't lift a finger. Even her own thoughts seemed to be imprisoned, and she couldn't help but speak the truth. But at this moment, a feeling of resentment suddenly rushed from her chest. "I was bullied in the clan, and no one looked up to me. Now that I'm out, I actually meet someone who can bully me as he pleases? Was I, Mo Qingwu, born to be bullied?" Suddenly, a strong feeling of rebellion rushed up, and her mind suddenly became clear, and she said, "My surname is Chu. My name is Chu. Little Yang." Little Yang? The voice of the person in the carriage didn't change, but it made people feel a little amused and surprised. "Where are you from?" "Liuhe Town." "Where are you going?" "To Songlan Battlefront." "What are you going to do there?" "Looking for someone." Mo Qingwu suddenly felt that she was speaking more and more fluently. "Looking for who?" "Looking for my brother." "Who is your brother?" "My brother is called Chu Deong." The person in the carriage suddenly sneered, and said slowly, not bad at all. A 10-year-old kid can actually lie in front of me, and you're actually speaking more and more fluently." "I didn't." Mo Qingwu said in a panic, "I didn't lie." "Didn't lie?" The person in the carriage smiled faintly. "Since you didn't lie, then let me ask you. Are you a man or a woman?" "Man." Mo Qingwu's little face turned pale. "Man?" The person in the carriage snorted coldly, and suddenly said in a stern voice, "Men. Take off his clothes and see if he's a man or a woman." "No, no. I'm a woman, a woman, a woman." Mo Qingwu suddenly grabbed her lapel nervously, squatted on the ground, and shouted loudly. The person in the carriage seemed to laugh, and then said coldly, "You didn't lie, did you?" Mo Qingwu's lips trembled, and she lowered her head. "You're also not called Chu Deong. You shouldn't be from Liuhe town, and you shouldn't be looking for Chu Daong. The person in the carriage said indifferently, however, you're right to go to Tsanglan battlefront to look for someone. Mo Qingwu only felt all the hair on her body stand on end. And the person you're looking for? The person in the carriage said indifferently, should be called Mo Tianji, right? Isn't that right, Miss Mo Qingwu? Mo Qingwu's hair stood on end. This person actually knows my identity? She thought that the person in the carriage was a ghost, and suddenly screamed, who are you? Humph. The person in the carriage didn't answer, and said, I heard that the Mo clan's young miss ran away a few days ago, and I didn't expect to see her today. I really didn't expect that an 11-year-old girl like you would actually run 4,500 miles alone. It's really not easy. Then, he became silent, as if thinking about something, and then said crisply, bring her in. Such a windfall delivered to our doorstep, how can we not take it? When this matter is over, send people to separately look for Mo Tianji and Mo Xingchen, and let them each pay the ransom. The base price is 20 million taels. A voice inside said, this isn't right. After all, she's just a child, and quite pitiful. Even if we find her, we'll just send her home. That cold and harsh voice said resolutely, no. Who is Mo Xingchen? Why should I send him back when I find her? He doesn't deserve to take her back without spending a single cent from me. Mo Tianji also doesn't have this right. He snorted and said, not taking anything, that's even more not our style. Mo Qingwu was sent into the carriage, and she saw that the spacious interior of the carriage was actually covered with the snow-white fur of an ice bear. There was a tea table on both sides, and on one side of the tea table, there was a zither, and on the seat sat a gentle young girl, her starry eyes intoxicated. Opposite her was a black-clothed woman, and she was about 30 or 40 years old. She had willowy eyebrows, starry eyes, and black hair like clouds. If she were younger by a few years, she would have been called a stunning beauty of this generation. However, her face was ice cold, and her eyes were as sharp as a knife. She didn't even need to move, but her imposing aura was as heavy as a mountain, and oppressed people until they couldn't breathe. At this moment, she was coldly sizing up Mo Qingwu, and said in a dense voice, Miss Mo may have heard of my name, I'm called Jun Shizhu. Jun Shizhu? Mo Qingwu almost jumped up. She couldn't help but open her small mouth. He was tongue-tied, this woman is Jun Shizhu? Mo Qingwu couldn't be blamed for being surprised. It was mainly because this name was too famous in the Three Heavens, the leader of the Dark Bamboo, the Alliance Master of the Three Heavens Underworld Forces, Jun Shizhu, in the Three Heavens. This name that exuded an aura of elegance and carried a bit of the style of a hermit was actually a symbol of terror. The Mo clan was rich and powerful. However, they had always kept a respectful distance from the Dark Bamboo. They had never interfered with the Dark Bamboo's business. They would retreat whenever there was a conflict of interest. They couldn't afford to offend him. I had heard that the Wanlu Alliance used to be a big underworld organization. Its leader was surnamed Wan, and his name was Wan Lidan. However, Wan Lidan had turned into an egg ever since Jun Shizhu had risen to power. And the Wanlu League also became the finished league. The entire Wanlu League had tens of thousands of people, but they were uprooted and destroyed by the Dark Bamboo within half a year. It was said that the massacre caused the entire Three Heavens to tremble. However, the most surprising thing was that Jun Shizhu didn't personally go into action. The one who had attacked was the #1 expert under Jun Shizhu's command, Dukyu. Dukyu took care of everything, no matter if it was planning intelligence or leading the troops in battle. Dukyu was a mysterious person who wasn't inferior to Jun Shizhu. It was said that Dukyu had single-handedly killed his way into the headquarters of the Wan Lidan. And, he had chopped down the emperor-level expert of the Wan Lidan. Then, he had killed nearly 30 king-level experts of the Wan Lidan. He had gotten tired of killing them. So, he had eaten a meal at the headquarters of the Wan Lidan. Then, he had strolled out of the headquarters in a leisurely manner. As soon as he walked out, he immediately ordered the general attack. The Wanlu League was like a group of dragons without a leader, and their army was defeated like a mountain yamen. The Dark Bamboo had become the overlord of the underworld after that battle. Mo Qingwu had heard the name of Jun Shizhu more than a dozen times. So, she was already familiar with this mysterious and powerful person. But today, when he finally met him, he had a feeling that meeting him in person is far better than hearing about him. This woman is really amazing. It was such a hot day, and Mo Qingwu was in a sealed carriage. But she was sitting next to Jun Shizhu. Jun Shizhu wasn't circulating her martial power. But Mo Qingwu could still feel a slight chill. Miss Mo, it's been hard on you. Jun Shizhu coldly looked at Mo Qingwu and gently shook her head. I don't like children who lie. But Mo Qingwu suddenly recalled the other party's words about kidnapping and extortion. She couldn't help but plead, but I don't want to go back to the clan, that's not for me to decide. Your father and brother have the final say. Jun Shizhu gently leaned back and indifferently said, 20 million taels per person. So, that's a total of 40 million taels. You can go back if they want you to. But, you can stay with me if they don't want you to go back. As he spoke, he suddenly asked inadvertently, but you're the eldest daughter of the Mo clan. Why don't you want to go back? Boo-hoo. Mo Qingwu was reminded of her sad past. Big drops of sparkling and translucent tears fell down from her eyes. I don't want to go back. Boo-hoo. If I go back, they will force me to get married. The clan needs allies. I don't want to get married. Mo Qingwu cried very sadly. Get married? Jun Shizhu was obviously startled. Jun Lulu also opened her eyes wide in astonishment. Get married? Jun Shizhu looked at the little girl in front of her. Her body hadn't even begun to develop yet. She's so young. The clan wants her to get married in order to rope in allies? Jun Lulu's beautiful eyes couldn't help but reveal a trace of sympathy. She extended her hand, held Mo Qingwu in her bosom, and comforted her. Don't cry, don't cry. Jun Shizhu's complexion turned from white to blue. A trace of pain appeared in her eyes. It seemed as if she had touched upon some painful memory. Her face turned ashen. She suddenly slapped the tea table in front of her with a bang, and angrily cursed, F***CKMO Xingchen. He's forcing his 11-year-old daughter to get married. He doesn't have the least bit of humanity. Mo clan. A bunch of bastards. With a bang, a palm-shaped hole immediately appeared on the white crystal tea table. This palm shape went straight down, and a palm-shaped hole appeared on the floor of the carriage. Looking down from the hole, one could see that the ground was rapidly receding along with the carriage's advance. Jun Lulu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She rolled her eyes. My elder sister is good at everything. But, she curses people whenever her temper flares up. Moreover, she curses in a very manly manner. Jun Shizhu's complexion turned ice-cold. Her chest heaved up and down. It was clear that she was angry because of what Mo Qingwu had said. In fact, the Mo clan only wanted Mo Qingwu to get engaged. This was completely different from getting married. But, what did Mo Qingwu know now? Jun Shizhu felt that the Mo clan was worse than a dog or a pig in her heart. What does it mean for an 11-year-old girl to get married? Needless to say, this is inhumane. Moreover, this is the biological daughter of the Mo clan's clan lord, Mo Xingchen. Her biological father is forcing his daughter to get married at the age of 11 for the sake of the clan's interests? This is a bastard to the extreme. Elder sister, you see. Jun Lulu's heart was overflowing with sympathy. She felt Mo Qingwu's thin and weak body trembling in her arms. And, she couldn't help but feel a strong desire to protect her. Humph. The anger in Jun Shizhu's eyes receded like a tide. She insipidly said, we'll carry out the original plan. But, Mo Tianyun will also be involved. Let Mo Xingchen, Mo Tianji, and Mo Tianyun send 20 million each. Tell them that one of them must take out all the money. No, all three of them must take out the money. Kill the hostage if even one of them is missing. Ah? Jun Lulu was gobsmacked. Wash her face. Let me take a look. Jun Shizhu's eyes narrowed. What's a good little girl like this for? A trace of amazement flashed through Jun Shizhu's eyes when Mo Qingwu came back after washing her face. She's really a beauty. Hee hee. Eh? She suddenly looked at Mo Qingwu's eyebrows as she said this. Young Miss Mo, come here. Let me take a look at you. Jun Shizhu beckoned her. Oh. Mo Qing. Wu timidly complied. Then, she obediently walked over. She was young, and had been captured. But, she had a clear feeling that these two women wouldn't harm her. Jun Shiju looked at her, and finally nodded in satisfaction. Then, she felt strange again. It's strange. Her eyebrows are full of yin. This is a 3-yin body. So, she must have 3-yin meridians. Are the people of the Mo clan blind? Are they all Fu*King senile? Such a genius with 3-yin meridians wants to get married at the age of 11? I really don't get it. My 3-yin meridians are already crippled. Mo Qingwu timidly said. Crippled? Nonsense. Jun Shiju was startled. Then, she berated her. It's really crippled. Here I am. Mo Qingwu stretched out her hand and pointed. The people of the Black Devil clan once chopped my 3-yin meridians. And, my 3-yin meridians were crippled. Oh? How can your eyebrows still gather yin when your 3-yin meridians are crippled? Jun Shiju pulled her over, and placed her hand on her wrist. Then, she operated her martial power to examine her. She couldn't help but nod. Your 3-yin meridians are indeed crippled. No wonder the Mo clan gave up. But why is this so strange? She withdrew her hand, and frowned. She pondered hard. This shouldn't be the case. Her 3-yin meridians are crippled. So, the yin energy on her eyebrows should dissipate immediately. So, why hasn't hers dissipated? She thought for a while. Then, she grabbed Mo Qingwu's hand, and examined it carefully. A long while passed. Then, she suddenly withdrew her hand at lightning speed. She sucked in a cold breath. Did someone treat you? Yes. Mo Qingwu innocently blinked her eyes. Who? I heard from elder brother Chu. That person is called Dusher Qing. Mo Qingwu almost blurted out Chu Yang's name. Dusher Qing? Jun Shiju rolled her eyes. Who else could it be if he didn't have this ability? No. Mo Qingwu also blinked her eyes in astonishment. Really, no. That's not right. Jun Shiju frowned and pondered. Elder sister, what's wrong? Jun Lulu asked with a smile. Someone put a trace of a strange power in her damaged 3-yin meridians. And, it's because of this power that her 3-yin meridians are still intact even though they've been crippled. This will increase her pain a lot. But, she'll recover her exceptional talent once she's cured. She frowned in bewilderment. Her 3-yin meridians would have been destroyed forever if it hadn't been for this mysterious power. But, this power clearly left a trace of hope for her recovery. Even though this hope is extremely slim. Hope? Jun Lulu was puzzled. It's equivalent to having no hope. Anyway, I can't think of any solution with my knowledge and experience. It would be useless even if she were to eat all kinds of wonderful medicines. Jun Shiju knitted her brows, but why would that person leave such a trace of hope? He's so powerful. So, he should have known that there's no hope. Powerful? Jun Lulu was startled. This was the first time that she had heard her elder sister say these words. Jun Shiju would rather break than bend. She had never admitted that there were any powerful people in the 3 heavens. However, she had willingly said these words this time. Powerful. Yes, powerful. Jun Shiju solemnly said, the person who left her this trace of hope has used the power of his spirit. This is different from the world's vitality. Moreover, the degree of strength of this spirit. Jun Shiju took a deep breath and said, I'll be far inferior to him even if I practice for 1,000 years. I'll be far inferior to him even if I practice for 1,000 years. Jun Lulu was completely shocked. She knew what level her elder sister was at now. But, even her elder sister had said I'll be far inferior to him even if I practice for 1,000 years. So, the strength of this person who had left Mo Qingwu a trace of hope could be imagined. Supreme? Jun Lulu only had these 2 words left in her heart. Not necessarily. He may not necessarily be a supreme. Jun Shiju said in a heavy tone. Then, a doubtful and uncertain look flashed in her eyes. In fact, there was even a trace of perplexity in her eyes. She then said word by word, this kind of spirit power. I'm afraid even a supreme can't do it. PFFF, cough 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 cough. Jun Lulu was nervously drinking a mouthful of water. But she suddenly choked when she heard these words. And she coughed violently. Even a supreme can't do it. These words are unimaginable. Little girl, you're not deceiving me, right? Jun Shiju narrowed her eyes and looked at Mo Qingwu. At this moment, he suddenly felt a sense of dread towards this pitiful little girl. This little girl isn't simple. How important is the power of the spirit? The power of the spirit is the foundation of everything for a powerhouse. But, a powerhouse who can't even reach the level of a supreme level expert has consumed his own spirit power to leave a glimmer of hope for this little girl. The reason for this is thought-provoking. Jun Lulu wasn't the only one who was flabbergasted. Even Jun Shiju's heart was in turmoil. Think about it carefully. Is it true that no one has treated you? Jun Shiju stared at Mo Qingwu's eyes. Mo Qingwu blankly shook her head. Her eyes were clear and innocent. Jun Shiju was defeated by her clear eyes. She sat back on the brocade couch and rubbed her brows. Then, she muttered to herself, that's right. Little girl, you wouldn't have felt anything if such a powerhouse didn't want you to know about it. Then, everything would be over. Elder sister, I've thought of a possibility. Jun Lulu finally finished coughing. She frowned and pondered. Then, her eyes suddenly lit up. What possibility? Jun Shiju asked in a heavy voice. I guess, a peerless genius must have passed by after little sister Mo got injured. Moreover, he must have come to her rescue. Jun Lulu analyzed, but this genius immediately discovered that even he couldn't do anything about the destruction of her 3 meridians, so, for the sake of the face problem, yes, for the sake of the face problem, he didn't appear. Jun Shiju frowned and pondered. She then understood everything. Similarly, for the sake of the face problem, this genius left behind a wisp of his spirit power. And he went to the ends of the earth to find a solution. He would have come back to help her heal her 3 meridians if he had found a solution? I think so. Jun Lulu nodded affirmatively. It's reasonable to think so. Jun Shiju looked at Mo Qingwu and suddenly asked, Young Miss Mo, you didn't return to the clan. Did you not understand the clan's decision? Mo Qingwu tightly pursed her lips. Her eyes flashed with hatred. Do you hate them? The look on Jun Shiju's face became even more profound. Mo Qingwu suddenly remembered her father's heartlessness, her mother's helplessness, her elder brother's persecution, the great elder's callousness, and the heart-wrenching pain of having her treasured saber taken away. She couldn't help but shed tears. She couldn't say the word hate, but the look in her eyes had already explained everything. Tell me about it. Jun Shiju's complexion softened. Jun Lulu lovingly held Mo Qingwu in her arms, and comforted her in a soft voice. Mo Qingwu's eyes turned red. She couldn't help but start to sob. She felt Jun Lulu's kindness. But, she also felt that her heart was full of grievances. So, she almost couldn't breathe. So, she started to speak intermittently. The more Jun Shiju heard, the weirder her complexion became. In fact, it seemed as if she was rolling around while holding her belly. Ha 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 ha. Jun Shiju looked at Mo Qingwu, and sized her up. From left to right. It seemed as if she had found a peerless treasure. She couldn't help but burst into loud laughter. Elder sister, what are you laughing at? Jun Lulu was puzzled. She was somewhat rebuking Mo Qingwu at the same time. She was overflowing with sympathy as she listened to Mo Qingwu's story. But, she hadn't expected that her elder sister Jun Shiju would laugh so happily. This little sister is so pitiful. But, you're still laughing while listening to such a cruel experience? You don't have any sympathy, right? Mo Qingwu puffed up her cheeks, and looked at Jun Shiju angrily. Ha ha. I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing, ha ha ha, I can't help it. Jun Shiju kept laughing. And, she stopped after a while. Jun Lulu and Mo Qingwu were looking at her as if they were looking at a monster. I am laughing, the Mo clan is going to bang their heads against the wall in regret this time. Ha ha, that old bastard Mo Wu Xian always thinks that he's smart. He calculates this and that every day. He even calculates his own scheme. Mo Xingchen's face is even more shrewd. He thinks that his wisdom is unparalleled. He doesn't care about anyone in the upper three heavens. Jun Shiju was laughing so hard that she was rocking back and forth. This was the first time she had laughed so happily in so many years. It wasn't because of anything else, it was because this matter was simply too hilarious. These two bastards must have never thought that they would have taken away an opportunity to lead the Mo clan to the upper three heavens. They would have forced away the number one treasure of the upper and lower heavens. Jun Lulu thought for a while, and couldn't help but giggle. Jun Shiju's words were very reasonable. Which expert had left behind such a wisp of his spirit power? It wasn't because he was bored. His unwillingness to admit defeat in dealing with difficult and complicated diseases obviously couldn't explain the purpose of leaving behind such a precious spirit power. There must have been only one purpose. He had taken a fancy to Mo Qingwu. Or, he had taken a fancy to Mo Qingwu's aptitude, therefore, he would have come back. It would have been a perfect ending as long as he came back. The Mo clan would have ascended to the heavens if they had continued to dote on Mo Qingwu until that expert came back. After all, they had taken away the bloodline of that expert. So, how could they not give him some benefits? Such an expert would have been enough for the Mo clan to enjoy endlessly even if he had only left behind a little something between his fingers. Moreover, Mo Qingwu would have acted coquettishly for the sake of their old relationship. If she acted coquettishly for her beloved disciple, that would have been a peerless weapon to deal with such an expert. He would have been able to do whatever he wanted in the upper three heavens with his strength far surpassing that of a supreme-level expert. He would have been invincible with just one hand. In fact, he wouldn't have needed to do anything. He would have only needed to say a few words, and the Mo clan would have become a super clan of the upper three heavens. The Mo clan would have been able to stand on equal footing with the dominant clans of the upper three heavens with Mo Qingwu around. Moreover, Mo Qingwu's path of cultivation would have been smooth since she had such an abnormal master. It wouldn't have been long, the Mo clan would have been the overlord of the entire upper three heavens by that time. Moreover, no one would have dared to provoke them, and there was only one reason for all of this: Mo Qingwu. Mo Qingwu could be regarded as the number one treasure of the upper and lower heavens from this point of view. Jun Shiju wasn't exaggerating about this, however. The Mo clan had ruthlessly offended this treasure that had originally belonged to them. They hadn't comforted her after her 3 meridians had been destroyed. Instead, they'd hit her when she was down. Moreover, they'd snatched her treasured saber. Jun Shiju was now convinced that Mo Qingwu's saber was the number one divine saber in the upper three heavens. How could a gift from a mysterious expert be bad? This saber was clearly a hint from that mysterious peerless expert to the Mo clan. There will be many benefits as long as you take good care of Mo Qingwu. This was a very obvious matter. Otherwise, who would have given such a shocking treasured saber to a little girl? It was a pity that those people of the Mo clan hadn't been able to detect the existence of the spiritual power. So, they'd ignored such an obvious hint. They'd been blinded by greed, and had snatched the treasured saber. This Motherfu Kerr was simply trying to hang himself. He was simply impatient to the extreme. Moreover, he'd gone from bad to worse. He'd even forced an 11-year-old girl like Mo Qingwu to get married. Perhaps, the Mo clan wouldn't be able to survive if that expert were to find out about this. It had to be said that Jun Shiju's guess was completely opposite. The so-called peerless expert that they'd guessed didn't exist. The spiritual power that had been left behind in Mo Qingwu's body was a wisp of power that the sword spirit had left behind to preserve Mo Qingwu's 3 meridians. Mo Qingwu didn't know about this. Chu Yang also didn't know about it. The sword spirit had done this so that the tribulation sword master wouldn't have any regrets in his life. Especially, this was Mo Qingwu. She was the person Chu Yang was most obsessed with. The tribulation sword master had been reborn for Mo Qingwu. How could the sword spirit dare to neglect? However, Jun Shiju's guess was completely correct from a certain point of view. That was because Chu Yang was the tribulation sword master. Would Chu Yang treat his father-in-law's family unfairly as long as the Mo clan treated Mo Qingwu well? Then, the Mo clan would have a place in the upper three heavens when it underwent a revolution. There was no doubt about this. However, things had come to this point now. Chu Yang was already giving face to Mo Qingwu by not exterminating the Mo clan. So, how could he give the Mo clan any benefits? According to Chu Yang's character, at least half of the Mo clan's people would have to die in order to barely vent his anger. Therefore, it could be said that Jun Shiju's words were inadvertently correct. I'm thinking. What would the expressions on the faces of Mo Wu Xian and Mo Xingchen if they knew about this? Jun Shiju laughed wildly. Mo Wu Xian would certainly die of anger on the spot. Mo Xingchen's face would also be very wonderful. Unfortunately, I won't be able to see it. She laughed for a while. Then, she stroked her chin and looked at Mo Qingwu. Then, she gently smiled and said, such a treasure has fallen into my hands from the sky. How could I let it go? It would be intolerable if I let it go. These words were purely calculated. Moreover, they shouldn't have been spoken in front of Mo Qingwu. However, Jun Shiju didn't seem to have the slightest scruple. She had just said it out loud. Even Jun Lulu was startled by this point. This little girl looks delicate and pitiful. But, she's very crafty. Do you think that she won't be able to guess it if I don't say it? It would seem that we're sinister if we don't say it. It's better to say it openly. I want to bask in the glory. What's wrong with that? This is an open and above-board matter. So, why do I have to be so sneaky? Jun Shiju mischievously smiled and looked at Mo Qingwu. Miss Mo, don't you think so? Mo Qingwu had been listening attentively. She couldn't help but nod in agreement, yes. She knew that something was wrong after she had finished speaking. But, Jun Shiju had already laughed. Mo Qingwu had indeed thought so in her heart. Jun Shiju's analysis had been right in front of her. Mo Qingwu was extremely intelligent. So, how could she not understand the importance of this? She would have felt awkward if Jun Shiju hadn't said it. However, Mo Qingwu felt somewhat relieved in her heart now that she had said it so straightforwardly. A true villain is not to be feared, because all his overt schemes are not schemes, but overt schemes. The most frightening thing was the fake monarch. Jun Shiju was also helpless. She also wanted to make a fortune in secret. It wouldn't be difficult for her to conceal her wealth from Mo Qingwu today. However, that expert would come in the future. How could such a peerless expert not see that she was small in comparison? That would only backfire on him. Perhaps the dark bamboo would be destroyed because of this. Therefore, after thinking for a long time, she decided to be honest with him now. We are the underworld forces. And, isn't this what the underworld forces pursue? Jun Shiju said, let those fake monarchs cry. This is how I am. Miss Mo, you have nowhere to go for the time being. So, why don't you stay here for the time being? Jun Shiju asked with a smile. Then, I still have to go to the Tsanglan battlefront. Mo Qingwu opened her big round eyes. It doesn't matter. We are also going to the Tsanglan battlefront. Jun Shiju chuckled, it won't be a problem if we travel together. However, are you really going to the Tsanglan battlefront to look for Mo Tianji? No. Mo Qingwu recalled how second brother had lowered his head and refused to look at her when she was at her most helpless. Suddenly, her heart ached, and her eyes reddened again. I'm not going to look for him. Oh? Jun Jingzhu was stunned. Then who are you looking for? I am looking for Big Brother Gudu Xing, Big Brother GMO, Big Brother Luo Kudi, Big Brother Dong Wushang, Big Brother Jibu Tong. Mo Qingwu counted with her fingers one by one. Jun Shiju. I didn't think that this little girl would have such a wide circle of friends. She even has 4 of the top 10 new young experts. Moreover, she also has the sole successor of the stealing god and thieving ghost. Who are they to you? They are my elder brother Chu's brothers. Mo Qingwu said with certainty, I'll find them and wait for elder brother Chu to come. Brother Chu? Jun Shiju wrinkled her brows. She suddenly recalled the words Chu Xiaoyang, Chu De Yang that she had said in the exam. Her heart suddenly moved, and she said, your elder brother Chu. Chu Yang? The famous king of hell Chu of the lower 3 heavens? Mo Qingwu blinked a few times. She had already regained her usual shrewdness and said, yes, that's my elder brother Chu Yang. Humph, since I'm such an important person in your heart, then surely you won't dare to do anything to my elder brother Chu Yang. King of Hell Chu has sent 3 people. Jun Shiju's complexion sank. She then gently shifted her gaze towards Jun Lulu. She pondered for a long while, and then said, Ah Lu, King of Hell Chu, has a friendship with you, right? I heard that King of Hell Chu helped you a lot when you broke through the heavenly zither sound face. Yes. Jun Lulu had always been grateful to Chu Yang in her heart. So, she replied without hesitation, that King of Hell Chu Yang is indeed a rare man in this world. Mo Qing Wu's eyes suddenly flashed with a proud light. Her small face seemed to be glowing under this banner. She was so excited that her delicate body began to tremble. My brother Chu Yang, he was well versed in both martial arts and was a rare man in the world. This is the evaluation of my elder brother Chu Yang. Did brother Chu Yang teach you how to play the zither? Mo Qing Wu curiously looked at Jun Lulu. Yes, Jun Lulu replied with a smile, it's all thanks to him. Mo Qing Wu suddenly felt stifled in her heart. She looked at Jun Lulu's eyes with intense hostility. Mo Qing Wu obviously didn't know anything about love at her age. She also didn't have such thoughts. But, she didn't know why she felt hostility towards this banner. She just felt uncomfortable. Humph. Her small face turned away, and she angrily turned her head away. Oh my. Jun Lulu pointed at her in amazement, and laughed, this little girl is jealous, ha ha. Mo Qing Wu pouted her small mouth, and sulked. Jun Lulu deliberately teased her. She then said in a nostalgic tone, also. Chu Yang is very handsome. His voice is very pleasant to listen to. He plays the zither well. Little Wu, have you ever heard your brother Chu Yang play the zither? Humph. Mo Qing Wu's voice became even louder. She felt extremely aggrieved. I haven't heard it. Boo-hoo, brother Chu Yang plays the zither for this woman. He doesn't play for me. Boo-hoo, I'm so sad. Chu Yang would have spat out a mouthful of blood if he were here. I can't play the zither. Who did I play it for? I'm being wrongly accused, ha ha ha. Jun Lulu giggled. She looked like a little hen who had stolen food to eat. Well, little Wu saw Chu Yang and asked him to play for you. Then, she left. Jun Shiju came out to smooth things over. She thought that Chu Yang's zither skills were naturally good since he could instruct Jun Lulu to play the zither. Wouldn't playing the zither and coaxing a little girl be a piece of cake? Little did he know that these words had put King of Hell Chu in an awkward situation where he was at the end of his rope and had nowhere to go. Mo Qing Wu's eyes lit up. Well, elder sister, since this is the case, should we stop extorting money from the Mo clan? Should we cancel our original plan? Jun Lulu glanced at Mo Qing Wu. She stopped laughing, and asked Jun Shiju. Oh? That won't do. Jun Shiju flatly refused. She coldly said, we are a force of the underworld. So, we can't lose our position as an underworld force. Ah? Jun Lulu blinked. She was extremely surprised. Mo Qing Wu also blinked her eyes in confusion. But, wouldn't little Wu have to return the money to them once they get it? Perhaps, they would force her to get married once she goes back. Jun Lulu was somewhat anxious. Ah Lu, you've been with me for so many years. How can you not recognize our position? Jun Shiju helplessly frowned and said, who am I? I'm Jun Shiju. Eh? The Mo clan wants to take her away after getting the money? How can they let her go so easily? Jun Shiju held Mo Qing Wu in her arms. She mischievously smiled, little Wu is such a treasure. How can I return her to them? That would be a dream. Ah? You won't return her. Could it be that you want to eat 10 million for free? Jun Lulu was surprised, this isn't good, right? Because we are an underworld force. What is an underworld force? This is an underworld force. Jun Shiju said in a profound manner. Jun Lulu was obviously confused and disoriented. Elder sister, you often say that even a thief has a moral code. Yes, even a thief has a moral code. This is my moral code. Jun Shiju glared at her, what I get is my moral code. What's the matter? Ask 3 people, and tell them that I, Jun Shiju, have said so. Who dares to say that I'm wrong? Jun Lulu was left speechless. It seems that elder sister is determined to blackmail the Mo clan. This is also a way to vent little Wu's anger. Humph, they cruelly bullied and mistreated my darling little Wu. so, how can they not pay the price? Jun Shizhu changed the topic, and gave an extremely far-fetched reason. However, Mo Qingwu's eyes lit up. She suddenly felt that Jun Shizhu had become a bit more cordial. Jun Lulu was dumbfounded. Tell me about King of Hell Chu. Little Wu is also very interested in him, Jun Shizhu said with a smile. Mo Qingwu's eyes lit up. This elder sister looks fierce. But, she's actually a good person. She knows what I want to hear, King of Hell Chu? Jun Lulu stared blankly for a moment. She recalled the street corner with Chu Yang. Then, she sorted out her thoughts, and started to speak. Jun Shizhu listened in silence. Then, she suddenly interrupted and said, so, Chu Yang has 5 sworn brothers. Gu Du Xing, Luo Kedi, and Gmo Dongwu Shang, Rui Butong, right? Yes, Jun Lulu thought for a moment, and affirmed. These people are very famous now. They clearly have a bright future ahead of them. But, you haven't noticed that 3 of these brothers of Chu Yang are the second duke of their respective big clans. Yin Butong is the younger brother of Stealing God and Thieving Ghost. He's free to do as he pleases in the 3 heavens. And, Gu Du Xing was tantamount to a hired thug of the Gu clan when he became sworn brothers with Chu Yang. And, Gu Du Xing became the young clan lord after the 2 dukes of the Gu clan died in an accident. Jun Shizhu's eyes flashed with brilliance. They are all such characters, why? Jun Lulu was startled. She hadn't thought of this. King of Hell Chu, it seems that his ambition isn't small. His ambition is very broad. Jun Shizhu coldly said. However, she had wrongly accused Chu Yang. After all, these people had been roped in by Gu Du Xing. That's not necessarily the case. After all, King of Hell Chu's strength is still very small. And, his brothers are included as well. They are in the limelight now. But, they can vanish like smoke overnight if we deliberately deal with them. Jun Lulu thought for a moment, and said with uncertainty. Not necessarily. Jun Shizhu pondered. Jun Lulu remained silent. Mo Qingwu blinked her big eyes. She was still pondering over what Jun Lulu had said. Elder brother Chu Yang, King of Hell Chu, used thunderous methods to subdue Iron Cloud. Wanli broke through the continent alone. He stirred up the world by himself. Elder brother Chu Yang is awesome. Elder brother Chu Yang is the most awesome. Mo Qingwu's eyes flashed with light. Her heart was infinitely satisfied. It seemed that she had also felt the same way about those world-shaking things that Chu Yang had done. She felt extremely glorious, and extremely proud. Jun Shizhu snorted, and closed her eyes to rest. However, he was thinking in his heart, there are only 2 people in the lower 3 heavens who can benefit from this if that mysterious expert comes. One is King of Hell Chu, who is about to come up from the lower 3 heavens. As for the other one, as long as I operate well and win over Mo Qingwu, it will undoubtedly be me. But, how to deal with Chu Yang? Is he an opponent or an ally? This is a problem. That Chu Yang isn't simple either. Jun Shizhu quickly began to calculate. What will the consequences be if I kill Chu Yang? What will the consequences be if I maintain a good relationship with Chu Yang? The aura on her body was somewhat cold and murderous for a while. Then, it was somewhat warm like a spring breeze. Her aura had changed in an instant. However, Mo Qingwu's heart was full of lively thoughts. It seems that there is no danger for the time being. This dark bamboo looks very scary. But, she seems to be very kind to me now. Moreover, she seems to be plotting something. I don't know if I should ask her to help elder brother Chu Yang. After all, elder brother Chu Yang is a stranger in the upper 3 heavens. He will be under a lot of pressure if dark bamboo is willing to help him. The wind was whistling outside as the carriage continued to move forward. There were 3 women in the carriage. Some were old, and some were young. All of them were thinking about their own matters. Reporting to Minister Jun, the 3 letters for the Mo clan have already been sent out. A voice came in from outside. Jun Shizhu nodded indifferently and replied with a Jun Shizhu opened her eyes after a long while. Then, she said, Alu, send an order to Dukyu. Tell him to adjust the betting odds of Gmo's victory to 1/5. Ah? Jun Lulu was startled. So high? Yes. Jun Shizhu gently nodded. Then, she thought for a moment and said, find a way to transfer the hidden bid to the open bid after adjusting the odds of the hidden bid. And, Duke, you will give up the banker. He will let Ao Xia Yun, O Du Xiao, Mo Tian Yun, and Xia Dan Xiong become the main bankers. She thought for a moment and said, let him continue to bet on Gmo's victory after he gives up the banker. In short, the higher the betting odds, the better. Jun Lulu was even more bewildered. GMO and the others' chances of winning aren't high. And it'll be even more difficult to deal with them now. Moreover, the banker will make a big profit if they lose. So, why would elder sister give up such a huge profit? Jun Lulu was at a loss. This was a huge bet that had gathered all the aristocratic clans of the three heavens. The profit was unimaginable. So, Jun Shiju wanted to give it up? Give up such a huge profit? Jun Shiju snorted and said, why would I? Are you so sure that GMO and the others will lose? Is there any suspense in this? Jun Lulu's forehead was sweating. Gaoxing's side is full of genuine first-rate heirs of great aristocratic clans. And Gmo's side is basically a group of two dukes. Moreover, these people are among the top 10 experts of the younger generation. It's clear at a glance who will win and who will lose. Haha. Jun Shiju faintly smiled and said, in addition, mobilize another 500 million silver taels. And, bet on Gmo's victory on the last day of the bet. Jun Lulu nearly fell down from her chair. Elder sister, are you crazy? Jun Lulu exclaimed. I know what I'm doing. Jun Shiju faintly smiled and said, this is a big gift from our dark bamboo to King of Helchu's brothers. Let's see if they can take it. Jun Shiju had already made up her mind at this moment. I will make friends with King of Helchu at all costs. However, Jun Shiju had a precondition for doing so, GMO and the others must win. If GMO and the others were still defeated after paying such a huge price, then it would be a complete loss. Not only would they not be good people, but they would also lose money and become enemies. It was a huge gift. Jun Lulu was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Where did her elder sister's confidence come from, giving up the banker of the gambling house, taking out 500 million taels of silver, and lowering the odds of winning? This was equivalent to throwing out 1.5 billion taels of silver. Although she knew that her elder sister had always been bold, this time, her boldness was really a little too much. Jun Shiju shook her head when she saw the doubt on her younger sister's face. She then comforted her, don't worry. GMO will win. Jun Lulu was stunned. This? Elder sister Ah Lu, where are we going? Mo Qingwu tilted her head. She had heard the names of GMO and the others, and had pricked up her ears. We are going to the place you want to go. Jun Lulu gently smiled, your elder brothers are there. Mo Qingwu's small face lit up with excitement. Little Wu. But, you have to think clearly. They won't be able to protect you if the Mo clan goes to ask for you if you're with them, Jun Shiju frowned. They can't. Protect me? Mo Qingwu had wholeheartedly rushed out. But, she hadn't thought of this point. She couldn't help but feel somewhat perplexed as she heard this. Yes, they can't protect you. Jun Lulu also sighed, you are the daughter of the Mo clan after all. The Mo clan has a righteous reason to want you. But, it would be taboo if they don't hand you over. Moreover, those people are second duke. They don't have any real power in their respective clans. So, their clans won't offend a huge force like the Mo clan for them. Mo Qingwu's complexion suddenly turned pale. These words were absolutely the truth. Mo Qingwu believed that her brothers would protect her at all costs as long as she went there. But, her brothers wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure of her own clan if they were to step in. Moreover, the pressure from the other great clans would also be exerted on them. She would have implicated them if that happened. Stay here with me. Jun Shiju insipidly said, all the big clans will come to me in 3 days to ask for you. And, I'll send them all the same, get lost. Mo Qingwu hesitated. Jun Shiju's words had a certain purpose. But, she wasn't wrong at all. Her elder brothers wouldn't be able to protect her if this news were to leak out. So, the only one who could protect her was, I hope that you can stay here. First of all, we are both women. I can teach you some things. I can also help you gain experience in Jianghu. I can also shield you from all the storms. And, I can also safely wait for your elder brother Chuyang. Jun Shizhu insipidly said. She had made up her mind to help Mo Qingwu since she had heard that her clan had forced her to marry. This had nothing to do with benefits. As for the conjecture that her 3 meridians had caused, it was only later. I have to think about it. Mo Qingwu frowned. She couldn't make up her mind. Jun Shizhu faintly smiled. She didn't speak anymore. She knew that such a question and a choice in front of such a little girl was indeed somewhat profound. But, Jun Shizhu believed that Mo Qingwu could understand it. She had her own plans for where to go from here. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for an 11-year-old girl to escape for 4,000 miles by herself. This required not only courage, but also wisdom. This seemingly delicate girl had already been tempered by her own clan, and had become unyielding in her bones. Jun Shizhu was very appreciative of this. She also wanted to see how far this lovely girl could go if Mo Qingwu accepted her teachings. Would she be stronger than me? A strange noise came from the front. It seemed that the procession had slowed down. Minister Jun, the people of the Huang clan are hurrying ahead. But, they are somewhat slow. Shuiji has already sent people to make an exception. He wants them to get out of the way, a respectful voice reported from outside. Kill them all if they don't get out of the way within 3 breaths. Jun Shizhu didn't even lift her eyelids. She insipidly said, who would dare to block my way within 3 days? You still want to ask such a thing? Song Zhongwu, have you lost your mind? Yes. Yes. This subordinate will do it right away. The voice outside quickly went away. It fiercely resounded from afar, people of the Huang clan, listen up. Kill them all if they don't get out of the way within 3 breaths. 1, 2 then, a panic-stricken and shrill voice resounded, ah, how can you be so unreasonable? A hideous smile was heard, we are the reason. Motherfew *Ker, you want to reason with the people of our dark bamboo. This is the first time I've encountered such a pervert. 3. Will you get out of the way? Then, a burst of chaotic sound was heard. It seemed that those people had been driven into the ditch. The speed of the dark bamboo's troops increased again. They whistled like a wild dragon. Mo Qingwu couldn't help but lift the curtain of the carriage and look outside. She saw that there were cliffs on both sides of the road. Those people of the Huang clan were standing on the edge of the cliff with anger and humiliation written all over their faces. Their heels had even reached the edge of the cliff. They were standing perfectly straight. The muscles of their entire bodies were stretched tight. They were afraid that they would fall down. The cavalry of the dark bamboo swept past their faces in such an ostentatious manner. Their tongues were raised in the wind, and they were continuously slapping these people's bodies and faces. They were laughing wildly without any fear, several screams resounded. It seemed that several people had been beaten down, and had fallen down the cliff. However, no one dared to curse or rebel. Mo Qingwu put down the curtain of the carriage, and sighed. Jun Shizhu opened her eyes, and looked at Mo Qingwu. Then, she slowly said, see? Don't sigh. This is Jianghu. Elder sister's status is the realm that the people of Jianghu strive for all their lives. She rubbed her eyebrows in a somewhat tired manner, and said, therefore, everyone wants strength. Everyone wants to become stronger. The strong don't need sympathy in this world. And, the weak don't deserve sympathy. Jun Shizhu slowly said, therefore, sympathy is useless in this world. Either you let him bully you even more, or you bully him to make him submit to you and be afraid of you. It's really cruel. Mo Qingwu gently sighed. Her bright and beautiful eyes seemed to be contemplating something. The ancients said that it's difficult to achieve great things if you're soft-hearted. They're talking about us women. Jun Shizhu coldly said, but, Jun Shizhu, refuse to accept this. Why do women give people such an impression? Soft-hearted? It's ridiculous. Are we women born to be looked down upon? What kind of shameful statement is this? There are so many men in the world who are unnecessarily benevolent. The so-called benevolence and righteousness are made up by men. The so-called etiquette and morality are also made up by men. Why do women have to bear this evil reputation? Jun Shizhu coldly said, I want the men of the world to see that we women can also make the world tremble. Therefore, I, Jun Shizhu, am a woman. But, I want to intimidate the three heavens with an iron fist. I want to suppress the underworld of the three heavens with my power. The dark bamboo command will make all heroes bow their heads. A cold light flashed in Jun Shizhu's eyes as she continued, I want these stinky men to see that we so-called weak women are kneeling in front of them. Women, men. Mo Qingwu suddenly trembled with excitement. It had to be said that Jun Shizhu's words were undoubtedly extremely powerful in inciting women. It was simply overturning rivers and seas, turning heaven and earth upside down. This. Mo Qingwu's blood was boiling in her heart. She wanted to say, I also want to do this. However, she suddenly became discouraged after she thought about it. She rolled her eyes for a moment, and suddenly said, about this. I want to ask my elder brother Chu Yang. Jun Shizhu was dumbfounded. And, I want to ask elder brother Chu Yang about those things you just said. Mo Qingwu's big eyes flickered as she looked at Jun Shizhu. She then resolutely said. Jun Shizhu choked, and coughed repeatedly. She had almost spurted out a mouthful of blood because of these two sentences. She had never expected that this little girl's impassioned expression would change. And, her blood would boil for a long time. Then, she would come out with such a weak and useless sentence. Fourth update. It's finally finished. The speed is a bit slow. Please understand. No one can understand my helplessness and powerlessness. I felt when I was overtaken at the last moment after my breakthrough for a month. And, I couldn't do anything about it. Such a thing is too cruel for me. I've written this update. And, I've revised it. Twice. I wanted to wait until midnight to post it. So, I could conveniently ask for a guaranteed monthly vote. But, everyone would have had to wait an hour with me if that had happened. Hee hee. So, I posted it immediately. I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to the brothers and sisters who waited until midnight to cast their monthly votes. But, I wish you a good dream. These words were Jun Shizhu's sharpest weapon to subdue all the ordinary female soldiers under her command. Basically, as long as it was a woman, upon hearing these words, they would immediately go wild. She was about to guide Mo Qingwu in this direction. But, she hadn't expected that her brilliant plan, which had worked 100 times on all the women, would fail on this little girl. How could she not be depressed? Jun Lulu giggled on one side. Jun Lulu couldn't help but feel angry when she saw that her elder sister's persuasive words had failed in front of a little girl. Ah, it's my fault. Jun Shizhu looked disappointed. You're just a little girl. You're not a woman, you don't understand these things. Mo Qingwu innocently and cutely smiled, I'll do whatever brother Chu Yang knows. Jun Shizhu heaved a long sigh. She was at her wit's end. She didn't know what to say. So, she closed her eyes tightly. Out of sight, out of mind. I'm depressed. I don't know what great ability your brother Chu Yang has. He has made such a little girl so infatuated with him. The wheels were rolling, and the sound of the horse's hooves was echoing. They were getting closer and closer to Mt Dingjun. Jun Shizhu closed her eyes. Her thoughts had already drifted to another direction. Ice and snow wilderness, level spirit beast? Will I advance further if I refine the inner core of a spirit beast? Jun Lulu thought, Brother Yu is at Mt Dingjun right now. He must be having a good time. This guy hasn't written a letter for such a long time. I'll teach him a lesson when I see him, Mo Qingwu thought. Brother Chu Yang. Brother Chu Yang, come quickly. I miss you, boo-hoo. I don't have my saber. I also left my scabbard at home. Little Wu is so pitiful, boo-hoo. Lower three heavens, Tai Longqing and Wu Kuanyin were still fighting in the north and south. Iron Cloud Nation's territory was getting bigger and bigger. Iron Cloud Citadel was also jubilant. The government affairs were also on track. Butian Pavilion had become a unique symbol of Iron Cloud Citadel after its expansion. Inside King of Helchu's secret chamber, Wu Qianqian was wearing a black robe. She had a strict bearing and a golden mask on her face. She was looking at official documents. The secret door in the innermost part of the chamber gently moved. Then, it slowly slid open. A bright yellow figure slowly appeared and walked in. You've come? Wu Qianqian asked in a soft voice. Yes. Tai Butian's robes were still very loose. She walked over and sat down opposite Wu Qianqian. She stared at that golden mask in a daze, her eyes overflowing with tenderness. How is it? Do you feel anything? Wu Qianqian stood up and walked over to Tai Butian in a curious manner. It's only been 2 months. What can I feel? Tai Butian rolled her eyes at her and said, I read in the book that it takes at least 5 months to feel him move, so late. Wu Qianqian's pretty eyes widened in surprise. However, I can feel that he's growing day by day. Tai Butian smiled, her hand gently stroking her lower abdomen. His face was filled with gentleness. Let me touch. Wu Qianqian moved closer. She was just about to reach out her hand when she felt that the mask on her face was getting in the way. So, she reached out to take it off. Don't. Tai Butian grabbed her hand and pleaded, Chu, don't take off your mask. If you don't take off your mask, you'll be my Chu. If you take off your mask, I won't even have any fantasies. Looking at Tai Butian's pleading eyes, Wu Qianqian was suddenly stunned. She was stunned for a long time. Then, her eyes finally came back to life. She reached out and gently stroked Tai Butian's face. She said gently, Love Ghost, it's been hard on you. Her voice had become Chu Yang's voice. Tai Butian's body trembled. She closed her eyes and gently grabbed that hand. She pressed it against her face and listened to this familiar voice. It was a voice that had appeared in her dreams so many times. Her face was filled with tranquility and happiness. She said gently, It's not hard for me to bear children for Chu. Her voice was as affectionate as the sea. It revealed her persistence and no regrets. However, it seemed a little empty, as if she had traveled through time and space to say this to her beloved who had already left. The atmosphere in the secret chamber seemed to have suddenly frozen. After a long time, Wu Qianqian wiped her eyes and said, There's something that I'm considering whether to let you know. What is it? Tai Butian saw that she had regained her voice and a trace of disappointment flashed across her face. This piece of information, take a look. Wu Qianqian took out a thin piece of paper from the file. Tai Butian looked at it and couldn't help but tremble violently. Tears flowed down her cheeks. There were only a few sentences on it. Minister, outside the Beyond the Heavens sect, a strange thing suddenly happened on the burning stone wall. The entire mountain wall was flattened by someone. 5 words were carved on it, Tian Tian. Little Tian Tian. Other than that, there was no other trace, but Tai Butian was already stunned. Grandson Tian. Little Tian Tian. Tai Butian murmured. Her eyes were in a mess. That day, Chu Yang was standing in front of her, in a daze. That day, Chu Yang let out a long breath. He asked in a hoarse voice, What is her name? Name? Tai Butian took a long breath. She felt that her eyes were a little moist. She said in a low voice, I also don't know her surname. I only know that she was called Tian Tian. She said that her father doted on her very much. He always called her Little Tian Tian, Tian Tian. Little Tian son. Chu Yang's voice was very low. It was hard to tell what kind of emotion was surging in his chest. Hearing Chu Yang call out this familiar name, Tai Butian's heart suddenly ached. She felt that tears were brewing in her eyes. Little Tian Tian. Little Tian Tian. Chu Yang smiled miserably and said, I didn't expect that I, Chu Yang, would owe such a debt of love. Where is she buried? Chu Yang took in a deep breath. I will leave early tomorrow morning. I will go to the Beyond the Heavens sect first to see little Tian Tian who gave up everything for me. Tai Butian's body was on the verge of collapsing. A look of extreme bliss suddenly appeared in her eyes. She felt dizzy and murmured, I want to go and take a look. I want to go and take a look at those words. She bit her lip happily and raised her face. That is my man who carved my name. I want to go now. Wu Qianqian bit her lip and looked at Tai Butian with extreme envy. Her eyes were full of happiness. She only felt endless bitterness in her heart. She has it. She has everything. She is your child, her name is written by you, and the empire you built for her. As for me, I have nothing. I don't even have myself. I have become a substitute, and I have to take care of your woman and your child for you. Can't you give me some memories as well? It has been so long. You haven't even hugged me. I am so envious of you, do you know? Tai Budian had already stood up. At this moment, she seemed to have regained the majesty of an emperor. She took a few steps out of the door and said indifferently, pass down the order. Prepare the carriage and leave the palace. She didn't even have any scruples that she came from the underground. She shouldn't have appeared here at this moment. After Tai Budian walked out, Wu Qianqian stood there in a daze for a while. The huge secret chamber suddenly felt empty. But it also seemed very crowded. Because, it was filled with someone's shadow. It was full. Here, Chu Yang used to lie down and sleep. Here, Chu Yang used to read books. Here, Chu Yang used to frown and pace back and forth. Here, that black robe, Wu Qianqian's tears couldn't help but fall down. Stroking the black robe on her body, Wu Qianqian's eyes revealed a faint satisfaction. She softly murmured, Chu Yang, perhaps you don't know. As long as you wear the black robe for a day, I will always be by your side. Until the upper three heavens. Then she stood up and wiped the tears from her eyes. She took a few deep breaths and then slowly walked out. Dressed in a black robe, she looked gloomy and cold. Her eyes were sharp and cold. Her killing intent was overflowing. 10,000 horses galloped at the sound of an emperor's command. A troop was walking on the main road. Their yellow flags were fluttering in the wind. A golden dragon was flying on the flags. In a few days, they had already arrived at the cliff outside beyond the Heaven sect. Tai Butian stepped out of the imperial carriage and stood at the bottom of the cliff. She raised her head for a long time and looked at the 5 words carved by Chu Yang's sword on the cliff. For a moment, huge waves were rolling in her heart. Her emotions fluctuated. She wanted to cry out loud but also wanted to smile happily. The bitterness and longing in her heart seemed to be entangled at this moment and brewed into a cup of intoxicating wine. Sour, sweet, bitter, and spicy feelings rushed into her heart at this moment. The first time she saw Chu Yang, he was like an immortal in front of thousands of horses and thousands of soldiers. But their eyes met miraculously. The second time was at Chu Yang's heavenly armament pavilion. She turned into a young girl and went to see his sword. The third time was at the lakeside pavilion outside Butian Pavilion with Chu Yang and poured out her heart. Scenes of the past rushed into her mind like smoke and clouds. Tai Butian stood in disappointment and frustration. That night, Chu Yang was seriously injured, suffering from the aphrodisiac and was unconscious. Tai Budian didn't hesitate to use her virgin body to help him get rid of the poison. Who would know, how shameful that was for a woman, that was, what kind of sacrifice, but I have no regrets. Tai Butian thought silently. She just stood there. Her bright yellow robe fluttered in the wind. She was like a statue, motionless. Chu Yang, do you know that Tian Tian is me? I am Tian Tian. Your little Tian Tian. It turns out that the words Tian Tian written by your hand are so beautiful. Behind her, Wu Qianqian was wearing a black robe. She looked gloomy and terrifying. Her golden mask looked ferocious and terrifying. She was also looking up at the words on the stone wall. Her eyes were filled with deep envy. The army was quietly stationed in the distance. A gust of wind blew and the sleeves of the 2 people fluttered. In the rolling yellow sand, they looked so lonely. It was as if there were only these 2 people in the world. Everyone who saw this scene felt a kind of heartfelt loneliness. It was as if lightning had struck their hearts in an instant. A kind of desolate feeling arose spontaneously. At this moment, 2 people were watching this scene from the top of the mountain. Both of them were slim and graceful. One of them was wearing a black veil while the other was wearing a white veil. The white-veiled woman was also happy. She said, "What a coincidence. Then, I will have to trouble you, master." The black-masked woman looked at her with hatred. Then, she sighed, and floated down the mountain. She said while walking, "This junior sister of yours has a better constitution than you. You have the jade bone physique, and she has the exquisite ice heart physique." Exquisite icy heart? The white-veiled woman's delicate body trembled. She said happily, "Congratulations, master. The black-veiled woman snorted and said, "Your icy heart jade bone divine technique had reached a critical point 20 years ago. You would have reached a higher level if you'd taken one more step. But, you were so infatuated with Chu Fei Ling that you lost your virginity. You've destroyed my lifelong dream. I hate you to the core. I'm also extremely heartbroken. I've wanted to kill you several times with my palms. Unfortunately, I couldn't bear to do it because of the deep affection between master and disciple." The white-veiled woman trembled and said, "I failed to live up to master's expectations. I deserve to die. Forget it. Let bygones be bygones. Why are you still talking about it?" The black-veiled woman sighed and said, "I felt as if a knife had been twisted in my heart on the day of your wedding. I only sent someone to deliver a congratulatory gift. But, I didn't congratulate you personally. Instead, I traveled alone. I arrived in the lower three heavens that day. It happened to coincide with the birth of the Iron Cloud monarch. The entire nation was celebrating. It was very lively. I was very quiet. So, I went to take a look. But, I accidentally discovered that the monarch in swaddling clothes turned out to be a girl. Moreover, she had the exquisite icy heart physique. I was overjoyed." The black-veiled woman's tone still carried a trace of relief as she said this. "That's because of master's insight. It's also because of little junior sister's good fortune. Moreover, the heaven wants to compensate master." The white-veiled woman said sincerely, "Fortunately, master found little junior sister. Otherwise, this disciple would have inevitably felt guilty for the rest of her life." "Humph, you're good with words. You made me happy in those days. But, didn't you run away with him in the end?" The black-veiled woman snorted and said, "But, the Iron Cloud monarch raised this one as a monarch. That's because he gave birth to daughters one after another. When it came to this little girl, she finally felt some despair and began to prepare for a rainy day. At that time, I went to find the king and showed him some of my skills. Then, I took this little girl under my wing." The black-masked woman let out a sigh of relief. Master has also put in a lot of effort for junior sister. The white-masked woman couldn't help but feel excited. Once the unfathomable illusory jade was worn, even a supreme martial artist wouldn't be able to see through its depth. It had always been master's personal treasure. It was hard to find a second one in the entire heavenly layer. Master was actually willing to give such a treasure to junior sister. Moreover, I didn't hesitate to go against my usual style of doing things in order to guard against the unexpected. I secretly destroyed the fertility of the Iron Cloud monarch, Taisher Qing." The black-masked woman said in a somewhat guilty manner. "Ah? Master?" The white-masked woman's delicate body trembled. She looked at her master in disbelief. Tian is the only heir in this way. Moreover, she has the illusory jade. Moreover, she is a member of the imperial family. She lives in the depths of the palace. She can't come in contact with many men. So, I don't have to worry about her having any emotional entanglements." The black-masked woman heaved a deep sigh and said, "But, I've let down the Iron Cloud monarch in this matter." The white-masked woman remained silent. She thought, "How can you say that I'm sorry? You've made him unable to have any descendants." The two of them had already floated down the mountain while they were talking. The black-masked woman exclaimed in surprise and said, "It's really that child. But, why? Is this silly child standing there in a daze?" The white-masked woman looked in the direction of the voice. She saw two people standing alone in the middle of the army's protection. They were looking up in a trance. They were quietly motionless. The two of them had a tacit understanding. They flew up at the same time and landed in that direction. "Who are you?" the guard shouted. "Protect the emperor." The magnificent army drew their bows and nocked their arrows. Countless experts swiftly leapt out. Two shadows appeared like ghosts. They looked at the two silhouettes. Then, their bodies suddenly shook, and they shouted, "Don't shoot the arrows. They're on our side." Taibu Tian also saw those two silhouettes at the same time. An extremely complicated look suddenly appeared in her eyes. Then, she calmed down. She slowly raised her hand, and shouted, "Don't shoot the arrows." The three armies immediately stopped moving. The experts who had already leapt up also descended in a grandiose manner. The two women arrived in front of Taibu Tian in the blink of an eye. The black-masked woman looked at Taibu Tian, and a gratified look appeared in her eyes. She nodded and said, "Tian Tian, how are you?" "Master." Taibu Tian was about to step forward to greet her. "Go to your camp. There are too many people here. After all, you still have to maintain the emperor's prestige," the black-masked woman said in a very considerate manner. "Yes." The four people arrived at the camp, and strictly ordered that no one was allowed to enter. The two shadows stood guard outside with worried looks on their faces. Wu Qianqian wanted to stay. She knew that Taibu Tian was in an extremely dangerous situation. But, she was asked to leave by Taibu Tian. Master would be furious if she came to know about this matter. Wu Qianqian would inevitably be implicated if she stayed here. "Master, you haven't come here for a long time." Taibu Tian personally went to brew tea, and brought it over. "I missed you. So, I came to see you." The black-masked woman smiled and said, "Besides, your senior sister also needs your help with something." "Ah? This is my senior sister?" Taibu Tian looked at the white-masked woman, and hurriedly bowed. "Hello, junior sister." The white-masked woman quickly helped her up, and said in a cordial manner, "My name is Yang Rua Lan. You can call me Sister Lan or Senior Sister." "Haha, we don't have so many formalities between us sisters." "Yes, thank you, Senior Sister." "Why are you thanking me?" "I want to thank you for inheriting Master's mantle, and fulfilling her wish," Yang Rua Lan said with a smile. Taibu Tian repeatedly promised. But, she had a guilty conscience. So, she couldn't help but feel somewhat at a loss. "Take off the illusory jade. Let me see how far your cultivation has progressed." The black-masked woman kindly said, "You must have reached my requirements by now with your aptitude and hard work." Haha. Taibu Tian was startled. She suddenly knelt down after a long while, and said, "Master, please forgive me." "Little brother. What's the matter?" The black-masked woman was startled. Then, she slowly seemed to have realized something. The smile on her face slowly disappeared, and she said in a deep voice, "What's the matter? What crime have you committed?" Taibu Tian steeled her heart, and took off the illusory jade. She then lowered her head, and stood in front of the black-masked woman. Her beautiful hair was like clouds, and her almond-shaped eyes and rosy cheeks were like peach blossoms. She had a graceful bearing, and a peerless talent. She was indeed a stunning beauty. Yang Rua Lan was about to praise her. But, she suddenly seemed to have discovered something. She opened her small mouth, and nearly exclaimed out loud. So, she hastily covered her mouth with her hands. However, the black-masked woman fiercely stood up with a bang sound. Her chair overturned with a bang sound, and fell to the ground. She had overturned the chair with her cultivation. So, it could be seen how shocked her heart was. "What's the matter?" the black-masked woman asked word by word. The black veil covering her face silently turned into dust. A burst of murderous aura swept across the entire mountain range of the Beyond the Heavens sect. Tens of thousands of soldiers were outside. Everyone was trembling with fear. Their hearts were beating like drums. They felt as if the weather had changed from a hot summer to a cold winter in an instant. "Master." Taibu Tian knelt on the ground, and said in an aggrieved manner. "Don't call me master." The black-masked woman roared. Her voice condensed like a thunderclap. But, it didn't sound very loud inside the tent. Then, the sound waves rushed out of the tent, and exploded with a bang. The horses closest to the tent neighed miserably, and fell to the ground. They were bleeding from their 7 orifices. They had died. Hundreds of guards who were guarding the imperial tent spouted blood from their 7 orifices, and fell down softly. Even the bodies of the two shadows trembled, and their faces turned pale. "Master, calm down." Yang Rua Lan worriedly looked at Taibu Tian. Then, she hastily stepped forward to mediate. The black veil covering the black-masked woman's face had been shattered. And, a charming face was exposed. There were wrinkles on her face, but they weren't obvious. This face was usually calm and composed. Moreover, it was very amiable and graceful. but it was covered with frost at this moment. It was filled with an awe-inspiring murderous aura. A kind of irrepressible anger had shrouded her entire body. Your eyebrows are scattered. Your skin is stretched. Your waist and buttocks have changed positions. It's obvious that you're no longer a virgin. The black-masked woman lowered her voice. She gritted her teeth and said, "Icy heart jade bone, icy heart jade bone. Where's the icy heart after being tainted? How can it still exist?" Taibu Tian's entire body trembled. She couldn't speak. "Who did this?" the black-masked woman shouted in a stern voice. "Master." Taibu Tian repeatedly kowtowed, "Please forgive me, forgive you." The black-masked woman's body flashed, and she suddenly grabbed Taibu Tian's wrist. She put 2 fingers on Taibu Tian's wrist. Then, she looked up to the sky, and laughed wildly. Her voice was mournful. "Good. Good. That's great. That's great. Icy Heart Immortal Mei Lan Mei Xian, have received a good disciple. She's practicing the Icy Heart Jade Bone Divine technique. And, she's even pregnant with a vile spawn." Yang Ruolan's delicate body shook fiercely. She looked at Taibu Tian in disbelief. She had never dreamed that this little junior sister would be so bold. She was even fiercer than herself back then. Not only did she break the Icy Heart Jade Bone Divine technique, but she was also pregnant with a child. Whose vile spawn is this? Lan Mei Xian's graceful face had become distorted. She asked ferociously. Taibu Tian shut her mouth. "Whose child?" Lan Mei Xian was furious. "Who took your virginity?" "It's..." Taibu Tian clenched her teeth. She suddenly kowtowed twice. Then, she raised her head, and said with a firm expression, "Master, you don't need to ask. This is my man's child. I only ask Master to spare my life for the time being on account of our past relationship. I'm willing to be at Master's disposal when the child is born." "You're still refusing to speak?" Lan Mei Xian was so angry that her chest was heaving up and down violently. A violent murderous intention flashed in her eyes. She said in a stern voice, "Do you think that I won't dare to kill you? I'll kill you now." She straightened her palm, and a murderous aura surged out. Then, she chopped down towards Taibu Tian's head like lightning. A tragic cry for help. The monthly votes were getting closer and closer. 2 great gods were pouncing on each other. Their chrysanthemums were in danger. Moreover, one of them was the evil chrysanthemum gate. "This is too dangerous. I beg for monthly votes. Defend our purity." The wind from her palm pierced through the air, and issued a whooshing sound. Then, a faint white smoke spread in the air. Taibu Tian closed her eyes. Her hands were tightly clutching her lower abdomen. A trace of reluctance and guilt flashed across her face. 2 lines of tears slowly slid down her face. "Chu Yang, I can't protect our child, Master." Yang Ruolan had experienced such a thing once. So, she obviously knew how furious her master was. So, she was prepared. She hurriedly stepped forward, and blocked Lan Mei Xian's palm with her hands. At the same time, she kicked Taibu Tian's body, and her body slid away. "Please be merciful." Yang Ruolan had the time to say these words at this time. Lan Mei Xian raised her leg, and kicked Yang Ruolan away. Then, she said in a stern voice, "You don't have the qualifications to persuade me to be merciful." She smiled bitterly and said, "I've had 2 younger brothers in my life. The first one lost her virginity before marriage. Her Icy Heart Jade Bone Divine technique was abandoned halfway. Now, the second one is pregnant before marriage. Moreover, this is the hope of my entire life. Now, it has turned into a bubble." Lan Mei Xian felt suffocated as she spoke. Then, she spat out a mouthful of blood with a puff sound. She said fiercely, "How can I vent the hatred in my heart if I don't kill you? Master, you have to ask about the course of events even if you want to punish me. Perhaps junior sister is also a victim." She was forced. Yang Ruolan didn't have enough time to stop her. She shouted with all her strength. "Huh?" This sentence cleared Lan Mei Xian's mind. She stopped her actions, and looked at Taibu Tian. "What's going on?" "Master." Taibu Tian took a deep breath. Then, she raised her face and said, I did it willingly, F***ck. Lan Meixian was furious, what's so good about those stinky men? Why are you all like this, again and again? She was so sad and indignant that she couldn't speak. Even her fingers were trembling. Junior sister, what's going on? Yang Ruolan walked to Tai Butian's side, and asked in a soft voice. Tai Butian lowered her head. She hesitated for a long time. She felt Yang Ruolan's kindness. Then, she said in a low voice, my man, the man whom I deeply loved, he was poisoned by the lust dragon's poison. And at that time, I was the only one by his side. The poison of the lust dragon. Yang Ruolan and Lan Meixian cried out in alarm at the same time. I didn't expect that I would have a child with that one time, but I don't regret it. Instead, I'm very satisfied. Tai Butian lowered his head, but his voice was very resolute. I know that I've let Master down. I feel very guilty for letting Master down, but, she raised her head, looked at Lan Meixian, and said in a soft voice, Master, please forgive this younger brother. I would have still saved him if this matter were to happen again. Moreover, I would have never let another woman be by his side. Tears were dripping down her beautiful face. She blushed as she talked about this matter. However, she didn't hesitate to speak the words from the bottom of her heart. Alas! Lan Meixian let out a long sigh. He closed his eyes, and his entire being seemed to have aged by several decades in an instant. She was born in a big family. Due to her exceptional talent, she was taken in as a younger brother by an extraordinary person. From then on, she spent her entire life cultivating the icy heart jade bone divine technique. However, due to her limited talent, she couldn't break through the last layer no matter how hard she tried. She had reached this bottleneck 40 years ago, but she couldn't break through it. She knew that her life would end here. So, she accepted Yang Ruolan as her successor. But, she hadn't expected that Yang Ruolan would fall deeply in love with Chu Feiling when she had grown up and was about to reach a higher level in her cultivation technique. Lan Meixian valued the inheritance, but she also understood her younger brother's difficulties. After all, not every woman could endure being single for a lifetime. So, she let Yang Ruolan return to the clan to get married. She was depressed, and came out to relieve her boredom. But, she met Tai Butian. So, she had the thought of accepting a disciple, but, she hadn't expected that Tai Butian would also be like this, and walk on the same path as her younger brother. She was disheartened, her disciple's lover was infected with an aphrodisiac. Moreover, it was the most overbearing poison of the lust dragon. How could her disciple look on helplessly as her lover died? Lan Meixian knew that she couldn't do such a thing. Since that was the case, what else was there to say? After a long time, she said sadly, get up. I'm unlucky and unlucky. I can't accept two rich disciples like you. When she said this, she had also thought it through. Since things had come to this, what else could she say? What was the use of saying anything? So what if she killed Tai Butian? Moreover, one corpse had 2 lives. Thank you, Master. I'm sorry. Tai Butian kowtowed twice in gratitude. She couldn't help but feel even more guilty when she thought of how her master's lifelong dream had been destroyed by her own hands, and how she had forgiven her just like that. Seeing her master's miserable look, she felt as if a knife was being twisted in her heart. This was the first time Yang Ruolan had seen Tai Butian. But, after putting herself in her master's shoes, she knew that if Tai Butian was killed by her master's palm in a fit of rage, her master would probably be depressed for the rest of her life and be plagued by inner demons. After all, the fetus was innocent. Yang Ruolan had lost her child before, and she was still brooding about it. How could she not understand the feelings a mother had for her child? That was something that no treasure in the world could replace. Sigh, it's just that you're in a difficult situation now. Lan Meixian sighed. She suppressed the disappointment in her heart and said, you're the emperor now, and that man can only be in the dark. But, you're pregnant, she thought over and over again, and felt that her disciple was in a difficult situation. Where's that man? The wrinkles on Lan Meixian's face seemed to pile up at this moment. She waved her hand weakly and said, call him here. I'll teach him a good lesson. You've done so much for him. I can't let you down no matter what. Otherwise, I swear that I'll kill him even if the heavens protect him. That man. Tai Budian looked at her master blankly. She felt sad, guilty, and terrified in her heart. She stammered, what's wrong with him? Lan Meixian snorted, don't worry. How can I be interested in attacking him since I've already forgiven you? He's not here. Tai Budian said with great effort. Huh? Lan Meixian wrinkled her brows and snorted in displeasure. He's really not here. He's already left, Tai Budian said. Left? Where did he go? Lan Meixian was displeased. She said, doesn't he know that his woman is here? And, his woman is going to give birth to his child? How can he leave at this time? Yang Ruolan was also somewhat dissatisfied in her heart. How can there be such an irresponsible man? Such a man is simply a bastard. Tai Budian stammered. She didn't know what to say. She finally squeezed out a sentence, Master, please don't ask. I did everything willingly, don't ask? Lan Meixian snorted. A cold light flashed in her eyes. She then raised her voice and said, Shadows, you two come in. Tai Butian's complexion turned deathly pale. Shadows, can't hide anything from Master. The two shadows heard the sound and walked in. They heaved a long sigh of relief when they saw that Tai Budian was safe and sound. Do you know about this matter? Lan Meixian pointed her chin at Tai Budian and said in a dense voice, Don't tell me that you don't know what I'm talking about. The two shadows were left at a loss for words. They hadn't expected that she would ask them about such a troublesome matter. The two of them owed Chu Yang a big favor. How could they betray him? Huh? Lan Meixian snorted dangerously. She was about to raise her head in anger again. Today is very strange. My disciple has disobeyed my order. There's a reason for it. It's pardonable. But, I didn't expect that these two guys would also want to disobey my order. This? Shadow broke out in cold sweat and said, Ancestor, we don't know much about this matter, speak. Lan Meixian was burning with anger. She slammed the table, and the entire tent jumped along with her. Master, let me speak. Tai Budian knew that this matter couldn't be concealed. She saw that Shadow was in a difficult position. So, she stood up and said calmly. Everyone's gaze turned towards her. His surname is Chu. His name is Chu Yang, Tai Budian said in a soft voice. Yang Ruolan's expression shook. His surname is Chu. Tai Budian cleared her thoughts. Then, she spoke from the beginning of Chu Yang's entry into Iron Cloud Citadel. She spoke all the way until Chu Yang defeated the Golden Horse Riders Department. Then, she floated away after that, so, he still doesn't know? Lan Meixian was really shocked this time, her disciple had sacrificed everything. Moreover, she was waiting to give birth to his child without any complaints or regrets. But, the instigator of all this had left without knowing anything. I'm really. Lan Meixian looked at Tai Budian with resentment. I have lived for 358 years, but, this is the first time I have seen such a silly girl like you. You're stupid to the extreme. Master. I also want to be with him. But, I'm the Iron Cloud Monarch. We're not destined to be together. And, he has another love in his heart. Brother. Tai Budian lowered her head and didn't speak when she saw Lan Meixian's ice-cold gaze. Humph. Another love? Lan Meixian snorted and said, King of Hell Chu. King of Hell Chu. Humph. What a good King of Hell Chu. He didn't abandon me. Tai Budian weakly tried to defend herself. You're still stupid. How stupid can you be before you give up? Lan Meixian was extremely angry. Suddenly, there was a burst of dense mist in the air. A cloud of faint mist slowly condensed in front of Yang Ruolan, and turned into a few words. Lan Meixian snorted. She was so angry that she felt dizzy. Yang Ruolan, you're good. The icy heart jade bone was crippled. But, you turned the crippled icy heart jade bone into the heaven and earth two minds connection. You've thoroughly eliminated the power of the icy heart jade bone. You're good. You're very good. You're worthy of being called my good disciple. Yang Ruolan's complexion suddenly became awkward. Huh? Found it? So fast. Lan Meixian frowned. There were only 2 lines of words, the mysterious Yan Jade core has been found. Come back quickly. Great. I found it. Father-in-law is safe now. Yang Ruolan clapped her hands happily. But, she immediately frowned, but, why did you ask me to go back in such a hurry? However, no one else was infected by her joyful mood. The tent was filled with a depressing atmosphere. Lan Meixian felt as if her heart had died. Such a blow was simply too cruel to her. Forget it, do as you wish. Lan Meixian listlessly said, I was wrong. Well, it seems that this icy heart jade bone divine technique will end here. I don't want to suffer a third blow. Forget it. Everything is over. Tai Butian and Yang Ruolan felt extremely guilty. This phantom jade, please take it back, master, Tai Butian bowed. She respectfully held the phantom jade in her palm, and handed it over to Lan Meixian. Lan Meixian looked at Feng Butian with a complicated expression in her eyes. She finally heaved a long sigh. She had taken this younger brother as her disciple when she was still an infant. She had stayed for 3 years to build her foundation, and unblock her meridians. Afterwards, she had come down every year to take a look. And, she had stayed for a period of time every time. She had only come down a few times recently when she needed to break through the bottleneck on her own. It could be said that she had left her own footprints in every period of her younger brother's growth. She had been babbling since she was young. So, how could she just be a mere disciple in her heart? She had practiced the icy heart jade bone divine technique. She had never had any children in her life. But, she had still taught Tai Butian as if she were her own daughter. She had spent a lot of effort on this. She sat still, and thought about her worries in a daze for a long time. Then, she slowly stood up, walked to Tai Butian, and said in a gentle voice, forget it. You're still the ruler of a nation. So, I'll give this to you if you need it. I don't have much use for it if I keep it. She took it, and hung it around Tai Butian's neck. Tears streamed down Tai Butian's face. She was sobbing so hard that she couldn't make a sound. She whimpered, teacher. Then, she threw herself into her teacher's arms and hugged her tightly. Lan Meixian tidied up the jade tablet for her. Her eyes were brimming with tears as she said with a smile, silly child. Silly girl. I really don't know how you're going to live your life, sigh. Suddenly, he was startled and asked, what is this? However, Lan Meixian suddenly smelled a very subtle but extremely pure medicinal fragrance at this moment. And, her heart suddenly turned pale with fright. Suddenly, with a flick of his finger, a 500 kilograms purple crystal jade bottle jumped out from Tai Butian's bosom. Lan Meixian's complexion changed as she looked at the tightly sealed purple crystal bottle. But, it was still able to emit such a subtle medicinal fragrance. She waved her hand, and said, you guys go out first. 2 figures came out at the sound. Lan Meixian's expression was solemn. She slowly unscrewed the lid of the bottle. She had unscrewed it halfway when the medicinal efficacies gushed out. She sniffed it, and immediately took 2 steps back. She looked at the purple crystal bottle in her hand in disbelief. Then, she closed the lid of the bottle at lightning speed, and held it tightly in her hand. Her entire body trembled as she pleaded, who gave this to you? Her eyes were so sharp and bright that it was almost frightening when she said this. It's a strange person, because I helped him once, saved his life. Tai Butian saw her master's frightening eyes. So, she subconsciously hid Chu Yang's identity. Strange person, what kind of strange person? Lan Meixian pressed on. He's ever-changing. I don't know his real appearance. Tai Butian was even more apprehensive. You should thank him properly. Lan Meixian stared at her for a while. Then, she heaved a long sigh. Then, she smiled. It was obvious that Tai Butian didn't want to talk about it. But, Lan Meixian easily let go of this topic. Instead, she smiled meaningfully. She returned the purple crystal bottle to Tai Butian. Then, she chuckled. The more she laughed, the happier she became. Master, what's wrong with you? Yang Ruolan and Tai Budian asked in fear. Could it be that their master couldn't bear such a blow? So, she lost her mind? I'm laughing. I'm laughing because you've profited from a disaster. Lan Meixian laughed happily. She was beaming with joy. She was in high spirits. Yang Ruolan and Tai Budian were flabbergasted. They couldn't understand why their master had suddenly become so happy when she had been disheartened a moment ago. What's the reason behind this? Then, Lan Meixian smiled happily and said, Tian, you're going to give birth in 8 months, right? Yes. Tai Budian lowered her head with a red face. Ha ha ha, good. Lan Meixian laughed heartily and said, Your senior sister and I will come to congratulate you when the time comes. We also have an important matter to attend to at the same time. She solemnly looked at Tai Budian. You must remember this. Your icy heart jade bone divine technique is crippled. But, you mustn't disperse the power of the icy heart. This matter concerns your entire life. So, you must remember these words of mine. She had spoken these words one by one. In fact, she had become extremely solemn. Tai Budian was puzzled. But, she still obediently agreed and said, yes. I will be waiting for Master and Senior Sister when the time comes. It's inappropriate. Lan Meixian paced a few steps and said, This matter is of great importance. So, it's difficult to guarantee that a silly girl like you will do something stupid if I go back. Then, everything will come to an end. So, I won't go back. I'll stay behind to look after you. Tai Budian and Yang Ruolan looked at each other in dismay. They were dumbfounded. Ruolan, I won't go back with you this time. You must be careful on the way back. Lan Meixian made up her mind and said to Yang Ruolan. Yes. In addition, Chongting of the upper 3 heavens, let's put aside this matter for the time being. First, Lan Meixian humphed. The ominous Saberheart has suffered some losses. It doesn't matter. Yang Ruolan felt her heart beating wildly. Some losses? Master has spread out 10,000 purple crystals over there. Moreover, it's already at the final juncture. 10,000 purple crystals will be gone if the husband dies. This is almost equivalent to the sum of all the treasures of a small clan in the upper 3 heavens. Master said that she doesn't want them. So, she doesn't want them? It must be known that there are still 8 months between Tai Butian's pregnancy and delivery. Lan Meixian can go back and forth more than 10 times during this period of time. So, she won't delay anything. But, she wants to give up waiting for Tai Budian to deliver? It's too strange. Yang Ruolan was about to ask when she heard a voice as soft as a mosquito's condensing sound into a line. Ruolan, pass by the upper 3 heavens on your way back. Teach that king of hell Chu a lesson while you're at it. It's okay to cripple him as long as you don't kill him. It was Lan Meixian's voice. He dared to abandon my disciple. I won't let him off easily. Yang Ruolan's lips moved. She didn't have the ability to condense sound into a line like her master. She looked sideways at Tai Butian's lower abdomen. Don't tell him. Wait for me to settle this account with him personally. Lan Meixian snorted coldly, keep that bastard alive. Don't let him disturb your junior sister's state of mind for the time being. She paused for a moment and then said, Don't let your junior sister know about this. Yang Ruolan nodded. She was also ruthless in her heart. That bastard left so irresponsibly. His crime is unforgivable. I'll teach him a lesson even if Master doesn't tell me. This storm has disappeared. Lan Meixian followed Tai Budian back to the palace. It seemed that she had made up her mind to stay by Tai Butian's side. It was as if in her heart, nothing was more important than her little disciple, whose cultivation had been crippled. Even Tai Budian was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. Chu Yang was approaching Mt Dingjun now. Mt Dingjun looked like a huge stone bench from afar. It was a towering mountain peak. But, it seemed as if it had been cut in half by someone's saber. There was a huge platform thousands of feet above such a huge mountain. The upper half of the mountain had disappeared without a trace. Legend has it that Supreme Martial Artist Chen Feng and Supreme Martial Artist Lu Yun had fought on this Mt Dingjun a long time ago. Supreme martial artist Chen Feng got excited during the fight. He used all of his strength to form a saber and chopped it down. Supreme martial artist Lu Yun rushed to the sky to dodge. The saber energy spread everywhere, and destroyed the upper half of Mt Dingjun. The lower half of the mountain is now the rocky plain at the foot of Mt Dingjun. GMO stood at the foot of the mountain. He looked at Mt Dingjun, and said with infinite reverence, Mt Dingjun has also become like this. The top of the mountain is as smooth as a mirror. The people of the later generations tidied it up a little. Then, it became a natural arena for duels on all sides. Chu Yang looked at Mt Dingjun, and thought of the battle back then. He thought of the earth-shattering battle between the two supreme martial artists. They had destroyed a huge mountain with a single saber strike. Such a powerful force had fascinated him. Of course, this is only a legend. GMO smiled, no one knows whether it's true or not. This isn't a legend. Sword Spirit suddenly spoke in Chu Yang's mind. He said to Chu Yang in a deep voice, Chen Feng and Lu Yun were real people. This battle did happen, Chu Yang nodded. GMO wanted to say something more. But, Jiju had already walked over listlessly while yawning and rubbing his eyes. He then lazily and slowly said, Why are you so slow? Why aren't you going up? What are you waiting for? Even Chu Yang wanted to beat him up when he heard these words. Motherfu asterisk cur. No one in the world can be as slow as you, Jiju. You still have the face to say this. GMO rolled his eyes. He didn't turn his head back. He pulled Chu Yang and walked away. Neither of them turned their heads. They both had the same thought in their minds, I'm afraid that I'll see this bastard Jiju scratching his feet if I turn my head. Then, the meal that I had eaten with great difficulty would have been wasted. They walked forward for a while. They were about to turn around the foot of the mountain and enter the path leading up the mountain. Suddenly, they heard a loud shout in front of them. And, it shook the entire mountain. A majestic voice loudly shouted, Meng Luo. I'm only asking you this. Will you hand it over or not? Chu Yang and GMO looked at each other, and saw the same expression in each other's eyes. This is Dong Wushang's voice. I don't know why he's fighting with Meng Luo, one of the 8 great dukes. Both of them were about to quicken their pace when a strange wolf-like howling sound was heard, a woo. You motherfu asterisk cur Meng Luo. A woo. You motherfu asterisk cur, won't you hand it over? A woo. Do you believe that I won't blow up your sister with my fart? A woo. Chu Yang almost spat out his rice. There's no need to guess the owner of this voice. There's no second person apart from Luo Kudi and second young master Luo. Jiyu, GMO, and Chu Yang quickened their pace to catch up with them. Jiju sighed as he led the 10 experts of the Ji clan to follow them. They turned a corner, and saw 2 groups of people confronting each other. Dong Wushang's face was like black ice. He was clad in a black robe, and only the hilt and a small part of the blade of the black saber were exposed on his back. He was looking down with a fierce look in his eyes. Dong Wu Lei and the 10 experts of the Dong clan were behind him. Luo Kudi was beside him. He was clad in a snow-white robe, and had a golden crown on his head. His face was like jade, and he had an elegant demeanor. He was holding a gold-painted folding fan in his hand. He had the appearance of an elegant gentleman. However, Luo Kudi's expression was lustful, and his movements were arrogant and wretched. Anyone who saw him would know that he wasn't an elegant gentleman. Instead, he was a hedonistic young master who wouldn't shrink from any crime, especially, this guy's shoulders were shaking at the moment. His entire body was convulsing, and was slightly trembling in excitement. This made people want to slap him even more. Slap him flat, they were facing a man in a brocade robe. His face was like jade, and his eyes were like bright stars. He had delicate features, and an elegant demeanor. He was a typical gentleman with a graceful bearing. He was Meng Luo, the Grand Duke of the Meng clan, and the 10 king-level experts of his clan. However, Meng Luo's expression was very angry at the moment. He was looking at Dong Wushang with his fiery eyes. It seemed as if he wanted to bite him to death. Several people were standing around. They were clearly here to watch the fun. These 3 clans were confronting each other. And there was a feeling of mutual hostility. The matter was like this. Second young Master Luo had nothing better to do. He had come out for a stroll, and had happened to see the people of the Meng clan arrive at Mt Dingjun. However, second young Master Luo had sharp eyes. He had seen Meng Luo holding a leopard cub in his hand. It seemed that the cub hadn't been tamed yet. Meng Luo was slowly rushing over. He was carefully training it. He would occasionally let it go out to hunt for food. Second young Master Luo's eyes turned red. Fu *K. The cub of a 7th grade spirit beast, storm leopard. This is a good thing. Ordinary spirit beasts were rarely captured by humans. Adult spirit beasts were simply impossible to tame. Moreover, when they were at the end of their rope, they would bite their own cubs to death rather than let them fall into the hands of humans and be enslaved. Even though the entire three heavens had the Tsunglan battlefront, which was a place with countless spirit beasts, the most one could do was to kill them and obtain their cores and fur. Not many people had a decent spirit beast. As for those below level 3, even if they caught a cub, it would only be a plaything. Second young Master Luo hadn't expected that this Meng Luo would possess the cub of a 7th grade spirit beast, the storm leopard. This was a treasure that could not be encountered nor sought after. Second young Master Luo's eyes turned red in an instant. However, Luo Kudi was also filled with hatred. I sneaked out to play by myself. I didn't have any helpers by my side. Meng Luo's strength isn't inferior to mine. Moreover, he has a large number of king-level experts with him. It could not be outsmarted, nor could it be outsmarted. What should he do? Second young Master Luo was extremely anxious. Dong Wushang majestically led the Dong clan's people from the other side at this moment. Second young Master Luo suddenly found his savior. So, he jumped and took a detour. Meng Luo immediately received the storm leopard's cub when he saw that there were outsiders. He didn't want others to know that he had such a treasure. Meng Luo and Dong Wushang walked to the opposite side. So, they had no choice but to greet each other. Then, they stopped and exchanged a few pleasantries. They were about to separate when Luo Kudi ran over with a sullen face. He then grabbed Dong Wushang. Fourth brother, you must uphold justice for me. This sentence caused everyone to be dumbfounded. Meng Luo was also somewhat flabbergasted. He thought, what's wrong with king-level expert wolf sword? Dong Wushang flew into a rage and asked, who bullied you? My brother is being bullied? Who has the guts of a leopard? Meng Luo was also somewhat curious. He was also taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. So, he didn't hurry to leave. Instead, he pricked up his ears to listen. He hadn't expected that Luo Kudi would burst into tears. Then, he turned to Meng Luo and said, fourth brother, it's this Meng Luo. Dong Wushang and Meng Luo were startled. They were extremely surprised. Meng Luo felt wronged. When did I bully you? You aren't joking, right? What's wrong? 4. I went through untold hardships, and finally killed 2 storm leopards. But, I was pleasantly surprised when I found a storm leopard cub. But, Meng Luo killed it and snatched it away. Luo Kudi said in a tearful voice. Dong Wushang looked at Luo Kudi from the corner of his eyes. He knew that this guy was using him to snatch Meng Luo's good stuff. This bastard's white robe is spotless, and his hair is meticulous. But, he still has the face to say that he went through untold hardships to kill 2 storm leopards? Motherfu *Ker, those are 7th grade spirit beasts. You can't fight one on your own. But, you still dare to brag like this? But, this is my brother. Moreover, how can a treasure like a storm leopard fall into the hands of this scum? Even if you don't give it to Luo Kudi, it should at least belong to me, Dong Wushang. Therefore, Dong Wushang flew into a rage, and ferociously looked at Meng Luo. He then roared, Meng Luo. Hand over my brother's spirit beast. Meng Luo was so angry that his mouth became crooked and his eyes slanted. What the Fu *K is going on here? How did it suddenly develop to this point? Isn't the plot changing too fast? More than a dozen king-level experts of the clan had joined hands to kill that storm leopard. Moreover, they had coincidentally obtained its cub. Meng Luo had always treasured it as if it were his life. So, how did it become Luo Kudi's? This is too shameless, isn't it? However, it was clear that Luo Kudi must have accidentally seen him teasing the storm leopard. So, he must have become envious of it. And, that's why he wanted it, but, when did Luo Kudi and Dong Wushang become brothers? Brother Dong, you've wrongly accused me. Meng Luo's anger surged like a mountain. He then said in an aggrieved manner, am I that kind of person? Aren't you? Dong Wushang snorted. He remained unmoved, and rudely said, I don't care if you're that kind of person or not. I only want the storm leopard. Take it out and give it back to my brother. That storm leopard is mine. Meng Luo was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Luo Kudi, don't you have any shame? Is it yours? Do you have the ability to kill the storm leopard? Luo Kudi shrugged his shoulders, humph, it's mine. You snatched it from me. Meng Luo was so angry that his vision turned black. Dong Wushang shouted, Meng Luo, I'm only asking you this. Are you going to hand it over or not? Dong Wushang had deliberately released his oppressive power with these words. His majestic imposing aura accompanied his deep and imposing voice, and pressed down on Meng Luo. This sentence was clearly heard by Chu Yang and GMO. Haha, Meng Luo sneered. He wasn't a good person. He usually had a high position and power. He was also a character who wouldn't shrink from any crime. So, he had always been arrogant. So, how could he be intimidated by Dong Wushang? He imposingly said, Dong Wushang, do you want to stand up for Luo Kudi? Stand up for him? Dong Wushang's eyes narrowed dangerously. That storm leopard cub is mine. You don't need to hide this. You and I both know in our hearts whether Luo Kudi is telling the truth or not. Meng Luo gloomily said, Dong Wushang, do you want to rob someone today? So what if I rob someone? So what if I rob you? A mischievous laughter was heard as a voice arrogantly replied. Dong Wushang, Luo Kudi, and Meng Luo turned their heads to look at the same time. They saw a few people walking side by side on the other side of the mountain road. GMO, the protagonist of the MT Dingjun incident had arrived. Luo Kudi and Dong Wushang's eyes fell on the person beside GMO at the same time. They couldn't restrain the excitement on their faces. That person's black robe was fluttering in the wind. He had a tall stature. He was walking on the mountain road. Each of his steps seemed as if he was taking a leisurely stroll in a courtyard. However, it seemed as if the king of hell had suddenly appeared in the human world. And, he had brought the entire world with him. Every step he took made people feel as if he was treading on the thick dark clouds of the underworld. He was looking at Dong Wushang and Luo Kudi at this moment. There was a faint smile on his face. But, it was like a wisp of spring breeze. And, it made the hearts of these two people warm up. The two of them took a step forward, and were about to greet him. But, they saw Chu Yang slightly shake his head. The two of them had no choice but to swallow their bellyful of words. However, they were indescribably excited in their hearts. It wasn't that Chu Yang didn't want to acknowledge them. But, he didn't want to acknowledge them in front of other people. He didn't care about himself. But, it would be tantamount to an alliance between the Ji clan, Luo clan, Dong clan, Gu clan, Stealing God, and Thieving Ghost if they were to publicly announce their brotherly relationship. This matter was enough to cause a huge uproar for 3 days. Chu Yang didn't know what the consequences of this would be. But, he was sure that the other clans would feel insecure. And, this could lead to a disaster if someone deliberately incited it. Therefore, Chu Yang wanted to wait and see. It was true that he wasn't afraid of anything. But, he had to consider his brothers. GMO raised his head and walked out in large strides. He was walking like a dragon or tiger. He then pointed his finger, Meng Luo. Dog ant. Quickly hand over the storm leopard. We brothers are going to rob you today. Luo Kudi howled loudly, and jumped out, wahahaha, awoo. Meng Luo, hand over the storm leopard. Meng Luo clenched his teeth. Then, he suddenly looked up and laughed, do you think you can rob me because you have more people? Ha ha ha. Dong Wushang, Luo Kudi, GMO. The three of you, come at me together. It's not difficult to get the storm leopard. Defeat me, and the storm leopard will be yours. Suddenly, he shook his arms, and the embroidered robe on his body split open from the front lapel with a crashing sound. Then, he floated backwards like a white cloud. He stretched out his right hand, and a small leopard with 5 colors squatted on his palm. It was squeaking in confusion. Meng Luo shook his hand, and the small leopard flew out of his hand. It fell into the bosom of an old man behind him. Then, he took 3 steps forward in large strides, and stood upright. He clapped his palms, and a whooshing sound of metal resounded. He raised his eyes, and looked at the 3 people. They were brimming with fighting spirit. Chu Yang's black robe fluttered, and he took a step forward. He stepped on the big rock that Dong Wushang was standing on. "Old man, you're a king-level expert?" Dong Wushang was startled. He lowered his voice, and asked. "I'm merely a 2nd-grade sword king," Chu Yang touched his nose and replied modestly. Dong Wushang almost fainted. "Big brother was dozens of levels lower than us when we first met in the lower 3 heavens. But, we've met today, and we're at the same level. This is simply not letting us live." "It's him." Dong Wushang snorted and said, "The Grand Duke of the Meng clan, Meng Luo, is good at eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling. He's a typical dandy." His voice clearly didn't care about Meng Luo. Moreover, he despised Meng Luo's character. Chu Yang wrinkled his brows. "It's okay to despise his character. But, I shouldn't underestimate his strength. Dong Wushang would suffer a big loss if he were to face Meng Luo alone if he were to maintain this mentality. Don't underestimate him." Chu Yang reminded, "His current strength may not be below yours." "Him?" Dong Wushang sneered. His strength had improved tremendously now. Carrying the dark saber was equivalent to cultivating all the time. He was practically advancing at a tremendous pace. Moreover, the black saber's heaviness made him even more invincible. Among the younger generation, only Gudu Xing could make him somewhat apprehensive. But now, he didn't even take Ao Xiayun seriously. So, why would they look at an insignificant Meng Luo? Chu Yang cautiously looked at Meng Luo. He then said in a low voice, "What you see is just an illusion. This Meng Luo, he cultivates the technique of harvesting yin to replenish yang." "Ah?" Dong Wushang's jaw dropped. "Evil technique?" Moreover, Meng Luo has a special physique. He practices the vivid spring dream divine technique, which has been handed down from the ancestors of the Meng clan. But, no one has ever succeeded in practicing it. So, you must be extremely careful even if you and Du Xing are to face each other, Chu Yang said in a low voice. "Yes, but Little Wolf wants his storm leopard. Since we've decided to rob him, then we must get it." Dong Wushang narrowed his eyes and said, "I'll go and meet him." Meng Luo was issuing a challenge. He had arrogantly declared that he would fight 1 against 3. However, he clearly understood that these 3 people wouldn't join hands to deal with him in front of everyone's eyes. But if it was a one-on-one fight, he wasn't afraid of anyone. Even if Dong Wushang came out, he was confident that he could make Dong Wushang suffer a great loss by relying on the vivid spring dream divine technique that had never appeared before anyone. Meng Luo was absolutely certain of this. Therefore, he had nothing to fear. Chu Yang narrowed his eyes, and looked at Meng Luo. He then insipidly said, "You haven't dealt with the vivid spring dream divine technique. So, I'll go." "You?" Dong Wushang was somewhat bewildered. "I haven't dealt with it before, but you have?" But when he saw Chu Yang's confident eyes, he knew that Big Brother always planned before taking action. So, he couldn't help but nod. He was only so obedient in front of Chu Yang. If it were anyone else, even if it was Gu Duxing, he wouldn't be able to make him behave like this. Because Chu Yang had created a miracle that he would never be able to achieve. Moreover, it was a martial arts miracle. Moreover, these brothers had achieved what they couldn't do in the past with Chu Yang's help. Chu Yang insipidly said, "You must clearly see how I force him to use his vivid spring dream divine technique. Tell the other brothers to be mentally prepared." But, Meng Luo would run away once chaos appeared. So, it would be inevitable that someone would suffer a loss if he were to encounter his brothers in the future. Moreover, Jimo's marriage-snatching battle was about to take place. So, Meng Luo would certainly make an appearance. At that time, the one who would deal with him would definitely not be him. Therefore, it was most advantageous to force Meng Luo to reveal his trump card at this moment. Dong Wushang nodded and said, "Don't worry. I'll break it the next time I meet him as long as he dares to use it. GMO cursed loudly on the other side. Luo Kudi was eager to give it a try. But then, a cold voice resounded at this moment, snatching your storm leopard is giving you face. Meng Luo, you should feel honored. Meng Luo flew into a rage. Luo Kudi, GMO, and Dong Wushang were of similar status with him. So, he had endured it since they had spoken a few words to each other. But, who was this person who had spoken? He raised his eyes, and saw the black-robed youth beside Dong Wushang with his hands behind his back. He had floated down from the big rock, and was looking at him coldly. Meng Luo was about to curse when he saw the black-robed youth stretch out his right hand from his black robe. His empty palm issued a clang sound. A mass of dense light and shadow dispersed from his body. And a glorious crown suddenly appeared in the sky above his head, but it was different from other people's crowns. The shadow of a long sword was soaring straight to the sky above this crown. Sword King! Meng Luo cried out in alarm. He looked at Chu Yang with a different expression in his eyes. This youth is clearly several years younger than me. But he has become the Sword King at such a young age. This achievement had made Meng Luo afraid in his heart. Whose clan is this? How come he hasn't appeared? However, Meng Luo felt somewhat relieved when he saw that Dong Wushang hadn't come out. Who are you? Meng Luo asked. Your Excellency, why did you bother to get involved in this muddy water? My surname is Chu. Chu Yang faintly smiled and said, this is my brother. My brother wants the storm leopard. Meng Luo, you're a smart person. So, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Surname Chu. Meng Luo repeated this name in his mouth. But, he didn't have any impression of it. Suddenly, he laughed nastily and said, do you want to fight with me? I don't want to fight with you, Chu Yang corrected him, I want to receive that storm leopard. Ha ha ha. Meng Luo laughed heartily. But, he immediately stopped. Then, he sinisterly said, I have the storm leopard as my stake. So, what will you lose if you lose? I won't fight a battle without any benefits. I will give this to you if I lose. Chu Yang flipped his hand, and a sword appeared with a schwa sound. It reflected the blazing sun in the sky, and suddenly emitted thousands of cold lights. Meng Luo, who was 30 feet away from Chu Yang, also felt a burst of ice-cold wind blow against his face the moment this sword appeared. I want to remind you that this sword can cut iron like mud. It can cut gold and cut jade. It can destroy any obstacle. Chu Yang casually tossed the sword. It somersaulted, and flew out of his hand. Then, it gently fell horizontally in the air. Chu Yang tossed it again, and a piece of black steel appeared in the place where the sword's blade had fallen. The sword's edge collided with the black steel with a clang sound. And, it cut into the black steel as if it was cutting tofu. Meng Luo's eyes suddenly opened wide. A greedy light shone in his eyes. Chu Yang lifted his foot, and kicked that piece of black steel, which was still attached to the sword, away. The sword's blade vibrated, and issued a buzzing sound. The black steel fell at Meng Luo's feet. Chu Yang's move was extremely beautiful. It was natural and unrestrained. It was straightforward and upright. It was much more natural and unrestrained than Meng Luo's. Luo Kudi asked GMO in a low voice, Big brother, aren't you afraid that Meng Luo will take the sword and run away? GMO became angry and said, Meng Luo would have taken it and run away if he were as brainless as you. The problem is that he isn't. Luo Kudi twice. He was embarrassed, and didn't speak anymore. Meng Luo wasn't stupid. He was greedy at the moment. But, he would have suffered the joint attack of the Luo clan, Gu clan, and Ji clan if he had taken the sword and run away. And, there would have been no need to talk about rules with him at that time. Perhaps all the people who had come with him would have died here if that had happened. How could he do such a stupid thing? Chu Yang secretly laughed in his heart. Who can take my sword and run away? The power of the sword spirit has already been attached to it. So, the sword will break into 2 pieces as long as the sword spirit wills it. Meng Luo was dumbstruck at this moment. He held the sword, and casually cut the black steel. And, a piece of iron fell down. Then, he changed the sword of his follower. He didn't use any strength, and the follower's sword broke into two pieces with a crack sound. It seemed as if he had cut a piece of wood. However, Chu Yang's sword wasn't damaged in the slightest. Meng Luo's hands were somewhat trembling. His lips were also trembling. He was reluctant to part with the sword. He looked at Chu Yang, and asked somewhat anxiously, "Do you really want to gamble with this sword with me?" "What? You don't want to?" "Forget it if you don't want to." Chu Yang spread out his hands. "I want to." "Why don't I want to?" "I'll gamble." Meng Luo's eyes lit up. Storm leopard is good. But, it's still a cub. It will take decades for it to grow to adulthood. But, this sword is a rarely seen sharp weapon in the world. It's more valuable than an adult storm leopard. This guy wants to gamble with this sword. Not only is he taking advantage of me in terms of value, but, he's also giving me a treasure. Meng Luo, do you want to save your face? That cub of a storm leopard can't even chew a steamed bun now. And, you want to gamble with such a peerless sword? Luo Kudi shouted loudly, is that your face or your ass? Fu *k. Why don't you become red? Luo Kudi's words made Meng Luo choke. He had only intended to make fun of Meng Luo. But, he hadn't expected that Meng Luo's face would turn red as soon as his voice fell. Luo Kudi was dumbfounded. He then turned his head to look at GMO. Then, he turned his head to look at Dong Wushang. Did you see it? Did you see it? Fu *k me. Meng Luo's face has turned red. Mother Fu *Kurawu. This is the news of the past 3 days. Meng Luo's face turned red. He said, bullshit. It's you who took it out for the gamble. It's not like I want this sword. Don't tell me that you're in the right to rob me? Chu Yang faintly smiled. He then waved his hand and said, you guys keep watch for me. Let me experience the skills of one of the 8 great dukes. GMO and Luo Kudi were the same as Dong Wushang. They knew that Chu Yang must have grasped the opportunity since he had decided to make a move. Chu Yang would never do something that he wasn't sure of. GMO screamed loudly. He jumped up and shouted, beat him up. Trample him. Ravage him. Luo Kudi shouted loudly, beat him up. Beat him up. Beat him up. Chu Yang's forehead suddenly became sweaty, a strong murderous intention flashed across Meng Luo's face. He looked at Luo Kudi and GMO, and then returned to Chu Yang. He was secretly vigilant in his heart, this guy is unknown. But, his words are so effective against these 2 famous pestering guys. I can't underestimate the enemy. Please. Meng Luo's wrist moved forward, and the sword turned into a white light as he threw it towards Chu Yang. Chu Yang leaned sideways, and gently pinched the sword's hilt with his 2 fingers. Then, the sword light spread out, and a circle of sword shadows spread out like a peacock spreading its tail. Hundreds of sword shadows clearly surrounded him, the sword's real body was firmly grasped in his hand. The tip of the sword was pointed forward. Chu Yang's gaze was affectionate as he looked at the sword's body. He felt that the sword was connected to him. His heart surged, and the sword energy spread out horizontally, the sword point, sword edge, and sword edge of the tribulation sword rushed out of his dantian with a whistling sound. The sword's body flashed strangely, and an awe-inspiring murderous aura spread out in an arrogant manner. Meng Luo felt the formidable aura of the opposite party. So, he didn't dare to neglect it. He suddenly jumped up, and a strange-shaped folding fan appeared in his hand. He opened it in the air with a pop sound, and 8 Meng Luos appeared in the air. They smiled at the same time, and elegantly waved their folding fans. Then, the 8 Meng Luos rushed down one after another, and rushed towards Chu Yang like lightning. It was an empty crown, but it was still dazzling. Chu Yang sneered, come on. His body spun, and the sword light, like an arrow leaving the bowstring, turned into a meteor. He didn't dodge or evade. Instead, he met the enemy head-on. He had forcefully shaken Meng Luo. The 2 silhouettes came in contact with each other. Then, they suddenly exploded like a bomb, and turned into countless shadows that scattered in all directions. The 2 silhouettes had already transformed into a black and a white radiance in the middle of the field. They then intertwined with each other, and formed a black and white pattern. The 2 empty crowns were rustling and trembling. Chu Yang used the fleeting snow cloud movement technique, and fluttered here and there. His long sword scattered into snowflakes that filled the sky. It seemed as if he was advancing and retreating. Meng Luo's agility technique was fast and precise. The folding fan in his hand was continuously changing. It could be used as a sword, a saber, or a dang. But there seemed to be some kind of connection between the two. Especially the strange pattern on the surface of the fan, it gave people a dazzling feeling. Dong Wushang, GMO, and Luo Kudi were watching the field attentively. They were somewhat amazed in their hearts. They saw that Chu Yang was dealing with Meng Luo's storm-like attacks with ease. However, he wasn't panicking at all. So, they were somewhat amazed. He was still struggling at the bottom a few months ago. But, he could already contend with a second-grade king-level expert today. Moreover, how could Meng Luo be an ordinary king-level expert? In Dong Wushang's eyes, Meng Luo was a good-for-nothing and a pervert. However, an ordinary second-grade king-level expert couldn't defeat him. Each of the 8 great dukes had unlimited tricks up their sleeves. Who among them didn't have the potential to challenge someone of a higher level? Meng Luo's eyes were looking at Chu Yang's figure like a hungry wolf. He slowly increased the speed and strength of his attacks. He wanted to defeat Chu Yang in the shortest time, and with the least amount of strength. However, he was surprised to find that Chu Yang had also slowed down his speed when he had slowed down his attacks. And, the pressure on him had also increased correspondingly when he had increased his attacks. They had been evenly matched since the beginning of the fight. A cold light couldn't help but flash in Meng Luo's eyes. His folding fan was falling down more and more like snowflakes. He didn't want to expose his trump card. However, Chu Yang had made up his mind. I must force Meng Luo to use his vivid spring dream divine technique. The spectators exclaimed in satisfaction. Even the lazy Ji Zhu had opened his eyes wide, and unblinkingly looked at the 2 men in the field. No wonder GMO recognized him as the big brother. He has some skills. To all the spectators, this battle could only be described as pleasing to the eye. Of the 2 youths fighting, one was dressed in a black robe, and the other was dressed in a snow-white robe. One was handsome, and the other was elegant. Moreover, both of their figures were graceful, their movements free and easy. They left as soon as they touched the ground, floating like immortals. When one of them increased the intensity of their attacks, the other would immediately begin to counterattack. When one of them slightly restrained himself, the other would also immediately begin to defend. It didn't look like a battle at all. Instead, it looked like 2 martial brothers were practicing their martial arts. It also looked like 2 people who had nothing to do with each other had agreed to dance. Every one of them was dancing elegantly. At first glance, they didn't look alike, but their coordination was unintentionally flawless. GMO and Luo Kudi were watching the field. Dong Wushang had already walked behind them. Big brother hasn't used his trump card yet, Luo Kudi whispered. Chu Yang looked like he was handling a butcher's cleaver with ease. Obviously, he hadn't used his full strength yet. Nonsense. Dong Wushang scolded without any trace of politeness. Idiot. Meng Luo hadn't used his trump card. So, how could Big Brother use his trump card? There's something wrong with your brain. Luo Kudi grunted. Then, he said in a low voice, I'm just telling the truth. GMO was somewhat worried as he looked at the field. It's too fast. Such a fast duel consumes a lot of physical strength. Wushang, what do you think of the situation? Big brother, there's no need to worry. Dong Wushang said with certainty. Moreover, both of them are only testing each other. But, both of them are trying their best to conceal their true strength. They seem to be nervous, but the outcome of this battle is far from being decided. His tone suddenly became serious. You two, open your bird eyes wide and watch carefully. Big brother is showing all of Meng Luo's strength to you. Don't spout nonsense. Jimo's eyes froze in anger. Old Wu is your big brother. Dong Wushang ignored him, and turned his head away. Chu Yang had clearly calculated that Meng Luo had already changed more than a dozen kinds of agility techniques in the field. But, he was clearly messing up the order now. And, he was still using the same moves. He coldly snorted in his heart. Then, the sword light suddenly rose sharply. One ray of cold light pierced 10,000 fathoms. 10,000 rays of cold light suddenly whizzed out violently. Meng Luo was gobsmacked. He was trying to figure out his opponent's real strength. But his opponent had unexpectedly launched a strong attack at this moment. He was caught off guard for a moment. So, he shouted loudly, and defended himself with his folding fan with all his strength. Swish swish swish, knock knock knock. Their weapons had never come into contact with each other since the start of the battle. But, this time's attack was like the wind blowing on a lotus, and the rain hitting a banana leaf. Meng Luo's folding fan was continuously receiving attacks at this moment. The cold light would always find a flaw no matter how he changed his agility technique. Then, the attack would hit the surface of the fan. And, numerous sword holes appeared on this special folding fan at this moment. Meng Luo's folding fan was made of ice silk mixed with 7-colored jade strands. So, it was invulnerable. Moreover, it had a special function. It was tailor-made for the vivid spring dream divine technique. Meng Luo felt as if his heart was being twisted when he encountered this kind of injury at this moment. The surface of the fan would revert to its original state after a small hole was pierced by the sword tip. However, Meng Luo knew in his heart that the strength of this spring dream folding fan would weaken every time a sword hole appeared. So, he couldn't help but fly into a rage. The black silhouettes of the people watching the battle suddenly soared like dark clouds in the field. The black silhouettes were everywhere in the blink of an eye. And, Meng Luo's white silhouette was left in the middle of the battlefield. It was faintly discernible in the midst of the raging black silhouettes. Meng Luo, one of the 8 great dukes, had fallen into an absolute disadvantage under the attack of this nameless person. Even his defense was strenuous, however. Chu Yang's heart was shaken. I didn't use my full strength in this move of one ray of cold light pierces 10,000 fathoms. I only used a small part of my strength. But, even a king-level expert like Jing Meng Hun would be in a difficult situation if he were to face this move. But, Meng Luo had managed to defend against it without any mishap. Chu Yang coldly snorted and said, "Good agility technique. Take it again." He used one ray of cold light pierces 10,000 fathoms again. However, he used 70% of his strength this time. Meng Luo let out a muffled groan. His white silhouette flew backwards like a white line. Chu Yang's black silhouette followed him like a shadow. 10,000 cold lights were hidden in his body. He chased after Meng Luo, and circled around the battlefield a dozen times in a flash. The spectators burst into an uproar. Meng Luo, one of the 8 great dukes, was being chased around like a mouse. And, the opposite party was still chasing after him relentlessly. The experts of the Meng clan tightly knitted their brows. They exposed a worried look on their faces. It would be a major blow to the reputation of the Meng clan if Meng Luo lost this round. Meng Luo's handsome face had turned into the color of a pig's liver by now. Luo Kudi was beaming with joy as he saw this. He jumped up and shouted, "Good! Good! Spank his ass! Drill his ass! It would be best if you carve the word asterisk asterisk on his ass." Meng Luo crazily shouted. His eyes turned red. He fiercely closed his folding fan, and turned it into a short stick. Then, he suddenly turned around, and met Chu Yang's attack head-on. Chu Yang's black robe fluttered in the wind with a loud bang. Meng Luo rolled out like a rubber ball. His white robe was riddled with holes. And, a silver-white light was exposed between the holes. Silver-wine jade armor. Someone among the spectators cried out in alarm. Everyone turned pale with fright as they heard this. The silver-wind jade armor was a legendary treasure of the 3 heavens. It was said that it was immune to all kinds of swords and metals. Wearing it was equivalent to having an extra life. No one had expected that such a treasure would appear on Meng Luo's body. Meng Luo slowly stood up from the ground. Blood was overflowing from the corners of his mouth. He slowly wiped it with his hand. Then, he looked at Chu Yang with a sinister look in his eyes. He bitterly said, "Surname Chu, you forced me to do this." Chu Yang was stunned. Fu *K. Meng Luo, we've been fighting for so long. Can't you see that I'm forcing you? Do you think that I'm treating you to a meal? GMO burst into loud laughter. Dong Wushang's expression tightened. He knew that Chu Yang was deliberately provoking Meng Luo. Meng Luo's trump card would appear in the next moment if everything went according to his expectations. Meng Luo laughed. Then, he gently opened his folding fan, and fanned it with a schwa sound. 3 silhouettes of Meng Luo appeared on his left side with a schwa sound. They were waving their folding fans with a smile on their faces. He fanned again, and 3 silhouettes of Meng Luo appeared on his right side. The 7 Meng Luos stood side by side in an orderly manner, as if they were septuplets. They were waving their folding fans at the same time. They were smiling as they opened their mouths. "Surname Chu, your sword is mine." Even their voices seemed to be spoken by 7 people at the same time. There was a kind of disjointed feeling in their voices. Then, the 7 Meng Luos took a step forward at the same time. The entire space seemed to be distorted. It was filled with a kind of moist feeling of spring. Everyone who was watching the fight, including Dong Wushang, felt as if their minds were in a trance. It seemed as if spring had suddenly arrived in this moment. Whether it was what their eyes were seeing or what their bodies were feeling, the air was getting more and more moist. It seemed as if the spring breeze was blowing in a mighty manner. Everything was beginning to recover. Some people had already felt that. It seemed as if the withered peach branches were slowly growing buds. The feeling of spring became more and more obvious as the 7 Meng Luos walked forward step by step. Someone exclaimed in surprise as if he was sleep-talking, "Wow, the willow tree is turning green so quickly. Look, the peach blossoms on this tree, their buds are pink, an illusion has already appeared." Dong Wushang was greatly alarmed. He could feel that kind of realistic feeling. So, he hardened his heart, and resolutely bit his tongue. A burst of heart-piercing pain was transmitted, and his mind finally recovered its clarity. Dong Wushang's complexion turned pale with fright. "I never thought that Meng Luo had such an ability. Fortunately, I'm only watching from the sidelines. I would have been defeated a long time ago if I had been there." There's no movement. There's no sign. But, it can seize a person's mind in an instant. Moreover, there's no exception to this regardless of the level of martial power. Moreover, it can cover a wide range. What kind of world-shaking evil technique is this? He couldn't help but be even more surprised when he saw that GMO and Luo Kudi's faces had already become somewhat intoxicated by spring. He pressed his hands on the back of their heads, and a burst of ice-cold energy gushed into their heads. Both of them woke up at the same time, and looked at each other with their complexion changing. Chu Yang's pupils contracted. At this moment, his extraordinary spiritual sense came into play. He could clearly feel that there was a strange aura pouring into every pore of his body. Meng Luo's every step, every movement, every wave of his folding fan, every gentle smile in his eyes, and the indifferent and genial expression on his face gave people a beautiful and hazy feeling as if they were in a spring dream. Meng Luo's silhouettes had turned into 14. They were walking towards Chu Yang in a semicircle. Everyone seemed to be able to smell the fragrance of the grass in spring. They felt that this world was filled with vitality. Many people had already laid down on the ground that was filled with strange rocks. However, a satisfied and warm smile appeared on their faces. It was as if they were lying on a soft grass that was filled with vitality. This is the kind of spring that I've experienced before. There were several first-grade king-level experts among these people. However, Chu Yang's heart was filled with anger. A burst of resentment. Others didn't know, but he was very clear about it. Meng Luo's husband relied on the plucking yin to supplement yang technique. He plucked the vital yin of countless young girls under the age of 15 to supplement their vital yin. And, he used the hearts of these young girls who had just understood the matters of love. Furthermore, it also carried the beautiful yearning and longing of these young girls towards their marriage. That was the purest dream of a young girl's heart. All of this was to destroy the dreams of these young girls mercilessly in an extremely agreeable way. Using mercilessness as a cauldron to refine the pure and beautiful feelings between heaven and earth, this was the riotous spring dream. In a spring dream, flowers would fall in profusion. A spring dream would leave no trace, and countless beauties would fall in the world. The profusion of falling flowers was the price of a spring dream. This was the origin of the name riotous spring dream god. This was an extremely cruel and inhumane act. Meng Luo has already practiced to this extent. His influence was so great that it was beyond Chu Yang's expectations. It was obvious that at least a few hundred girls had been destroyed by his hands. The killing intent in Chu Yang's heart suddenly rose. In this dreamland that was like a spring dream, this kind of intense killing intent seemed to want to break through the shroud of the spring dream. He wanted to kill this scum. However, he thought about it again. I have just arrived in the third heaven. So, my foundation isn't stable yet. Moreover, the Meng clan is a top-notch clan. So, I might be able to vent my anger for a while if I kill Meng Luo now. But, it would be extremely disadvantageous for me in the long run. Keeping a demon like Meng Luo alive was the most effective weapon against the Meng clan. Chu Yang didn't know that his beloved Mo Qingwu had been proposed to by Meng Luo at this moment. He wouldn't have cared about the Tribulation Sword Master's T plan if he had known about it. In fact, he would have killed this bastard with his sword, but at this moment, he didn't know. Meng Luo felt Chu Yang's murderous intention. His body shook, and he fiercely urged the spring dream. The smile on his face became even more intoxicating. And, his figure became even more confident and at ease. It seemed as if an elegant young man was walking in the spring breeze. A woman would have fallen deeply in love with Meng Luo if she were to see him at this moment. This young man in his dreams has almost touched the beauty of the entire world. But who would have known that in this dreamlike scene, this gentle and refined young man was a hungry wolf that ate people without spitting out their bones? Meng Luo's silhouettes had already expanded to 27, the spring dream aura in the air had become even richer. He had almost arrived in front of Chu Yang. But, Chu Yang still hadn't moved. Meng Luo's eyes had already revealed a complacent look. His murderous intention was hidden. Dong Wushang's heart was burning with anxiety as he watched this. He was about to say something to remind Chu Yang. Chu Yang shouted loudly, "Wushang! Look carefully!" Then, he suddenly backhanded his sword, and stabbed his left arm. Blood spurted out with a puff sound. Chu Yang circulated his sword, and the blood scattered into a blood fog that filled the sky. Meng Luo's complexion changed in an instant, then, Chu Yang attacked with his sword. The sword light flashed, and stabbed Meng Luo's wrist. The folding fan fell to the ground with a bang sound. Then, the sword stabbed Meng Luo's legs. Meng Luo screamed loudly, and knelt down with a plop sound in front of Chu Yang. This dreamlike scene disappeared in an instant. Everyone came back to their senses at this moment. And, they saw that one of the 8 great dukes, Meng Luo, was kneeling in front of Chu Yang in a distressed state. He didn't need to kneel even if he was defeated, right? What's wrong with this great Duke Meng Luo? Is he begging for mercy from the opponent? Apart from a few king-level experts with exquisite cultivation, the others couldn't clearly see what had happened. Chu Yang exclaimed and said, "Great Duke Meng, what are you doing? We were just exchanging pointers. So, how can I kill you? You, what are you doing? Quickly get up, quickly get up. Why are you kneeling like this? Quickly get up. I won't kill you. I won't kill you." These few words were extremely loud and clear. Apart from a few people who had seen the truth, everyone else exposed a look of disdain on their faces. Meng Luo, you're the successor of a top-notch clan. You're one of the 8 great dukes of the 3 heavens. You're still a king-level expert even if you don't take into account these glorious identities. How can you kneel down and beg for mercy from the enemy without any integrity? You've lost your face. Extremely disdainful. Dong Wushang opened his mouth wide. He had never imagined that this matter would develop in such a dramatic manner. Meng Luo had the upper hand a moment ago. And, Chu Yang hadn't moved at all, as if he was an idiot. But, Chu Yang's sword had displayed its might the next moment. Moreover, those sword strikes hadn't been very fierce. So, Dong Wushang had believed that Meng Luo could have dodged them as long as he knew how to fight. However, Meng Luo had strangely knelt down in front of Chu Yang's sword. Such an earth-shaking change had made Dong Wushang feel as if he was still in a spring dream. He couldn't believe it, and rubbed his eyes. The 10 king-level experts of the Meng clan blushed with shame. Meng Luo was facing them, and Chu Yang's back was facing them. His black robe was fluttering in the wind, and had covered his line of sight. They had only seen the flash of a sword light. Then, Meng Luo had fiercely knelt down. He had knelt down in front of this black-clothed youth. What's going on? How can the young lord kneel down in front of the enemy and beg for mercy in front of so many people? Chu Yang enthusiastically helped Meng Luo up. Meng Luo looked at him with empty eyes. But, it seemed as if he was looking into the void. He seemed to be at a loss. Then, he suddenly spoke in a dreamlike manner. "How did you know?" Chu Yang coldly looked at him. He didn't answer his question. Instead, he said, "You've lost." "I've lost. I've lost," Meng Luo muttered. Then, he suddenly issued a long and loud shout. He turned around, and walked away. He walked a few steps, and then turned around again. "Say your name. I'll look for you again." "The person who defeated you a moment ago is called Chu Yang." Chu Yang raised his face, and looked at him disdainfully. "The person you've just knelt to is also called Chu Yang." Meng Luo screamed loudly. He opened his mouth, and spouted a mouthful of blood. His body flashed, and he jumped into his own team. Then, a frightened cry was heard the next moment, and a small figure was thrown out by Meng Luo. Chu Yang caught it, and saw a pair of frightened black and white eyes looking at him. It was the storm leopard's cub. Meng Luo hadn't gone back on his word. He also hadn't dared to go back on his word. "Let's go," Meng Luo ordered. He then took the lead to leave with his tail between his legs. The 10 king-level experts of the Meng clan looked at Chu Yang's face. It seemed as if they wanted to firmly remember this person's face. Then, they followed after him without saying anything. Not only the Meng clan, but all the experts in the vicinity also looked at Chu Yang at this moment. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. Since when did such a world-shaking young expert appear in these 3 days? "Duke Chu, this old man has a presumptuous request. Would it be possible for you to clear up this old man's confusion?" The one who had spoken was a blue-clothed old man. He was a middle-grade king-level expert. However, he had also fallen into Meng Luo's trap. Fortunately, he was a distance away and didn't indulge in it too much, so he didn't make a fool of himself. Chu Yang replied, "Senior has given me an order. I won't dare to be unwise." That blue-clothed old man smiled happily. He was very satisfied and proud of Chu Yang's friendly attitude. A sense of appreciation arose in his heart. He stroked his beard and said, "Grand Master Chu, the god that Meng Luo Gong used a moment ago was very powerful. Meng Luo Gong seems to be only a second-grade king-level expert at present. But, this old man can't contend with that kind of power." He had only asked what kind of husband he was. He hadn't asked how to break it. He was obviously afraid of offending the Meng clan. Chu Yan had been waiting for someone to ask him this question. He would have explained even if no one had asked. How could he let go of a pillow when he was about to doze off? "Senior, I will explain it to everyone since you have asked. So, I won't confuse you in the future." Chu Yang smiled in a very harmless manner. He looked very open and magnanimous. Luo Kudi and GMO trembled from head to toe. Someone is bound to get unlucky every time Chu Yang shows such an innocent smile. It seems that the Meng clan is out of luck this time. This kind of husband is called the Vivid Spring Dream God. It's extremely powerful. Chu Yang lowered his voice and spoke in a mysterious manner. However, everyone's curiosity had been aroused by him. So, everyone pricked up their ears to listen. They could have heard him clearly even if he had lowered his voice. This kind of god is extremely evil. Let alone a king-level expert, even an emperor-level expert won't be able to escape death if he doesn't know about it in advance. Chu Yang said in a serious manner, "That's because one needs to pluck the vital yin of at least several thousand young girls under the age of 15 to practice this evil art. And they need to cooperate with each other in order to practice it." Everyone hadn't expected that they would hear such a sensational thing. Not only that, but the consciousness of the young girls who have been plucked must be destroyed. Then, they must become a walking corpse's plaything. And, they must be plucked to replenish their yang. Chu Yang slowly explained. He had deliberately left everyone some time to digest this information. The Meng clan has such an evil husband, everyone was filled with righteous indignation. They angrily shouted. Plucking yin to replenish yang is already evil enough. But, Meng Luo has taken it a step further. And, he's specifically plucking young girls? This is a heinous crime. It has reached the point of insanity. The vital yin of these innocent young girls must be plucked out together with their most beautiful fantasies. Then, they must be refined with an evil method. Then, they will become a unique god. Then, they will use this method to make the enemy fall into a beautiful spring-like illusion. Then, they will be slaughtered. Chu Yang slowly explained. This is absolutely true. You can use any method to verify it. Or, you can check the records of ancient books, Chu Yang insipidly said. This matter has nothing to do with me because I can break it. Therefore, it doesn't matter to me whether I say it or not. But, everyone, ha ha ha. An impatient person asked, how did you break it? Chu Yang looked at that person with interest and said, this matter is related to my unique mental cultivation method. That person suddenly became embarrassed. In any case, I still have to thank little brother for exposing this shocking secret. Moreover, you have exposed the true face of the Meng clan. This matter is no trivial matter. We must immediately return and report it to our clans. The blue-clothed old man solemnly bowed and left. Everyone also cupped their fists and bid farewell with heavy expressions on their faces. Meng Luo is out of luck this time. Luo Kudi laughed. He then said in a gloating manner, Motherfew *Ker, this bastard is constantly proposing marriage to every small clan. He wants to marry young girls who are less than 15 years old as concubines. Many clans want to curry favor with the Meng clan. So, they want to marry their daughters to him. There should be more than 30 daughters from small clans. That's why the Meng clan's strength is so huge. But, I guess these clans will be the first to deal with Meng Luo once this matter is exposed. Ha ha ha, this is very satisfying. Ha ha ha. Yes, these clans don't take their daughters seriously. But, the Meng clan will suffer the joint suppression of these big clans once this matter spreads out. After all, the existence of this evil technique is very dangerous for the top experts of these big clans. These clans will draw a clear line between themselves and the Meng clan even if they don't want to vent their anger for their daughters. So, they won't be implicated and suffer a calamity. Therefore, using their daughters as an excuse is the most legitimate reason. GMO also came from a big clan. So, how could he not understand this? However, Dong Wushang was pondering about another matter. He looked at everyone and asked, Big brother, I don't understand. Chu Yang smiled, I understand what you don't understand. GMO and Luo Kudi fainted at the same time. This sentence was very awkward to say. You must be wondering why Meng Luo was so aggressive, and why his vivid spring dream divine technique was so powerful. But, it was still easily defeated by me, right? Chu Yang smiled and said, in fact, when I was thrusting my sword a few times, I deliberately slowed down my speed so that you could understand. Yes, this is what I don't understand, Dong Wushang said. Meng Luo shouldn't have been defeated so quickly in any case. There are two important reasons for this. Chu Yang stretched out two fingers. First, the vivid spring dream divine technique. As the name implies, Meng Luo used his evil technique to create an infinitely relaxed and pleasant mental state. But this kind of relaxed happiness had a fatal flaw, and that was blood. Bloody. Dong Wushang muttered to himself as if he had comprehended something. But blood alone is not enough, it has to be that kind of blood mist. Chu Yang said, moreover, if you want to defeat the enemy, you must use the vivid spring dream divine technique to a certain extent before you can use the blood fog to break it. I understand, Dong Wushang nodded. GMO and Luo Kudi also nodded in succession. The second point is the timing. Meng Luo's strength wouldn't have been damaged if he had used the blood fog to break the vivid spring dream divine technique just as he had launched it. So, he could still use other martial arts to fight you. Chu Yang insipidly said, but, he wouldn't have much of his spirit left by the time he had created more than 20 phantoms. And, the spiritual power of his entire body would have been almost exhausted. Therefore, you could have killed him in one fell swoop if you had attacked him at that time. Chu Yang softly said. So, that's how it is. It seems that this evil technique is nothing more than this. Luo Kudi casually said, I will cut this bastard into pieces the next time I meet him. What do you know? Chu Yang glared at him, you understand. But, can you resist until then? Even an alert king-level expert can't resist that kind of powerful spiritual influence. What will you use to resist it? Dong Wushang's expression shook as he said, yes, this is the problem. This problem is the key. Chu Yang said, my martial technique is special. So, I can't be influenced by it. But, it's different for you. So, you must pay a price, such as pain. Pain? Yes. Qiyang said, you must hide a needle or a sharp object in your palm in advance when Meng Luo launches the vivid spring dream divine technique. You must silently stab yourself once you feel the desire of lust. You must stab yourself. Qiyang solemnly said, remember, you must stab yourself. This is very important. You must be aware of the pain because your blood is flowing. You must be stimulated by the pain to stay awake. Then, you must drag it out to a certain extent. Then, you can defeat the enemy in one fell swoop. If by any chance he was charmed, he would be dead for sure. You must remember this. Luo Kudi and the other two nodded solemnly. Suddenly, one of them asked in bewilderment, what did you call me for? The four people raised their heads in amazement. They saw that Jiju had been leaning against a stone in a daze. He opened his sleepy eyes, looked at Chu Yang, and said with dissatisfaction, it's fine if you call me. But, you want me to kill thousands of babies? What's so important? It's very immoral to disturb people's dreams, do you know that? Chu Yang was flabbergasted. Then, the four people remembered Chu Yang's last words at the same time, remember. You must remember to defy the heavens. Luo Kudi lay on the ground with a puff sound, and laughed wildly. Jimo's whole body twitched. He laughed so hard that his whole body trembled. But, his face was full of black lines. He felt humiliated, depressed, and amused as he looked at his elder brother. He wished he could go up and beat him up. Dong Wusheng rarely laughed out loud. Chu Yang's face was tangled. I say, the names that you two brothers have chosen are too unique, right? You can even do this. I'm convinced. Jiju said as if it was a matter of course, you have to ask my father about this. But, the names that lazy guy came up with are too imprecise. Everyone laughed. Such a person is rare. Chu Yang nodded. He understood in his heart, no wonder these two brothers are so lazy. So, that's why. There's another decisive factor behind this. The little storm leopard had been hiding in Chu Yang's sleeve ever since Meng Luo had thrown it over. Its small body was trembling. It would occasionally stretch out its head to look at Chu Yang in fear. It would softly whimper, and its black and white eyes would carry a delicate and pitiful look of resentment. This person is even more ferocious than the previous one. Whimper, don't you want this? Here, take it. Chu Yang handed over the storm leopard to Luo Kudi. Luo Kudi beamed with delight as he received it. He held the leopard and combed its fur as if it was his life. Then, he said with a kind face, good boy, be obedient. I'll give you meat to eat in a while. The little leopard looked at him, and stuck out its tongue to lick his hand. Luo Kudi was very happy. He held the little leopard in his bosom. But then, he suddenly screamed in fear. His complexion turned deathly pale. Everyone looked over, and saw that the little leopard had opened its mouth, and was sucking on a small spot on Luo Kudi's chest. Second young Master Luo was caught off guard, and got sucked on, his vital point. His whole body went limp and numb. He was startled. He felt as if his scalp had exploded. Fu*K. Second young Master Luo is breastfeeding. GMO screamed. Everyone immediately spat out rice. Fu*K. You have such ability. You have such ability. Luo Kudi's face turned red. He wanted to take the little leopard's mouth away. But, the little leopard was sucking hard, and wouldn't let go. It was whining pitifully. Second young Master Luo was at a loss. Dong Wusheng brought some food, soaked it in water, and made it into porridge for the little leopard to eat. This temporarily prevented second young Master Luo's embarrassment. Everyone laughed heartily. Only Luo Kudi was frowning. He scratched his head and looked at the little leopard. He didn't know what to do. He thought that he had snatched a treasure. But, he didn't expect that he had snatched a big trouble. The little leopard wants to drink milk. But, where do I have that thing? What should I do now? Luo Kudi wanted to return the little leopard to Chu Yang. But, Chu Yang firmly refused. Are you kidding me? Why would I take this little guy with me? Be a nanny? Chu Yang would definitely sell it if it was in Chu Yang's hands. Everyone thinks that a 7th grade spirit beast cub is rare. But Chu Yang didn't put it in his eyes. He was thinking in his heart, if I can get a 7th grade spirit beast or a higher grade spirit beast. Everyone joined forces and went up the mountain together. They saw that there was an uproar along the way. Everyone was whispering to each other about something. Hey, have you heard? That Meng Luo is a big pervert. He has raped 5,888 girls so far. A man was beaming with joy. Everyone was dumbfounded as soon as they heard this. Luo Kudi spurted out a mouthful of water. He was feeding the little leopard. But the little leopard got sprayed all over. The little leopard looked at him resentfully. Yes, yes. I heard that Meng Luo likes to eat young girls' hearts the most. Moreover, he wants to eat the world-defying stage heavens raw. Another man added oil and sauce. He's a real beast. I heard that the Meng clan practices this kind of martial art. It's very cruel. Moreover, each of them is good at plucking yin to supplement yang. A man said mysteriously. Another man looked pensive. No wonder. The Meng clan goes to the brothel in a grandiose manner every time. I saw it the last time. Really? That's awesome. TSK. Go together? Don't tell me that they have to compete in endurance in addition to practicing martial arts? Maybe they are shouting for everyone to move together. Haha. A man laughed obscenely. This is nothing. Last time, Meng Luo Gong snatched a girl from a brothel. He had an argument with someone, and almost came to blows. He only knew that it was his father when he met him. So, that's how it is. It's because he is plucking yin to supplement yang. A man said in a serious manner. Crap. Is there such a thing? Who won in the end? Did old Meng win or his son win? A gossiper's eyes lit up. Maybe old Meng and his son won together. Another gossiper followed. Chu Yang and the others laughed so much that their stomachs hurt. However, everyone clearly knew one thing, the Meng clan was done for. Even if they didn't die, their vitality would be greatly damaged. And the origin of all this was because of the few words Chu Yang had said. GMO and the others naturally prostrated themselves in admiration. However, Dongwu Lei and Ji Zhu had cautious looks in their eyes. They looked at Chu Yang with fear in their eyes. This big brother Chu is an extremely terrifying person. He only talked about the terror of this evil technique. But he didn't say how to break it. This made the people of Jianghu feel insecure. And all the big clans became vigilant. So, the Meng clan was excluded from this. So, he had ruthlessly cut the Meng clan from its roots. And he had damaged its tendons and bones. His grasp of people's hearts is very accurate. Moreover, the effect of such rumors and slanders was dozens of times more effective than usual in the chaotic world of the three heavens. The fate of the Meng clan was almost predictable. Chu Yang smiled as he listened to these messages. He was also analyzing them. However, his heart was full of interest for the bride-snatching competition. This wasn't a small matter. Almost all the big clans were going to fight here. This fight would thoroughly reflect the big camps of the three heavens. And this was what Chu Yang needed. This would help him decide where to start. After all, hearsay wasn't as good as seeing it with one's own eyes. Chu Yang looked at Dongwu Lei and Ji Zhu along the way. He sighed with emotion in his heart. These big clans' Grand Dukes aren't ordinary people. Ji Zhu had a sloppy appearance. In fact, he was sloppy. However, Chu Yang felt that he was a wise man who appeared to be stupid. He was sloppy on the outside. But he wasn't a fool on the inside. Moreover, his sloppy and lazy appearance had become his best camouflage. He was a person who was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Dongwu Lei's scheming was deep. Moreover, he was also very suspicious. He was far less straightforward than Dongwu Shang. Of course, this was also determined by his position. He was a typical clan lord of a big clan. Moreover, Dongwu Lei was very afraid of Chu Yang at present. Ji Zhu treated GMO very well among these two pairs of brothers. But Dongwu Lei treated Dongwu Shang. So, Chu Yang couldn't figure it out. Presumably, even Dongwu Lei himself can't figure out his own thoughts. He felt that his brother was close and reliable, but he also felt that his position was threatened. His sense of crisis could not suppress his brotherly love, but his brotherly love could not replace his sense of crisis and his desire for power. Dong Wulei must be very conflicted in his heart right now, Chu Yang sighed. He looked at Dong Xianxia's majestic body, which was like a mountain, and his square face was calm. Chu Yang felt somewhat sad and worried for him. Does he know what his elder brother is thinking? Dong Wuxiang was a loyal and righteous person. Perhaps he didn't know, so he worked hard to do things for the family, to solve his elder brother's problems, and to be the leader himself. But even if he knew, he would still do it and nothing would change. This was Dong Wuxiang. When they reached the top of the mountain, they saw a place that looked like a large basin. You can imagine the football field now, cough cough. The place was already packed with people, especially on a large platform that had just entered the arena. It was extremely lively. I'll bet that GMO will lose 1,000 taels. A man was jumping up and down, holding a banknote and shouting. He was so anxious that his forehead was sweating. I'll also bet that GMO will lose 10,000 taels, another man shouted. I'll bet that Gaoxing will win 10,000 taels, a big man shouted. Me too. Black lines appeared on GMO's forehead. He couldn't help but mutter, Fu *K, this old Wu is so unlikable. Chu Yang stretched out his hand and grabbed a guy who was hurriedly running over. He asked, what's going on? Fu *K. Let me go. This old Wu is rushing to place a bet. GMO's odds of winning have already reached 1/5. Fu *K, if you hold this old Wu for a while, the price will rise again. This man struggled with all his strength. Chu Yang was stunned and let go of his hand. This man quickly ran over to place a bet. He didn't even have time to see who had grabbed him. GMO, look at you. Your popularity is really. Luo Kudi sighed, too bad. No one is betting on you to win. GMO gritted his teeth. He looked at Luo Kudi as if he wanted to eat him alive. Others won't bet on me to win. What about you? Who are you betting on? You're going to fight. Luo Kudi beamed with joy and said, of course. We are brothers. So, I'm naturally going to fight. But, this has nothing to do with who I'm betting on, right? You're not the one who started the bet, right? You don't need to compensate me if I win, right? Then, this guy took out a banknote from his bosom and dashed over. Get out of the way, get out of the way. I'm going to place a bet. The noisy crowd saw that the scraping Wolf King had come over. So, they tactfully made way for him. However, the guy in the front was still lying on the table, filling in the gambling form. He was excitedly shouting, GMO will lose this time. Waha, the odds aren't high, but I can make a profit. Waha. Second young master Luo Kudi angrily shouted. He grabbed that guy's scalp and pressed him to the ground. He fiercely asked, Fu *K. What did you say? How could that guy not recognize this Wolf King level master? His complexion immediately turned pale. He bowed and said, young master Luo, I didn't see you when I was laughing. I was wrong, Luo Kudi angrily said, Fu *K. I'm so unlucky to run into you. Tell me, how much did you bet on GMO losing? 5,000 taels. That guy awkwardly replied. Everyone knew that Luo Kudi and GMO were the same. Betting on GMO losing was equivalent to betting on Luo Kudi losing. Unfortunately, he was caught in the act. This guy was crying because of his bad luck. Fu *Ku. Luo Kudi angrily said, who told you to bet on GMO losing? Bet on him winning. Hurry up. Otherwise, I'll break your neck. That guy screamed, young master Luo. Young master Luo, there's no such thing as forced gambling, it's not easy for me to make money. Clang. Luo Kudi unsheathed his long spear, and pressed it against that guy's neck. He fiercely asked, are you betting or not? That guy's life was in danger. He had no choice but to give in. He changed the betting sheet with tears and snot. GMO was extremely moved. He kept praising Chu Yang, you're my brother. Look at this. Wolf Cub is very loyal. Chu Yang curled his lips. Luo Kudi waited until GMO finished changing the betting sheet. Then, he laughed out loud. Bang! He threw a stack of banknotes on the gambling table. I bet 50,000 taels. I bet on Gaoxing winning. Earn some pocket money. I'm so damn poor. Everyone fainted at the same time. They were left lying on the ground in disarray in an instant. Even Du Xiao, who was sitting behind the gambling table, was extremely surprised by this. The 2 iron balls in his hand silently fell to the ground and smashed on his own feet. However, he didn't feel anything. He looked at the unreasonable and overbearing Luo Kudi in disbelief. Who did you say you were betting on? Say it again? I obviously bet on Gaoxing. Fu *K. Do you still need to ask? Luo Kudi was impatient. Quick. Quick, what are you looking at? Haven't you seen me bet 50,000 taels so boldly? Fu *K. Quick. Quick. Can't you see that I'm in a hurry? Du Xiao was startled. He said, but, aren't you going to help GMO fight? What does this have to do with gambling? Woo. Luo Kudi twirled his fingers. He smiled obscenely. Silver, GMO was about to rush over. But, Dong Wushang held him back. GMO struggled, and broke free from Dong Wushang's grip. His hands were still scratching the air. His feet scratched deep marks on the ground. Dong Wushang couldn't hold him even though he was so strong. So, Dong Wushang cried out in pain, Luo Kusekt. Luo Kudi. I can't live under the same sky with you. I can't exist under the same sky with you. You are pissing me off. Ah. Luo Kudi beamed with delight. He came out with the betting sheet in his hand. He blew at the ink on it as he walked. Then, he put it in his bosom with satisfaction. He raised his head and saw GMO looking at him with a fiendish expression. He was gasping for breath. So, he couldn't help but let out a strange cry. Then, he turned around and ran away. Dong Wushang loosened his grip in a timely manner. GMO's body chased after him like an arrow. He gnashed his teeth and roared, Little bastard. Little bastard. Don't run. I will tear you apart alive. Luo Kudi ran away as fast as he could. Whoever doesn't run is a fool. One was chasing and the other was fleeing. They disappeared in an instant. The guy who had been forced by Luo Kudi to change the betting sheet wanted to cry, but had no tears. You bet on Gaoxing to win. But, you are forcing me to bet on GMO. What kind of motherfu *cur is this? Who are you betting on? Dong Wushang turned around and looked at Chu Yang. Nonsense. Of course, I'm betting on GMO to win. Chu Yang rolled his eyes. Dong Wushang grunted and said with a smile, I also think that GMO will win. Others don't know the strength of us brothers. But, I know it very well. Luo Kudi's move is very clever. But, it's too sinister. I don't know how many people will suffer because of him. Suddenly, the sound of beating gongs and drums was heard at this moment. Main clan has withdrawn. The competition has been changed from 8 matches to 7 matches. GMO's odds have been raised to 1-3. Gaoxing's odds have been raised to 4-1. Suddenly, there was an uproar. Why did Meng Luo withdraw? The gamblers here were engrossed in gambling. So, they didn't know about this matter. Many people stamped their feet and sighed when they heard that GMO's odds had fallen. I regret it. I bet too early. Cough cough. Let me explain. 1-3 means that you bet 1,000 taels on GMO to win. And, GMO wins. Then, he returns your bet money and pays you 3,000 taels. 4-1 means that you bet 4,000 taels on Gaoxing to win. And, Gaoxing returns your bet money after he wins. Then, he pays you 1,000 taels. Dong Wushang stamped his feet. He was somewhat vexed. I was a step too late. You're not late. Chu Yang smiled. The odds will be adjusted. The 7th match and the 8th match are the same. Meng Luo has withdrawn. But, he can't be regarded as a strong opponent based on his previous strength. So, it can be said that the other side has given up on the first match. So, their odds of winning the 7th match have increased. This adjustment is just a means, nothing more. Dong Wushang thought for a moment and said, sure enough. The people of the Ji clan and the Dong clan had already gone to find their own seats by this time. So, only Chu Yang and Dong Wushang were left here. The two of them sat down on a rock nearby. They looked at the bustling scene on this side, and started to talk as if no one else was present. At this time, a team of black-colored cavalry was rushing towards Mt Dingjun like a whirlwind 50 kilometers away from the foot of the mountain. The bustling crowd on the mountain didn't know what to do, because the overlord of the underworld of the three heavens, Jun Shizhu, was about to arrive. Mt Dingjun had been thrown into chaos. The matter of the Meng clan had spread like a gust of wind. Meng Luo was gnashing his teeth and cursing along the way. Chu Yang. GMO. Luo Kudi. Dong Wushang. Hello, hello. I will remember you. Meng Luo clenched his teeth. You have ruined my plans. I will fight you to the death in this life. He felt more and more that Luo Kudi and Chu Yang were two big scourges. One was an unreasonable robber, and the other was even more sinister. The gambling house on the summit of Mt Dingjun was getting more and more lively. The sounds of gongs and drums rang out once in a while, and then again in a while. Attention, attention! Duke Gaoxing has arrived. His cultivation is at the peak of second-grade king level. He is accompanied by 10 king-level experts of the Gao clan. Attention, attention! Duke Li Xiong II of the Li clan has arrived. Duke Li Xiong II is the first successor of the Li clan. His arrival represents the full support of the Li clan for Duke Gaoxing. Attention, attention! Duke Tu Qianhao of the Tu clan has arrived. Duke Tu is at the peak of second-grade king-level expert. His chances of winning this fight are very high. Moreover, Duke Tu has stated that he is going to let another high-level king-level expert of the Tu clan participate in this fight. Attention, attention! Chu Yang didn't think much of it at first. But, he couldn't help but be flabbergasted when he saw that more and more gamblers were joining in with the sound of beating gongs and drums. It was simply a sea of people. Is this a gambling house? I'm convinced. This is a gambling house of the entire nation. Chu Yang was startled when he saw that many king-level experts were waving their banknotes and joining in. This kind of thing is very normal. Dong Wushang wasn't surprised. He said, what do the people of the upper three heavens struggle their entire lives for? First, it's for power. Second, it's for strength. Third, it's for influence. But, you must have financial resources first if you want to have these things. Everyone usually ties their heads to their waistbands. They desperately look for rare medicinal ingredients. Or, they do business. Or, they risk their lives to kill spirit beasts. They use the pelts and cores of spirit beasts that they can't use to exchange for money. This was to support his daily needs. Or, go rob and steal. That silver is bloody and full of danger. However, gambling was not the same. Risking one's head and making a bet would only earn a few thousand taels or 10,000 taels of silver. However, if one's luck was good in gambling, one would be able to turn 10,000 taels of silver into 20,000 taels of silver without using any effort. Or even 40,000 taels? Tell me, how safe is that? How fast? Chu Yang snorted and said, but what if we're unlucky? If you're unlucky, you can just go out and work hard to earn money. If you can't earn, you'll die. That's not a big deal. Dong Wushang played it down. This is the environment. The so-called fairness and reason did not exist in the three heavens. The so-called mercy and forgiveness are even more nonsense. As for the so-called righteousness and evil, they are just nonsense. Tu Qianhao and Li Xiong II have also come to buy. Dong Wushang glanced in that direction. Then, he disdainfully said, Bill. I want to fight against Tu Qianhao this time. Say, what if I kill Tu Qianhao? Chu Yang was startled. Slaughter? Those are the future 12 influential figures of the three heavens. You want to kill them? You, Dong Wushang, are the two hooligans. Tu Qianhao has appeared this time because of Gu Du Xing. But, second brother Gu has suffered some injuries some time ago. His strength may not be affected too much. But, his chances of winning against Tu Qianhao aren't big. This is also the reason why Jimo's chances of winning are so low. Dong Wushang's eyes turned cold as he said, Tu Qianhao clearly wants to take advantage of people's difficulties. He wants to take advantage of second brother Gu's injuries to defeat him in one fell swoop. He wants to establish his own supreme prestige. He's dreaming. I, Dong Wushang, despise this kind of people the most. Therefore, I want to exchange opponents with second brother Gu. I want to kill this bastard who takes advantage of people's difficulties. Du Xing is injured? Chu Yang frowned. He seemed to be lost in thought as he said, yes. Moreover, each clan has two younger brothers. For example, the Ji clan has GMO and Ji Zhu. My clan has me and my elder brother. And, the Luo clan has Luo Ku Wu. This is a competition between the younger brothers of aristocratic clans. But, Tu Qianhao has said that he wants to send a high-level king-level expert of his clan. This is a bastard's behavior. Dong Wushang clenched his teeth. What will the consequences be if Tu Qianhao is killed? Chu Yang pondered and asked. The two clan won't leave the matter at that. Dong Wushang's eyes turned cold, they won't rest until one of us is dead. What if we destroy the two clan? Chu Yang tilted his head. He thought for a while and said, then, we'll think of a way to destroy the two clan. Dong Wushang was shocked. He opened his mouth wide. He had only said that he wanted to kill Tu Qianhao. He hadn't expected that his big brother would want to destroy the entire Tu clan. That was a big clan that wasn't inferior to the Dong clan. Big brother is crazier than me. He is crazier. Li Xiongtu is easier to deal with than Tu Qianhao. He can't be dealt with, Chu Yang insipidly said. Li Xiongtu is just a brave man. He wants to deal with me because he has nothing better to do. Dong Wushang snorted disdainfully, second brother Gu is injured. But, he can easily deal with Li Xiongtu. Moreover, this person is a martial arts maniac. Second brother Gu won't have to worry about his life even if he loses because of his injuries. Several people came over together at this time, haha, I was wondering why I couldn't see you. So, you were hiding here. Dong Wushang stood up with a calm face and squinted his eyes. He then said in an ambiguous manner, so, it's you big bosses. Why are you looking for me instead of working as a cashier? They were the four big bankers of this gambling house, Xianxia Yun, Mo Tianyun, O Du Xiao, and Xiadan Qiong. The faces of these four people were full of smiles. Only Mo Tianyun had a somewhat depressed look on his face. He had already received Bamboo's letter. So, he was extremely sullen in his heart. 20 million taels wasn't a small amount. Mo Tianyun could afford it. But, it would have hurt his muscles and bones. After all, it would have been hard for him to make a quick cash flow. But, his reputation would have been ruined if he hadn't taken it out. He had already handed over 20 million taels. So, his heart was aching endlessly. How could he be happy? It's just for fun. Ao Xiaoyan smiled elegantly. He then looked at Chu Yang, who is this? He had seen Chu Yang several times. But, Chu Yang had disguised his appearance at that time. I'm Chu Yang. Chu Yang smiled, you must be the famous Duke Xia of the lower three heavens? Ao Xiaoyan laughed, don't say that. You're making me feel like a treacherous villain. Moreover, King of Hell Chu has single-handedly turned the entire lower three heavens upside down. So, my lifespan will be shortened if I'm praised. Chu Yang faintly smiled, Duke Xia is very well informed. Moreover, your insight is also very good. I admire you. He had immediately determined that this Chu Yang was King of Hell Chu just by hearing the two words Chu Yang. He wouldn't have dared to say such a thing if he hadn't done so. That's because Ao Xiaoyan's reputation would have been swept to the ground if he had made a fool of himself. Ao Xiaoyan smiled and said, is that so? My insight is good. But, I wonder what Brother Chu's insight is like. He looked at Chu Yang jokingly and said, these three people beside me are also very famous. His meaning was very simple. He wanted to see if Chu Yang could recognize their identities. Chu Yang smiled and said, this one is graceful and elegant. Moreover, he has a kind of ethereal and pure feeling. He must be Xiadan Qiong, Duke Xia. This one is calm and composed. He seems to have a card up his sleeve. His complexion is elegant. So, he must be brother Mo Tianyun? And this one is dressed in black. His complexion is grave and stern. He must be brother Du Shao. He's famous for his poison in the lower three heavens, right? Chu Yang casually said. His eyes unconsciously narrowed when he mentioned Mo Tianyun. He had an uncontrollable desire to get rid of this little guy. Suddenly, a bright light flashed in his mind, and a good idea popped up in his mind. Brother Chu's insight is very good. Ao Xiaoyun clapped and laughed. Mo Tianyun and the other two exposed a startled look on their faces. They hadn't expected that this king of Hell Chu would be able to recognize their names. Chu Yang smiled reservedly. He thought in his heart, nonsense. I've seen all of them. It would be strange if I couldn't recognize their names. The four of you have made a fortune. It doesn't matter who wins or loses in such a big gambling game. You've made a big profit, Chu Yang smiled and said to the four bankers. Then, he started to talk about the gambling game. We had no choice but to take this risk. Ao Xiaoyun forced a smile. He then nodded towards Dong Wushang. Brother Wushang is sure to win Jimo's match. And, king-level expert Wolf Sword also has a chance of winning. GMO is slightly inferior to Gaosheng. But, the battle is bound to be thrilling. And, Dong Wulei's battle is unpredictable. And, Jizhu can't see through Luo Kuwu. He should lose 1 point. But, it's still a tie. The key lies in brother Gudu Xing. He's injured. Moreover, I heard that it's not light. So, he's betting on this bet. But, the problem is, this gambling game requires both sides to be evenly matched. But, there are too many people betting on Gaosheng's victory. The odds have been adjusted to 7-1. But, there are still people betting on Gaosheng's victory. Only a few people are betting on Jimo's victory. I'm afraid this gambling game won't make any money if there isn't a strong financial investment. Ao Xiaoyun sighed. You can rest assured about this. Brother Ao, I'm acquainted with GMO. So, I'll boost Jimo's momentum no matter what. Since the odds are already 1-1. I'll obviously bet a little, Chu Yang said with a smile. Many thanks for Brother Chu's support. Ao Xiaoyun also smiled. Mo Tianyun and the others were thinking, how much can you bet? Isn't it a drop in the bucket? It's useless. Oh, Du Shao said in a hoarse voice, how much is Brother Chu going to bet? First update. Oh, Du Shao took them and counted them one by one. His complexion became more and more pleasantly surprised. He silently counted in his heart when he saw the last one. Then, he suddenly exclaimed, 3 million gold taels? He was shocked by the number he had shouted. And, he stood there in a daze. The conversion ratio of gold to silver was 1 to 100. These 3 million gold taels were equivalent to 300 million silver taels. Who would have thought that Chu Yang would be so ruthless as to bet 300 million silver taels? Now, it was a 1-to-1 loss. The four bankers would have to pay 1.8 billion silver taels if GMO won. Chu Yang had copied these from the Great Zhao's imperial palace. In any case, gold and silver taels could be used all over the world. So, Chu Yang casually took them out to gamble. 300 million? Ao Xiaoyun and the others turned pale with fright. They immediately gathered around Du Shao and looked at the gold taels. Then, they looked at Chu Yang with shocked eyes. Chu Yang smiled modestly and said, well, it's just a small game. I want to earn some pocket money. The four elders looked at King of Hell Chu as if they were looking at a monster. It's just a small game. Earn some pocket money? Motherfew *Ker, is your pocket money calculated in hundreds of millions? Ao Xiaoyun shook his head and forced a smile. He said, a small game. Brother Chu, your style is really. But, Brother Chu, we're not outsiders. Jimo's chances of losing this match are higher. So, it's better to think about it. Chu Yang's eyes flashed. He thought, this evil elder is very considerate. His words are beautiful. He said, no need. I believe that GMO will win. Haha, it's only 3 million gold taels even if he doesn't win. It's a very small amount. It's very shabby, very shabby. He looked at Mo Tianyan as he spoke, and smiled strangely. Mo Tianyan's mood wasn't good. Chu Yang had taken out so many gold taels. So, the four of them would have profited if they lost. However, he couldn't help but get angry when he heard Chu Yang's words, and saw that Chu Yang was looking at him with contempt. He secretly said, Motherfu asterisk cur. Did I offend you? You're so polite to others. But, why do you look at me like this? Do I have a grudge against you? Mo Tianyan guessed right. Chu didn't just have a grudge against him. Mo Tianyan became angry in his heart. He curled his lips and said, It's just a small toy, but I wonder how big Brother Chu's toy would be if it were a big one. Chu Yang smiled. However, he was a little disappointed in his heart. I didn't drag these 3 clans down with me, therefore, he looked at Mo Tianyan meaningfully and said, Brother Mo, these aren't the 4 of you. Mo Tianyan snorted and said, If that's the case, does Brother Chu dare to bet with me? Chu Yang's eyes narrowed dangerously as he said, What do you think? Xianxia sensed that there was something wrong between Chu Yang and Mo Tianyan. So, he couldn't help but look at them suspiciously. I bet on Gaoxing, you bet on GMO, 1-on-1, the odds were 1-1. I will take as many as you have. Mo Tianyan said in a relaxed manner. Xianxia and Dushao exposed a displeased look on their faces. Does Mo Tianyan want to take all the food for himself? His table manners were a little unsightly. Good. Chu Yang casually fished out a big stack of gold notes. This stack was much thicker than the previous one. He smiled and said, I don't have much money here. This is all I have. It's 10 million taels of gold. Brother Mo, we will bet on this as long as you can take it out and take it. The facial muscles of Xianxia, Xianxiang and Dushao twitched at the same time. 10 million taels of gold. 1 billion taels of silver, everything would become Mo Tianyan's if Mo Tianyan could take it out and GMO lost. Of course, if GMO were to win, then Mo Tianyan would lose everything. Chu Yang didn't take it out because the amount was too big. Moreover, the odds were 1-1. So, Xianxia and the others wouldn't have taken it out even if he had full confidence. They would have ended up in a deadlock instead. Now that the odds were 1-1, the other 3 would have only envied Mo Tianyan. So, there shouldn't be any problem. The expression on Mo Tianyan's face suddenly became very wonderful. He was rich, but he couldn't compare with the national treasury of Great Zhao, which was the most prosperous country at that time. He took a few deep breaths. Then, he stared at the 10 million taels of gold notes with a greedy look on his face. He would have been able to recruit at least 100 king-level experts and 3,000 senior revered martial artists to work for him if he won this money. Moreover, he would have had the best armors, weapons, and mounts. That would have been an enormous force, but he couldn't take out so much money at present. In fact, he couldn't even take out 1/10 of it. He had put most of his wealth into gambling. So, he could only take out 80 million taels of silver at present. And this was his backup plan in case of any eventuality. Mo Tianyan thought for a long time. Then, he suddenly turned around resolutely. He looked at Xianxia and said, Brother Ao, I want to borrow some money from you. Xianxia wrinkled his brows, You motherfu asterisk cur, you just wanted to kick us aside. But, you still have the nerve to turn around and borrow money? Fu asterisk k, how can you not feel embarrassed? Xianxiang and Dushao also wrinkled their brows. This Mo Tianyan is willing to do anything for the sake of 10 million taels of silver. He doesn't even care about his face. Xianxia looked at Mo Tianyan and said, Brother Mo, don't you think it's too rash to borrow money from me under such circumstances? What will happen to our gambling house if I lend you money? Moreover, won't Brother Chu become my enemy? Mo Tianyan's expression tightened. Chu Yang interrupted and said, Haha, borrow money? Well, as long as you can borrow it. I don't care about 10 million taels of silver. It's just that it's too shameful. Ha ha ha, borrow money? Ha ha, borrow money? Chu Yang's arrogant demeanor made Xianxia and the others wrinkle their brows. Mo Tianyan's face turned red as he said, Isn't it just some stinky money? You're just a rich man from the lower 3 heavens. Do you really think that you can become the boss of the lower three heavens just because you have a lot of money? Xianxia snorted coldly and said, "You're right. It's just some stinky money. But you can't even take out this stinky money. What are you showing off in front of me for?" Mo Tianyun snorted. His face turned red as he said loudly, "Brother Ao, I'll use my clan's gold mines as collateral for 500 million taels of silver. Brother Xia, Brother O, I'll use my clan's 2 iron mines as collateral for 200 million taels of silver. The land deeds are here. If I lose, these will all belong to you. If I win, Brother Ao will have 200 million taels of silver, and Brother O and Brother Xia will each have 100 million taels of silver. Just take it as interest. How about it?" Mo Tianyun knew that even if he used his clan's assets as collateral, the three of them might not be willing to lend him money. They would have to give him some benefits. For example, they would have to get a share of this 10 million taels of silver, so he immediately made this promise. Good. The three of them agreed at the same time. It didn't matter if they won or lost. The value of the Mo clan's gold mines and iron mines was far more than what Mo Tianyun had said. Even though he was very confident, Mo Tianyun was still taking a big risk. After giving the 3 land deeds to Ao Xiayun and the other 2, Mo Tianyun immediately searched his body. He borrowed 100 million taels of silver, added 80 million taels of silver, added 2 purple crystals, 3 gems, and 12 jade pendants. He had a total of 1 billion taels of silver. Mo Tianyun would lose his family fortune if he were to lose this match. He was also taking a risk. Moreover, he was certain that he would win, because he knew very well that Gu Duxing's injuries were caused by Mo Tianyun leading the experts to ambush him. His injuries were not light. Even after half a year, he might not be able to recover. Right at this moment, a laughter was heard. A person said, "If you don't mind, how about this duke be the witness?" Before the voice even faded, everyone only saw a blur in front of their eyes. A tall figure in green silently landed on the field. He had an arrogant smile on his face. He stood in the field with his arms crossed. His 2 feet stepped on the pile of banknotes as if he was stepping on trash. He smiled disdainfully. Facing the 5 grand dukes of the 3 heavens, he was still insufferably arrogant. It was as if he didn't put them in his eyes. Duke Wei, it was actually this terrifying character of the 3 heavens. It's time for the second update. I'll continue to write. I'm begging for monthly votes. Ao Xiayun and the other 3 revealed a look of fear in their eyes. They smiled and said, "With Duke Yu's guarantee, of course we can rest assured." However, their hearts were beating like drums. How did this terrifying guy appear here at this moment? Didn't he leave after he withdrew from the bet? Duke Yu laughed and said, "I didn't expect my character to be so strong. Everyone trusts me so much. This is a great thing for me." Then, he tilted his head and looked at Chu Yang. He smiled and said, "King of Hell Chu. It's been a long time since we last met. How have you been?" There were so many men around, but he ignored them. Instead, the first one he greeted was Chu Yang. It seemed that King of Hell Chu, who had just ascended from the lower 3 heavens to the upper 3 heavens, had a much higher position in his heart than the 4 dukes in front of him. "Brother Yu is still alive. I naturally wouldn't dare to be unwell." Chu Yang smiled faintly. Duke Yu laughed. Ao Xiayun and the other 3 revealed a look of shock. They were extremely surprised that Duke Yu didn't get angry when Chu Yang called him that. Everyone in the upper 3 heavens knew that Duke Yu was a typical weirdo. The subordinates of the Dark Bamboo could call him Minister Yu. However, outsiders could only call him Duke Yu. If they called him something else, even Grandpa Yu, it wouldn't do. He would definitely be furious. He would even chase them for thousands of miles to punish them for their disrespect. However, Chu Yang was so bold as to call him Brother Yu. Moreover, this big monster was so happy? What was going on? Duke Yu laughed for a while and said, "Ao Xiayun, don't say that the Dark Bamboo reneged on the bet." "Well, Minister Jun ordered me to place the bet 2 days later. However, since I'm the notary today, I'm afraid that you'll say that I'm taking money from this bet. Therefore, I'm giving you the bet in advance." As he spoke, he took out a small package from his bosom and threw it to Ao Xiayun. He said coldly, the dark bamboo's bet is 500 million taels of silver on Jimo's victory. He tilted his head and laughed strangely. He said, I seem to have heard that it's 1-to-1? Wahahaha. Now, even if I lose, I'll be satisfied. If I win, I'll make a big profit. The faces of Ao Xiaoyun and the other three instantly turned ugly. It was as if he had suddenly stepped on cow dung while walking on the road, and then fell down with his mouth open. Then, he ate the cow dung that he stepped on. The gambling house had already been opened a month in advance. So far, the total number of bets on Gaoxing's victory was only 500 million. Even if the gambling house started in 2 days, it would be incredible if the bets increased by another 200 to 300 million. However, the number of people who bet on Jimo's victory was pitifully small. The 4 of them had been worried that they might not be able to make ends meet. Therefore, they raised Jimo's odds. But, they didn't expect that after raising the odds, the casino didn't make any money. Instead, they bet 800 million, Chu Yang's 300 million was already very strenuous for this gambling house. However, the dark bamboo had also bet 500 million, if GMO were to win, then the 4 great clans would have to pay a total of 4.8 billion. Even if they could gather 1 billion here, the 3 families would have to come up with another 38 billion, that was equivalent to 1 billion each. That was an astronomical figure. There was no doubt that the Mo clan would be crippled if Gaoxing were to lose. Ao clan, Xia clan, and O clan would also be half crippled. The Ao clan's strength was a bit stronger, so it would only suffer some minor injuries. However, the other 2 clans would be half crippled. This price was a bit too high. It would be even more impossible for them to renege on the debt if GMO were to win. Who would dare to renege on the debt of Jun Shizhu and Dukyu in the entire 3 heavens? Even if they didn't renege on the debt, they would still have to worry about collecting protection fees. What? You don't want to accept my bet? Dukyu's complexion turned ugly. My silver, isn't it silver? Is it stone? Dukyu is joking. Since we've opened the gambling house, we'll accept it no matter how big the bet is, the 4 of them laughed and said. Then, let's open the betting list. Dukyu rubbed his hands and said, open the betting list for King of Helchu as well. We'll split it and go drinking. Ao Xiaoyun and the other 3 frowned as they watched Dukyu and Dukyu swagger away with the betting list. There's something wrong with this matter. Why do I feel as if I've fallen into a trap? Ao Xiaoyun frowned. Du Zhao's complexion turned heavy as he said, where did they get such great certainty that GMO would win? 800 million at once. Plus, that King of Helchu's 1 billion, it would be 1.8 billion. Mo Tianyun insipidly said, let's calculate it now. Gaoxing and Gao Liang will fight on Gaoxing's side. Li Xiongtu and Li Hongtu will fight on Li clan's side. Tu Qianhao and Tu Wanqing will fight on Tu clan's side. Tu Wanqing's appearance is somewhat against the rules. But, Tu clan doesn't have 2 dukes. So, it's pardonable. Moreover, Gao Meng will be added to Gao clan's side. These are the 7 people who will fight on Gao clan's side. Ao Xiaoyun said, over there are GMO, Jizhu, Dongwu Shang, Dongwu Lei, Luo Kudi, Luo Kuwu, and Gudu Xing. Gudu Xing is seriously injured in this match. So, it's tantamount to his defeat. GMO has no hope of victory against Gaoxing. Luo Kuwu will lose no matter who he's up against. This means that GMO has already lost 3 matches. And, Tu Wanqing is a king-level expert of the previous generation. He has a good chance of winning no matter who he's up against. Gaoxing has already won 4 matches. Li Xiongtu can also win 1 match. And, there are only 2 people who have the best chance of winning on that side. They are Dongwu Shang and Luo Kudi. And, Luo Kudi will have to face whoever he's up against. Ao Xiaoyun squatted down and drew a map on the ground. He repeatedly shook his head and said in a puzzled manner, no matter how you look at it, GMO will lose. Xie Danqiong's complexion was heavy as he said, there must be something that we can't calculate. Otherwise, King of Helchu and Dark Bamboo wouldn't have sent money together. King of Helchu can reluctantly say that it's for GMO's sake. But, Dark Bamboo has no reason to meddle in this matter. Ao Xiaoyun quietly stood there and pondered. Then, he slowly said, it's over. I don't want to do this kind of thing again in the future. It doesn't matter if I win or lose. Moreover, Xianxia Yun, won't be there as long as Mo Tianyun is there. You can leave if I'm there. Mo Tianyun was startled. He sneered and said, "What? You feel that I've implicated you now? But, why didn't you say that when you thought that you could make money? Moreover, are you so sure that we'll lose this time?" Xianxia Yun didn't speak. He coldly glanced at Mo Tianyun. Then, he turned around and walked out. He stopped after he had walked 7 or 8 steps. Then, he said without turning his head, "It's not about winning or losing this time. It's just that I feel very uncomfortable when I'm with you." Then, he walked out. He walked out in a relaxed manner. Xianxia sighed. He and Du Xiao looked at each other. Then, both of them exchanged glances and said, "Brother Mo, it's useless to say anything now. We've already received the bet. So, let's wait for the final result." Mo Tianyun's complexion was gloomy. He slowly stood up and said, "I'm going to tell Gaoxing that he can get 10% of the bet as long as he wins this time. And, the 3 of us will share this 10%. Do you have any objections?" Xianxia and Du Xiao were startled. They looked at Mo Tianyun in astonishment. Xianxia pondered for a long while and said, "I don't agree as an individual. But, I have no choice but to agree for the sake of the clan. However, you have to be careful. Don't let the news leak out." Mo Tianyun insipidly nodded. Then, he turned around and left. The remaining 2 people smiled bitterly at each other. Xianxia said, "Du Xiao, what do you think?" Du Xiao pondered and said, "We won't win honorably even if we win this way. This makes me feel very uncomfortable." Xianxia sighed softly and said, "What do you think if we win?" Du Xiao looked at him and said, "Share the profits equally with GMO and the others?" "No. You'll become a lifelong enemy if you give him money if you do that. And, you'll become a lifelong enemy." Xianxia insipidly said, "I'll owe GMO a favor if we win. Then, I'll look for an opportunity to help him. What do you think?" Du Xiao's eyes lit up as he said, "Good idea." Jianghu was a place where gratitude and resentment existed. The decision of Xianxia and Du Xiao was an appropriate reflection of the diplomatic policy of the aristocratic clans. "I won't offend you because I'm afraid that you'll fight me to the death. So, I won't deliberately get close to you. I'll arouse other people's suspicion. I'll have a reason to get close to you if you're strong. I'll follow everyone and trample on you if you're down and out." This was equivalent to the rule of the 3 heavens. Xianxia nodded and said, "We'll go to encircle and annihilate the spirit beasts after this gamble. And, the 3 heavens will become more and more chaotic. It will almost reach the peak of chaos. So, there will inevitably be a unification. Or, several clans will be purged after the chaos, and everything will return to a peaceful state." Du Xiao also sighed, "Isn't this the real purpose of our gambling house? But, who would have thought that it would be so big? We only wanted to collect some of the wealth of those scattered people. Then, we would recruit them and expand our forces. But, the gamble is so big that even our clans have been implicated." Xianxia remained silent and said, "Our clans will become weak if Gaoxing loses after this. So, we'll have no choice but to live in seclusion. We'll immediately return to our clans after the encirclement and annihilation of the spirit beasts. And, we'll do our best to protect our clans." Du Xiao frowned, "I'm afraid that we won't be able to avoid it even if we live in seclusion. Don't forget that the Master of Calamity Sword is still hiding in the dark." Xianxia was startled. He then sighed. Both of them sighed, and walked back. "This 500 million bet is a gift for you. It's a big gift. Minister Jun said that only Minister Chu's brother can receive it." Duke Yu slowly said while walking. "It's a big favor." Chu Yan was silent for a long time. Then, he smiled, "Your Minister Jun is very courageous." Duke Yu smiled meaningfully. He looked at Chu Yang and said, "Come, let's talk at my place." At Duke Yu's residence, Duke Yu served food and wine and drank with Dong Wushang and Chu Yang. Although Dong Wushang had heard of Duke Yu's fierce reputation, it was his first time meeting him. However, he remained calm and collected. He was neither servile nor overbearing. Yu deliberately looked at Dong Wushang a few more times before he looked at Chu Yang and said, I've seen your brothers. I have to say that you have a good eye. Your friends are also good. He smiled and said, the one with the greatest potential is the one in front of you and the one from Gu clan. However, the other three are also rare geniuses. Yu could be said to be a top figure in the three heavens. Even he said such words. It could be seen that he valued Chu Yang's brothers very much. Chu Yang was silent, but his eyes revealed pride. He deliberately lowered his head to hide the pride in his eyes. My brothers, my pride. Dong Wushang felt hot. He was drinking with these two people. Naturally, he had to secretly pay attention to everything. He could clearly see the pride in Chu Yang's eyes. He suddenly wanted to cry. Who would be proud of themselves? Father and mother, this was for sure. However, he had only seen this kind of pride today, apart from his parents. And the other party was still hiding it. His big brother was also proud of him. However, every time he achieved something big, his big brother's eyes would always be filled with pride, and fear. It was extremely complicated. Dong Wushang knew what his big brother was worried about. However, he didn't want to expose it. He didn't want to be the clan lord. Even if he suspected his big brother, he would still help him if he didn't. Because his surname was Dong, as a clan lord, he couldn't be a good clan lord if he didn't have such vigilance. Therefore, Dong Wushang understood. However, it didn't mean that he felt good in his heart. After all, who would feel good if they were suspected by their own brothers? Especially when he was full of sincerity. Dong Wushang looked at Chu Yang and lowered his head. He didn't say anything. The hair on his forehead drooped down and covered his eyes. Dong Wushang raised his head and poured a cup of wine into his heart along with this precious brotherhood. His heart was burning. You have so many brothers, and good brothers at that. Of course, you won't be lonely. Yu said, therefore, since you've come to the three heavens, you must have your own position. You, Chu Yanhui, won't be willing to submit to others. Am I right? Neither your brother's family nor the dark bamboo will be able to keep you. Am I right? Yes. Chu Yang simply admitted. So, you're making use of this bet to cause a change in power, so that you can fish in troubled waters. Yu narrowed his eyes. But, the light in his eyes was so sharp that he couldn't look directly at Chu Yang. Sometimes, I really don't understand how you can take advantage of every opportunity so perfectly. Chu Yang smiled. Isn't your dark bamboo also using this bet to create chaos in the world? Let your bamboos sprout in some new areas? Therefore, this 500 million is a big favor. But, regardless of whether I accept it or not, and regardless of the outcome of the bet, your gains will be much more than this 500 million, right? Yu looked at him for a while. Then, he suddenly laughed. Chu Yanhui is indeed worthy of being called Chu Yanhui. Moreover, the Gao clan deliberately made this matter so big. Is it really to snatch a wife? Everyone knows that Gaoxing doesn't like Huyan. Chu Yang coldly smiled. Ao clan, Mo clan, Xia clan, and O clan, these four big dukes are manipulating this bet. Is it really just for money? Are all the big clans participating in this competition to help these two people snatch wives? Everyone has their own plans in the three heavens. Chu Yang said, even if I didn't come, and even if the dark bamboo didn't exist, the reign of terror and the unification of the three heavens would have already begun. But, the dark bamboo can't be the one to unify the three heavens. Yu held his wine cup and said in a deep voice. That's because you're the underworld. Once you unify the three heavens will inevitably go to war. Those self-proclaimed righteous people will continuously resist. Then, your gains won't make up for your losses. Chu Yang coldly smiled. But, do you know that you've already become the dream of all the youngsters in the three heavens? Many people are saying that they won't be afraid of anyone as long as they have the same achievements as Yu in this life. Chu Yang mockingly smiled. Moreover, these are the words of the more accomplished people. But, when they reach your level, will they be afraid of anyone? Will they be content? Yu became silent. His eyes flickered as he looked at Chu Yang and said, say it all in one breath. I'm also afraid when I'm alone. Chu Yang softly said, but, I'm not afraid sometimes. For example, Brother Yu Wushang and I won't be your match if we have a life and death battle with you. We'll die for sure. But, we're not afraid. Do you know why? Duke Yu couldn't help but ask, why? Chu Yang and Dong Wushang smiled at each other. Then, they said in unison, because I have brothers by my side. I don't care if they live or die. Duke Yu quietly looked at the wine cup. He didn't speak for a long time. When I was in the lower three heavens, I once said to Du Xing, if my brother needs to go to the mountain of blades, I'm willing to let him step on me. Even if he steps on me, he can only take one more step. Qi Yang smiled, I can also say this here. Perhaps, in your eyes, we're gathered together to fight back. But, I can tell you with certainty, if one of our brothers dies, then none of the others will survive. He proudly smiled and said, because, before the last brother dies in battle, he'll discover that his brothers have already died in front of him. And, you don't understand this. Qi Yang concluded, let me return your words of fight back. Duke Yu laughed and said cheerfully, why are you talking about this? Let's drink, let's drink. The three of them laughed at the same time. But, each of their smiles had a different meaning. Duke Yu drank while thinking of two words in his heart, brothers? Brothers? Do such brothers really exist? Who wouldn't want such brothers? But, do they really exist in this world? Dong Wushang was also thinking to himself, will I fight until the last moment for my brothers? Chu Yang, on the other hand, was thinking, brothers aren't words. In the blink of an eye, they were full. Duke Yu stood up to send the guests off. He smiled at Chu Yang and said, don't forget that I still owe you something. Chu Yang couldn't help but smile and said, even if you forget, I won't forget. He waved his hand and left. Duke Yu waved his hand and stood there thinking. When he came back to his senses, he realized that Chu Yang and Dong Wushang had already walked side by side to the corner. Suddenly, his eyes flashed. He waved his hand and a short saber suddenly flew out of his hand with a swoosh. It shot back towards Dong Wushang's back. This saber was like a thunderbolt and as fast as lightning. Without any warning, not only did Chu Yang not expect this, even Duke Yu himself absolutely didn't expect this before he had this thought. He even regretted it immediately after he had released this saber. This saber had already used 30% of Duke Yu's strength, and, it was a sneak attack. The speed of the saber was actually much faster than the speed of sound. A swoosh was just heard when the tip of the saber had already reached Dong Wushang's back. Dong Wushang and Chu Yang's expressions changed greatly. They never thought that Duke Yu would suddenly use poison to counterattack. It was already too late to dodge. Seeing that the saber was about to pierce through his heart, Dong Wushang's eyes revealed a look of despair. Chu Yang instantly became extremely nervous. His eyes widened instantly. He didn't have time to think and subconsciously grabbed the saber. Pop. The blade of the flying knife was caught by Chu Yang. The sharp blade came into contact with Dong Wushang's flesh and blood flowed out. However, the remaining force was still extremely strong. It carried Chu Yang's right hand and continued to rush towards Dong Wushang's back. However, the speed of the flying knife finally slowed down. It only slowed down for a moment. Chu Yang's body was also thrown to one side by this violent force. He didn't have time to think. He screamed and stretched out his left hand without thinking. He grabbed the tip of the knife tightly. The tip of the knife broke through Chu Yang's palm bone. His heaven-splitting divine technique was broken through in an instant. Blood spurted out. Chu Yang's wrist turned to the side. He used his bones to hold the blade tightly. I must block it. If I can't block it, my brother will die. This was the only thought left in Chu Yang's mind. He didn't even think that this was Duke Yu's hand until now. At this time, the sword spirit reacted. He immediately moved, then, the strength of the flying knife was still as violent as before. It carried Chu Yang's body and slammed into Dong Wushang's back. The two of them flew out together. The flying knife pierced through Chu Yang's hands like candied haws. It then pierced into Dong Wushang's body. After some buffer, it deviated and pierced into Dong Wushang's shoulder. The two of them were pierced together by this flying knife. Fortunately, the sword spirit blocked it at the last moment. Otherwise, this flying knife would have pierced through Chu Yang's palms and pierced into Dong Wushang's back. Chu Yang fell down. He immediately jumped up and pulled the knife out of Dong Wushang's shoulder. His hands were still pierced together. However, he didn't have time to deal with it. The anger in his heart had reached a boiling point. He suddenly jumped up and roared furiously, "Why?" Dong Wushang suddenly jumped up from the ground. When he saw that Chu Yang's hands had been pierced by the flying daggers, his eyes suddenly widened in anger. He let out a wild roar and pulled out the black saber that weighed 570 kilograms. His eyes were bloodshot. His body suddenly flew up and turned into a streak of black lightning. He disregarded all consequences and pounced towards Dukyu. This saber was thrown out without any care for defense. The intense anger of being deceived made Dong Wushang lose his mind at this moment. Blood was spurting out from his shoulder along with the violent circulation of his spiritual power. However, he had already forgotten all of this. Despicable man. What a disgrace to the name of an expert, you actually took advantage of my unpreparedness to launch a sneak attack, my brother. My boss, in order to block the blade for me, both of his hands were crippled. Dong Wushang had forgotten everything at this moment. He only knew that he had to kill the person in front of him. He had never considered that he was no match for the other party, but he just casually dodged, and strangely dodged it. Dong Wushang furiously chased after him. But Dukyu's figure flashed, and he was already beside Chu Yang. His hand hovered above Chu Yang's head as he shouted, "Stop!" Dong Wushang's whole body shook, and he fell from the sky with a pu sound. The ground he stepped on cracked. He shouted angrily, "Feng Wukai, my boss." Chu Yang had already stood up by himself. He looked at Dukyu coldly, "Why?" Dukyu looked at the knife in Chu Yang's hand and the bloody palm that had already been pierced through. A trace of guilt flashed through his eyes. He stretched out his hand and quickly pushed the flying knife away from Chu Yang's hand. The speed was so fast that Chu Yang didn't even have time to react. Dukyu looked at the blood dripping from the blade and let out a long sigh. Chu Yang snorted coldly, and suddenly said angrily, "F*CKU. Are you testing us?" When he thought of this, he suddenly became so angry that his whole body trembled. This bastard, just because he didn't believe my words, he actually used such a cruel method to test us? When he thought of how Dong Wushang would have become a corpse if he had hesitated just now, he couldn't help but feel scared. His anger towards Dukyu also rose like a flame. Dukyu still looked deeply at the knife, and his face was full of disappointment. He sighed softly and said, "I'm sorry." As a peerless figure of the three heavens, this was the first time in his life that Dukyu was apologizing. He continued, "Just now, you said that your brothers would follow each other in life and death. I didn't believe you." He sighed deeply and said, "But this time, I believe you." He laughed self-mockingly and said, "Who asked you to be so proud?" He sighed deeply again, and said in a low voice, "Why don't I have such brothers? If I had them, I wouldn't be afraid of anything." Dong Wushang had already arrived in front of Chu Yang at lightning speed. Boss, your hand." He suddenly shouted, "Dukyu. You son of a bitch. I'll kill you." Chu Yang's hand had 2 horrifying holes. His 10 fingers were almost all broken. His flesh was badly mutilated, and it was too horrible to look at. Chu Yang stretched out his hand and stopped Dong Wushang. His hand was bleeding, but he had already regained his composure. However, his chest was still heaving up and down. His gaze was as sharp as a knife. "Brother Dukyu, I want an explanation. Otherwise, if I don't die today, the dark bamboo will not be left alive. I can do it if you want to." Explanation. Dukyu smiled, "All right, I'll listen to your explanation." Suddenly, he flipped his hand, and the flying knife pierced 10 big holes in his arm. Then, he bit the knife and pierced another 10 holes in his other arm. Fresh blood flowed out. Dukyu stood straight, and his expression didn't change. He spat out the flying knife. The flying knife turned into a white light and flew out with a schwa sound. It actually pierced deeply into the mountain rocks, until the hilt was visible. "This knife is stained with my brother's blood, I'll abandon it." Dukyu said lightly, "There's another explanation. Before you and your brothers break through to the martial saint level, I can be your sparring partner. I can help you break through. If you're still not satisfied, you can come and destroy the dark bamboo." Martial saint level? Doesn't this mean that Dukyu admitted that he was a martial saint? No one in the three heavens knew Dukyu's true strength, but no matter how strong their guess was, they would never guess that this terrifying person in the three heavens was actually a martial saint. One had to admit that this temptation was quite big. Dong Wusheng didn't listen at all. He said furiously, "Nonsense. Is my brother's blood going to flow just like that? Who cares about the martial saint level? What you said is not even worth the blood of my boss." "Wusheng!" Yang shouted and stopped Dong Wusheng. Duke Yu's probing was true. Although his methods were too vicious, the compensation he gave made Yang very tempted. With Duke Yu as the #1 super sparring partner, the strength of these brothers would increase by leaps and bounds in a single day. He lowered his head and thought for a while. Then, he turned to Duke Yu. "Brother Yu, what would have happened if I didn't block it?" "Didn't block it?" Duke Yu coldly snorted. "When I was giving out the blade, I purposely gave you a chance to block the attack for your brother. If you were only boasting about Brother Yuan in front of me and didn't block the attack, the two of you would have already become corpses." He smiled coldly. "No one can deceive me like this in front of me." Duke Yu sighed and said, "I also regretted it after I threw out the saber." He insipidly glanced at Yang. It seemed as if he was explaining, apologizing, or envious of Yang. In short, he used an extremely complicated tone, and slowly said in a low and deep voice, "I don't even have half a brother like you in my generation." Then he said, "You can hate me or blame me." His body floated up and disappeared with a whoosh. A sigh came from the air. "I'm very envious of you brothers." Yang didn't even have time to vent his anger before he disappeared without a trace. He couldn't help but curse and said, "Let's go." He stretched out his hand and an incomplete version of the heavy pill appeared in his hand. He threw it into his mouth. This time, the saber wound was very serious. His fingers were almost cut off. Other than the heavy pill, no other medicine could heal so quickly. Yang was very angry when he thought of this inexplicable assassination. But, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. No wonder Duke Yu was regarded as a scourge in the dark three heavens. This person's evil nature and unreasonable behavior were really unique. Dong Wusheng gritted his teeth. His eyes were red. He was very unwilling to accept this. Looking at his appearance, he wanted to go back and ask Duke Yu for help. Yang sighed and said, "Wusheng, your temper. You have to be careful. When it's time to risk your life, you will naturally risk your life. But when it's not time to risk your life, you will risk your life. You have to remember this." Dong Wusheng shivered. It was as if cold water had been poured on his head. He became clear-headed in an instant and said, "Yes, big brother." He walked over and carefully supported Yang as they walked out. After walking a few steps, he suddenly turned around and said loudly, "Duke Yu, I can't beat you now. So, I'm leaving. But, one day, I will make you pay for this stab." After he finished speaking, he waited for a while. Seeing that Duke Yu didn't respond, Dong Wusheng snorted and strode away with Yang. In the bamboo house, Duke Yu had a complicated expression on his face. He looked at the wounds on his arms and sighed in disappointment. Looking at the backs of the two leaving side by side, Duke Yu suddenly felt very warm in his heart. It was as if the backs of the two made him feel that, with each other by his side, there was really nothing to worry about. They weren't even afraid of death. Duke Yu's heart was filled with deep envy. He sighed softly. Then, he slightly operated his martial power and looked at his wounds. Suddenly, two blazing white lights emitted from his eyes. The white lights shone on his wounds. Suddenly, those terrifying wounds closed up and healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Duke Yu felt that he had never been so honest in his life. The moment he made his move, he really regretted it. If Yang hadn't blocked it, he would have killed the two of them. But, Yang had blocked it. He had blocked it subconsciously. Duke Yu was very shocked at that time. He remembered Yang's words. "If my brother wants to cross the mountain of swords, I'm willing to let him step on me. Even if stepping on me can only take one step forward. Before the last brother dies in battle, he will find that the other brothers have already died in front of him. Because I have brothers by my side. I'm not afraid of death. I'm not afraid of anything." Thinking of the two determined faces that were emitting sincere pride when they said these words, Duke Yu suddenly felt very lonely in his heart. That was why he blurted out the promise that he would be her sparring partner before she reached the saint level. There had never been a martial saint who was willing to be someone's sparring partner. Not to mention Dukyu, who was known for his arrogance, cruelty, and temperament. But, at this moment, Dukyu didn't feel any regret in his heart. Because he felt that it was worth it. Brothers and sisters, have the monthly votes stopped increasing? Okay, let me use more to exchange for the monthly votes in your hands. Dong Wushang didn't say anything. He didn't show any special reaction to Chu Yang blocking the saber for him. But his heart was still trembling and burning. Dong Wushang's character was different from Chu Yang's. He was somewhat similar to Gu Daxing's. Chu Yang's character was that he would definitely do what he said. He was a man of his word, he would definitely say it after he did it. Chu Yang would never bury any of his achievements. In his previous life, he had seen many people who were too embarrassed to say what they had done and were misunderstood. He had also seen many people who only knew how to do things but didn't say it, so, Chu Yang realized a principle: if you don't say it, how would others know what you did? If you did it but didn't say it, how would others give you recognition? This was a world of competition. And it was a competition of life and death. He couldn't do anything stupid. After walking for several hundred feet, Chu Yang circulated his martial energy to activate the medicinal efficacy. He rubbed his hand gently. The wound had already scabbed. Although there was still some pain, it was no longer a big problem. This fact made Dong Wushang widen his eyes. Chu Yang smiled and patted his shoulder with his palm. He blinked and said, "Don't worry, I have elixirs. I'm not afraid of injuries." He blinked again and said, "So you don't have to be afraid either." Dong Wushang widened his eyes and suddenly laughed heartily. This time, his mood was completely relaxed. Chu Yang also laughed happily. He scolded jokingly, "Damn it, a saint-level sparring partner. I've really profited this time. If that guy knew that I would recover so quickly, he would be depressed to death." Dong Wushang laughed so hard that he was out of breath. He said, "Yes. Yes. Haha." He laughed and laughed. Then, he suddenly paused and said, "But, whether it's a sparring partner or no matter what, I'll get my revenge from Elder Yu sooner or later." Dong Wushang's voice became low and deep. "Originally, my martial arts wish was to become a saber emperor. I didn't even think about becoming a saber monarch. But after meeting you, my goal changed to saber monarch. But now, I only have one goal, and that is to defeat Elder Yu and get my revenge. I'll never forget this saber strike." Dong Wushang looked into the void and said deeply. Chu Yang smiled and didn't say anything. It seemed that defeating Elder Yu would become Dong Wushang's long-term goal. Having such a goal was a blessing, he pondered and said, "Just a moment ago, we were still chatting and laughing freely, drinking at the same table. The next moment, we were already facing each other in a life and death battle, with cold blades and cold blades. Without friendship, without feelings, without benefits, with only personal joy and anger, with only a moment of inspiration, you can kill." And he killed someone who could barely be considered a friend. He sighed softly, "Wu Shang, Dukyu has given me an incomparably profound lesson. That's 3 days of Jianghu, boss." Dong Wushang stepped on the thick pine needles, making rustling sounds. He said in a deep voice, "The upper 3 heavens and the lower 3 heavens are 2 completely different planes. Boss, we have to be clear about this. If there comes a day when our brothers are no longer by your side, you must never, ever, ever be soft-hearted." Chu Yang nodded silently. "Don't let him reveal Dukyu's strength," Chu Yang warned. "I know." Dong Wushang's heart was heavy. When he saw Dukyu's earth-shattering saber, Dong Wushang felt his own insignificance from the bottom of his heart. That kind of feeling of death directly shrouded his heart made Dong Wushang's heart tremble. "From now on, I don't want to feel that kind of feeling again." Looking at Chu Yang's blood-stained hand, Dong Wushang's heart throbbed again. "From now on, I won't let my brothers bleed for me. I don't want to feel that kind of heartache again. This requires strength." Dong Wushang didn't speak again, but his eyes became deep. A firm belief quietly rose from his heart. Perhaps even Chu Yang didn't know that Dukyu's saber had changed Dong Wushang's life's belief and pursuit. From now on, he would only pursue the peak. When he returned to the camp, he saw GMO and Luo Kudi wrestling with each other with bruises all over their faces. Dong Wushang had just experienced a life-and-death crisis. Seeing these two so mischievous at this time, he couldn't help but feel displeased. He stepped forward and kicked each of them, sending them flying. He roared, "What are you messing around for? Very interesting, isn't it? Idle? Stand up. Master Dong will spar with you too. Mother ****. You're crazy." GMO turned over and jumped up, "I'm your third brother." Third brother. Dong Wushang chuckled mischievously. He took down the dark saber that weighed 570 pounds from his shoulder, and held it in his hand. Then, he said, "Since that's the case, I will accompany third brother to exchange pointers." Third brother, please advise me. Jimo's face fell immediately. Dong Wushang didn't say anything else. He shouted and pulled out his saber. A massive saber light enveloped the two of them. GMO and Luo Kudi turned pale with fright at the same time. They reacted quickly and formed an alliance to fight against Dong Wushang. A moment ago, they were still fighting to the death. Now, they were fighting side by side. The thickness of these two's skin made Chu Yang feel ashamed of his inferiority. Chu Yang shook his head and laughed. Suddenly, a sharp sword intent came from afar. The person hadn't arrived yet, but that kind of awe-inspiring aura had already made people feel cold all over. A faint voice said, "Why are you fighting?" "Ah? Boss." The awe-inspiring sword intent suddenly turned into a spring breeze. A thin figure suddenly appeared. Gu Duxing. As soon as he saw Chu Yang, Gu Duxing rushed over in surprise. Chu Yang immediately turned around and greeted him with a smile. Both of them were inexplicably happy to see each other. Chu Yang sensitively saw that Gu Duxing's face was somewhat pale. Obviously, he was seriously injured and hadn't recovered yet. "Open your mouth," Chu Yang said. Gu Duxing didn't have time to speak. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, a pill was suddenly stuffed into his mouth by Chu Yang. In an instant, a pure spiritual power surged from his dantian. His whole body felt so comfortable that he wanted to moan, "Quickly cultivate." Chu Yang patted his shoulder. Gu Duxing knew that this was a rare elixir. He didn't dare to neglect it. He immediately sat down cross-legged and started to cultivate. After an hour, the five brothers sat together. Gu Duxing's injury had actually completely recovered. "Duxing, although your injury has recovered, don't expose it for these 2 days. At the critical moment, strike." Chu Yang said. "I know. Then I'll pretend to be a patient for these 2 days." "This is easy." Gu Duxing and Chu Yang had not seen each other for a long time. He was excited and spoke more. His voice was cheerful. As he spoke, he started to cultivate. His face immediately turned pale and yellow, as if he was seriously injured. He said, "Is this okay?" Luo Kudi and GMO burst out laughing at the same time. "Old Gu is really something." Gu Duxing knocked each of them on the head. "Mother ****. If you call me Old Gu again, I'll cut you up." Everyone laughed together. "There are still 2 days. In these 2 days, I'll give you a special training," Chu Yang said slowly. "This is related to GMO's marriage. You can't be careless. Since GMO has taken a fancy to this daughter-in-law, we not only have to fight for her, we have to win beautifully. Fair and square. We can't allow any imperfections in our marriage." Chu Yang paused and said, "We can't rely on others. We brothers must do our best. Understand?" "Yes." Gu Duxing, Dong Wushang and Luo Kudi agreed at the same time. Jimo's heart warmed. His eyes turned red. His lips trembled a few times. He resisted the excitement in his heart and said with a smile, "Good. When I get my daughter-in-law, I'll get all of you drunk." "Ha ha." His voice trembled as he laughed. But the 4 of them didn't laugh at him. Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang, who were famous for their cold faces, gently stretched out their hands and patted Jimo's shoulder. "Brother, you know, we also know. After this, Heavenly Armament Pavilion will open in 3 days." Chu Yang smiled and said, "And this time AO, Xia, and MO clans will provide us with a lot of money. Especially MO Tianyun. He will provide the biggest help to our Heavenly Armament Pavilion." Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. They were overjoyed. Thinking of Mo Tianyun's miserable appearance of losing his family fortune, these heartless guys laughed even harder. One day later, the sound of galloping cavalry rumbled outside the mountain. Looking down from the top of the mountain, one could see an extremely elite cavalry team roaring from afar like a black dragon. Every single one of them was a rare and precious horse that was hard to find. Every rider on the horse was a 1 in 10,000 expert. They were as majestic as pine trees. Their statures were tall and straight, the horses were like dragons. They were galloping horizontally and vertically. Their aura could swallow rivers and mountains. A big flag was fluttering in the wind. The flag was black. A clump of golden bamboos stood proudly in the dark. It was fluttering in the biting cold wind of Mt. Dingjun. The aura of a sovereign overlooking the world spread out in a rampant and arrogant manner. Cheers erupted from different directions on Mt. Dingjun. They went straight to the sea of clouds. Countless flags of the dark bamboo were erected in succession. One could see that the entire mountain was densely covered with flags of the dark bamboo. This momentum was truly heaven-shaking and earth-shattering, and it was extremely vast. The stream of black iron rushed into Mt. Dingjun. It seemed as if they had turned a blind eye to the thunderous cheers on the mountain. Jun Shizhu has arrived. Gu Duxing stood beside Qu Yang. He was looking at the cavalry team rushing into Mt. Dingjun without any scruples. They were rushing all the way up. His eyes were emitting a fervent luster. Such power, such might, and such aura could swallow rivers and mountains. Such a sovereign overlooking the world should have belonged to a man. But, it belonged to a woman now. The cavalry of the dark bamboo had already rushed into Mt. Dingjun. A long trail of smoke and dust was rushing straight into the sky from the main road behind them. It's no wonder that they can unify the underworld forces of the three heavens. Qu Yang praised from the bottom of his heart. The black cavalry team rushed onto this platform after a long time. They appeared on the platform with a rumbling sound. Then, they reined in their horses at the same time. The strong horses neighed, and stood up. Then, they stopped at the same time. The riders dismounted from their horses, and stood straight beside their war horses. A graceful figure dressed in black slowly got down from the carriage, and stood there. Her stature wasn't tall. In fact, she looked even shorter than a man. But, she took a few steps forward. And, an aura of disdain spread out from her body. This invisible power swept across Mt. Dingjun in a flash. At this moment, all the people in the mountains and plains were completely silent. This black figure slowly raised her head, and insipidly said, "Everyone has been waiting for a long time." Her voice wasn't loud. But, it spread throughout the entire Mt. Dingjun. There was no reply. Then, she swept her eyes around, and looked at the surrounding mountains. Suddenly, the entire mountain range felt as cold as the severe winter. The lord of the dark bamboo, the leader of the underworld forces of the three heavens, Jun Shizhu, she had arrived. Dong Wushang didn't say anything. He didn't have any special reaction to Qu Yang blocking the saber for him. But his heart was still trembling and burning. Dong Wushang's character was different from Qu Yang's. He was somewhat similar to Gu Duxing. Qu Yang's character was that he would definitely do what he said. He was a man of his word, he would definitely say it after he did it. Qu Yang would never bury any of his achievements. In his previous life, he had seen many people who were too embarrassed to say what they had done and were misunderstood. He had seen many people who only knew how to do things but didn't say it. Therefore, Qu Yang understood a principle: if you don't say it, how would others know what you did? If you did it but didn't say it, how would others give you recognition? This was a world of competition. And it was a competition of life and death. He couldn't be stupid. After walking for several hundred feet, Qu Yang circulated his martial energy to activate the medicinal efficacy. He rubbed his hand gently. The wound had already scabbed. Although there was still some pain, it was no longer a big problem. This fact made Dong Wushang widen his eyes. Qu Yang smiled and patted his shoulder with his palm. He blinked and said, "Don't worry, I have elixirs. I'm not afraid of injuries." He blinked again and said, "So you guys shouldn't be afraid either." Dong Wushang widened his eyes. Suddenly, he felt relieved and laughed loudly. This time, his mood was completely relaxed. Qu Yang also laughed happily. He scolded jokingly, damn, a saint-level sparring partner. I've really made a fortune this time. If that guy knew that I would recover so quickly, he would be depressed to death. Dong Wushang laughed so hard that he was out of breath. He said, no anchor. Not bad. Haha. He laughed and laughed. Then, he suddenly paused and said, but, whether it's a sparring partner or no matter what, I'll get my revenge from Elder Yu sooner or later. Dong Wushang's voice became low and deep. Originally, my martial arts wish was to become a saber emperor. I didn't even think about becoming a saber monarch. But after meeting you, my goal changed to become a saber monarch. But now, I only have one goal, and that is to defeat Elder Yu and get my revenge. I will never forget this slash. Dong Wushang's eyes were fixed on the bee spoon as he looked into the void and said solemnly. Qiyang smiled and didn't say anything. From the looks of it, defeating Dukyu would probably become Dong Wushang's long-term goal. Having such a goal was a blessing, he pondered and said, a moment ago, we were still talking and laughing freely, drinking at the same table. The next moment, we were already facing life and death, with cold blades and cold blades. Without friendship, without feelings, without benefits, just based on one's own emotions, just a whim, you can kill. And he killed someone who could barely be considered a friend. He sighed softly, Wushang, Dukyu has taught me an incomparably profound lesson, oh heir. That's 3 days of Jianghu, boss. Dong Wushang stepped on the thick pine needles, making rustling sounds. He said in a deep voice, lower 3 heavens and upper 3 heavens are 2 completely different planes. Boss, we have to be clear about this. If there comes a day when our brothers are no longer by your side, you must never, ever, ever be soft-hearted. Qiyang nodded silently. Don't let Dukyu reveal his strength. Qiyang exhorted. I know. Dong Wushang's heart was heavy. Seeing Dukyu's earth-shattering saber, Dong Wushang felt his own insignificance from the bottom of his heart. That kind of feeling of death that shrouded his heart made Dong Wushang's heart tremble. From now on, I don't want to feel that kind of feeling again. Looking at Chu Yang's blood-stained hand, Dong Wushang's heart throbbed again. From now on, I won't let my brothers bleed for me. I don't want to feel that kind of heartache again. This requires strength. Dong Wushang didn't speak again, but his eyes became deep. A firm belief quietly rose from his heart. Perhaps even Chu Yang didn't know that Dukyu's saber had changed Dong Wushang's lifelong belief and pursuit. From now on, he would only pursue the peak. When he returned to the camp, he saw GMO and Luo Kudi wrestling with each other with bruises all over their faces. Dong Wushang had just experienced a life-and-death crisis. Seeing these two so mischievous at this time, he couldn't help but feel displeased. He stepped forward and gave each of them a kick, sending them flying. He roared, what are you messing around for? Interesting, isn't it? Idle? Stand up. Master Dong will spar with you too. Damn it. You're crazy. GMO turned over and jumped up, I'm your third brother. Third brother. Dong Wushang chuckled mischievously. He took down the dark saber that weighed 570 kilograms from his shoulder, and held it in his hand. He said, since that's the case, I'll accompany third brother to exchange pointers. GMO's face fell immediately. Dong Wushang didn't say anything else. He shouted and pulled out his saber. A mass of saber light shrouded the two of them. GMO and Luo Kudi turned pale with fright. They reacted quickly and formed an alliance to fight against Dong Wushang. A moment ago, they were still fighting to the death. Now, they were fighting side by side. The thickness of these two's skin made Chu Yang feel ashamed of his inferiority. Chu Yang shook his head and laughed. Suddenly, a sharp sword intent came from afar. The person hadn't arrived yet, but that kind of awe-inspiring aura had already made people feel cold all over. A faint voice said, why are you fighting? Ah? Boss. The awe-inspiring sword intent suddenly turned into a spring breeze. A thin figure suddenly appeared. Gu Duxing. As soon as he saw Chu Yang, Gu Duxing rushed over in surprise. Chu Yang immediately turned around and greeted him with a smile. Both of them were inexplicably happy to see each other. Chu Yang sensitively saw that Gu Duxing's face was somewhat pale. Obviously, he was really injured and hadn't recovered yet. Open your mouth, Chu Yang said. Gu Duxing didn't have time to speak. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, a pill was suddenly stuffed into his mouth by Yang. In an instant, a stream of pure spiritual power gushed out from his dantian. His whole body felt so comfortable that he wanted to moan. Yang patted his shoulder. Gu Duxing knew that this must be a rare elixir. He didn't dare to neglect it. He immediately sat down cross-legged and started to cultivate. After an hour, the 5 brothers sat together. Gu Duxing's injury had actually completely recovered. Duxing, although your injury has recovered, don't expose it for these 2 days. At the critical moment, strike. Yang said. I know. Then I will pretend to be a patient for these 2 days. This is very easy. Gu Duxing and Yang had not seen each other for a long time. He was excited and spoke more. His voice was cheerful. As he spoke, he started to cultivate. His face immediately turned pale and yellow, as if he was seriously injured. He said, "Is this okay?" Luo Kudi and GMO burst out laughing at the same time. Second brother Gu is really good. Gu Duxing knocked each of them on the head. Damn it. If you call me second brother again, I will cut you up. Everyone laughed together. There are still 2 days. In these 2 days, I will give you a special training. Yang said slowly, this is related to GMO's marriage. You can't be careless at all. Since GMO has taken a fancy to this daughter-in-law, we will not only fight for her, but also win her beautifully. Fair and square. We can't allow any imperfections in our marriage. Yang paused and said, others can't be relied on. We brothers must do our best. Understand? Yes. Gu Duxing, Dong. Wushang and Luo Kudi all agreed solemnly. Jimo's heart warmed. His eyes turned red. His lips trembled a few times. He resisted the excitement in his heart and said with a smile, good. When I get my daughter-in-law, I will get all of you drunk. Ha ha. His voice was trembling when he said the last 2 laughs. But none of the 4 laughed at him. Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang, who were known for their cold faces, gently stretched out their hands and patted GMO on the shoulder. Brother, you understand. We also understand. After this, Heavenly Armament Pavilion will also open in 3 days. Yang revealed a smile and said, and this time AO, Xia, O, and Mo clans will provide us with a lot of money. Especially Mo Tianyun. He will provide the biggest help to Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. They were overjoyed. Thinking of Mo Tianyun's miserable appearance when he lost his family fortune, this group of unscrupulous people laughed even harder. One day later, the sound of galloping cavalry rumbled outside the mountain. Looking down from the top of the mountain, one could see an extremely elite cavalry team roaring from afar like a black dragon. Every single one of them was a rare and precious horse that was hard to find. Every rider on the horse was a 1 in 10,000 expert. They were as majestic as pine trees on the horses. Their figures were tall and straight, the horses were like dragons galloping horizontally and vertically. Their aura could swallow the rivers and mountains, the flag in the front was fluttering in the wind. The flag was black in color. A clump of golden bamboos stood tall and proud in the darkness. It fluttered in the biting cold wind of Mt Dingjun, the aura of a sovereign overlooking the world spread out in a rampant and arrogant manner. Cheers erupted from different directions on Mt Dingjun. They went straight to the sea of clouds. Countless flags of the dark bamboo were erected in succession. One could see that the entire mountain was densely packed with flags of the dark bamboo as far as the eye could see. This momentum was truly heaven-shaking and earth-shattering, and it was extremely vast. The black stream of iron rushed into Mt Dingjun without moving. It seemed as if they had turned a blind eye to the thunderous cheers of the people on the mountain. Jun Shizhu has arrived. Gu Duxing stood beside Yang. He was looking at the cavalrymen rushing into Mt Dingjun without any scruples. They were rushing all the way up. His eyes were emitting a fervent luster. This kind of power, this kind of might, and this kind of aura of a sovereign overlooking the world should belong to a man. But, it now belonged to a woman. The cavalrymen of the dark bamboo had already rushed into Mt Dingjun. A long trail of smoke and dust was rushing straight into the sky from the main road behind them. It's no wonder that they can unify the underworld forces of the three heavens. Chu Yan praised from the bottom of his heart. The black cavalrymen rushed onto the platform after a long time. They appeared on the platform with a rumbling sound. They then reined in their horses. The strong horses neighed and stood up. Then, they stopped at the same time. The cavalrymen dismounted from their horses and stood straight beside their war horses. A graceful figure dressed in black slowly came down from the carriage and stood there. Her stature wasn't tall. In fact, she looked even shorter than a man. But, she took a few steps forward, and an aura of disdain spread out from her body. An invisible power swept across Mt. Dingjun in a flash. At this moment, all the people in the mountains and plains were completely silent. This black figure slowly raised her head, and insipidly said, "You've been waiting for a long time." Her voice wasn't loud. But, it spread throughout the entire Mt. Dingjun. There was no reply. Then, she swept her eyes around, and looked at the surrounding mountains. Suddenly, the entire mountain range felt as cold as the severe winter. The Lord of the Dark Bamboo, the leader of the underworld forces of the three heavens, Jun Shizhu, arrived, even more. He was completely exhausted. Begging for votes, to be continued. "Thank you for your hard work, Minister Jun." Thousands of people on Mt. Dingjun roared at the same time. Everyone mobilized their spiritual power. And, they shook the entire Mt. Dingjun, and raised the dust. It covered the sky. Jun Shizhu looked around, and smiled. Her demeanor was reserved. She kept people at a distance, and didn't speak again. Hundreds of knights formed two columns with a schwa sound, and protected Jun Shizhu. Then, they walked towards Dukyu's location in an orderly manner. Jun Shizhu's arrival signaled that this war was about to begin. All the major clans had sent important people to discuss this matter. Moreover, they wanted to see Jun Shizhu's attitude. Only one person looked in the direction of Jun Shizhu's troops with a complicated expression on his face. He didn't speak for a long time. This person's clothes were as white as snow. His face was like jade. His demeanor was graceful and calm. His eyes were as deep as the sea. He was tall, and his hair was as black as ink. It was fluttering in the air. He held a purple jade flute in his hand, and it was emitting sparkling and translucent rays of light. Mo Tianji had been burning with anxiety after he had received Jun Shizhu's extortion order. He had immediately gathered 10 million in banknotes, and had rushed over overnight to wait for Jun Shizhu. He had arrived several days ago. But, he hadn't shown up. It was because, he didn't want to meet Mo Tianyun. The two of them had the same mother. But, they didn't like each other. Mo Tianyun wanted to pull out Mo Tianji's tendons and skin him whenever he saw him. And, Mo Tianji felt both depressed and disgusted when he saw Mo Tianyun. Mo Tianji's plan was only a petty trick in Mo Tianyun's eyes. Moreover, it wasn't elegant. Mo Tianyun's plot was like a child's play in the mud in Mo Tianji's eyes. It was stupid, and stupid. Such a combination of three Bs made people feel disgusted at first sight. The two brothers had been harmonious on the surface a few years ago. But, they had slowly developed into fighting and scheming against each other. Then, it had gradually evolved into a turbulent undercurrent. Then, it had advanced into an open and covert struggle. After that, it had slowly become irreconcilable hatred. However, he had no choice but to look for Mo Tianyun now. Mo Tianji's white clothes fluttered in the wind. His calm and gentle face. Mo Tianyun's bodyguard hurriedly went in to report, "Young master, second young master has arrived." "Second young master? Mo Tianji?" Mo Tianyun snorted and said, "Let him in." Mo Tianji had already arrived outside the door before he finished speaking. He elegantly said, "I'm here." "Mo Tianyun, are you ready?" Now that they were not in the house, both of them tore off their unnecessary masks of hypocrisy. Calling him by his name. "Humph." Mo Tianyun coldly snorted. With a gloomy face, he walked out and stood at the door. He casually said, "Mo Tianyun. As a younger brother of the Mo clan, don't you know how to greet the future clan head? Future patriarch?" Mo Tianji sneered. Then, he impatiently said, "Are you ready? Once you're ready, hurry up and bring Xiaowu back." I'm not interested, and I don't have the time to talk nonsense with you. Mo Tianyin snorted and said, of course I will save my little sister. I don't need you to rush me. The experts of the Mo clan had heard the news and rushed over. More and more people came. Mo Tianyin's words naturally became sanctimonious. Mo Tianji wished he could use his big foot to ruthlessly kick this handsome face in front of him. This bastard will die if he doesn't pretend to be righteous, hurry up. Mo Tianji gently smiled, Lan Mei is still waiting outside. Hearing Lan Mei, Mo Tianyin's face immediately darkened. During this time, his lover and child were tightly controlled by Mo Tianji. If Mo Tianyin wanted to visit, he had to get Mo Tianji's permission. Every time Lan Mei went out on a mission, she would take Mo Tianji's poison before going out. She would be given the antidote when she came back. But, this thing didn't make him feel comfortable. Who could stand his woman being tightly controlled by someone else? Even though they were blood brothers. But, Mo Tianji was still a man. Mo Tianyin thought of Lan Mei and Mo Tianji every day. It was as if he had eaten a fly. He wanted to vomit blood whenever he thought of it, but there was nothing he could do. The two brothers came out side by side. One was gentle and elegant, and the other had a face full of spring breeze. It seemed that they were a pair of good brothers. Little did they know that the two of them were secretly grinding their teeth. Second brother, Xiaowu will be engaged once she is redeemed. Haha, you also know the person. It's Meng Luo of the Meng clan. Mo Tianyin sighed and said, Meng Luo practices an evil technique. But, he is from a big clan. So, he won't treat Xiaowu unfairly. Mo Tianji's complexion turned pale. But, it immediately returned to normal. He smiled and said, Big brother is right. I heard that elder sister Lan Mei can dance very well. So, I will certainly appreciate Lan Mei's public dance to celebrate Xiaowu's engagement. Then, all the men in the Tsanglan battlefront will be blessed, ha ha ha, Mo Tianyin angrily said, you. He naturally knew that the public dance that Mo Tianyin was talking about was definitely a naked dance, or a striptease. And, all the men in the Tsanglan battlefront will be blessed was extremely vicious. Mo Tianji smiled and said, Big brother, you don't need to worry. Who would dare to bully us in the Mo clan? A few days ago, there was a reckless green-haired tortoise who dared to spout nonsense to me. I was so angry that I turned his 3-year-old son into a eunuch. Sigh. Speaking of which, I was a little cruel. I feel very guilty. I will turn your woman into a prostitute and your son into a eunuch if you dare to deal with Xiaowu. How could Mo Tianyin not understand the meaning behind these words? Mo Tianyin was so angry that his hands and feet turned cold. He felt as if he was suffocating. He almost fainted on the spot. A king-level expert of the Mo clan behind him said in a mocking tone, Second young master is too soft-hearted. What's there to feel guilty about turning a child into a eunuch? You must know that a real man cannot stand firm if his heart is not ruthless. A great man must be ruthless. This guy was on Mo Tianyin's side. Naturally, he would not be polite to Mo Tianji. However, he did not know the inside story. So, his words were somewhat awkward. Oh? What do you think, Qingfeng? Mo Tianji modestly asked, I can't do anything to that person at the moment. But, that green-haired tortoise is still in my hands. Qingfeng, if you have any good ideas, you can teach me a few moves. Isn't that easy? Mo Qingfeng laughed with contempt. He assumed a teaching posture and said, First of all, you can't let this little guy die. He won't be worth anything if he dies. But, you can make him shed a layer of skin every day, good idea. Mo Tianji praised, and then? And then, there are many ways to mess with him. It would be best to train this little bastard into a human-shaped dog. Ha ha ha. But, you must let the person who offended you see this. That is, this little bastard's father. Well, it would be best to take his son out for a walk every time you see him. Then, you can immediately restrain him. Mo Qingfeng was not a malicious person. Each of his ideas was more vicious than the last. In addition, after training him, you can hold an auction. Nowadays, some rich people like to play with this kind of child. Haha, during the auction, you can also bring that green-haired tortoise into the bidding. But, you can't let him win. What a brilliant idea. What a brilliant plan. Wonderful. Mo Tianji clapped his hands and praised. He laughed and said, that's very reasonable. I have decided. If that cuckold dares to offend me again, I will deal with his son like this. Mo Tianyun's breathing became heavy. His face had almost turned into the color of a pig's liver. By the way, Chung Feng, that bastard's wife is also in my hands. Ha ha ha. Mo Tianji lowered his voice. But, he deliberately let Mo Tianyun hear him. That's even simpler. Mo Chung Feng slapped his thigh. With a woman in my hands, I can play with that bastard to death. Before he finished speaking, Mo Tianyun could not bear it anymore. He ruthlessly slapped Mo Chung Feng's face. Then, he roared fiercely, you bastard. What are you talking about? You are too presumptuous. Mo Chung Feng touched his face and was stunned. In an instant, his heart was at a loss. He was angry and aggrieved. Tears almost flowed out of his eyes. Fu*K, this is unreasonable. Fu*K, I am helping you vent your anger and humiliate the second young master. Why did you hit me? What did I do wrong? My devotion was all for your sake. Eldest young master. Mo Chung Feng looked at Mo Tianyun with an aggrieved expression. He felt so aggrieved that tears were rolling down his cheeks. You have wronged me. Mo Tianyun was so angry that he couldn't vent his anger. So, he kicked him again. You, second brother he is still young. And, you are instilling these things in him, these things, you are simply devoid of conscience. The experts of the Mo clan were dumbfounded as they looked at Mo Tianyun. They were so surprised that it seemed as if they had discovered an alien. Fu*K, what's going on? Heartless, second young master is still young? When did the eldest young master become so protective of his brothers? Moreover, isn't this the eldest young master's specialty? He used to be exultant when he talked about it. Moreover, Mo Chung Feng was basically taught by him. How come he has become a righteous gentleman now? So pure, but, who would dare to ask Mo Tianyun when they saw his angry face? Mo Tianyun vented his anger. Then, he walked to Mo Tianji's side. He chuckled and said, second brother, you don't need to listen to this nonsense. Let's go and bring Xiaowu back. No matter how big the matter is, it's not as important as your sister who's related by blood. Mo Tianji put on a fake smile and said, elder brother, you are right. Therefore, the two brothers respectfully walked forward. Jun Shizhu arrived at Dukyu's place. She saw that Dukyu was treating the wounds on his arms. They had almost healed. However, she could still see that his arms had been pierced through by someone. And, there were 20 holes in them. Jun Shizhu was shocked. Who can injure Dukyu like this in 3 days? To be able to beat Dukyu to such a state, taking his life would be as easy as flipping a hand. Jun Shizhu's complexion sank. She then asked in a dignified manner, which old bastard came down? Dukyu's expression was very strange. It seemed as if he was somewhat confused and perplexed. He didn't answer the question. Instead, he asked in a serious manner, Shizhu, do you think that there is such a kind of sworn brother in this world? Jun Shizhu was startled. She thought for a while and said, I can't say that there isn't such a thing. But, I haven't seen it in reality. Dukyu nodded. He then said in a silent manner, but, I've seen it. He sighed, so, there really is such a thing. Human nature was the most despicable thing. Dukyu had never believed in feelings. Especially when he encountered a so-called sworn brother in life and death situations. He would beat them until they were at the end of their rope. Then, he would put forward a condition, only one of them could survive. Dukyu would coldly observe the ugly human nature of these two people whenever he saw them killing each other. And, he would toy with the so-called friendship to his heart's content. He would mercilessly whip and ridicule their so-called friendship. Then, he would finally kill them. He had done such a thing more than once. No one had ever had the courage to exchange their own life for the life of their sworn brother in front of Dukyu. That was because they believed that a person like Dukyu would never sympathize with them. In fact, he wouldn't cherish heroes and honor heroes. However, Chu Yang had used his own flesh and blood to block a blade for Dong Wushang just a day ago. Dong Wushang had also sacrificed his own life for Chu Yang. Could it be that Dong Wushang didn't know that I could crush him to death with just one finger? He must have known. But, why? This matter had subverted Dukyu's thoughts. Human nature is despicable. Everyone in the world can be killed. Jun Shiju didn't answer. She merely snorted and said, "Who hurt you? Don't ask about this matter." Dukyu insipidly said, "It's not as serious as you think." Jun Shiju nodded and said, "It's fine as long as you know." She knew that no one would be able to ask Dukyu anything as long as he didn't want to say it. Asking him would be in vain. While they were talking, Jun Lulu and Emo Qinggu also walked in. Emo Qinggu had changed into a red dress, looking smart and adorable. Her delicate body, which had just begun to grow, was like a slender and elegant orchid that was about to bloom into a flower bud. Her small face was bright, and her fine black hair flowed down her head smoothly. A delicate butterfly made of red cloud steel spread its wings above her head, ready to take flight. Her eyes were black and white, and her long eyelashes were like a dream. Her expression was innocent with a hint of intelligence, and her pointed chin had a hint of stubbornness. "Where is big brother Chu Yang? Is he in this mountain?" Emo Qinggu impatiently pouted and asked. She looked at Jun Lulu with pleading eyes. She had a delicate and pitiful look on her face. "Chu Yang?" Dukyu subconsciously said, "I just fought with him, Emo Qingwu's small mouth opened slightly. She immediately became anxious. "Is he injured?" Dukyu's spirit was shaken. He rolled his eyes and said, "What does it matter if he's injured or not? Can't I just beat him up?" "No." Emo Qingwu glared at him. She pouted and looked at Dukyu fiercely. "Why did you beat my big brother Chu Yang?" Dukyu scratched his head and looked at Jun Lulu. "Where did this little girl come from? Did you bring this little girl to teach me a lesson?" Jun Lulu couldn't help but chuckle and said, "She's King of Hell Chu's darling. You can say that you beat King of Hell Chu in front of anyone but her. Did you really beat him up?" Emo Qingwu glared at Dukyu. Her eyes had turned somewhat red. "Did you beat him up in pain?" Dukyu immediately raised his hands in surrender when he saw Emo Qingwu's clear eyes. "I didn't beat him up. Instead, he beat me up. You look at me, you look at me. I'm so pitiful." Dukyu stretched out his arm to let this little girl see the injury on his arm. He wanted to gain some sympathy. He knew that Jun Shiju wasn't an outsider since she had brought her here. So, he treated her as if she was a child. Emo Qingwu heaved a sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. She said, "You obviously can't beat him up." "But..." She rolled her eyes and said, "I can't do anything if he beats you up." She jumped to Jun Lulu's side as she said this. Then, she hugged her arm and gently shook it. She said, "Elder sister Ah Lu, lend me your mirror." Dukyu's forehead was filled with black lines. "I can't beat him up, but he should beat me up. Is there such a theory in this world?" At this moment, a report came in from outside. "Minister Jun, Minister Yu, representatives of major clans have come to pay a visit." Jun Shiju thought for a while and said, "Little Yu, you go and receive them. Just say a few words and let them go." Dukyu nodded and rushed out as if he was escaping. He was somewhat scared of this little girl who had suddenly arrived. So, there's someone in this world who can be more unreasonable than me. Moreover, it's a little girl. The representatives of major clans left after a short while. Dukyu didn't return. It was unknown where he had run off to. "Is Minister Jun here?" "Emo Tianyun and Emo Tianji of the Emo clan have come to pay a visit." Emo Tianji's voice resounded from outside. Emo Qingwu's entire body trembled. Her complexion turned deathly pale. "Second brother, do you really want to redeem me and let me marry that scoundrel?" Emo Qingwu had misunderstood again. Emo Tianji had come to redeem Emo Qingwu this time. But, it wasn't to give her to Meng Luo. Emo Tianji had made a big fuss with his clan after he had come to know about Emo Qingwu's matter. Then, he had proposed to take his little sister to his place so that he could take care of her. But, he had been reprimanded by Great Elder Emo Wu Xian. So, he had come here with the determination to take Emo Qingwu away. Jun Shiju looked at Mo Qingwu with pity and said, "You too, go and sit behind the screen first." Jun Lulu complied, and walked over with Mo Qingwu. The two of them had just sat down when they heard Jun Shiju's deep voice from outside, "Let them roll in." The sound of footsteps was heard after a short while. Then, two people said in unison, "Greetings, Minister Jun." Jun Shiju was sitting on an armchair. She snorted and said, "Have you brought the silver?" Mo Tianji asked in a deep voice, "Is my little sister safe?" Jun Shiju coldly said, "Don't you trust the credibility of Dark Bamboo?" Mo Tianji gently said, "Dark Bamboo's name shakes the world. So, I naturally trust it. But, this kidnapping is too outrageous. May I ask Minister Jun what's the cause of this matter?" Jun Shiju coldly said, "Mo Tianji, I want the silver. I don't want your nonsense. Take out the silver if you have it. And, get lost if you don't. Don't show off your eloquence in front of me." Mo Tianji was silent for a moment. Then, he said, "The banknotes are here since that's the case." Mo Tianyin had given him the banknotes. So, he took them out. Mo Tianyin became even more jealous in his heart. He had always been conceited that he was on par with Mo Tianji. In fact, he was even better than him. However, Mo Tianji was speaking frankly and with assurance in front of Jun Shiju today. In fact, he could even question her. But, he was intimidated by Jun Shiju's fame and power. So, he couldn't speak. He was afraid that his voice would tremble if he spoke. However, he didn't know that Mo Tianji's heart was beating like a drum in the face of Jun Shiju's deliberate coercion. But, he was worried about his little sister. Moreover, he was filled with indignation. So, he remained calm and collected. "Golden Hand!" Jun Shiju coldly shouted. "Your subordinate is here." A person appeared in the tent with a schwa sound. "Huaqiao, come and check the banknotes." Jun Shiju insipidly said, "See if there's any mistake." Mo Tianji wrinkled his brows. "Jun Shiju wants to play tricks? Are you kidding me? Who in the world would dare to give you fake banknotes? Would I make a mistake in front of you? I don't want to court death." Golden Hand Huaqiao was a thin middle-aged man. His hands were dry and steady. He took the banknotes worth 10 million taels. Then, he wiped his saliva with his finger. Then, he started to count them one by one in front of Mo Tianji. Mo Tianji stared at him attentively as he counted the banknotes. His heart suddenly jumped. "This isn't right." Minister Jun Golden Hand Huaqiao said in a puzzled manner, 10 million taels of banknotes? This is clearly 20 million taels of banknotes with 40 sheets of white paper. This is too much. Who did this? 40 sheets of white paper? Jun Shiju's complexion sank, "Is that so?" "Wait a minute." Mo Tianji shouted. He had already counted the banknotes before he came here. 10 million taels of banknotes wasn't a small amount. How could they turn into white paper here? That guy must have done something. But, his movements are so slow. How did he do it? I didn't even see it. Can I take a look? Mo Tianji asked. Golden Hand Huaqiao didn't seem to understand. He nodded foolishly and said, "Okay." Then, he handed the banknotes back. Mo Tianji took them, and his heart sank. It feels different. He turned them over a little, and saw that they were all white paper. He couldn't help but feel dizzy. What's going on? Jun Shiju frowned and asked. Mo Tianyin angrily said, "What's the meaning of this?" Minister Jun, even a thief has a code of conduct. Blackmail shouldn't be done like this. He couldn't stay calm. After all, he was a pauper at the moment. He didn't have any money. He wouldn't be able to get even a single cent if the bet wasn't over. He would lose face if Jun Shiju blackmailed him. Jun Shiju's phoenix-like eyes turned cold. She narrowed her eyes and coldly said, "Blackmail you. So what?" Mo Tianji looked on with cold eyes. He saw that Jun Shiju's limpid eyes had begun to emit a murderous aura. He couldn't help but shiver in his heart. He knew that the opposite party had blackmailed him for 40 million taels. So, he hastily said, "It must be little brother's negligence." Hee hee, I remember that I had some white papers in my bosom. I must have mixed them. Please forgive me, Minister June. I will make up for it. Jun Shiju meaningfully looked at Mo Tianji. Then, she faintly smiled, is that so? She couldn't help but say in her heart, this Mo Tianji is worthy of the title Master of Calculation and Manipulation. He has seen through my intention to deal with them. I don't really want the 40 million taels of banknotes, however, she saw Mo Tianji take out the banknotes. He then said with a smile, I will give you the banknotes one by one this time. Don't count them wrong. Jun Shiju smiled and said, all right, take them. Mo Tianyun finally felt relieved. He said, I'll have to trouble Minister Jun. Please ask my little sister to come out. Minister Jun is very busy. We won't disturb you any longer. We will take my little sister back. Thank you very much for taking care of her during this time. Mo Tianji had paid the banknotes. So, Mo Tianyun naturally had to come out and play the good guy. Jun Shiju frowned and said, what? Mo Tianyun, are you sure? When did I say that you can take her away after paying the banknotes? Mo Tianyun stared blankly. He scratched his head and asked, what is the meaning of this, Minister Jun? He thought, what kind of rule is this if you don't release her after paying the money? Jun Shiju coldly said, didn't you read the letter clearly? And now you are looking for me to release her? What a joke. Mo Tianyun and Mo Tianji were stunned. Both of them took out the extortion letter from their bosoms and read it again. Then, they looked at each other in dismay, there's no problem. Read it out, Jun Shiju said. The daughter of Mo clan, Qing Wu, is currently in dark bamboo hands. Quickly pay 10 million silver taels. Otherwise, the hostage will be killed. Mo Tianyun read it out in a puzzled manner. He frowned but didn't find any problem. Mo Tianji's eyes flashed, and he immediately realized that this was bad. Jun Shiju sneered and said, I only said that I wouldn't kill the hostage as long as you pay the money. When did I say that I would hand her over to you? Don't tell me that your sister can eat my food, drink my water, wear my clothes, use my things, and live in my place without paying money? Mo Tianyun was flabbergasted. He was so angry that he couldn't speak. These 10 million silver taels are only for your sister's food expenses. Jun Shiju insipidly said, please go back if you don't have anything else to say. Of course, you're welcome to stay here if you want to. You only need to pay 10 million silver taels for food expenses. Behind the curtain, Jun Lulu tightly covered her mouth to prevent herself from laughing out loud. I didn't expect that my elder sister had such an idea. It's a brilliant plan. Mo Tianyun stood outside the door. He angrily asked, why did you pull me out? You can still go in. Mo Tianji said, as long as you can come up with 10 million silver taels. Mo Tianyun snorted and said, then, why did you give her 40 million silver taels? That's clearly extortion. I said that you're stupid. But, you're stupid to this extent. Mo Tianji looked at him with contempt and said, Jun Shiju is looking for trouble. Can't you see that? You and I would have been out of luck if we hadn't paid the money. That 10 million silver taels is extortion. That 40 million taels are to buy our safety. You can't even see this point. What right do you have to be the Mo clan's young clan lord? Mo Tianyun became furious, you. Mo Tianyun shook his head and said, you do your thing. I won't stop you if you want to go back and look for Jun Shiju. I have something to do. I need to find someone. He didn't wait for Mo Tianyun's reply. He simply turned around and left. Mo Tianyun spat out a mouthful of saliva and touched his pocket. Right now, his pockets were really empty. He could not help but clench his teeth. Then, he bitterly muttered to himself, let's see if you, Mo Tianji, can still be arrogant in front of me after I win that billion. He sneered and left as well. Little did he know that at this moment, Mo Tianji was also cursing in his heart, this bastard is actually gambling with his clan's property. If he loses, then you, Mo Tianyun, are nothing. Not even comparable to a dog's fart. Chu Yang was with Gu Du Xing, what happened to your injuries? Chu Yang asked. Mo Tianyun did it. Gu Duxing casually said, I heard about this matter. So, I went to look for Mo Tianyin to settle the score. But, I ended up being besieged by him and a large number of experts. I killed a few of them and got a little injured. Gu Duxing said it casually, but how could Chu Yang not hear the danger hidden in this light voice? Gu Duxing probably escaped from death. What exactly happened? Is it worth you taking such a big risk? Chu Yang frowned. Gu Duxing looked at him in shock. Don't you know? Chu Yang was taken aback. What do I know? Gu Duxing was furious. What's wrong with GMO and the rest? How could they hide such a big matter from you until now? Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. He said, about Qing Wu? Gu Duxing let out a long howl. GMO. The few of you, get your asses over here. In an instant, Dong Wushang and the rest came over. Gu Duxing's eyes widened. He said angrily, why didn't anyone tell boss about little Wu? GMO scratched his head and widened his eyes. What? Didn't boss already know? Chu Yang did not know whether to laugh or cry. When did I know? Luo Kudi, Dong Wushang, and GMO looked at each other in dismay. Then, they sighed at the same time. We saw that you dealt with Meng Luo as soon as you arrived. And, you put the Meng clan in a difficult situation. Then, you dealt with Mo Tianyin in the gambling house. We thought that you knew. How come you still don't know? Dong Wushang and Luo Kudi's faces darkened. This was a big problem. Chu Yang frowned. I dealt with Meng Luo because you wanted to snatch his storm leopard. And, I dealt with Mo Tianyin because he didn't treat little Wu well. What does this have to do with Qing Wu? Chu Yang wanted to inquire. About Mo Qing Wu's whereabouts as soon as he arrived here. But, he thought that everyone was busy with Ji Mo's marriage. Everyone was under pressure. Moreover, Mo Qing Wu was still very young. So, she shouldn't have any big problems in the Mo clan. So, he thought that he would go and fetch Mo Qing Wu after he had dealt with this matter with GMO. Did something happen to little Wu? Mo Tianyin and Meng Luo were very close some time ago. They must have talked about little Wu's matter. And, they encouraged Meng Luo to propose marriage to the Mo clan on the basis of the alliance between the two clans, Gu Duxing slowly said. Propose marriage? Chu Yang stood up with a schwa sound. He angrily said, are Meng Luo and Mo Tianyin courting death? He recalled that Meng Luo practiced an evil technique. It's so vicious that they want to harm Qing Wu? Suddenly, a murderous aura burst out from his body. It couldn't be contained. Even Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang felt cold all over. And, Meng Luo followed the good advice. He immediately proposed marriage to the Mo clan. He wanted to take Mo Qing Wu as his concubine. And, the great elder of the Mo clan, Mo Wu Xian, made the final decision after some discussion. He agreed to this marriage. Gu Duxing said everything in one breath. Chu Yang was so angry that his hair stood up. He clenched his teeth so hard that they made grinding sounds. His body was also trembling. Concubine, Meng Luo. I, Chu Yang, announce that you bastard have won the big prize. I heard about this matter at that time. So, I immediately went to look for Mo Tianji. But, Mo Tianji had already gone deep into the Canglan continent by that time. So, I turned back and went to look for Mo Tianyin, and fought with him. Gu Duxing's eyes exposed a cold ray of light as he said, but, big brother, you're here now. So, you should make the decision. You don't need to have any misgivings. We'll do whatever you say. Dong Wushang and the other two said in unison, that's right. Little Wu is only 11 years old. The Mo clan is obviously devoid of conscience. Big brother, don't worry. We'll do whatever you say. Humph. It seems that I was too lenient. Chu Yang was extremely regretful. Motherfew *cur. How could I have let that bastard Meng Luo go back alive if I had known about this earlier? Someone rushed in from outside. An Imperial Guard reported, Second Young Master, there's a matter. Dong Wushang, GMO, and Luo Kudi turned around at the same time. Which Second Young Master did you call? The Imperial Guard's forehead was full of sweat. Second Young Master Dong, the second young master of the Mo clan, Mo Tianji, has come to pay a visit. He said that he has an important matter to discuss with you. Chu Yang's eyes turned cold as he said, let him come here. I'm looking for him to settle the account. The Imperial Guard didn't dare to stay any longer when he saw that the faces of these masters had turned as cold as frost. He rolled and crawled, and immediately rushed back. Someone hurriedly came in after a short while. He said from afar, Dong Wusheng, is Chu Yang here? It was Mo Tianji. And, the person he was looking for was Chu Yang. Mo Tianji had already known that Chu Yang had arrived in the three heavens. But, he felt that he didn't have the face to see Chu Yang. I couldn't even protect my little sister. She had given me a peerless treasured saber, but my own clan had snatched it away. This is such a shameful thing. How can I explain this to Chu Yang? He recalled how Chu Yang had earnestly entrusted him with a task when they had parted in the past. He had solemnly vowed to protect Chu Yang, but he hadn't done anything yet. So, how could he not feel ashamed? Therefore, he had immediately hidden away in shame when he had found out that Chu Yang had arrived at Mt Dingjun. In fact, he didn't even have the nerve to participate in such a lively gambling event. He couldn't wait to hide from Chu Yang. But, Jun Shiju's matter had been exposed. So, Mo Tianji had to thicken his skin and look for Chu Yang even if he was embarrassed. After all, he had heard that Chu Yang and Duke Wei were friends. Moreover, Duke Wei had taken the initiative to act as a notary for the gambling event between Chu Yang and his elder brother. Therefore, he had immediately come to look for Chu Yang. Retrieving Mo Qingwu would be a piece of cake as long as Chu Yang was willing to ask Duke Wei to act on his behalf. It must be said that Mo Tianji's brain worked exceptionally fast. Mo Tianji had arrived at the right time. He had arrived just in time for Chu Yang's outburst of anger. So, he had hit the jackpot. Chu Yang, you're here. Mo Tianji was pleasantly surprised. I've come to ask you for a favor. You still have the nerve to ask me for a favor? Chu Yang looked at him furiously. Mo Tianji, you can't even protect your little sister. You let her be bullied and humiliated. And, you've come to ask me for a favor? Are you joking with me? Mo Tianji's face turned red. He stammered, I've come to discuss with you. Chu Yang coldly said, what do you want to discuss with me? Mo Tianji was helpless. So, he humbly apologized. His handsome face had turned red. I only want an explanation. Chu Yang angrily said, what happened to little Wu? What do you plan to do? What kind of shameful thing has your Mo clan done? I've come to discuss this matter with you. Mo Tianji helplessly said, it seems that only you can act on this matter. Act on my behalf? Do I have so much face in your Mo clan? Chu Yang was surprised. Little Wu has run away from home. But, she has fallen into the hands of Jun Shiju, the Lord of Dark Bamboo. She's currently being detained. And, she's doing her best to torment our Mo clan. Mo Tianji anxiously said, I've heard that you're very familiar with Duke Wei? Chu Yang immediately became vigilant. First, tell me clearly. Mo Tianji then narrated the matter from when Mo Qingwu had run away from home until now. He bitterly sighed and said, I now understand that Jun Shiju didn't kidnap Mo Qingwu. She probably doesn't find our Mo clan pleasing to the eye. So, she's deliberately tormenting us. I wouldn't have had any objection if this matter didn't involve little Wu. But, the problem is that the little house is with her. Chu Yang frowned and said, what do you plan to do with little Wu if she gets out? Send her back to the clan? Sending her back to the clan is impossible. Mo Tianji resolutely and decisively said, I will take her far away. Mo Tianji thought for a while. Then, he made a prompt decision and said, all right. Now that the clan is in crisis, Mo Tianyun has mortgaged a small part of his property. If Mo Tianyun wins, I must immediately take action and take down Mo Tianyun. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for me to move forward if Mo Tianyun relies on his strong financial resources to develop his strength. If Mo Tianyun were to lose, it would be a heaven-sent opportunity for Mo Tianji. I will settle accounts with your Mo clan sooner or later. Chu Yang looked coldly at Mo Tianji. He then said gloomily, I wouldn't care if little Wu was well and loved. But, your Mo clan has mistreated little Wu. So, I might as well tell you this. Whether it's you or Mo Tianyun who will be in power in the future, I will take back what I owe little Wu. No one in the entire heavens can take advantage of me without paying a price if I, Chu Yang, don't want to. Chu Yang said heavily. Then, he didn't wait for Mo Tianji to reply. He strode out and said, I'm going to look for Dukyu. I'll go with you. Mo Tianji's face turned red as he followed Chu Yang. He had never been scolded in such an embarrassing manner. However, Mo Tianji had no choice but to swallow it. Who told your clan to be so useless and heartless? You guys don't need to go. Seize the time to cultivate. We can't afford to lose tomorrow's battle. Chu Yang said to Gu Duxing and the others who had followed him. Gu Duxing nodded. He took his brothers back to continue their training. Brother Chu, why are you so good to my younger sister? Mo Tianji could see that Chu Yang was much more attentive to Mo Qingwu than to her elder brother. I like Qingwu very much, Chu Yang replied vaguely. But, you like her too much. Mo Tianji muttered in his heart. But, he didn't dare to say it out loud. Chu Yang naturally didn't dare to let him know that he liked his younger sister. He wanted to wait for her to grow up so that he could marry her. Mo Tianji would fight him to the death if that happened. Yi is as beastly as Meng Luo, don't worry. I will clean up the evil tendencies in the Mo clan bit by bit if I have the power. Mo Tianji sighed and said. Brother Mo, I have something to say. But, I don't know if I should say it or not. Chu Yang said as he walked. Please speak. Setting your sights on only one clan is a bit limiting. Moreover, it's not flexible enough, Chu Yang said in a careful manner. How could I not know? Mo Tianji let out a long sigh. Mo Tianyun and I were fighting for power. Could it be that I, Mo Tianji, was fighting for the position of the clan lord? I, Mo Tianji, have deep feelings for my clan. He couldn't bear to see his clan fall at the hands of Mo Tianyun. Mo Tianyun is narrow-minded. He is vicious and merciless. He will do anything to achieve his goals. The Mo clan cannot fall into his hands. He took a deep breath and said, I want to bring my clan in charge into the upper three heavens. Fulfill the wish of the Mo clan's ancestors for dozens of generations. Chu Yang remained silent. He sped up and said, I wish you success. The two of them hurriedly rushed forward, and soon arrived at the place where Dukyu was. Brother Yu, Chu Yang has come to visit. Please come out and meet me. Chu Yang shouted. His voice spread far and wide. Inside, Mo Qingwu jumped up and danced in the air, its elder brother Chu Yang. This voice would appear in her dreams almost every night. It would always gently comfort her. Xiao Wu, don't be afraid. Xiao Wu, you have me. Xiao Wu, now, she had finally heard it, Mo Qingwu jumped up and cheered. Then, she fell down, and suddenly became startled. She pricked up her small ears, and nervously listened to the outside. She suddenly grabbed Jun Lulu's hand and anxiously said, Elder sister Ah Lu, did I hear wrong? Someone was really shouting, right? That was elder brother Chu Yang's voice, right? I wasn't dreaming, right? Jun Lulu held back her laughter and said, I didn't hear it. Mo Qingwu hung her head dejectedly. She sat down on the ground and said, Am I really dreaming? Jun Shiju's voice resounded, Ah Lu, you look after this little girl. I will take a look at this king of hell Chu. Mo Qingwu was startled. Then, she became ecstatic, so, it wasn't a dream. She got up, and was about to rush out. But, Jun Lulu didn't manage to grab her. She saw that this little girl had reached the door, and had quickly turned around and ran back. She plunged her head in front of the mirror, and anxiously looked left and right. Then, she turned around and rushed out again. Jun Lulu's eyes were sharp, and her hands were quick. She held her and whispered, Don't worry. Let your elder brother Chu Yang and elder sister talk business first. Then, I will give you to your elder brother Chu Yang. Mo Qingwu's eyes were filled with tears. She revealed an intensely unwilling look. But, she eventually nodded in a well-behaved manner. I want to listen, Jun Lulu repeatedly agreed, okay. As long as you don't make any noise, Mo Qingwu silently nodded. Then, she lowered her head. Her eyes were already red. After the ecstasy passed, she only felt boundless grievances bubbling up in her heart. I want to tell elder brother Chuyang about everything. I've suffered too much in the past year. Boo-hoo, the sound of footsteps came from outside. Chuyang shouted. Then, he saw someone come out and invite him in. He walked inside without thinking. Mo Tianji also wanted to follow him. But, he was stopped by an imperial guard. The guard said, Minister Jun only wants to see Minister Chu. Mo Tianji was helpless. He had no choice but to wait outside. Chuyang walked in, and saw a black-cloaked woman. She was standing in the room with her back towards him. Her hair was like a cloud of mist, and her figure was graceful. She was wearing ordinary black clothes. But, it gave people a feeling that she was in the clouds. It seemed as if she was an ethereal immortal. She was riding the clouds and riding the wind. Your Excellency is. Chuyang's pupil shrank. He faintly guessed, Minister Jun, right? Minister Chu has good eyesight. Jun Shizhu slowly turned around. Her sharp eyes looked at Chuyang's face. Chuyang felt as if a steel needle had fiercely pierced his face twice. Jun Shizhu's face was covered with a black veil. So, it couldn't be seen what she looked like. But, her eyes were like bright stars in the night sky. So, people couldn't look at her directly. Minister Chu must have come for Mo Qingwu, Jun Shizhu insipidly said. Chuyang's mind shivered. He said, yes. Mo Tianji must have gone to ask for help? Jun Shizhu smiled. Yes, Chuyang calmly admitted. Sure enough. I deliberately made things difficult for Mo Tianji because I wanted Minister Chu to come here for a chat. Jun Shizhu's voice contained a cold smile as she said, I would have given you too much face if I had come to pay you a visit. So, I had no choice but to resort to this plan. Minister Chu, please don't take offense. Chuyang smiled, Minister Jun is an expert of this generation. You're a senior expert. You have a high position and power. You're the overlord of this generation. So, Chuyang should have come to pay a visit to you. Jun Shizhu had unleashed her imposing aura when Chuyang had come in. She had turned around, and created an aura of a monarch overlooking the world. And, this aura had shrouded Chuyang. At the same time, she had been carefully observing Chuyang's expression, voice, eyes, and even the movements of his muscles. However, she had discovered that Chuyang hadn't changed in the slightest, he was the same as he had been when he had come in. He was neither arrogant nor overbearing. In fact, even his pulse hadn't changed. It was rare to see such a young man with such willpower among the heroes of the world. Jun Shizhu's eyes slightly flashed with a mysterious light. She thought, no wonder little Yu values him so much. This young man is really extraordinary. Minister Jun, there's no harm in speaking your mind, Chuyang said. Minister Chu, what do you think of my dark bamboo? Jun Shizhu pondered for a moment. Then, she suddenly asked. Dark bamboo dominates the upper three heavens. So, it's naturally a first-class force. Chuyang pondered for a moment and said, such a force is enough to dominate a region even in the upper three heavens. It's a pity that there are few top-notch experts. Otherwise, dark bamboo wouldn't have been the ruler of the upper three heavens. It would have been a veritable overlord of the upper three heavens. It's a pity that there are few top-notch experts. Jun Shizhu slowly repeated. Her eyes exposed a smiling expression, that's good. I can return Mo Qingwu to you. Jun Shizhu didn't beat around the bush and said, but, I want Minister Chu to promise me something. Or, give me a promise. I never make any promises. Chuyang insipidly said, I never make promises to anyone or anything. He looked at Jun Shizhu with a serious expression and said, Minister Jun must be aware that the so-called promises are only used for betrayal. I don't want to break my promise to anyone. A promise is too heavy for me. The look of appreciation in Jun Shizhu's eyes became even more intense. She said, that's good. Then, you don't have to promise me anything. But, Minister Chu, you have to promise me something at an appropriate time in the future. How about it? She smiled and said, it's a request that won't embarrass you. Chuyang pondered. Jun Shizhu's words were simple. But, could it be that the dark bamboo's request was simple? Minister Chu has just arrived here. So, you can't contend with a big clan yet. In exchange, Jun Shizhu, can guarantee that no one will snatch Mo Qingwu away from you. Jun Shizhu smiled and stated her condition. All right. Chu Yang made a prompt decision and agreed. This was the most troublesome matter for him at present. It's a deal. Even a galloping horse can't catch up. Both of them looked at each other and smiled. Jun Shizhu felt relieved in her heart. This way, we'll have an opportunity to turn things around when that peerless master arrives. Moreover, there's still some time left. Chu Yang will be entangled with many things during this period of time. He will be in constant trouble. Moreover, his ambition will be very big. So, why would she worry about her relationship with Chu Yang? Jun Shizhu hadn't thought that the peerless master she had imagined was standing in front of her at this moment. Jun Shizhu gently smiled. Then, her body fluttered like a wisp of black smoke, and disappeared from Chu Yang's sight. Jun Lulu gently released Mo Qingwu from behind the curtain, and quietly disappeared. Then, a voice that had been suppressed for a long time suddenly burst out, "Brother Chu Yang." Her voice was so loud that it almost broke her throat. "Qingwu?" Chu Yang's entire body shook. He suddenly turned his head in pleasant surprise. He saw a petite figure rushing towards him as if her life depended on it. When she was halfway there, she suddenly flew up and pounced towards him. Chu Yang subconsciously opened his arms. His eyes couldn't help but turn red. He felt a burst of fragrant wind in his arms. Then, a soft body wrapped itself around his body like an octopus. Mo Qingwu firmly stuffed her small head into his bosom. She felt happy, sad, and satisfied at the same time. She flattened her small mouth, and her voice had already changed. "Brother Chu Yang, you finally come, boo-hoo." She burst into tears before she could finish speaking. She opened her small nose, and greedily breathed in Chu Yang's scent. She suddenly felt so happy that she wanted to cry. She felt so happy that her heart ached. How long have I been looking forward to this embrace? How many times have I dreamed of it? Chu Yang held her tightly, and couldn't speak. Only his heart was beating intensely. "Little Wu, Qingwu. I've come. I won't let you suffer any grievances. My Qingwu, Qingwu." Chu Yang hugged the soft body tightly. His voice was almost hoarse. His heart trembled as he called out this name with a trembling voice. Mo Qingwu used all her strength to squeeze her petite head into Chu Yang's chest. She used all her strength to control herself so that she wouldn't cry out loud. However, her small mouth had already become extremely flat. And tears silently gushed out from her eyes. She was holding it in so much that she actually felt a little dizzy. Chu Yang felt that his clothes on his chest were quickly soaking. Then, the soaking area slowly and rapidly expanded. Mo Qingwu's body trembled slightly in his arms. However, she still didn't say a word. She clenched her teeth tightly. However, the two hands that were hugging him became more and more forceful. What kind of grievances had she suffered in this year? At this moment, she needed to vent the grievances in her heart. Chu Yang knew. Therefore, Chu Yang didn't ask anything now. If he asked, Mo Qingwu would only feel more uncomfortable. Just let her be in his arms. Just let her be in his arms and feel his feelings for her. Chu Yang quietly hugged her. He didn't speak. After a long time, Mo Qingwu's body trembled slightly. Then, it slowly calmed down. Her throat made a moaning sound. She coughed a few times in Chu Yang's arms. Chu Yang could feel Mo Qingwu's breath coming out of her small mouth. It made his skin feel a little hot. Mo Qingwu tried her best to lower her head. She finally moved her head away from Chu Yang's bosom a little. But, she still held him tightly. She used her free hand to wipe her tears with extreme caution. Her movements were very light. It seemed that she was afraid that Chu Yang would find out what she was doing. She didn't want big brother Chu Yang to see her tears after being separated for more than a year. She wanted to be happy. She wanted to smile at brother Chu Yang. However, she couldn't help but cry. Tears of joy, tears of grievance, tears of sadness, tears of finally meeting again. She wiped hard. She wanted to wipe away her tears. Then, she raised her head and smiled at brother Chu Yang. Brother Chu Yang, I missed you so much. She wanted to show Brother Chu Yang the happy smile that Brother Chu Yang liked to see. She wanted to let this smile tell Brother Chu Yang that she was fine. Because you finally came. No matter what happened, it was all good. It was the best. However, the more he wiped, the more tears he shed. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't wipe them all away. She was a little flustered and hated herself. Why did she have to cry? Don't cry, little Wu. Brother Chu Yang is already here. Why are you still crying? You're safe. You're fine. With Brother Chu Yang by your side, no one can hurt you. She tried hard to convince herself, but she couldn't stop herself from crying. In the end, she gave up and let her tears flow out. She sobbed and said, Brother Chu Yang, I'm sorry. I want to cry when I see you. Chu Yang gently stroked her long hair. He felt that his eyes were a little dry. He said, if you want to cry, then cry. Big Brother Chu Yang will accompany you here. My light dance, regardless of crying or laughing, I like it. Everyone is happy. He hadn't even finished speaking when he heard a wah sound. Mo Qingwu opened her mouth and started to cry. She cried so hard that her heart was broken. Boo-hoo. Brother Chu Yang, I miss you so much. Boo-hoo, I dreamt of you that day. Boo-hoo, Mo Qingwu sobbed and cried. She used Chu Yang's clothes to wipe her tears. She poured her heart out at the same time. She couldn't remember anything now. The grievances that she had suffered had almost made her collapse several times. She had thrown them to the back of her mind. She only wanted Brother Chu Yang to know how much she missed him, how much I yearned for Brother Chu Yang's embrace. This is the only thing in the world that can make me feel at ease. Chu Yang held Mo Qingwu in his arms. He slowly walked a few steps, and sat down on the armchair that Jun Shizhu had sat on. He let this delicate and small body kneel on his lap. He tenderly looked at Mo Qingwu as she sobbed and poured her heart out. Her rosy little mouth flattened. There was a look of grievance on her face. She was very careful. It seemed as if she was afraid that Brother Chu Yang would get tired of her. Gradually, the careful look disappeared. What was left was only grievance and longing. Slowly, the grievance also disappeared. What was left was only longing. It seemed as if Mo Qingwu hadn't felt any grievance or pain in the past year or so. There was only longing. There was nothing else. Mo Qingwu lowered her head as she spoke. But, she slowly began to gather the courage to raise her head, and look at Chu Yang. Her eyes were brimming with tears. There was still grievance in the depths of her eyes. But, it slowly began to flash with shyness and joy. Mo Qingwu's tears finally stopped. She looked at Chu Yang in a daze. Then, she hugged Chu Yang's neck. Her face slowly turned red, and her eyes became swollen like peaches. She bit her lips, and timidly asked, Brother Chu Yang, do I look ugly now? Chu Yang shook his head vigorously, what are you talking about? My Qingwu is always the most beautiful at any time. Brother Chu Yang can't get enough of looking at you. Mo Qingwu felt relieved. She smiled. She gently stuck her face on Chu Yang's chest, and said in a low and satisfied voice, Brother Chu Yang, I'm very happy. I'm very happy. Then, she closed her eyes, and listened to Chu Yang's heartbeat. She felt the warm aura of Brother Chu Yang's body. She curled up in his arms like a soft kitten. The corners of her mouth exposed a trace of a touching smile. Her little mouth finally curled up in happiness. I'm not afraid at all. I'm not flustered at all. I don't have to worry at all. I don't have to feel wronged at all. Brother Chu Yang is here. I don't have to worry about my things being taken away by others. I don't have to worry about being given away as a concubine. I don't have to worry about people looking down on me and abandoning me. Brother Chu Yang will protect me. Definitely, everything is fine. Chu Yang's heart was peaceful and satisfied. Hugging this delicate little body, he seemed to feel that his life was finally complete. Brother Chu Yang, I'm very happy. This sentence was also silently said in his heart, Qingwu, I'm also very happy. I can feel that you're full of vitality in my arms. I'm very happy. I'm very happy. He thought of his previous life. Mo Qingwu weakly snuggled in his arms, and said, Chu Yang, I look better than the sword. Then he thought of today's sentence, I'm very happy. Chu Yang instantly felt that his previous life and this life were gathered together. His mind was a mess. It was strange and variegated. It was as if at this moment, he had returned to the purple bamboo forest of his previous life. Then, he suddenly returned like a dream. Feeling the warm and soft body in his arms, Chu Yang suddenly felt a burst of satisfaction. He silently said, Qing Wu, if there is a next life, I will dance with you under the heavens. I'm satisfied. I will definitely dance with you under the heavens. I won't have any more regrets. He lovingly lowered his head to look, and saw that Mo Qing Wu was dressed in red. Her soft hair was draped over her shoulders, and the red cloud steel butterfly was flashing on her head. She didn't have any other accessories besides this butterfly. Her long eyelashes softly stuck to her eyelids. Like a tired butterfly, she began to stopping in this warm embrace. Mo Qing Wu contentedly and happily sighed. She moved her arms that were a little sore from hugging Chu Yang. She changed her posture, squirmed a little, and hugged him tightly again. She didn't want to let go for a moment. I wrote 2,000 words for 14 hours. I deleted more than 10,000 words. The only thing I'm satisfied with is these 2,000 words. When I typed the title Brother Chu Yang, I'm so happy, my heart suddenly turned sour, and tears started to fall out of my eyes. I'm very happy. Because I wrote the feeling I wanted. As the sun set in the west, rays of multicolored light shone upon the forest and the mountains, making it look like a sea of flowing light. Chu Yang carried Mo Qing Wu and walked out with a smile. It was as if he had walked out of a fairy tale. His black robe fluttered, his figure tall. Mo Qing Wu, dressed in red, lay in his arms. The sunlight on the horizon seemed to embed a layer of gold on Chu Yang and Mo Qing Wu's bodies. At least, in Mo Tianji's eyes, it was a kind of beauty that shook his soul in an instant. This feeling was so harmonious, so touching. Mo Qing Wu seemed to have grown on Chu Yang's body and would not come down no matter what. From time to time, she would raise her head and smile at Chu Yang. After a while, she would raise her head and smile at him again. Her smile was bright and satisfied. Mo Tianji stood there, dumbfounded by what he saw. He had been waiting here for an entire afternoon, waiting anxiously. But when he saw Chu Yang finally carrying Mo Qing Wu out, he was suddenly touched at this moment. He was not in a hurry. He had never seen his little sister so happy. Such happiness and satisfaction that overflowed from the depths of her heart. Mo Tianji looked on with satisfaction. The anxiety that he had been waiting for an entire afternoon seemed to have disappeared without a trace at this moment. Brother Mo, I'm taking Mo Qing Wu away. Chu Yang looked at Mo Tianji and said solemnly. Hearing the words Brother Mo Qing Wu raised her head in panic. She turned around and saw Mo Tianji, her second brother. Her eyes couldn't help but redden. But she bit her lip lightly and lowered her gaze. Little Wu, Mo Tianji stepped forward, his voice trembling a little. Mo Qing Wu bit her lip. After a long while, she said with difficulty, Second brother, Mo Qing Wu, do you want to go with me or Brother Chu? Mo Tianji looked at his sister with some longing. Second brother will also protect you. I'll go with Brother Chu Yang, Mo Qing Wu said without hesitation. Mo Tianji's eyes dimmed. I'm leaving. Chu Yang looked at Mo Tianji. Brother Mo, if you want to control the Mo clan, don't let go of this opportunity. Tianji agreed and then suddenly shouted, wait a minute. After he finished speaking, he ran over and looked at Mo Qing Wu and said, Little sister, I have a question that I have always wanted to ask you, but I didn't have the chance. Can I get your answer now? What is it? Mo Qing Wu was still biting her rosy lips. The light in her eyes made Mo Tianji feel a heartache. Why did you suddenly become so estranged from your second brother? Mo Tianji said with some pain, second brother's heart is very uncomfortable. Mo Qing Wu gritted her teeth. At this moment, it was obvious that she was using a lot of force. He looked at Mo Tianji, his second brother, with a complicated expression in his eyes. Then, he asked in a low voice, I have always wanted to ask you, second brother. Why didn't you dare to look at me on the day of the clan meeting? Mo Tianji was startled and suddenly raised his head. However, Mo Qing Wu continued to ask, at that time, why did you tell him about my saber? Mo Tianji was startled. He only felt bitterness in his heart. There were 1,000 things he wanted to say, but he could not say them. This time, my family has betrothed me. As long as I return, I will be engaged. However, you are the first to come and pick me up. Mo Qinggu said with some anger, second brother, don't you know what I will face when I return? Mo Tianji felt as if he was struck by lightning. He took 3 steps back. He finally knew where he was wrong. He was wrong not to say it. He did all kinds of things but did not make it clear. These 3 things were all for Mo Qinggu's good. At that time, he did not dare to look at her because he could not bear to see his younger sister sad. However, he forgot that his younger sister was the most helpless at that moment. She needed someone to look at her and show that they were on her side. That way, she would feel much better. The appearance of the saber was to make a final effort so that his younger sister could get some care after losing her original position in the family. However, he neglected that his younger sister had nothing. At that time, that saber was all her hope and spiritual sustenance. However, he cruelly took it away. Now, he came to pick her up so that he could take her away and not let her return to the family to accept that cruel fate. However, he did not say it out loud either. His younger sister thought that he was sending her back to the fire pit. Who could he blame? Could he blame his younger sister for being too sensitive? However, if it was anyone else, how could they not be sensitive in that kind of situation? How could they not be sensitive? Chu Yang sighed and said, Qinggu, your second brother truly loves and cares for you. There is absolutely no falsehood in it. He truly wants you to be well. However, your second brother's habit is to do good things but not to say it out loud. This is your second brother's shortcoming. You have to believe in your second brother. Mo Qinggu lowered her head. Her long hair covered her face. She gently nodded. Mo Tianji looked at Chu Yang with a strange feeling. He repeatedly thanked him, thank you, brother Chu. Thank you, not saying what you did is equivalent to not doing it. Especially good things. Chu Yang casually said, brother Mo, you did very well. However, what you said was not good. This weakness isn't good for being the patriarch of a family. Mo Tianji deeply nodded. He seemed to be deep in thought. He was obviously much stronger than Mo Tianyun. However, there were still many people in the family who supported Mo Tianyun. Ultimately, there was one thing, Mo Tianyun knew how to talk and win people's hearts. However, Mo Tianji had neglected this aspect. Although there were many hardcore supporters by his side, their numbers were far inferior. That was why he was at a disadvantage. Understanding this, Mo Tianji's heart suddenly became clear. Instead of acting, it was better to speak. This kind of understanding was inevitably a little cruel to people. It was unpleasant to hear, but it was the truth. After thinking this through, he was about to thank Chu Yang. However, when he turned around, he realized that Chu Yang had already carried Dian Qinggu a few hundred feet away. He hurriedly shouted, brother Chu, little Wu, as long as I have time, I will go back to see you. Mo Qinggu raised her head from Chu Yang's embrace. Her gaze leaped over Chu Yang's shoulder. She saw her second brother standing there waving his hand vigorously. His eyes were full of reluctance. She couldn't help but feel moved. She stretched out her small hand from Chu Yang's shoulder and gently waved a few times. Mo Tianji's face was instantly full of smiles. Thank you, little sister. Mo Qinggu's face bloomed into a smile. Then, she hid her head in Chu Yang's embrace again. Mo Tianji relaxed and let out a sigh of relief. He relaxed and smiled. Then, he gently waved the purple jade flute in his hand and placed it on the flute. A whining sound of the flute suddenly floated in the forest. Mo Qinggu listened to her second brother's flute music. She was in brother Chu Yang's embrace. Suddenly, she felt as if she was floating in the clouds. Among all the women in the world, there was no one else who could be happier than her. The next day, the sky seemed to brighten exceptionally early. Mo Qinggu woke up early and ran happily into Chu Yang's room. When she saw Chu Yang lying on the bed, she couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. It turned out that she was afraid that she was dreaming yesterday. She immediately covered her small nose with her hand and said, "It's so smelly." Brother Chu Yang's feet are so smelly. She rushed to the door and breathed in a few breaths of air. However, she couldn't bear to leave. She could only stay at the door and squat on the threshold. Smelly? Chu Yang was a little depressed. He really did wash his feet last night before going to bed. Sigh, his feet were like this. Even if he washed them 10 times in one night, there would still be a smell tomorrow morning. He remembered that Mo Qingwu's only dissatisfaction with him in his previous life was the smell of his feet. He couldn't help but smile. He rolled up and shook his body. Instantly, the room was filled with a fragrant smell. Mo Qingwu covered her nose and ran away. Brother Chu Yang, what are you shaking for? It's so smelly, Chu Yang laughed loudly. The great clans were already waiting for the battle. The bet was already over. They were only waiting for the opening of the battle. The huge venue was empty. There was actually a sea of people around. There were no empty seats. The best view was in the middle. It was the territory of the dark bamboo. It occupied a huge area. On both sides were the teams of the great clans. Then, there were even more scattered people who were waiting for this big battle. Dongwu Shang and the other clans were in the south. All the clans on Gaoxing's side were in the back. The 4 great clans in charge of the bet were naturally closest to the 2 sides. They were observing the outcome of the battle. Everyone's hearts were in their mouths. This wasn't just a bet. It also involved one's personal wealth. Once Chu Yang and Duque bet 800 million, the odds for Gaoxing were immediately pushed down to 1 to 1. There were even more people who bet on Gaoxing. In just one day, there was an additional 100 million. If this money was before, Mo Tianyun and the others would definitely be grinning from ear to ear. But now, the 4 of them could only sigh. It was just a drizzle, the sound of drums shook the heavens and the earth. The battle was about to begin. The master of ceremonies was already standing in the middle. He raised his voice and shouted, "Everyone! Silence!" It would have been better if he didn't say silence. Once he did, countless people started to clamor at once. Wife snatching! Wife snatching! Many people shouted at the same time. They were in high spirits. Wife, wife, wife snatching wife. More people shouted together. Awu, wife. Luo Kudi's strange cry resounded through the sky. GMO angrily slapped his head. What are you shouting for? That's my wife. Luo Kudi smiled mischievously and said, Who are we? Your wife is my wife. GMO kicked him. Luo Kudi screamed strangely as he rolled in the air like a rubber ball. At this moment, a tall and sturdy figure suddenly jumped down from the spectator's stand. He landed on the stage. He raised his hand and shouted like a thunderbolt, Wait. I have something to say. Everyone looked over. They saw that this person had big shoulders and a round waist. He was tall and sturdy. His arms were big enough for a person to stand on. His buttocks were big enough for a horse to run. What an imposing and boorish man. However, this man's chest was bulging and his buttocks were perky. It turned out that he was a woman. This was the biggest bet of this competition. Huyan Aobua and Miss Huyan had appeared. Everyone! Huyan Aobua shouted. She cupped her fists and bowed. This action was extremely heroic. If it was a man doing it, it would definitely be awe-inspiring. But now that she was doing it. Cough cough, she was also awe-inspiring. Jimo's eyes lit up. He grabbed Chu Yang's arm and said, Boss. This is my wife. Look. She's extremely charming. Upon hearing the words extremely amorous, Chu Yang only felt dizzy. The world was spinning, and even his feet were trembling. He sat down on Mo Qingwu's body. Mo Qingwu laughed and hugged him. She looked through the gap in Chu Yang's arm and saw the awe-inspiring Huyan Aobua. She couldn't help but exclaim, This uncle is really tall and sturdy. Luo Kudi suddenly burst into laughter. Dongwu Shang and Gudu Xing also couldn't help but laugh. Even Jizhu and Dongwu Lei were swaying back and forth. Jimo's face turned bitter. My little grandaunt, look carefully. Is that uncle? That's sister-in-law, okay. Sister-in-law? Mo Qingwu was obedient and didn't say anything else. She looked at GMO with a questioning gaze, especially when she looked at GMO's eyes. She seemed to have discovered something. She nodded very seriously and whispered in Chu Yang's ear, "Brother GMO's eyes are small, no wonder." Chu Yang's body trembled. On the other side, Gao Xing's face was as black as charcoal. "Everyone. As you all know, this battle is for me." Huyan Aobua exhaled and said majestically, "I am Huyan Aobua, Gao Xing's fiancé. We have been engaged since childhood. It's the order of the clan." Everyone gradually quieted down and listened to this woman speak. "But Gao Xing doesn't like me." In order to avoid this marriage, he even ran away from home and went to the lower three heavens. Huyan Aobua said indifferently, "I look different from ordinary women. I, Huyan Aobua, understand that he doesn't like me." After all, everyone wanted their woman to have a beautiful figure and to be lovable and charming. "I admit that I'm not good-looking." Huyan Aobua said loudly, "Because I'm not good-looking, it's understandable that Gao Xing ran away from the marriage. I won't blame him. She wouldn't hate him. If I were a man, I wouldn't want a wife like her. Don't you all agree?" Huyan Aobua roared. However, no one replied. Seeing this woman speak, everyone suddenly felt their hearts sink. "That's why I don't have much hope for my marriage. That was until I met the second son of the G family, GMO. He didn't abandon me and I fell in love with him. I immediately returned home and asked my family to cancel my engagement with the Gao family." Huyan Aobua said loudly, "I originally thought that this matter would be a matter of course. Because Gao Xing ran away in order to escape the marriage. Would he want to marry me? Annulling the engagement should have been a matter of course. But, who would have thought that Gao Xing would immediately say that GMO had snatched his wife away from him? He couldn't bear the humiliation and wanted to fight GMO. This is also the origin of this matter." Huyan Aobua laughed. "How laughable is this matter? This matter is getting bigger and bigger. Now, the 8 great clans are getting involved. Tens of thousands of heroes are waiting in anticipation." Huyan Aobua laughed mockingly and said, "Gao Xing, you are so generous." Gao Xing sat with an ashen face. He cursed in a low voice, "Bitch." Huyan Aobua laughed heartily. Then, she suddenly turned around and looked in Gao Xing's direction. She said in a loud voice, "Gao Xing, since you said that GMO had snatched away your lover, and didn't hesitate to create such a huge battle, I presume that you like me very much. Then, as long as you agree, I will marry you right now. Are you willing to be your wife? Do you dare to marry me?" Gao Xing's face suddenly turned pale. Looking at Huyan Aobua's tall and sturdy body, he couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. "Gao Xing, are you willing or not?" Huyan Aobua laughed loudly, "Say something." Gao Xing finally couldn't bear it and said angrily, "You have already hooked up with GMO. How can I still want you to be my wife?" As soon as these words came out, the large field was filled with boos. "If you don't want to marry her, why are you fighting? Is it fun to fight?" Someone said loudly. "Haha, this is ridiculous. Fighting for a woman, but not willing to marry her. Young Master Gao is indeed unique." Someone ridiculed. "He just wants to get some compensation." In young Master Gao's heart, it's good that such a woman has left. But, if he can use such a woman to gain something, then he will gain both fame and fortune. Moreover, he will show the image of a century later in front of the heroes of the world. It's really pitiful. Someone laughed loudly. Huyan Aobua looked coldly at Gao Xing. Suddenly, she burst into laughter and said, "That's all I want to say. Alright, everyone, I'm done. Those who should be beaten, fight, and those who should be watched, watch. Although I, Huyan Aobua, am not good-looking, I don't want to be called a fickle woman. I just want to say these few words. That's all. Miss Huyan, you are a good woman who dares to love and hate." A big man suddenly stood up and laughed, "If I didn't already have a wife, I would definitely fight young Master GMO to death today." Haha, haha, everyone applauded like thunder. GMO's head was full of black lines. He muttered, "This woman, really. She attracted so many love rivals with just a few words. What should I do?" As he said this, his face was full of worry. Sun Wushang, Gu Duxing and Luo Kudi rolled their eyes and looked at the sky. They thought, this guy is crazy. We also admire Huyan Ao Bo's temper and character. But, to marry her as a wife, we should politely decline. Mo Qingye's eyes were shining. She pulled Chu Yang's arm and whispered, this sister's ears are so lovely. GMO on the side immediately said, yes, her figure is also very good. Think about it. With such a wife, she can shelter you from the wind and rain. How safe would that be? Chu Yang painfully closed his eyes. He had the urge to tear GMO into pieces. Fortunately, the competition had begun. The master of ceremonies announced loudly, competition of the 7 great clans. First round, Dong Wushang against Li Xiongtu. Sun Wushang suddenly stood up. He stretched out his hand, and the pitch-black cloak on his body fluttered to the ground. His tall and majestic figure was revealed. His black saber stood erect behind his shoulder. He walked down step by step. Halfway down, he suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. His voice was like thunder, and rumbled in all directions, Li Xiongtu. You can give up now, and let Tu Qianhao come up. It's not too late. I'm afraid you won't have time to regret if my saber attacks you. Li Xiongtu's tall and sturdy body suddenly stood up. His eyes were filled with a strong desire to fight. He laughed and said, Dong Wushang, are you afraid? Sun Wushang's eyes flashed and he said, very good. Both of them were thousands of feet away from each other. They looked at each other. They felt a heroic and majestic aura pressing down on them. Their desire to win was aroused, and they suddenly laughed at the same time. 2 equally burly figures swept down from the stands at almost the same time, one on the left and one on the right. They flew towards the center of the arena. Although there were only 2 people, they seemed insignificant in such a grand arena. However, the people on the left clearly felt a huge mountain pressing down on them. The people on the right felt as if the earth trembled under this power. Dong Wushang's domineering aura soared to the heavens. Li Xiongtu's heroic aura was unparalleled. These 2 people had met in the first round. It could be said that they were evenly matched. Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. He opened his eyes wide. The 2 most domineering people among the 12 future influential people were finally facing each other here. Chu Yang had some expectations for this battle. From this battle, he could completely see the direction of development of these 2 people. Because these 2 future influential people had now begun to shape their life's achievements, Dong Wushang's falling body suddenly let out a long roar. He stretched his hand back and pulled out the black saber in midair. This action of pulling out the saber immediately made the surrounding people boil with a boom. Because of his burly figure, he gave people a feeling of being as immovable as a mountain even when he was flying. His right hand, which was stretched back, moved very slowly. Everyone could see it clearly. But it was precisely this slow movement that left behind an extremely clear welcome. The procedure of this saber was very clear, hand raised, finger pointed to the sky, hand over the shoulder, and hand holding the saber. Every action was clearly seen. It made people's vision and feeling seriously conflicted. It was extremely uncomfortable but also extremely mysterious. Then, a long rainbow-like saber light shot out from his saber. Following the motion of pulling out the saber, a black light was emitted. Dong Wushang's body suddenly changed the direction of his fall. Together with his saber, he turned into a long black rainbow and flew across the sky violently. He rushed towards Li Xiongtu. He changed direction halfway, but the speed of this jump was much faster than the speed of his fall. The saber light was like a black dragon cutting through the air. It actually made a thunderous sound. The sleeves of his sleeves streaked through the air, and it actually emitted a loud crashing sound. On the opposite side, Li Xiongtu let out a wild shout at the same time Dong Wushang changed his move. His body rolled, and a dazzling sword light suddenly appeared. The sword aura was as thick as a drum, and its whole body was emitting a bright and dazzling light. Like the tail of a meteor in the sky, it also changed direction in the air and madly rushed toward Dong Wushang. The 2 of them had unexpectedly adopted the same strategy. The first strike was to be as powerful as a thunderbolt, giving the other party a heavy blow. He heaved a sigh of relief and said in a soft voice, Wushang has won this round. Gu Duxing and GMO turned to look at him. In the arena, the two of them approached each other like lightning. They were already in the sky above the arena. Dong Wushang's eyes shone with an intense desire to fight. He shouted, "Slash!" His voice was like a thunderclap, and his saber was like a thunderbolt. With a ferocious aura that could cut through a mountain range, his saber chopped down. Li Xiongtu didn't utter a single word as he rushed over. The sword light was blazing. Boom, the two men's majestic bodies collided with each other in midair. The saber and the saber intersected. Their four legs were also rapidly moving like butterflies. In an instant, they had exchanged 13 saber moves, 13 sword moves, and 13 legs. With a loud bang, a wave of air rolled out and spread in all directions. Dong Wushang let out a long shout, and his black hair suddenly fluttered in the air. He somersaulted twice in midair, and was shaken to retreat. On the opposite side, Li Xiongtu let out a muffled groan. His beard fluttered, and he made the same move as Dong Wushang. He somersaulted in midair, and retreated 30 feet. The two of them were about to land on the ground at the same time. Dong Wushang pointed his black saber downwards, and the tip of the saber touched the ground. Dong Wushang's body, which was about to land on the ground, bounced up like a bullet. The saber light turned into a rainbow, and shot straight toward Li Xiongtu's day. The curly beard on Li Xiongtu's face exploded. The tip of the beard touched the ground, and bounced up. His entire body bounced up into midair, and suddenly fell down. The sword light actually turned into a dazzling snow-white disc, and went to meet Dong Wushang's attack. Dong Wushang's eyes flashed. His left hand was suddenly behind his back, and his right arm held the saber. The tip of the saber was slightly raised, and his body in midair changed into an even more forward-leaning posture. Following the violent momentum, the saber ruthlessly chopped on the sword-light disc. The violence of this saber made the onlookers feel like closing their eyes, and couldn't bear to watch. A loud clang. The disc-like sword light suddenly became somewhat scattered. Dong Wushang's second saber fell down. Another loud sound rang out. Dong Wushang's right arm danced like a whirlwind. The heavy black saber was like a thunderbolt, violently falling down, lifting up, and falling down again. Barbaric. Yes, Dong Wushang's fighting style was extremely barbaric. Completely unreasonable. Under such barbaric attacks, no matter what kind of fancy moves, it was useless. What borrowing strength to fight strength, or what kind of tricks were all just nonsense. Unless you could block his attacks, and hold on until the moment the two of them separated, otherwise, you would only be reduced to dregs by his extremely barbaric attacks. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of iron being hammered rang out continuously. Li Xiongtu was suffering unspeakably. He had always been known for his great strength, and his hands were also made of specially made star iron. It weighed more than 50 kilograms, and if it were anyone else, they wouldn't be able to use it. But when facing Dong Wushang, he felt that the strength that he was so proud of actually paled in comparison to the other party. The other party's barbaric, violent, and completely unreasonable fighting style made Li Xiongyin, who had the same style, feel aggrieved. In the past, those who fought with Li Xiongtu would all feel this. But now, it was finally his turn to bear it. Dong Wushang's face was cold and expressionless, and his attacks were like a storm. The bodies of the two people kept falling, and in the process of falling, they kept colliding. Dong Wushang actually didn't have any fancy moves, and without the slightest bit of skill, he chopped out 10 times in a row. The two people had already landed on the ground, and with a loud bang, the saber and sword clashed. Dust and dirt flew up with a bang. Tens of thousands of people around felt their eardrums explode at the same time. Dong Wushang stood still, his long saber pointed forward. His eyes were cold and sharp, and he was as expressionless as steel, like an eagle. Li Xiongtu's body flew out like a cannonball with his long sword in hand. His feet landed on the ground and he flew for 70 to 80 feet before he landed on the ground with a puff sound. Then, he suddenly bounced up and spun in the air before he stood firmly on the ground. His face turned dark red for a moment before it turned pale. He raised his head, and looked at Dong Wushang, his eyes already full of seriousness. He had actually already suffered internal injuries in this violent exchange of attacks. He didn't expect that this Dong Wushang, who was 4 or 5 years younger than him, actually had the strength to defeat him, and even kill him. This violent attack made everyone watching the fight hold their breath, and their hearts almost jumped out of their throats. Too violent. Too satisfying. This fighting style was too hooligan. Chu Yang watched the two people fight with rapt attention, and completely relaxed. Dong Wushang was definitely going to win this round. His strength were not much different from Li Xiongtu's, and their spiritual power was also evenly matched. But Dong Wushang's advantage was that he could fight. He dared to fight. Moreover, Dong Wushang's aura was fierce and indomitable. Although Li Xiongtu's aura was domineering, he didn't have Dong Wushang's reckless spirit. The most important thing was Dong Wushang's saber was more than 5 times the length of his opponent's sword. To tell the truth, Li Xiongtu's sword was still intact, and this was already very surprising to Chu Yang. The two people in the field looked at each other, and each roared loudly. Then, they rushed up and fought again. Du Xing, if you weren't injured, how would you deal with him? Chu Yang asked Du Xing. As soon as he relaxed, Chu Yang immediately used this opportunity to teach Du Xing and the others a lesson. This was a rare learning opportunity. Du Xing, GMO, and Luo Kudi all turned their ears at the same time. Du Xing smiled, my style is different from Li Xiongtu's. If I were to fight Wu Shang, I would launch intensive attacks from the beginning, and would never compete with him in strength. I would use the speed of my body movement to restrain his unparalleled strength. I would drag it out until his aura was exhausted, and that would be when he would be defeated. Chu Yang nodded and said, this method of yours can be used to deal with others. For example, against Li Xiongtu, it would be easy. But against Wu Shang, you would need to expend several times more energy. Why? Du Xing didn't understand. Dong Wushang's saber is heavy. Heavy is an advantage. And it's not just a little heavy, it's too heavy. It's not easy to grasp its weight, but once it's grasped, it will form a kind of inertia. This kind of inertia only needs to be slightly manipulated to be able to unleash the full power of the saber itself. This is the advantage of heavy weapons. Chu Yang smiled, so, you see that Wu Shang is using all his strength in every move, but in fact, he isn't using much energy. And if you continue fighting like this, he will become braver and braver. And faster and faster. So, if you have the idea of wasting his energy, the final result will be that both of you are powerless, or both of you will be injured. Your injuries will be lighter, and his injuries will be heavier. This is the difference. If it's a life and death battle, you will be heavily injured, and he will die. Chu Yang said, and among the experts of the same level, perhaps only you, Du Xing, can achieve such an outcome. Du Xing was deep in thought. The best way to deal with Dong Wushang's fighting style is, don't let him go crazy and get excited. Suppress him right from the start. Then, you will be able to end the battle very quickly, Chu Yang said. How can you suppress him right from the start? Du Xing frowned and thought hard. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Dong Wushang's strength lies in his saber. So, if you make use of your body movement to deal with his wrist before his attack reaches its peak, you will be able to deal with his wrist first. The wrist holding the saber is his Achilles heel. Yes. Chu Yang nodded. But, just like now, even if Li Xiongtu thinks of this, it's already useless. Because Dong Wushang's aura has already reached its peak. And Li Xiongtu's aura has already been reduced by half. Dong Wushang and Du Xing were completely different. If Du Xing was a natural swordsman, then Dong Wushang was undoubtedly a natural warrior. A dashing warrior, Chu Yang nodded and looked at the opposite side. He saw that some people were whispering to each other. They seemed somewhat anxious. Obviously, they hadn't expected that Dong Wushang would be so powerful. Dong Wushang's reputation had risen during this time. But, he was still a few years younger than Li Xiongtu's day. Who would have thought that Dong Wushang would be able to firmly suppress Li Xiongtu, especially the gamblers? Each of them opened their eyes wide. They were so nervous that they didn't dare to breathe. However, a few people had gathered together, and were whispering to each other. They were the leaders of the Gao clan, Li clan, and Tu clan. They were looking at the scene with dignified expressions. Chu Yang's eyes flashed. He thought, so, that's how it is. They want to take advantage of this competition. They want to form an alliance regardless of whether they win or lose. Presumably, this is the real intention of the Gao clan to provoke this decisive battle. It doesn't matter whether Dong Wushang wins or loses. the Dong clan and the Li clan are facing each other. These two clans are both colossi. So, the conflict between them will become more and more intense. Having a powerful ally in this situation is like sending charcoal in the snow. Jun Shizhu gently sighed on the other side. She said, Li Xiongtu lost. Dukyu stood beside her with his hands clasped behind his back. He looked at the scene without blinking. He slowly nodded and said, but, both of them have great potential. Jun Shizhu thought for a moment and said, Dong Wushang should be stronger. Dukyu said, Li Xiongtu made a strategic mistake. Li Xiongtu may not necessarily lose if he were to face Dong Wushang again. But, Dong Wushang is 5 years younger than Li Xiongtu. Jun Shizhu said, you only look at the fighting strength. You don't think about this. But, this is a very important factor. Moreover, you must pay attention to one thing, Dong Wushang started to improve rapidly after he met Chu Yang. In other words, he was far inferior to Li Xiongtu. He only used a little more than a year to defeat him. This is the key point. Jun Shizhu sighed and said, I'm suddenly very interested in this king of Helchu. Dukyu nodded lightly and said, he is indeed a strange person. Moreover, its potential has reached a frightening level. Jun Shizhu's eyes lit up as she said, frightening? She pondered for a moment, and then said, do you want to go and take a look? Dukewei replied, all right. Then, his figure suddenly distorted, and disappeared from Jun Shizhu's side. Jun Shizhu's eyes flashed. She then faintly whispered, Little Wei's otherworldly phantom technique has strengthened a lot. Could it be that he received some kind of stimulation and progressed? Jun Lulu faintly smiled. Her eyes flashed with a proud brilliance. When Dukyu came to Chu Yang's side, he saw Mo Qingwu sitting in Chu Yang's arms. She was happily peeling an orange, and stuffed a piece of the fruit into Chu Yang's mouth. Then, she stuffed the other piece into her own mouth. She puffed up her cheeks, and asked in a delicate and sweet voice, is it sweet? Chu Yang moaned in satisfaction and said, it's too sweet. After Xiaowu's hands, it's indeed sweeter. Hee hee. Mo Qingwu smiled with satisfaction, then, eat another petal. It's so sweet that you'll die. Then, she tore another piece, and stuffed it into his mouth. Chu Yang chewed the orange, and listened to the sweet sound. Suddenly, he felt absent-minded, and a name emerged in the bottom of his heart, Little Tian Tian. He couldn't help but sigh softly, the space beside him distorted, and Dukyu appeared beside him. He said, so cool. Chu Yang snorted and said, are your injuries healed? Dukyu snorted. He sat on the seat beside Chu Yang that Mo Qingwu had vacated, and said, your injuries also healed very quickly. Same here. Chu Yang blinked. A chaotic sound of metal clashing resounded in the field. Dong Wushang's loud shouts were getting more and more majestic. Li Xiongtu roared wildly, and did his best to counterattack. It was only a fight between two people. However, these two people had fought with a fierce and desperate aura of a magnificent army with thousands of men and horses. Dong Wushang roared loudly, the saber light and the sword shadow fiercely clashed together. Chu Yang closed his eyes, and sighed, Li Xiongtu lost. Dukyu nodded. In the field, the saber light and the sword shadow faded away. Dong Wushang stood upright in the field, and blood flowed from his shoulder like a waterfall. Li Xiongtu staggered backward. There was a line of blood on his forehead, and a terrifying saber wound on his chest. He retreated more than 100 feet, and was about to fall down. He hurriedly used his long sword to support himself on the ground. With a snap, the long sword broke. This sword had already clashed with Dong Wushang's black saber hundreds of times. It couldn't bear the heavy burden, and was full of scars. The moment he supported himself on the ground, it broke immediately. Li Xiongtu staggered, and sat on the ground. He roared and gasped for breath. Suddenly, he laughed bitterly, and roared towards the sky, satisfying. He continued, I've lost. Dong Wushang was expressionless. He held his saber and bowed. Then, he turned around and left. Li Xiongtu shouted, Dong Wushang, I'll look for you again. I don't need you to show mercy. Dong Wushang didn't even turn his head. He said, next time, I'll kill you. Li Xiongtu laughed heroically, and said loudly, Mother****, it's fine if I've lost, but I've actually been sold a favor for not killing me. I've really suffered a great loss today. He turned his head and looked at the MC fiercely. Why aren't you announcing the result? Motherf asterisk cur, is it satisfying to sit here in a sorry state? The MC was shocked. He hurriedly said loudly, the first round of the competition between the 7 great clans, Dong Wushang vs Li Xiong Tuesday Dong Wushang wins. After he finished speaking, he hurriedly helped Li Xiong up, and helped him down. Li Xiong didn't have any strength in his body, but he laughed as he walked. He shouted repeatedly, satisfying. It's satisfying to fight like this. Dukyu said, how was it? Chu Yang naturally understood what he meant. He said, very good. Dong Wushang's victory was already expected. But Li Xiong didn't lose his fighting spirit even though he lost. It's very rare. Dukyu smiled, you really understood what I meant. An ordinary person would have thought that Li Xiong would have lost if he fought Dong Wushang again after this defeat. But, they would have overlooked the firmness of Li Xiong heart of martial arts. This defeat, especially in the hands of Dong Wushang who has a similar style of fighting style, is a good thing for him. Chu Yang nodded. How can one of the 12 influential figures of the future of the 3 heavens lose his fighting spirit so easily? Ao Xiayun, Xiadan Qiong, and O Dushao looked solemn in another direction. Ao Xiayun softly sighed and said, how was it? Xiadan Qiong bitterly smiled in shame, I'm afraid that I would have had no choice but to throw out the viburnum flower if I had fought against Dong Wushang. The consequence would have been that I would have died, and he would have been seriously injured. It would have been equivalent to my defeat. O Dushao nodded in agreement and said, I could have killed him, but I would have had to use poison. But, it's also possible that I wouldn't have had enough time to use the poison, and would have been cut down by his saber. I don't have any assurance that I would have been able to use the poison technique in the face of such an attack. Ao Xiayun nodded, Dong Wushang has truly stepped into the top ranks after this fight. He pondered for a moment and said, I'm afraid that I would have had to pay a great price if I had fought against Dong Wushang. I didn't expect that Dong Wushang would have become so dreadful. Dong Wushang returned with large strides, and was greeted with a bear hug from Luo Kudi. The second fight. Dao Liang of the Gao clan will fight against Luo Ku Wu of the Luo clan. The voice of the master of ceremonies came from afar. Luo Ku Wu laughed out loud. He looked at Luo Kudi apologetically. Then, he stood up and walked down step by step. Dao Liang is the external younger brother of the Gao clan. He used to be a servant of the Gao clan. But, the clan saw that Gao Liang's aptitude was extraordinary. So, the clan bestowed him with the surname Gao, and trained him vigorously. He should be a first-grade sword king at present. He's 32 years old. Luo Kudi's complexion was solemn as he said, I'm afraid that my elder brother may lose this fight. Chu Yang narrowed his eyes, and looked at the 2 people walking towards the stage. He sighed and said, it's not that he may lose, but he's bound to lose. Luo Kudi, your elder brother, doesn't have a fighting spirit. If he really wanted to fight, it was still possible for him to fight until both sides suffered heavy losses. But the problem is, he doesn't want to fight this fight. Luo Kudi sighed and drooped his head. He knew his elder brother's thoughts. He wasn't a legitimate son, and couldn't threaten his elder brother's position. So, he had always had a good relationship with his elder brother. But, the problem was that he didn't get the clan's acknowledgement for this matter. It was already very good that his elder brother had come. Moreover, there was another reason. Luo Ku Wu had once received Gao Liang's favor. The other party had deliberately arranged the 2 of them for this fight. They must have seen this point, even if Luo Ku Wu could win, it would only be a draw. What's more, he couldn't win, Chu Yang had already thought of this point. He said, it's okay. We only need 4 wins out of 7. That's enough. Sure enough, Luo Ku Wu lost by a single move as expected. The next fight was between Jizhu and Gao Meng. Gao Meng was the second duke of the Gao clan. He wasn't a legitimate son either, but he was a martial arts genius. Jizhu entered the stage, and the 2 of them fought fiercely. In the end, both of them didn't have any strength left, and could only shake hands and make peace. 1 win, 1 loss, and 1 draw. What a pity. Duke Yu shook his head and sighed. Meanwhile, Jun Shizhu, who was watching the fight on the other side, also said, "What a pity." Duke Yu saw that Chu Yang had turned his head to look at him. "So," he said, "Jizhu could have won. But, the great dream divine technique he's practicing has reached a bottleneck. And, it's time for him to make a breakthrough. He'll have to wait for the next opportunity if he gets injured. Jizhu can't afford to wait. So, he can only end the fight peacefully." Great dream divine technique? Chu Yang smiled, no wonder he's so lazy. It turns out that he's practicing this kind of lazy technique. Duke Yu smiled and said, "In fact, you can help him make a breakthrough as soon as possible." Chu Yang curled his lips and said, "I don't have that ability." Duke Yu smiled meaningfully. The fourth fight. Tu Wanqing against Dong Wulei. Dong Wushang's complexion changed. He said, "I admit defeat in this fight." Tu Wanqing was a king-level expert of the previous generation of the Tu clan. He had always been vicious and merciless. Even Dong Wushang wouldn't necessarily be able to win against Tu Wanqing, let alone Dong Wulei. It was obvious that Tu Qianhao was bullying people in this fight. Chu Yang's side had 1 win, 2 losses, and 1 draw after Dong Wulei had admitted defeat. Chu Yang was at a disadvantage. Everyone who had bet on Gaoxing to win was grinning from ear to ear. The fifth fight. Tu clan's representative is Tu Qianhao against Gu clan's Gu Duxing. The atmosphere of the entire arena exploded along with these words. Many people had bet on Gu Duxing's injury. It could be said that this fight was the key. There was basically no need to compete if Gu Duxing lost. But Gu Duxing's injury wasn't a secret. How could he defeat Tu Qianhao, who was at the same level as him while he was seriously injured? Gu Duxing stood up with a swoosh sound. His stature was as straight as a sword. He walked down with an indomitable sharpness. Suddenly, a sword intent surged in the air. However, people with high cultivations could faintly see that Gu Duxing's complexion was somewhat pale. It seemed that he was seriously injured and hadn't recovered yet. They couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It seems that Gu Duxing won't have much luck in this match. A sharp light flashed in Tu Qianhao's eyes. He then burst into loud laughter. "Brother Gu, you and I are facing each other again today." Gu Duxing faintly smiled and said, "Yes, Brother Tu has been preparing for this match for a long time. I can't bear to disappoint you, Brother Tuesday." A trace of embarrassment flashed in Tu Qianhao's eyes. He then smiled and said, "Brother Gu is indeed free and easy. I'm afraid that I won't be able to hold back in this match. Please forgive me if I injure Brother Gu." Dong Wushang exposed an angry look in his eyes. He then said from behind Gu Duxing, "Second brother, kill him. Kill this son of a bitch." Gu Duxing slightly nodded. He then raised his voice and said, "I'll be embarrassed if I injure Brother Tuesday." Suddenly, his figure flashed, and he flew down. It seemed as if a sword had been thrown out of his hand. His sleeves fluttered in the wind. His gaze was sharp. Each and every move of his was filled with a sharp sword intent. Everyone's spirit was lifted. Tu Qianhao also flew down. The two of them were old rivals. They had fought many times in the past year. Gu Duxing had been no match for Tu Qianhao in the beginning. However, he was now on par with Tu Qianhao. Moreover, Gu Duxing's reputation had soared all the way. In fact, he was now faintly on par with the number 1 Gong Ao Xia Yun. All of this had raised an intense murderous intention in Tu Qianhao's heart. Tu Qianhao wanted to take advantage of Gu Duxing's injury to cripple him in one fell swoop. And the purpose of his participation in this match was Gu Duxing. Tu Qianhao looked at Gu Duxing on the opposite side with rapt attention. His opponent's face was pale. He couldn't help but rejoice in his heart. Mo Tianyan's information was correct. This guy's injury isn't light. The eyes of Duke Yu and Jun Shizhu on the other side flashed with a playful look. Duke Yu smiled and said, "King of Hell Chu, do you want to kill Tu Qianhao?" Chu Yang smiled faintly. A murderous look flashed across his eyes as he said, "If he wants to take advantage of me, then he must be prepared to go for wool and come home shorn." Duke Yu laughed mischievously, "Kill him?" Chu Yang spread out his hands indifferently. "This depends on Duxing's intentions. Killing sometimes required skills and methods. For example, how to clear your name after killing someone. At this time, the two people on the field had already drawn their swords. Most of the gamblers who had bet on Gauching were beaming with joy. He seemed to see the banknotes flying into his pocket. On the high platform, Xianxia sighed and said, "It would be too unfair if Gu Duxing were to lose because of his injuries. What a pity for this lone traveler." Therefore, he could naturally see what Tu Qianhao wanted to do with a single glance. Then, he frowned and asked, "Have you arranged for the people who are ready?" Xie Danqiong smiled confidently, "Of course. Well, we must act immediately no matter who wins or loses. We must gather those poor bastards who have lost their family's fortune. Then, our three clans will divide the spoils equally. Don't let Mo Tianyun take advantage of us," Xianxia said. "Well, I'm afraid that Gao clan also has this idea. We can only snatch a part of it at most." Du Shao was somewhat annoyed. "I'm afraid that our three clans would have been destroyed tomorrow if we had snatched all of it." Xianxia faintly smiled, "We must maintain a balance at all times." The two people gently nodded and said with a smile, "Gauching has pulled together a small alliance in this gambling match." But, they didn't expect that they would also form an alliance with their opponents. "Moreover, our three clans will advance and retreat together because of this matter. Our interests are intertwined." Swift and fierce sword energy crazily burst forth. The two people on the field had already started to fight. Two groups of sword light flashed at the same time as they started to fight. Then, they spread out. Unexpectedly, no one could see their figures. Gu Duxing's sword light also gave people a feeling of loneliness and arrogance. On the other hand, Tu Qianhao's sword light had a swift and fierce murderous aura. No one knew that the two people on the field were talking in a low voice while they were fighting. "Gu Duxing, you're dead today." Tu Qianhao crazily brandished his sword. His face exposed a pleased smile. Blame yourself for being in the limelight." Gu Duxing coldly snorted, "It's not certain who will die." A loud clang sound was heard as Tu Qianhao fiercely blocked with his sword. Gu Duxing's body staggered, and he retreated a few steps. His face flushed red. A long sword was a light and agile weapon. So, it would never appear in a fight between experts unless it was a special sword like Li Xiongtu's. However, Tu Qianhao was very proud of himself at the moment. So, he wanted to use such a method to humiliate the seriously injured Gu Duxing. Everyone sighed as they saw Gu Duxing's situation. It seems that this genius of the Gu clan, the leading figure of the younger generation, is going to fall in such a sullen manner in this competition? Tu Qianhao was in high spirits. He was going all out with every move he made. He would roar every time he brandished his sword. He seemed quite heroic. He had a bit of Dong Wushang style. However, Dong Wushang gave people the impression that he was mighty and overbearing. So, Tu Qianhao gave people the impression that he was a petty person intoxicated by success. Gu Duxing retreated step by step. His body would violently sway every time he received a sword attack. He would then retreat a few steps. His pale face had turned red, and his forehead seemed to be dripping with sweat. Tu Qianhao became even more high-spirited. No one could see it except for a few observant people. Gu Duxing's every parry seemed to be very difficult. He was at a complete disadvantage. However, his body would sway back, and he would consume Tu Qianhao's attacks. However, Tu Qianhao was able to withstand Gu Duxing's rebounding force. That was because he hadn't retreated a single step. His imposing aura was like a rainbow. Tu Qianhao's consumption of spiritual power was far greater than Gu Duxing's under such circumstances. Tu Qianhao wouldn't have been so foolish in normal circumstances. However, he didn't care about this consumption at this moment. That was because defeating Gu Duxing in this manner in front of all the heroes of the world was the most supreme glory. His reputation would surpass Xiaoxia's in one fell swoop as long as Gu Duxing was defeated today. And, he would become the #1 person of the younger generation. The reason was very simple: Gu Duxing and Xiaoxian, these two were equally famous. The sound of impact continued to resound. Gu Duxing had already retreated around the big platform in a crooked manner. Tu Qianhao was also somewhat out of breath. However, Gu Duxing was still swaying on the opposite side. But, he didn't fall down. Tu Qianhao was furious in his heart. This bastard is still stubbornly holding on for what? The anger in his heart rose, and he exerted even more strength. He sent out 18 sword attacks in a row. Then, Tu Qianhao suddenly realized that Gu Duxing had raised his face, and was faintly smiling at him. His smile was full of ridicule. He was looking at Tu Qianhao as if he was looking at an idiot. Tu Qianhao's heart moved. He instinctively sensed that something was wrong. "You're really stupid. How did a person like you become the Grand Duke of the Tu clan?" Gu Duxing whispered, "The Mo clan and my Gu clan have always been allies. You stepped into such a trap. It's really making me feel embarrassed." Tu Qianhao was startled. His mind suddenly went blank. Trap? Mo Tianyan framed me? But his 10th sword attack had already fiercely chopped down. Gu Duxing let out a long and loud shout under the watchful eyes of everyone. His body suddenly straightened up. It seemed as if a peerless sharp sword had suddenly been unsheathed. It emitted a startling radiance. The black dragon sword in his hand rushed out like a furious dragon, and fiercely collided with Tu Qianhao's sword. Bang! Gu Duxing's posture was straight. His face was cold and stern. Tu Qianhao screamed. He staggered back with his sword. A footprint appeared on the ground as he took one step back. Then, he took 3 steps back. Suddenly, he felt something sweet in his throat. He looked up to the sky, and spat out a mouthful of scarlet blood. Gu Duxing counterattacked with his sword. And Tu Qianhao was immediately seriously injured. The sound of a tsunami from the spectators' stands disappeared in an instant. Everyone looked at this scene in disbelief. They almost couldn't believe their own eyes. How is this possible? Gu Duxing let out a clear shout. He moved forward with his sword, and chopped down. He then said in a low voice, "I'm not injured. Do you understand now?" Tu Qianhao's eyes opened wide in anger. He looked at Gu Duxing. He was so angry that he couldn't speak. At this moment, his heart was filled with boundless hatred for one person, Mo Tianyun. This bastard gave me false information. So, Mo Tianyun and Gu Duxing are in cahoots. Tu Qianhao was so angry that he collapsed when he realized this. Bastard Mo Tianyun. Damned Mo Tianyun. Mo Tianyun is so wicked that he doesn't even have an asshole. I will kill you. You made me suffer so much. Tu Qianhao was extremely indignant. He wanted to curse. But, a mouthful of blood gushed out. He opened his mouth to spit it out. Gu Duxing's sword had already come over. Tu Qianhao could only block it head-on. Bang! Tu Qianhao's body staggered back. And, he spat out another mouthful of blood. Gu Duxing took a big step forward, and swung his sword again. Gu Duxing was dealing with Tu Qianhao in the same way he had dealt with Tu Qianhao a moment ago. The situation had completely reversed. The eyeballs of the spectators' stands fell to the ground. Fu *k. Fu *k. Fu *k. Fu *k. This situation is unimaginable. Gu Duxing was bound to lose, but he had turned defeat into victory. And Tu Qianhao, who was bound to win, was battered and exhausted. Mo Tianyun asked me to cripple you. Gu Duxing swung his sword again. I also didn't want to. But, our Gu clan and the Mo clan had been friends for decades. So, I had no choice but to agree. Tu Qianhao, you can only blame yourself for being too stupid. Tu Qianhao looked at him with grief and indignation. He felt as if his heart was about to explode. He finally spat out mouthfuls of blood. Then, he bellowed, "Ah! I will kill you all." His heart was filled with boundless hatred. And, it had almost materialized at this moment. Tu Qianhao would have eaten Mo Tianyun alive if he had been in front of him at this moment. His agility and swordsmanship had become disorganized under extreme anger. And, he had exposed his weakness. Gu Duxing let out a long and loud shout. The black dragon sword trembled for a while. Then, he swung his sword 3 times in a row. Tu Qianhao's chest, right shoulder, and face were slashed. Then, a swordlight blossomed in front of his chest. Gu Duxing laughed heartily. Then, he raised his foot, and ferociously stamped on Tu Qianhao's chest. He kicked this Grand Duke of the Tu clan, and one of the future 12 influential figures, and sent him flying. Tu Qianhao was sent flying hundreds of feet away. He felt as if the sky and earth were spinning. He spouted a mouthful of blood, and fell into a semi-conscious state. He only heard Gu Duxing whisper urgently, "Mo Tianyan asked me to carve the words number 1 fool in the world on your chest if your plan failed. I'm sorry, but I've already done it. Although you won't be able to hear me anymore." However, Tu Qianhao had heard it. He had fainted from anger because he had heard it. The entire place was silent. No one had expected such an outcome. The insufferably arrogant Tu Qianhao had been sent flying by a kick like a broken sack. Gu Duxing leisurely returned in triumph. The people of Tu clan came forward and carried Tu Qianhao away. They looked at Gu Duxing with a complicated expression in their eyes. Gu Duxing has obviously shown mercy. Tu Qianhao didn't die. His injuries were serious, but they weren't life-threatening. Moreover, they weren't crippled. "We owe Gu Duxing a big favor." Du Shao and Xiadan Qiong opened their eyes wide. They stretched their necks forward and blankly looked at the field. There were only 2 words in their hearts: it's over. "We've lost miserably this time." Xiayan's eyes were also somewhat blank. His eyeballs were showing signs of turning blue. He suddenly patted his thigh, and his complexion turned somewhat sinister. Motherfu *cur. "We've been schemed against." This evil duke had always been graceful and elegant. But, he had unexpectedly spouted vulgarities today for the first time. He finally understood why Chu Yang had suddenly thrown down such a big bet. Why did the Dark Bamboo Gang let go of the hidden bid after they had rearranged it? Instead, they had thrown 500 million into the open bid. There's a reasonable reason for all of this now. However, this reason left people speechless and aggrieved. Gu Duxing wasn't injured. In fact, his injuries weren't as serious as Mo Tianyan had said. He had already recovered. And, Tu Qianhao had suffered a big loss because of this. Otherwise, Tu Qianhao would have been able to fight with Gu Duxing with his strength. But, he had lost in a muddle. Moreover, he had lost so miserably that he didn't have the strength to turn the situation around. The 3 great dukes looked at each other in dismay. They looked at each other's mournful expressions, and felt extremely aggrieved in their hearts. Motherfu *cur. Which one of us isn't a genius? Who was less scheming? How could he be fooled like this? Stop sighing. That's not a good expression. Xianyun recovered very quickly. He smiled lightly and said, "Actually, we should be rejoicing. Luckily, young Master Mo took that 1 billion for himself. Otherwise, if we were to pay another billion, our 3 families would really be bankrupt. I'm afraid that the 3 of us would also have to sell ourselves back as slaves to repay our debts." Du Shao and Xiadan Qiong finally reacted. They smiled in a manner that was uglier than crying. Xianyun pursed his lips and said, look at Grand Duke Mo's expression. How exciting this moment is." Hearing this, the 2 of them looked over. As expected, they couldn't help but laugh at his misfortune. He saw that Mo Tianyan was lying on his seat with his limbs spread wide open. It seemed as if he was paralyzed. His face was deathly pale, and his lips were trembling. His eyes were filled with shock and indescribable fear. He had already turned into a deathly gray color. Mo Tianyan had personally planned this gamble. He had exhausted all his efforts, racked his brains, and used up all his assets to create such a situation. Xiadan Qiong and Du Shao felt as if they had taken a cold bath on a hot summer day when they imagined Mo Tianyan's current mood. Their entire bodies felt extremely refreshed. Normally, they wouldn't be so happy if they were about to lose several billion. However, they were very proud. This kind of mood was very strange. It was as if they hadn't lost. Instead, they were happy as if they had won. Motherf *cur, I lost. I lost. But, you, Mo Tianyan, are much more miserable than us. It turns out that I'm not the most miserable one. They felt a lot more comfortable as they thought of this. The 5th match, Gu Duxing vs Tu Qianhao. Gu Duxing wins. The voice of the master of ceremonies reverberated. He was so shocked that his tone changed. It couldn't be helped. It was too unexpected. The entire spectator stands on all sides boiled up with this loud shout. It seemed as if oil had been poured on the fire. Fu *k. How is this possible? Didn't they say that Gudu was injured? Who said that Gudu won't live long? Mother asterisk Kerr, how could they not have bet on Gmo's victory if they hadn't said so? I'm so angry. What's going on? He won? Who the F asterisk CK released this fake news? I'm going to kill him and bring him home. Didn't they say that he was injured by Emotianyun? Mother asterisk Kerr Emotianyun. He cheated me. I bet 200,000, Mother asterisk Kerr Tu Qian Hao. He's so awesome every day. Who would have thought that he couldn't beat Gudu? Fu asterisk K, this bastard has been eating for several years more than Gudu Mother asterisk Kerr, his diarrhea is several times heavier than Gudu. He's AF asterisk king piece of trash. He's making me lose money. Emotianyun released this fake news? Emotianyun released this fake news? Emotianyun released this fake news. Emotianyun deceived us. Suddenly, someone started to wail. Hundreds of people responded to his call. Countless people started to shed tears. One person suddenly stood up and loudly shouted, Mother asterisk Kerr Emotianyun. These words immediately resonated in everyone's hearts. They were the best embodiment of their inner thoughts. Immediately, thousands of people started to shout in unison like a tsunami, Mother asterisk Kerr Emotianyun. Mother asterisk Kerr Emotianyun. Mother asterisk Kerr Emotianyun. The cultivations of these people weren't ordinary. So, they simultaneously used their full strength to shout. And, their momentum shook the heavens. Emotianyun's prestige had reached the peak of his life at this moment. Chu Yang looked at Gudu who had come forward. He blinked his eyes in tacit understanding. You didn't kill him? I didn't kill him. Gudu's grave and stern face exposed a sneer. Let him play with Emotianyun first. It won't be too late to kill him later. He winked at Chu Yang as he said this. Chu Yang couldn't help but smile. He suddenly recalled Gudu's invisible sword energy. He suddenly realized that Gudu wouldn't let Tu Qian Hao off so kindly, 2 wins, 2 losses, and 1 draw. This was equivalent to not having fought a single match. There were still 2 matches left. However, the mood of the spectators' stands had exploded like a barrel of gunpowder. It couldn't be contained any longer. Emotianyun's stand was flooded with banana peels, fruit cores, and other things in the blink of an eye. There were also many people who took off their shoes and threw them over. There were also some strange things. Emotianyun's stand had opened a grocery store in an instant. There were only things that one couldn't think of. The strangest thing was that there were also a few underwear that had been thrown over. They still carried body temperature and the smell of cosmetics. It was hard to tell where they had come from. The master of ceremonies was somewhat at a loss as to what to do on the stage. It was useless for him to shout now. The match couldn't be carried out. The excited crowd couldn't hear him no matter what he said. Dukyu, who was beside Chu Yang, wrinkled his brows. Then, he suddenly let out a long and loud shout. Wind and thunder surged, and suppressed the shouts of thousands of people in one fell swoop. Dukyu scolded loudly, "What are you shouting for? Do you all want to die? Which one of you will come out and let me see?" "It's Dukyu," the crowd cried out in a low voice. Everyone's face was still full of indignation. But, they didn't dare to jump out and cause trouble. Dukyu, Fu asterisk K. This guy will kill someone if he says one more word. Moreover, Jun Shiju is also here. Fu asterisk K. How could everyone forget about this? Dukyu looked around and said, "People of Dark Bamboo, listen to my orders. Maintain order on the stage. Kill whoever dares to make a ruckus." His voice carried a heavy murderous aura. Everyone could hear it clearly. "Yes. Master Yu," all the people of Dark Bamboo shouted together. Everyone was silent out of fear. Chu Yang exclaimed in his heart. The people of Dark Bamboo would maintain order. It was much more effective than Ao Xiayun and the other righteous people. The master of ceremonies heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he hastily shouted, "Match number 1. Luo Kadi of Luo clan versus Li Hongtu of Li clan." Luo Kadi let out a loud howl, and Xing Shui struggled to stand up. He looked up to the sky and howled, "Oh, it's finally my turn." At this moment, Xianxia suddenly laughed out loud. He stood up and said loudly, "GMO. It's 2 wins, 2 losses, and 1 draw now. Let's skip Luo Kudi's match. You and I will decide the winner directly. How about it?" He smiled and said, "GMO, you know that a fight between you and me is inevitable. So, why don't we settle it here? Show your courage in front of all the heroes of the world, and fight with me." Everyone cursed Xiaoxing for being shameless when these words came out. It was obvious that Li Hongtu was no match for this newly promoted king-level Master Wolf sword. So, Xiaoxing was clearly avoiding the important and dwelling on the trivial by mentioning this point. "Xiaoxing, do you want to save your face?" Huyan Aobo stood up in another direction. Her face was full of anger. "Snatch someone's love? How can you say that?" Luo Kudi was also furious. "Xiaoxing, what do you mean?" Xiaoxing didn't answer. He only looked at GMO. GMO laughed out loud. He stood up and said loudly, "Xiaoxing, I was just about to teach you a lesson. You're a flashy bastard who occupies the latrine but doesn't take a shit." Huyan Aobo's face turned black. She fiercely looked at GMO. Then, she sat down angrily. "Occupying the latrine but doesn't take a shit? What do you mean?" "GMO, you're dead," Huyan Xiaohui thought angrily in her heart. "He doesn't know how to talk. This bastard's mouth must be taught a lesson." Yang looked at Xiaoxing and said in a low and hurried voice, "GMO, don't forget what I said." GMO nodded. He pursed his lips and said, "Don't worry, big brother. I will win. This match isn't optimistic." Dukyu looked at GMO, and then looked at Xiaoxing. He frowned. With his insight, he could naturally see that although GMO had rushed up quickly, his foundation was not enough. Xiaoxing, on the other hand, was fighting steadily and surely. Both of them were second-grade king-level masters. But, Xiaoxing was at the peak of second-grade king level. And, GMO was at second-grade king-level master. There was a big difference between them. "I think GMO will win," Chu Yang said confidently. "There may be twists and turns, but he will win in the end." "Are you so sure?" Dukyu suspiciously looked at GMO and Xiaoxing. He re-evaluated in his heart, and felt that Xiaoxing had a bigger chance of winning. He couldn't help but doubt Chu Yang's words. He could see everything clearly at a glance. There wouldn't be any accident. "Brother Yu, why don't we make another bet? Let's add some stakes?" Chu Yang narrowed his eyes. He looked at Dukyu's eyes as if he had found a mountain of gold. Bet?" Dukyu tilted his head and looked at Chu Yang. He couldn't help but mutter in his heart. If it was someone else, Dukyu would definitely bet without hesitation. But the one in front of him was Chu Yang. Dukyu had long been wary of this fellow's elusive methods. His eyes flickered as he thought for a while. Finally, he felt confident. Even if GMO had super powerful methods or exquisite sword moves like Chu Yang's, or even if he could make Xiaoxing panic, the final victory might not be able to surpass his level. He asked, "What do you want to bet?" The sword spirit hurriedly reminded him in his mind, "White crystals. Bet is white crystals. What the tribulation sword needs the most now is not the more high-end purple crystals, but white crystals." Chu Yang smiled and understood. He said, "How many white crystals do you have?" Dukyu's eyes flickered. He said unhappily, "Are you looking down on my white crystals? How big is your appetite? You're asking me how many I have. I'll bet as much as you have." Chu Yang was very calm and composed. He was very rich now. In the tribulation space, there were 2 rare herbs, jade snow spirit ginseng, and piles of mysterious jade ice crystals and mysterious young jade. Any one of them was a rare treasure in the world. When it came to gambling, he was not afraid of anyone. "I don't have many white crystals." Dukyu looked at him with some ridicule, "But I only have a few tens of thousands of them. And there's a white crystal mine. You want all of them? What are you betting with?" The sword spirit quickly calculated in his mind. His face was shining. "Tens of thousands of white crystal mine. This is going to be rich. If the tribulation sword absorbed all of them, it would be able to upgrade by a whole level." A piece of mysterious jade ice crystal and a piece of mysterious yang jade. The sword spirit gave the price, both of them are the size of a fist. Chu Yang almost fainted. You want to bet Dukyu's entire white crystal mine with just a piece of mysterious jade ice crystal and a piece of mysterious yang jade? Don't worry, just say it like that. The sword spirit was full of confidence. Dukyu should be practicing the shadow sect. Although these 2 pieces of jade are not worth such a high price, he will definitely bet. He thinks this is what he needs the most right now. White crystals are just a burden to someone like him. What are you betting against me? Dukyu looked at Chu Yang playfully. He found it somewhat funny in his heart. When did I start using my wealth to smash people? However, Dukyu felt a sense of accomplishment in his heart when he saw that the little girl was left speechless. This is the most precious thing I have. Chu Yang sighed. If you're satisfied, then let's make a bet. If you're not satisfied, then just pretend that I didn't say anything. Chu Yang reached into his bosom and fished it out. Then, he hung his head dejectedly and said, only these 2 pieces are all of my assets. Dukyu was smiling smugly when he saw the things that Chu Yang took out. His mouth suddenly opened wide, and his eyes bulged out. In Chu Yang's palm, there were 2 fist-sized pieces of jade stacked together. The top piece emitted a faint chill, while the bottom piece emitted a faint warmth. One hot, one cold, one yin, one yang. It seemed as if an absolutely balanced cycle had been formed in Chu Yang's hands. A misty white and warm moisture rose up from Chu Yang's palm. It didn't disperse, and just floated there. Mysterious jade ice crystal. Mysterious yang jade. Dukyu's eyes were fixed. His Adam's apple moved up and down as if he was swallowing something. Is it okay? Chu Yang asked somewhat nervously. I know it's a little too little. I can't do anything if you don't want to make a bet. It's a little too little. These are a lot. Dukyu said emotionlessly. Let's make a bet. How can I not make a bet? I'll make a bet. A real man keeps his word. I won't regret a promise even if I die 100 times. Then let's make a bet? Chu Yang asked with certainty. Let's make a bet. Dukyu anxiously snatched the mysterious jade ice crystal and mysterious yang jade. He fondled them lovingly and said, I'll take care of the gambling capital. I'll be the notary. You don't have to worry, right? Haha, you don't have to worry. Chu Yang was speechless. You're participating in the bet. You're the party involved. You're the notary? Is there such a saying in the world? Don't worry. Dukyu patted his shoulder and said, I won't let you make a loss. If you lose, these things will be mine. Then, I'll compensate you with 1,000 white crystals. If you win, I'll exchange all my white crystals with you. How about it? Chu Yang was furious. This guy's words were too shameless. What do you mean by if I win? I'll bet all your white crystals. Chu Yang flew into a rage. Hey, it's meaningless if you're anxious, isn't it? Dukyu said shamelessly, you see, these 2 pieces of jade are already in my hands. You can't do anything even if I run away with them, right? But my character is good. Not only did I not run away, I even stayed behind to gamble with you. Moreover, I'll compensate you if I win the bet. I won't go back on my word if I lose the bet. You should be grateful to me. There are many people who kill and rob in these 3 days. How many of them talk about integrity like me? Dukyu said. Chu Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Fine, you'll take them away if you win the bet. You'll still take them away if you lose the bet. Talk about integrity? Brother, if you go into business, you'll definitely be as rich as a country. Fine, but I have a request. Chu Yang finally revealed his fox tail. Since you've taken advantage of me, I'll naturally have my own request. If you lose, I'll go to your treasury and personally inspect the goods. In addition, I'll also take away the purple crystal core that you owe me in the lower 3 heavens. Dukyu was displeased. Do you think I'll go back on my word? Chu Yang thought, you still have the face to say this? What you're doing right now is going back on your word from start to finish. What do you think? Chu Yang sneered. Dukyu reached out and put his arm around his shoulder. As if they were good brothers, he said, fine, it's settled then. It's a deal then. Hee hee, then no matter who wins or loses, these 2 pieces of jade will be mine. This duke will not decline this responsibility. Haha, who asked me to be the most qualified in the lower 3 heavens? Don't you think so? Yang turned his face away and spat. He really had nothing to say. Mo Qingwu, who had been listening to their conversation in his arms, raised her head and looked at Duke Yu angrily. You're really too bad. You actually cheated my brother Chu Yang's things. In my opinion, you should return these 2 pieces of jade to brother Chu Yang. Then, no matter who wins or loses, you should give all the things in your treasury to brother Chu Yang. Duke Yu glared at this little girl. Finally, he spread his hands helplessly and said, I'm a little unreasonable. But, I'm not as unreasonable as you, you're the unreasonable one. Mo Qingwu said fiercely. Fine, I'm unreasonable. Duke Yu dejectedly admitted. Then, he turned around and went to sit with Gu Duxing, far away from this troublesome place. From afar, he could still hear the little girl pouting and muttering in dissatisfaction. This is too unreasonable. Duke Yu staggered and almost fell to the ground. In Chu Yang's mind, the sword spirit was very happy. He said, you'll be rich as long as you win this round. What do you mean? Chu Yang asked in puzzlement. There are so many white crystals. The essence contained in them can allow the tribulation sword to break away from the level of ordinary metals like gold, silver, copper, and iron. It can be upgraded to a spirit sword. Once it becomes a spirit sword, you can treat Mo Qingwu's injuries. The sword spirit tempted. I can treat her injuries now. Chu Yang rolled his eyes. Doesn't this require an extremely safe space? Nonsense. If you treat her injuries now, of course, you can heal her 3 meridians. But, the greatest effect of the heavy pill will be wasted. The sword spirit rolled his eyes. But, after upgrading to a spirit sword, I can use the heavy pill to connect her 3 meridians. Then, I can seal the medicinal efficacy in her body. As she progresses level by level, it will gradually increase. Then, when she reaches the emperor level, the medicinal efficacy in her body will completely explode, and she will rush to the monarch level in one fell swoop. This is the true power of the heavy pill. Moreover, as long as you do this, not only will her cultivation speed far surpass that of any so-called genius, but it will also play a life-saving role in critical moments. The sword spirit snorted and said, that's all. You decide. If you insist on treating her injuries at this time, I won't stop you. Chu Yang was overjoyed. He said, what else is there to say? Of course, I have to get the white crystals first. Anyway, I will rely on Duke Yu to get the white crystals after the fight. It won't take much effort. Haha. The sword spirit looked at him in disdain. Then, he sank into his consciousness and didn't speak. Jimo's appearance was somewhat low-key. He walked down step by step. He secretly adjusted his strength with every step he took. He knew that the gap between him and Gao Sheng wasn't small. Therefore, he didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. He tried hard to control his temper. He didn't want to waste any bit of his strength outside of the fight. Flying down was naturally very glorious. But, GMO didn't want to waste this little bit of strength. After all, this was related to his marriage. Who would his wife belong to? Gao Sheng didn't have any psychological pressure whether he won or lost. But, he couldn't do the same for himself. Gao Sheng had been waiting on the field for a while. But, GMO was still walking down at a moderate pace. He couldn't help but say angrily, can you be faster? GMO rolled his eyes, what does it matter to you whether I'm fast or slow? Are you that anxious to get beaten up? He was cautious in his heart. But, he didn't want to suffer a loss with his mouth. He remembered Big Brother Chu's teachings in his heart, you must be calm. Don't be anxious. Of course, it would be more ideal if you could scold Gao Sheng until he became anxious. Go ahead. I believe in your eloquence. Gao Sheng sneered and said, GMO, are you afraid? What's wrong? You have the guts to do it, but you don't have the guts to bear the consequences? Ha ha ha, Gao Sheng, this sentence of yours is ridiculous. What do you mean by having the guts but not the guts to bear the consequences? GMO let out a long laugh, Do you think that such a big occasion would have happened if I hadn't agreed? This sentence was true. Gaoxing had proposed a challenge. But there wouldn't have been this grand occasion if GMO hadn't agreed. GMO said in a loud voice, I, GMO, have come at least. I, GMO, have come at you. At least. I, GMO, dare to take responsibility. I dare to love. I dare to fight for my woman. At least. I, GMO, am not like some people who run away from an engagement. If you don't want to, then just say that you don't want to, right? No one is forcing you. But, you're still dragging it out. You won't cancel the engagement. Why? GMO roared, you've taken a fancy to the Huyan clan's status and wealth. Do you think that the heroes of the world are stupid? That they can't see your intentions? Everyone. Don't you think so? GMO raised his voice and roared. Thousands of people responded in unison, yes. GMO became even more complacent. He waved his hand in all directions in a very graceful manner. He assumed the role of a leader. Then, he continued to speak eloquently, Gaoxing, you covet strength and covet wealth. This is human nature. Even if you say it out loud, you'll only say that your character isn't good. But, what you shouldn't do the most is to ruthlessly delay a woman's youth while coveting everything. How much is a woman's youth? You're hogging it like this. But, you don't have any follow-up. Are you still human? Gaoxing's lips trembled with anger. He pointed his finger at GMO, you're talking nonsense. I'm Gaoxing. How can I be that kind of person? You are. GMO bellowed condescendingly. He saw that Gaoxing still wanted to refute him. So, he continued to shout, you are. Tens of thousands of people roared with laughter. Then, thousands of people joined in the fun, and shouted, you are. Huyan Elbwa stood in a daze in the Huyan clan's camp. She looked at GMO from afar. She suddenly felt sad and moved in her heart. GMO raised his hand in a dignified manner, everyone, this brother hasn't finished speaking. Ha ha ha. Second Master G, please speak. Everyone burst into laughter. But, they didn't make any noise. I, GMO, have spared no effort. I have traveled thousands of miles. I have traveled through the stars and the moon. I have come here to participate in this battle for the sake of my beloved daughter. Why? GMO looked up and roared, it's because of the true feelings in my heart. A wood dog ant. Tens of thousands of people shouted at the same time, for the true feelings in my heart. A wood dog ant. Then, someone quietly asked the person beside him, brother, this dog ant, what is she? That person was waving his arms and shouting. But, he replied in a bad mood, how would I know what she is? You go and ask Second Master G. Then, he continued to wave his arms and roar, for the true feelings in my heart. A wood dog ant. GMO walked down a few steps in high spirits. Then, he waved his arms and shouted, I will rescue my beloved daughter from the evil young master's hands. I will give her happiness. I will give her a future. I won't let some evil people with ulterior motives succeed in their schemes. A woo. Dog ant. Tens of thousands of people shouted in unison, Second Master G is mighty. A woo. Dog ant. GMO was in high spirits. He waved his arms. His entire face was impassioned. He suddenly felt his blood boiling. He raised his hand towards the sky, and roared, Heaven! Give me strength. Let me defeat evil. Let me save her. Protect her. Accompany her. Give her happiness. Then, he suddenly roared in an earth-shattering manner, Make her my wife. Oh woo, everyone was boiling over, the entire audience was boiling over. Who had ever seen such a bold courtship in this day and age? Huyan Aobo looked at GMO with boundless tenderness in her eyes. Many womenfolk of the Huyan clan had also arrived behind her. They were hugging their shoulders, and saying that this was too corny. But, their eyes were flashing with deep envy. Gaoxing was fuming with anger at this moment. His body trembled, and he almost spouted a mouthful of blood. Fu*K. GMO, have you come here to fight? Or to sing? GMO walked down from the top. Halfway down, he had already stirred up the crowd's emotions. At first, only the people from the Gu, Luo, Dong, and Ji clans and those who had bet on GMO were cheering. But later on, the entire crowd was cheering, even those who had bet on Gaoxing were cheering. Because GMO's words had struck a chord in everyone's hearts, it's understandable for you to pursue power and wealth. But you can't force a girl you don't even like to get all these for power and wealth. Not only are you letting down the two great clans and that girl, you're also letting down yourself. Then what right do you have to fight for all these? You actually want to duel with someone because of this? I bet on you because I want to win money, but this doesn't mean that I don't despise your character. I'll scold you, I'll boo you, but as long as you win, I'll still take the money. I'll praise you, I'll support you, but if you lose, I'll still compensate you. What's wrong with that? Therefore, Second Master Ji's prestige grew. As he walked down, he waved his hand gracefully. His face was radiant, and he was so moved that his buttocks were unconsciously swaying. Hence, he started to sing this song, swaying his hips, and even walking with his feet splayed outwards. He was as steady as a mountain as he walked down the stairs. We must win. Second Master Ji raised his arms and shouted. We must win. The crowd shouted in unison. We must defend our true love. Second Master Ji took 2 steps forward and continued to shout in a majestic manner. Defend our true love. The crowd shouted together. We must defeat the devil. Second Master Ji continued to work hard. Defeat the devil. The crowd's emotions grew more and more excited. Second Master Ji waved his arms. His lips curled up, and he let out a standard wolf howl. The crowd howled together. Dog Ant Second Master Ji was so excited that he couldn't tell north from south. He swayed his buttocks and jumped. Dog Ant the crowd was boiling with excitement. Below, Gaoxing was so angry that his hands and feet were cold. His face was sallow, and his lips were trembling. He looked at the incomparably cool GMO with hatred. With a cracking sound, one of his teeth was crushed. If I can't kill you, I'll. Gaoxing thought frantically. On the spectator stand, Yang looked at Dukyu. Are you still sure that Gaoxing will win? Dukyu let out a long sigh. I can't be sure. Now that GMO was in the limelight, Gaoxing was so angry that he became impatient. He will not be able to maintain his icy state of mind during the battle, and the outcome will be hard to predict. Yang chuckled mischievously. He pointed at the boiling crowd and said, these are all forces. They are also important conditions for the decisive battle. The saying the more the merrier isn't just for show. Duke Wei said, there's nothing wrong with using such methods. However, it's still somewhat despicable. Yang sneered, this is a decisive battle. He had to make use of every possible factor to attack the enemy. Was that enough? It was far from enough. Just wait and see. GMO finally walked down from the grandstand. Then, he arrogantly stepped onto the field. He walked for a full hour on this path. This made Gaoxing, who was waiting below, miserable beyond words. When Gaoxing saw GMO come down, he immediately became angry. 3,000 flames of anger rushed into his heart. GMO, prepare to die. He rushed out after he finished speaking. Wait. GMO roared. He stretched out his hand and gestured for him to stop. Gaoxing stopped and asked angrily, what are you doing? Why haven't you said start? GMO said to the Master of Ceremonies with dissatisfaction, can't you see that young Master Gao can't wait to be beaten up? Gaoxing's whole body suddenly trembled. Fine, GMO, I will let you see who is the one who can't wait to be beaten up. The Master of Ceremonies had a strange look on his face. He finally raised his hand. The battle begins. The Master of Ceremonies hadn't even finished speaking when Gaoxing rushed over impatiently. He rushed in front of GMO, and his fists blew the hair on GMO's forehead into a mess. Wait. GMO shouted like a thunderbolt. He stared at Gaoxing and stood motionless. Gaoxing was so angry that he had no choice but to stop. He gritted his teeth and said in anger, what do you want to do again? Ah? Who would have thought that GMO would suddenly throw a punch at Gao Xing's face? Gao Xing's nose started to bleed crazily, and his face started to bleed. Gao Xing felt a sharp pain, and his tear glands were affected. He could not open his eyes, and tears flowed out of his eyes. GMO laughed. I said, wait. I need to make the first move. He did not show any mercy and continued to punch Gao Xing 3 times, followed by 2 kicks. He took advantage of the opportunity when Gao Xing was covering his face with his hands. Gao Xing was sent flying like a sandbag. The noisy venue suddenly became silent. Everyone saw this scene, and their heads were in a knot. They could not react. GMO caught up with Gao Xing at lightning speed. He then kicked Gao Xing's body in an awe-inspiring manner. Then, he proudly shouted, "Humph! You asterisk shoal. The master of ceremonies had said start, and you actually listened to me when I asked you to wait. Ah? Then why didn't you die when I asked you to? You asterisk shoal." Gao Xing rolled and crawled away. He was battered and exhausted. His whole body was in unbearable pain. He was so angry that his liver hurt. However, the gamblers in the stands finally understood. They started to curse, "GMO, you are so shameless. You sneak attacked." Then, someone retorted, "Bullshit. What's a sneak attack? This is a duel." The master of ceremonies had said that the duel would start. Who can be blamed for Gao Xing not being on guard? I can only say that he's asterisk shoal. There's nothing else to say. Would you be an accountant if you were in my place? Absolutely not. What this guy said was pure bullshit. In such a situation, if one was caught off guard, there was an 80% chance that someone would fall for it. However, these words had successfully instigated a rebellion. "Gao Xing, are you stupid? The duel has started. Are you still dreaming? Motherfu asterisk cur, GMO asked you to stop, and you stopped? Why are you so obedient? He's your opponent, not your father. Io, my silver." Gao Xing was so angry that blood rushed to his head. He quickly jumped up and wiped his face. His handsome face was covered with blood. He looked ferocious and terrifying. He roared and crazily rushed over. "Hold on!" GMO shouted loudly. However, Gao Xing didn't pay attention to him. He roared and rushed forward. However, he saw a sword light flash in front of his eyes. He felt pain on his body, and hastily retreated. He felt a piercing pain. He lowered his head to look, and couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. There was a sword mark on his chest. His flesh had been cut open, and his bones could almost be seen. You are despicable." Gao Xing was so angry that he became muddle-headed. This bastard had actually pulled out his sword without making a sound. I was so angry that I didn't notice when he pulled out his sword. I said wait because I wanted to remind you, you haven't pulled out your sword yet. GMO innocently shrugged his shoulders, Fu *K, I was being kind. Everyone, have you seen me? I kindly reminded him to pull out his sword. Who in the 3 heavens doesn't know that I, GMO, use a sword? He scolded me because of this. Everyone, you can't be a good person. You have a good heart. But, you will be treated as a donkey's liver and lungs. Gao Xing roared and spat out a mouthful of blood. GMO, you didn't make a sound when you pulled out your sword. It was clearly a deliberate sneak attack. The gamblers in the stands faintly felt that something was wrong. So, they immediately changed sides. Yes, your sword didn't make a sound. It was clearly a premeditated sneak attack. Everyone, I'm being wrongly accused. GMO turned around to let Gao Xing see, you see, the entire 3 heavens knows that I use a sheathless sword. Where did I get a sheath? Thousands of people shouted at the same time. Yes, Second Master Ji's sword doesn't have a sheath. These thousands of people were clearly supporting him. However, the crowd didn't understand. So, they turned to blame Gao Xing. You motherfu cur, your opponent's sword doesn't have a sheath. You didn't know? You even got injured because of this. Gao Xing was so angry that his vision turned black. When did GMO use a sheathless sword? How come I didn't know? This is clearly a lie. But, GMO had already rushed over energetically. Gao Xing. Don't say that I bullied you in front of all the heroes in the world. Come, let's have a fair fight. I won't take advantage of you. His words were so righteous that it inspired reverence. It attracted a round of applause. Gao Xing's stomach twitched. He was so angry that he almost spat out another mouthful of blood. You first broke my nose and caused my vision to blur. Then, you took the opportunity to beat me up. Then, you almost crippled my leg with a sneak attack. You made me so angry that I spat out blood. Now, you want to have a fair fight with me? You even said that you won't take advantage of me? How can you take advantage of me? Gao Xing was so angry that the muscles on his face were twitching. He suppressed his anger and pulled out his sword. He couldn't wait to chop GMO into meat paste. GMO shouted as he dodged, Good. Good sword. So despicable. Damn, despicable, 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 despicable. He jumped around like a nimble monkey. Gao Xing shouted and increased the speed of his sword. He attacked GMO like a storm. GMO suddenly stopped talking. He seemed to be having a hard time fighting. In fact, he was having a hard time. Gao Xing's cultivation was a notch higher than his. Even though he was in a state of frenzy, he was still very powerful. GMO was silent, and Gao Xing was proud of himself. You are only good with your mouth. How can you be my opponent when we fight? They fought in silence for a long time. GMO was defending most of the time, while Gao Xing attacked. GMO was about to be forced into a desperate situation. Gao Xing's sword net had already formed a dense net. GMO suddenly screamed miserably, Ah! This scream was so sudden that the spectators were shocked. Their scalps went numb, and they felt a chill down their spines. Even Gao Xing was puzzled. Where did he get cut? He looked over. His sword slowed down, and GMO used his sword to counterattack like a storm. As he attacked, he muttered, F***ck, I almost got cut. Gao Xing was furious. Knowing that he had fallen into a trap, he didn't say a word and attacked fiercely with his sword. GMO's toes lightly touched the ground, and his body quickly retreated backwards. Gao Xing madly chased after him. GMO suddenly used all the strength in his body to fly backwards, and widened the distance between them. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide and looked behind Gao Xing. Then, he shouted with grief and indignation on his face, Gao Chong. Don't tell me you want to bully me with numbers? This is in front of all the heroes of the world. Gao Xing was furious. He turned his head and shouted, Who told you to come? But, he didn't find anyone behind him. Following that, the sharp sound of a golden blade slicing through the air behind him made him realize that he had been tricked. It was already too late for him to turn around, so he swung his sword backwards with all his might. At the same time, he twisted his body and flew backwards while maintaining a weird posture. Two clang sounds were heard. Gao Xing felt a strong force on his buttocks. GMO had ferociously kicked his buttocks. And, he was sent flying in the air. Gao Xing spat out blood in midair, not because he was beaten, but because he was angry. The pain in his body was far inferior to the grievance in his heart. GMO didn't wait for him to get up. Instead, he flew over with his sword in his hand. He shouted loudly, Gao Xing. Stand up. Let's have a fair fight. Gao Xing turned over and stood up. He wanted to vomit blood in his heart. She had enough time to stand up, but when he shouted, it seemed like he was deliberately leaving time for her to stand up. However, by the time he stood up, GMO had already arrived in the air with a sword light. Gao Xing stood on the ground. This time, it was his turn to defend. GMO's sword light was like a tiger's. It carried a strong impact force. He didn't let his opponent off. His attacks were getting more and more intense. Gao Xing was already suffering from internal and external troubles. He was so sullen that he wanted to die. Now that he was being suppressed and beaten, his heart felt even more uncomfortable. They only defended frantically, trying their best to find any opportunity to counterattack. However, GMO's attacks were like the Xianxia River, they were unceasingly flowing. Gao Xing had a thorough understanding of the Ji clan's sword techniques before the decisive battle. But, he discovered that GMO's sword techniques were often mixed with some strange sword techniques this time. Moreover, he had never seen these sword moves before, yet they were extraordinarily powerful. Every move he made left him in a sorry state. Dang 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 sounds kept ringing out. Gaoxing continuously retreated step by step. Jimo's figure continuously chased after him in the air. His imposing manner was very aggressive. Finally, his breath was exhausted. Gaoxing sensed that the opponent's offensive was about to come to an end. So, he gathered his strength and prepared to counterattack. However, he saw Gmo somersaulting backwards and flying far away. He shouted, "Don't say that I didn't give you fairness. Now, it's your turn to attack me." Gaoxing, who was about to attack, suddenly saw stars in front of his eyes. His body swayed a few times. "How shameless! If you didn't tell me, do you think I wouldn't know how to attack?" Someone in the stand shouted loudly, "Second Master Ji. This is a decisive battle, Second Master Ji. Don't give him a chance to catch his breath. You're so benevolent and righteous, but they won't appreciate it. Hurry up and attack, Second Master Ji." This guy was the one who had been forced to bet against GMO by Luo Kudi's sword. He couldn't help but shout when he saw that victory was in sight. His face was full of resentment. At such a crucial moment, he actually let his opponent attack. "Ayaya, my Second Master Ji, he is your opponent in the final battle. Why are you still so particular about your demeanor?" This guy couldn't wait to rush down and fight on behalf of GMO. My silver is about to fall into my hands." He couldn't imagine that GMO looked confident and at ease. But, he didn't have the strength to attack. If he continued to attack, he would have been counterattacked by his opponent. And, that would have been disastrous. Second Master Ji is so benevolent and righteous. Many people praised him. Especially when he was compared to Gaoxing, Second Master Ji appeared even more heroic and straightforward. Gaoxing had already suffered internal injuries. Moreover, he had been angered to the point of muddle-headedness. Then, he had been hit repeatedly. He had suffered a lot of punches and kicks. So, his internal organs had been severely shaken. The sword wound on his thigh was still bleeding. He heard that such a despicable person had used such a shameless method, and had won the reputation of being benevolent and righteous. So, he couldn't help but roar, "You're talking nonsense. You're all talking nonsense." Well, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood as soon as these words came out of his mouth. His vision became blurry as he spat out this mouthful of blood. His body was on the verge of collapse. Gaoxing lost. Dukyu looked at the field and pondered. He had seen Jimo's method clearly. But, he didn't laugh. Instead, he was pondering. This method is very powerful. Without shedding a drop of blood. Dukyu looked at Chu Yang, "It's your doing, right?" Chu Yang laughed and said, "Half of it. Gaoxing can be considered a rising star. His composure can be considered good. But, he was angered to the point of insanity. If it had been someone else, they would have died from anger before they could even make a move." Dukyu sighed, "It's not a brilliant plan. But, it's extremely effective." Chu Yang smiled and said, "Of course, the most important factor is GMO himself." Dukyu was startled. Then, he laughed, "Yes, yes. This plan would have been useless against GMO if he wasn't so thick-skinned." Mo Qingwu giggled, "Brother Gmo's skin has always been the thickest." Dukyu's face turned serious as he said, "You're wrong. Your brother Chu Yang's skin is 100 times thicker than your brother Gmo's. 1,000 times. Mo Qingwu pouted unhappily. She looked at Dukyu and snorted, "But, you still snatched my brother Chu Yang's things. Your skin is 1,000 times thicker than brother Chu Yang's." "No, it's 10,000 times thicker." Dukyu pretended not to hear. He glared at the scene and ignored her. His face didn't change at all. He was indeed thick-skinned. On the scene, Gaoxing was gasping for breath. He felt that the world was spinning. He couldn't suppress his internal injuries any longer. He heard GMO shout from the opposite side, "Are you coming or not? Are you coming or not? I'm giving you a chance. I'll count to 3. If you don't come, I'll go over. 1, 2, 3. I'm going over. I'm going over to hit you. I'm really going over to hit you. F***ck, make a sound." Do you really want me to go over? Gaoxing screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood. He didn't wait for GMO to really come over. Then, he fainted. His body went soft, and he fell to the ground with a schwa sound. He was unconscious. GMO was startled. He looked at young Master Gao who had fallen to the ground. He thought, is this a trick? Therefore, he continued to shout, get up! Get up! Second Master Ji is straightforward and upright. He is benevolent and righteous. He has noble character and unquestionable integrity. He has never attacked an enemy who has fallen to the ground. Get up! Get up! However, Gaoxing couldn't stand up no matter how much he shouted. Moreover, he couldn't hear him. Fortunately, he couldn't hear him. Otherwise, he would have fainted again. Did he really faint? GMO cautiously approached him and kicked him with the tip of his foot. But, Gaoxing didn't respond. F***ck, he really fainted? He really fainted? He really fainted. F***ck. GMO kicked him a few times. But, he didn't get any response. So, he was finally sure that he had fainted. He couldn't help but touch his head. He was puzzled. I didn't hit you much. How did you faint? He stood there and pondered for a while. Then, he turned his head and said to the Master of Ceremonies, I seem to have won, right? Master of Ceremonies, does this count as my win? GMO was somewhat uncertain. He didn't fight back when I hit him? You won. The Master of Ceremonies was speechless as he replied. Well, you've also won here. Then, why don't you quickly announce that I've won? GMO glared at him and said, you're the Master of Ceremonies. But, you're somewhat slow. Why are you still standing there and dreaming? The Master of Ceremonies was so angry that he almost fainted. He hastily retreated a few steps. He calmed down, and adjusted his breathing. Then, he shouted, the final battle. GMO wins. He didn't need to say it. Everyone knew it. That was because the audience was already in chaos. The sky had been turned upside down, many people were wailing and crying. The money that they had accumulated through years of hard work had gone down the drain. This group of people had basically bet all their assets. Even if they still had pocket money on hand, they didn't have much left. Gaoxing's defeat was equivalent to these people losing their entire fortune. Many people started to curse, he's a piece of trash. He's so much older than his opponent. And, he's a level higher than him. But, he's not his opponent. Goddamn Gaoxing. He's making us lose money. These people had bet most of their fortune. But, they still had some savings. But, they were extremely angry in their hearts. Many people were crazily laughing. He won. He won. Fu**k. He won. I didn't expect. These people had bet on GMO. Some people were remorseful. Mother ***cur. I would have bet more if I had known this earlier. I would have bet even with a high interest rate. I would have bet as much as I could. Mother ***cur. These people were greedy and insatiable. The happiest person was obviously that fat man who had been forced by Luo Kudi to bet on GMO. He was dancing with joy at this moment. In fact, he didn't even know what his surname was. This is a great help. It's no wonder that fortune teller said that my life is good. I had already lost money. But, someone pointed a sword at me. And, I won. What is this if not good life? Of course, the most miserable person was undoubtedly young Master Mo Tianyun. Young Master Mo had also fainted the moment Gaoxing had fainted. He hadn't woken up yet. Perhaps, he would rather not wake up. After all, he would have had to face billions of debts if he woke up. What about the people of Gao clan? GMO finally remembered something important. Take out the marriage contract. Tear it up. Your marriage contract doesn't exist from now on. Only our love will exist. Everyone felt like vomiting. Gao Ming of Gao clan took out the marriage contract and handed it over to GMO in front of everyone. Then, he led his men to carry Gaoxing out. Gaoxing had already woken up. But, he was so angry that his heart hurt. Moreover, he was extremely ashamed. So, he pretended to be unconscious as he was carried out. GMO tore the marriage contract to shreds. He raised his hands, and they turned into white butterflies. He then jumped up with a wah sound. I won. I won. Oh boy, you're my wife. Owu Odu Xiao and Xia Dan Qiong signed an IOU. Everyone had a helpless and sullen feeling in their hearts. Mo Tianyan also lifted his brush. But, he felt that the brush was extremely heavy. He couldn't write those words no matter what. Can I really afford it? How can I pay it back? I have almost emptied the clan's liquid funds. And, I have mortgaged 4 of our 8 major industries. The Mo clan is rich and powerful. But, these 2 brothers have been messing around with each other these past few years. So, it has become an empty shell, brother Mo. Yang smiled and said, it's just an IOU. It's only 525 million. Don't tell me that brother Mo, haha, can't even come up with this amount of money? Mo Tianyan's complexion turned ashen. He wouldn't have done anything if he had come up with this amount of money under normal circumstances. But, he had just lost more than 2 billion. And, he had mortgaged 4 of his industries. So, his pockets were empty even if he had money. Ao Xia Yun, Xia Dan Qiong, and Odu Xiao looked at him with a hint of schadenfreude. You deserve it. You were greedy. You wanted to hog 1 billion for yourself. Now, you taste your retribution, right? Haha. Brother Chu, you see, can you be more lenient? Mo Tianyun clenched his teeth, and said in a low voice. He had finally decided to put down his pride. After all, he had no choice but to lower his head under the eaves. Now, he was in the enemy's hands. So, what else could he do if he didn't show any weakness? Brother Mo, you're in the wrong here, Chu Yang interrupted him in annoyance. He then asked bluntly, do you have no money? It's indeed somewhat difficult. Mo Tianyun braced himself. That's right, I can also see that brother Mo is definitely in trouble. Otherwise, you wouldn't have borrowed that 1 billion. Chu Yang sneered and said, but, brother Mo, do you think that we can play this game of taking a white wolf without risking anything? My intelligence is beyond your expectations. And, you, Mo Tianyun, aren't an idiot, right? Mo Tianyun retreated step by step. But, Chu Yang pressed on step by step. You retreat 1 step, I advance 2 steps. His attitude was arrogant. His face was full of contempt. His eyes were full of disdain. I will kill you. I will anger you. I will play you to death. Chu Yang felt a burst of pleasure in his heart when he thought about how Mo Qingwu had been bullied by this guy. The other archdukes beside him were also gloating. They were having a great time. Normally, who would be able to force the number 1 successor of a large aristocratic family to such a sorry state? Mo Tianyun's complexion turned pale. He forcefully restrained his anger. He swallowed his anger and said, as long as Brother Chu is willing to extend the deadline by 10 days to half a month, this Mo. No matter what, I will gather them for you. Ha ha ha. Chu Yang looked up to the sky and laughed. Then, he said ruthlessly, no matter what, you must give me this IOU today. Since he said 3 days, he couldn't delay it by even 2 hours. If Brother Mo is unwilling to pay up, I won't force you. There are many witnesses here. Gambling debts must be paid with one's life, this is the rule of the martial world. He sneered, his eyes shooting out a sharp light like a sword, and said in a low voice, Brother Mo, do as you see fit. Gu Duxing hugged his long sword and casually said, I can help Brother Mo. I can guarantee that you will die a quick and painless death. My sword is very fast. No one in the 3 heavens can deny this. Dong Wushang's eyes emitted a bloodthirsty light. He said, Mo Tianyun, I, Dong Wushang, can also help you. My saber is well known in the 3 heavens. As he spoke, his fighting spirit was rising. His murderous aura was surging. One of his hands was already holding the hilt of his saber. Xie Danqiong couldn't bear it. He stepped forward and said, Brother Chu. Chu Yang turned his head and said with an amiable smile, what? Does Brother Xia also want to pay the debt now? No problem. If Brother Xia can take it out now, I won't have any objections. No, it's fine. Xianxia awkwardly wiped his sweat and retreated. F*ck, I was almost dragged in. This king of hell Chu is really like the king of hell. He revealed his true colors with just one sentence. Motherf***, I can't afford to offend him, but I can't hide, there are 4 people on my side right now. But, Ao Xiayun is free of debt. Moreover, Ao Xiayun and Mo Tianyun have never seen eye to eye. So, he will never help Mo Tianyun. Ao Xiayun is already very conscientious in not hitting someone when they are down. In case of a conflict, it would be equivalent to me, O Du Xiao, and Mo Tianyun facing Gu Du Xing, Dong Wu Shang, Luo Kudi, GMO, and the unpredictable king of hell Chu. This is simply courting death, not to mention that I still owe them. I will have to carry this infamy for my entire life if I attack them now. O Du Xiao also didn't move since Mo Tianyun didn't move. O Du Xiao and Mo Tianyun didn't have any friendship. So, how could he offend his creditor for this guy? Luo Kudi shouted, Mo Tianyun, you motherfu***. Are you going to pay the debt? Or are you going to commit suicide? You should be sincere and say something. Everyone is very busy. This second master Luo spends billions every quarter of an hour. I can't afford to waste time with you. GMO turned his face away. His entire body twitched. Motherfu***. You spend billions every quarter of an hour. Luo Kudi really dares to brag. Look at his poor and destitute appearance. It's more like he spends dozens of copper coins every quarter of an hour. Mo Tianyun was in a difficult situation. 4 people from 4 sides were eyeing him covetously. It seemed as if they wanted to tear him apart alive. When had the dignified great young master of the Mo clan suffered such humiliation? Mo Tianyun wished that he could die. This is too shameful. This is too shameful. He was also secretly hating in his heart, why doesn't this king of hell Chu give me any face? How can a person do things so ruthlessly in Jianghu? I, Mo Tianyun, am a respectable person no matter what is said. He didn't know that Chu Yang was deliberately forcing him into a dead end. The more he forced him, the more uncomfortable he would feel. And, the more Chu Yang would feel good. So, how could he be willing to be considerate of him? Mo Tianyun's complexion alternated between white and green. He wanted to roar several times, fine. I'll stake it all. Who's afraid of whom? Isn't it just a life? If you want it, then take it. However, he didn't dare to do so when he thought of the consequences of taking action. And, he also thought of the terrifying scene after Dukyu intervened. He thought for a long time. Then, he finally clenched his teeth and said, fine. I'll write an IOU for you. 3 days it is. Yes, this is the boldness of a great young master. This is the boldness of the future clan lord of the Mo clan. This is Mo Tianyun, great young master Mo. Chu Yang's tone was eccentric. He ridiculed to his heart's content, brother Mo is really flexible. He can be soft or hard. He can be rough or delicate. He can advance or retreat. He can go up or down. He's really a character. Luo Kudi held his stomach and laughed wildly, big brother, your words are too vivid. I'm thinking of second brother Gu. Gu Du Xing flew into a rage. He kicked this bastard far away. Second young master Luo begged for mercy in midair, spare my life. I'm talking about second brother Gu's second brother. GMO and Dong Wu Shang's bodies twitched. Ao Xiayun, Xianxia, and O Du Xiao also tightly pursed their mouths. They were trying their best not to laugh. The dignified great young master of the Mo clan had been described as that thing. The fact that Mo Tianyun was humiliated to such an extent was a great anecdote of the upper 3 heavens. Mo Tianyun immersed himself in writing. Endless feelings of humiliation had rushed into his heart. His chest had almost exploded with anger. His face had almost turned purple. In fact, blood had almost seeped out of it. But, he clenched his teeth and didn't say a word. Chu Yang had finished writing the IOU after a short while. Then, he carefully blew on the ink of Mo Tianyun's seal. He smiled with satisfaction. He shook it against the wind. Then, he carefully folded it in half and put it in his bosom. Then, he gently smiled and said, Brother Mo, let me remind you that you only have 3 days. He clicked his tongue as he said this. Then, he used a frivolous tone that could infuriate a person to death and said, I have to say that Brother Mo's handwriting is pretty good. Unfortunately, it's worthless. Otherwise, these few words would have been enough to repay the debt. Mo Tianyun's lips trembled. He firmly looked at Chu Yang. His eyes had almost turned red. He clenched his teeth and said, 3 days is 3 days. Don't tell me that I, Mo Tianyun, can forget about the world-defying heavens. No, no, no. I mean, Brother Mo, the one who will look for you to collect the debt won't be me, Chu Yang, but Dukyu. Don't forget that he's the notary. If I don't look for him, who will I look for? Chu Yang sighed hypocritically. I won't be responsible if Dukyu feels uncomfortable or unhappy and does something to you. Who asked him to be the notary? Mo Tianyun's face suddenly turned pale. However, if Brother Mo can't repay the debt, I have another solution. I have another solution. Chu Yang smiled faintly. What solution? Mo Tianyun fiercely raised his head. I heard that the Mo clan recently obtained a peerless saber. Chu Yang's smile seemed to contain bloodthirst. He gently and slowly said, the exact time should be 1.5 years ago? There is such a thing, right? Mo Tianyun fiercely took 3 steps back. He looked at Chu Yang dumbfoundedly. You. How did you know? Haha, you don't have to worry about this. I'm just reminding you. If you can't repay the debt within 3 days, you can give me that saber within a month. Chu Yang said, I'll suffer a little loss. There was no way that 3 days would be enough. Mo Tianyun had placed all his hopes on that saber. For Chu Yang, it was indeed a loss. Because that saber, as long as he had the materials, he could make it in half a day. Moreover, he didn't need to spend any money. It was just that these few days, he heard Mo Qingwu mumbling in her dreams, my saber, my saber, my saber. Chu Yang really couldn't bear it. He knew that the saber had an unusual meaning to Mo Qingwu. Moreover, Chu Yang's plan was not just to take back the saber. This was a sinister trap for Mo Tianyun. Mo Tianyun gritted his teeth. He had never felt so depressed in his life. He said, but that saber is my Mo clan's heirloom. Chu Yang smiled meaningfully. Family heirloom? Ha ha ha, heirloom? Ha ha ha. His tone was light and extremely sarcastic. Mo Tianyun's face turned red. He shouted, what are you laughing at? Chu Yang's face changed. He coldly said, I don't care if it's a heirloom or not. You only have 4 choices. 1. Give me 525 million taels within 3 days. 2. This money will double in 3 days. The interest will compound. At most, it will compound for a month. 3. I want that saber. 4. Use your head to repay the debt. Chu Yang coldly said, I think that Brother Mo should be smart enough to make this choice. I have absolute faith in your wisdom. It would be impossible to repay the debt within 3 days. If the interest rate were to double every 3 days, then it would be 1 billion for a day, 2 billion for a day, 4 billion for 12 days, and 5 billion for 15 days. Moreover, the interest would compound. Mo Tianyun might not be able to repay his debt even if he mortgaged all 3 days in 1 month. Mo Tianyun obviously wouldn't be willing to repay the debt with his head. Mo Tianyun left in a daze. He only left behind a few words before he left, I will give you that saber within a month. Chu Yang cruelly smiled as he looked at the back of Grand Duke Missouri. After Mo Tianyun left, Ao Xiayun also took his leave. He wanted to gather some of his remaining forces. Xia Danxiong and O Dushao also wanted to take their leave. But, Chu Yang cordially asked them to stay. Brother Xia, Brother O, take care. I still have something to say. These 2 are very valuable. Wouldn't it be too easy for them to leave? What's the matter? The 2 looked at him vigilantly. They didn't dare to underestimate King of Hell Chu, who had just come up from the lower 3 heavens. This person's means can be described as terrifying. Chu Yang warmly smiled and said, I just want to remind you too that the world-defying heavens has the most. In fact, the 2 of you can also use other things to replace these silvers. You don't need to gather such a huge amount of silvers. So, I consider you two friends. Talking about money hurts your feelings, so, let's not talk about money. Xianxiang and Du Zhao's eyes lit up at the same time. They asked, Brother Chu, what do you mean? I mean, for example, some strange elixirs, precious crystals, and materials, for example, exquisite grass, intermittent root, 7-colored jade, purple crystal, red crystal, blue crystal, star iron, nightmare steel, volcanic silver, netherworld gold, I also want as much as I can get. It wouldn't be impossible for us to make another deal if the two of you still have a lot of money on hand after paying off your gambling debts. Even if it's a long-term cooperation. I'm also very willing to establish a cooperative relationship with two trustworthy friends. Yang smiled reservedly, don't worry. This Chu won't let the two of you suffer a loss. No matter if the two of you pay off your debt or if we trade after the debt is paid off, I'll buy it at a price 20% higher than the market price. If the materials are extremely rare, I will buy them all at double the price. What do you think? What Yang didn't lack the most right now was gold, silver, and gold notes. He was extremely rich and overbearing. To him, these were just rubbish. He wouldn't feel the pinch no matter how much he threw away, not to mention exchanging it for some valuable materials. Before he could finish his sentence, the two men's eyes had already brightened up. When he finished his sentence, the words 20% higher than the market price had opened the eyes of the two men, and a golden path had appeared in their eyes. Not to mention the subsequent doubling. How much is 20% of the market price? It could be said that if he sold something worth 1 billion yuan, he would have an additional 200 million yuan. How much wealth was that? The two great clans had hundreds of years of accumulation. These things could be said to be enormous. Some things were precious, but they couldn't be used. It would be a pity to throw them away. Moreover, the most important thing for the clans to develop their military power was money. Similarly, the most important things were the crystal stones, the inner cores of spirit beasts, and the elixirs that could assist in cultivation. Of course, these things were also rich. There was no problem in shifting them out a little. As for the so-called star iron, nightmare steel, volcanic silver, netherworld steel, and so on, they knew that these things were good, but they couldn't be used. There was nothing wrong with taking them out and selling them. The key point was that the price wasn't suitable. That's why they couldn't be sold, but this sucker before them was buying them at a price 20% higher than the market price. Wasn't this a good thing that was hard to come by? Good. It's a deal as long as Brother Chu keeps his word. Xianxiang and Du Zhao felt as if a big stone had been lifted from their hearts. The clan's vitality had already been greatly damaged. So, the clan's business would inevitably be in a mess for at least a year if they were to fork out more than 500 million yuan. This was a big and fatal problem at this critical moment. However, there wouldn't be any problem if they were to use these things to pay off the debt. Brother Chu, when do you plan to make the deal? Both of them were somewhat impatient. Yang smiled amiably and said, I remember that the Xia clan and the O clan are on the road to the north. We can make the deal at any time if we arrive there. Yang chuckled, we might as well travel together. Moreover, I've heard that Dark Bamboo Dukyu was born in the extreme north. Gudu Xing, Dongwu Shang, and GMO looked at each other. They thought, it seems that Big Brother has made up his mind. He's going to talk about it along the way. Xianxiang and Du Zhao left feeling happy and relieved. They couldn't help but be happy. Not only did they solve a crisis, but they also found a new source of wealth for the clan. Yang smiled as he watched the two leave. Then, he turned his head towards GMO and said, GMO, you must remember that Mo Tianyun wants to steal the divine saber of the Mo clan. You must inform Mo Tianji in a timely manner. I believe that Mo Tianji will make Mo Tianyun very happy. But, you must also tell him, that I must have Qingwu's saber. Yang's eyes flashed with a luster of determination as he spoke in a heavy and resolute manner. Big Brother, I'm afraid that your billions won't be enough to spend if you want to purchase these things. Gudu Xing hesitated, do you want me to transfer some from the clan? GMO, Dongwu Shang, and Luo Kudi also nodded in succession. They clearly had the same idea. They didn't understand why Yang wanted these things. But they chose to support him unconditionally. Big Brother can do whatever he wants. These were the thoughts of these people. Gu Duxing's words were very reasonable. Everyone knew that these strange things were treasures. There was no such market for them. However, their prices were sky high. For example, a fist-sized piece of star iron was worth hundreds of thousands of silver taels. The more precious ones were like nightmare steel. A small piece was worth millions of silver taels. As for top-notch materials like red cloud steel, a piece the size of a human head should be worth tens of millions of silver taels. Although Chu Yang's current wealth was substantial, if he wanted to purchase all these things, it would be far, 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 far from enough. Chu Yang laughed mischievously. It's easy to not have enough silver taels. In the three heavens, the strong are respected. It's quite possible for us to plunder some wealth along the way. For example, we can steal, rob, and teach them a lesson. That's a source of wealth. The four brothers were stunned. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Big Brother, what should we do next? Luo Kudi was concerned about this question. Should we follow our clans or should we form a gang on our own? Chu Yang said in a relaxed manner, this depends on what you guys think. I want to go alone. Dong Wushang said firmly. Me too. GMO said. Me too. Me too. Luo Kudi quickly responded. Tell me your reasons. Chu Yang knew that their so-called going alone meant that they wanted to be with him and leave their clans. Regarding this, he didn't show any expression. Chu Yang wasn't like his brothers who would give up anything for him. Therefore, he said, even if we follow our clans, we're still going in the same direction. We can still see each other every day. I don't feel well. Dong Wushang's eyes showed pain. I'm willing to give up everything for my clan. But there are some things that I can't bear. But I have no other choice. Chu Yang nodded in understanding. Dong Wushang should be talking about his elder brother, Dong Wulei. He pondered for a while. Then, he chose a fair angle and said, Wushang, your elder brother still loves you very much. However, there were some things that a person in power had to have. You have to understand this. It's because I understand that I'm in pain. Dong Wushang also sighed. Me too. Elder brother is very good to me. But, my existence will threaten him. Luo Kudi raised his hand and said, also, what he did today makes me very uncomfortable. So, I have to leave for a few days to let him reflect. This was somewhat similar to a child's quarrel. His words made several people laugh. I don't want to go with the clan because my elder brother is too lazy. GMO hung his head dejectedly. The most diligent thing he's doing now is to think of ways to make me the Grand Duke in his place. I'm really scared. Can I be the clan lord with this kind of material? It's simply a joke. I don't want to care about the clan's trivial matters. I want to fight in the martial world, have no worries, hug my wife, go everywhere, go home when I miss home, be filial to my parents, stay for a few days, and then go out to have fun. This is the life I want. Everyone was speechless. You guys can easily follow your elder brother to have fun. But, what about me? Gu Duxing was somewhat angry. Someone killed 2 people. The direct consequence is that I'm tied to the clan. Do you think I'll abandon the Gu clan? What's wrong with that? Luo Kudi put his arm around his shoulder. We brothers will cover our faces, and follow your Gu clan's troops. Then, we'll walk faster than the other clans. Wouldn't it be the best of both worlds as long as we don't expose our identities? Jimo's eyes lit up and he said, you're right. Besides, our heavenly armament pavilion should be awe-inspiring in the 3 heavens. How about we all cover our faces or make masks? Then, we'll rob and steal together. Everyone's eyes lit up together. Good. We, the heavenly armament pavilion, will begin to show our faces from tomorrow onwards. Chu Yang pondered for a while and said, all right. Then, I'll make some small things tonight as the heavenly armament pavilion's symbol. All the brothers cheered. The troops of Dark Bamboo left Mt. Dingjun as soon as possible. They didn't even greet anyone before they left. Little Yu, how was our harvest this time? Jun Shizhu insipidly asked. Not bad. Our total income is more than 3 billion. We recruited 11 king-level experts, and 45 venerable-level experts. Dukyu faintly smiled and said, several emperor-level experts have appeared. However, they are all people of big clans. I have no interest in making a move against them. Jun Shiju nodded with a smile and said, it's already good. The harvest this time was beyond my expectations. She pondered for a moment. Then, she changed the subject and said, you went to see that King of Hell Chu. If my guess is right, most of this fight should be King of Hell Chu's handiwork. What do you think? Dukyu frowned and said, yes. I didn't see anything else. But, King of Hell Chu's grasp of human nature is extremely accurate. Moreover, King of Hell Chu is a person who only believes in his own strength. The possibility of him accepting outside help isn't very big. Jun Shiju replied with an "oh." She then fell into contemplation. She said after a long while, send someone to watch him. People always have weaknesses. And, they always need help. It's better to do this than to say it in advance. This good karma must be formed. Dukyu sighed and said, it's not good to not form this good karma. After all, he's my creditor now. Creditor? Jun Shiju twisted her eyebrows and said, you lost to him? Dukyu spread out his hands, did you think that Gaoxing would lose to GMO before this fight? Jun Shiju smiled, so, that's how it is. She pondered for a moment. She recalled the state of Gaoxing and GMO when they had first entered the arena. Then, she sighed and said, no. Dukyu sighed, I also thought that he wouldn't. So, I lost. Moreover, the most depressing thing is, that bastard Gaoxing obviously had a big killing weapon. But, he was defeated by anger. He didn't even use his killing move. That's why I'm so depressed. You mean that Gaoxing has successfully practiced that mysterious martial art of the Gao clan? Jun Shiju's eyes turned sharp. He hasn't practiced it. He can practice it. Dukyu said, but, it's easy to deal with GMO even though he has just entered the entry level. However, this martial art required a state of mind of ice and snow in order to unleash its power. The moment he went on stage, he was as angry as an exploding pig. How was he supposed to use it? I'm so angry, so angry. Thinking about how he had originally obtained those 2 pieces of jade at the lowest price, but now, he had to pay such a high price. Moreover, all of this was because Gaoxing could win, but didn't. Dukyu wanted to vomit blood. It would be strange if King of Hell Chu didn't ferociously search my tongue on the way to the northernmost region given his personality. When Dukyu thought about how his wealth was about to shrink because of an injustice, he wanted to tear Gaoxing apart alive. Jun Shiju faintly replied with an "oh." Then, she began to ponder. It was unknown what she was thinking. Dukyu looked at her expression, examined the world-defying stage for a while, and said, how have you been recently? Jun Shiju knitted her brows in a tired manner. She then said, I'm fine. Let's see if the spirit beast disappoints me or not. Dukyu revealed a pensive look in his eyes. He then said, I'm afraid that there's something fishy about the appearance of a spirit beast in the northernmost region this time. You have to be fully prepared. Jun Shiju closed her eyes and said, what's not fishy? We've come here from a fishy place. You have to take good care of Alu when the time comes. You can make your move if I don't succeed. Dukyu exposed a warm smile and said, I'm going to Alu's side. Jun Shiju didn't speak. Dukyu quietly disappeared. Chu Yang had been busy in the middle of the night to make this mask. It was neither gold nor silver, and was extremely exquisite. It didn't feel suffocating when worn on the face. Instead, it felt relaxed and comfortable. Well, it was natural to prepare some heavenly weapons since it was the heavenly armament pavilion. Therefore, Chu Yang concocted a pile of short sabers and short swords. These sabers were truly short. In fact, they were almost pocket-sized. The longest one was as long as a palm, and the shortest one was as big as a finger. Finally, he made several tokens. Clouds and mist were curling up on them. A sword was flashing with golden light in the midst of the clouds and mist. It was faintly discernible. It was unparalleled in the world. The 3 words Heavenly Armament Pavilion were engraved in a flamboyant style. The word 1 was engraved in a circle at the bottom left. The first token of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion went all the way to the command token. Chu Yang decided that this should be it for the time being. The quality of the soldiers was more important than the quantity. The brothers would enter the world hand in hand. Early the next morning, Chu Yang issued this token to everyone. Gu Duxing was number 2, GMO was number 3, Dong Wushang was number 4, Luo Kudi was number 5, and Ru Butong was number 6. Rue Butong wasn't here. So, Chu Yang kept his token for the time being. There's one thing you must remember. Chu Yang said seriously, there's a purple crystal space inside this token that can be opened. I put a life-saving pill inside. If you encounter any unexpected situation, take the pill and escape immediately. He said heavily, the Heavenly Armament Pavilion belongs to our world-defying heavens. But, I don't want you to get hurt. No matter what the situation is, you must remember that your life is the most precious. Missions and organizations are all fleeting clouds. I want to move unhindered with my brothers. I don't want to cry and take revenge while hugging my brothers' corpses. Do you remember? Yes. The 4 of them answered together. At this moment, everyone's eyes were shining. From these words, they could clearly feel Chu Yang's intentions. Next, everyone was given a short knife and a short sword. Although they were small, they could cut through iron like mud. They were even sharper than their own long swords. Luo Kudi and GMO turned them over and over again. Dong Wushang and Gu Duxing took a look and kept them. Then, the masks were given out one by one. The brothers' masks were all different. Dong Wushang and Gu Duxing had grim expressions on their faces, while Luo Kudi and Gu Duxing were smiling from ear to ear. As for Chu Yang himself, he was expressionless. Everyone liked it very much. Big brother, what's the purpose of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion? GMO asked. This question was obviously what everyone was most concerned about. They all raised their heads and looked at Chu Yang. The temporary purpose is to expand and recruit experts. The ultimate purpose is to conquer the 3 heavens. Chu Yang said casually, for us, as long as we quickly increase our strength, it should be very easy. It should be very easy. The 4 of them were dumbstruck as they looked at Chu Yang. Big brother Chu, these words are really easy to say. Among the younger generation, you can be considered as one of the best. But in the 3 heavens, I am nothing. Right now, we have to spread the name of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Chu Yang cautiously reminded, before your strength reaches a certain level, don't reveal your true identity. He didn't need to say this. Everyone understood. From today onwards, the Heavenly Armament Pavilion will take action. Then, in the near future, I will use all means to carry out special training for all of you. Chu Yang's eyes were burning, your cultivation progress is really too slow. The 4 of them were speechless. Our current progress has already scared a lot of people in the 3 heavens. But, compared to Big Brother, it is indeed a little slow. The shortest is half a year. The latest is 1 year. Rush to the Emperor level. Then, rush to the Monarch level. Chu Yang's eyes were like lightning, train under my command. After a year, whoever is below the Emperor level will automatically become a logistician of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. They will serve the brothers. Any service. Ah? Even Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang were surprised by such a goal. This was simply unrealistic, as if it was a dream. Even Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang were confident that they could reach the Emperor level within 10 years. In fact, it would be very good if they could reach the Emperor level within 10 years. But, Big Brother had actually proposed a goal of 1 year. Wasn't this too outrageous? Believe me, I can do it. I can make you do it. Chu Yang looked at the 4 of them. Before meeting me, did you think that you could reach your current level in such a short time? The 4 of them lowered their heads and pondered. Yes, before meeting Big Brother, who would have thought that they could reach the king level from the great master level in a year and a half? This was something that they wouldn't have dared to dream about. Chu Yang smiled mischievously, the facts will prove to you. It's useless to say more now. Do you still remember my training method? From today onwards, every day will be the same. Half of you will go out, and the other half will train. And so on. And so, the matter was settled. They had been hurrying on the road for the entire day. The Gu clan had already pulled some distance away from the other clans. It was worth mentioning that Chu Yang had gotten 5 pieces of star steel, each weighing 500 kilograms. Then, he had given each of them 1 piece to carry on their journey. They weren't allowed to ride horses. They could only walk on foot. Dong Wushang was the most miserable. That was because he had a huge saber weighing 570 kilograms. Moreover, Chu Yang had a strict rule: even if you die of exhaustion, you mustn't breathe carelessly. Chu Yang also carried a piece of star steel on his back. Mo Qingwu followed beside Chu Yang, smiling cheerfully. She accompanied him all the way. Whenever she saw sweat on Chu Yang's forehead, she would quickly take out a handkerchief and carefully wipe it for him. Chu Yang had wanted to let her sit in a carriage. But, the sword spirit firmly stopped him. Let her run. Slowly exhaust her physical strength and martial arts until her 3-yin meridian reaches its limit. Then, let her injuries flare up again. That way, we can treat her in advance. After running for the entire morning, when it was time for lunch, even someone like Gu Duxing didn't sweat anymore. At first, he used his spiritual energy. Later on, his spiritual energy was used up. Then, he used his physical strength. Then, his physical strength was used up again. Just by running for the entire morning, Gu Duxing actually felt that he had broken through the limits of his physical body a few times. Dong Wushang was even worse. When he was eating, his legs were trembling slightly. He drank half a vat of water in one go. When GMO and Luo Kudi arrived, they almost fainted. They hurriedly wanted to take this big thing off their bodies. But they were sternly stopped by Chu Yang: eat, drink, and rest. No one is allowed to take it off. This sentence made GMO and Luo Kudi howl in grief at the same time. This chapter is a bit dull as a foreshadowing and a wedge for the subsequent plot. But it can't be too little. I tried to write it as simply as possible. I revised it for a long time. But this chapter really can't be written other than preparation and foreshadowing. Chu Yang was also very tired, but he had to endure it. If he showed any signs of not being able to bear it, then this training session would end without any results. They ate lunch and rested for more than an hour. This little bit of time was insignificant for the 4 people who had just been tortured. In the afternoon, they started to run for their lives again. Gu Duxing, Dong Wushang, GMO, and Luo Kudi were even more desperate, because Boss Chu had said, "When you guys were martial great masters, I was a martial warrior. But now, we are at the same level. You guys are not working hard, so it can be seen from this. From now on, if my cultivation is 1 level higher than yours, then I will add another 100 kilograms to your back. If you are 2 levels higher, then you will add another 100 kilograms, and so on and so forth." These words made the brothers speechless. Chu Yang's speed was monstrous. Wouldn't they be looking for trouble if they tried to compete with him? But Boss Chu was right. They were also human. Their fast progress was due to their diligence. If they were overtaken again, they would lose face. The consequence of this was that by the afternoon, the few of them were on the verge of collapsing. After eating dinner, they rested until their bodies were no longer sweating. Chu Yang then showed mercy and let the brothers put down the star iron. Once they put it down, their bodies immediately became light as if they were about to fly away. Luo Kudi lay on the ground facing the sky and let out a long sigh. He sighed and said, "This is happiness." GMO looked at him with disdain. He really didn't have the strength to say anything. "Damn it, you don't feel happy even when you eat all kinds of delicacies. Today, you put down a big stone and you are happy. I can't help but want to add 2 sentences here, not counting the words. When I was in the army, I trained for more than 12 hours a day. Every day I was so tired that I wanted to die. But when I lay on the bed at night, I immediately felt a kind of touching happiness. Especially when my back touched the bedboard, I felt so happy that I almost fainted. Haha, I miss that feeling so much." After resting for a while, Chu Yang, the highest leader of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion, took Dong Wushang and GMO out. The 3 of them started to make a name for themselves. Only Gu Duxing and Luo Kudi were left in the Gu clan's tent. Gu Duxing sat cross-legged in meditation, working hard to circulate his energy. He could feel that today's training had made him extremely tired. Although he had broken through a few limits, there was no obvious effect. Instead, it made his body more burdened. She recalled Qu Yang's words, "This kind of training will definitely be difficult to adapt to in the beginning." But once he got used to it, it was only after 7 days that he could clearly see where his improvement was. All his sweat was not for nothing. Luo Kudi, on the other hand, was pacing back and forth with his hands behind his back. The 10 sovereigns of the Gu clan looked at their young master and his friends with a complicated expression. Everyone's eyes were filled with admiration. No one dared to even think about such training. It would really tire them to death. However, these youngsters didn't hesitate and risked their lives, even when they were young, when they were most fearless. How many of them were able to do this? He had become a king-level expert at the age of 10 or 20. So, how could he have achieved it by relying on his family's status and luck? Then, Gu Duxing began to talk to the 10 king-level experts of his clan one by one. He wanted to understand everyone's mentality and arouse everyone's lofty sentiments. Gu Duxing had a thought: tie the Gu clan to the Heavenly Armament Pavilion's world-defying heavens. This might be the only way out for the Gu clan. During these days in the upper 3 heavens, Gu Duxing felt the awkwardness of the Gu clan. Almost every other clan had an emperor-level expert overseeing the clan. Only the Gu clan didn't have one. It was true that he was doing well among the younger generation of the upper 3 heavens. But, what would he do if the emperor-level expert of the other clans made a move? Therefore, many clan masters couldn't compare to him at all. But, their backs were strong. This had nothing to do with one's cultivation. It was completely due to their solid foundation. Foundation. This was the true wealth of a clan. Wanting to rely on one's own efforts to develop the clan was simply unrealistic. But, the Heavenly Armament Pavilion had created such an opportunity. Gu Duxing firmly believed that Qu Yang would definitely lead the Heavenly Armament Pavilion into the upper 3 heavens. If the Gu clan's experts could enter the Heavenly Armament Pavilion, it would be better than fighting alone. Then, it would be much better than fighting alone. Moreover, it could also be considered as giving an account to his foster father. Therefore, Gu Duxing put all of his efforts into the 3 words Heavenly Armament Pavilion. If it succeeded, it would succeed. If it didn't, it would be a struggle for him and his brothers. Whether it succeeded or not, having this experience in this life, having such a magnificent feat, and having brothers to accompany him, he would have no regrets in this life. Recently, there was news from the clan that Sister Xiaomiao's situation had improved a lot. With his rising fame, Sister Xiaomiao had been released from the cold ice cave. But, she was confined at home and was not allowed to show her face in public. It was obvious that the old guys in the clan were still angry. But, Gu Duxing was already very satisfied in his heart. He was very relieved. Wait until I reach the emperor level. I will immediately marry Sister Xiaomiao. Be my wife. As for those old fogies in the clan, they can retire. While Gu Duxing was working hard, Qu Yang and the other 2 were also wantonly sweeping and robbing. Along the way, everyone was going to the extreme north. None of them were mediocre. Of course, the value of their belongings was also not low. From time to time, some of them would come alone or in groups of 3 or 5. Then, they would be captured and robbed. Moreover, the robbers were very open and aboveboard. They would wear strange masks, throw down the 3 words Heavenly Armament Pavilion, and swagger away. Only the people who had been robbed were left behind. They wanted to cry, but had no tears. Some of them resisted fiercely. In fact, some of them even put their lives in danger. From this night onwards, this road was bound to be filled with fear and trepidation. The powerful appearance of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion, and the actions of the hoodlums and robbers, had made countless people's complexions change. When the news of a 7th grade king-level expert being robbed came out, everyone was full of shock. Heavenly Armament Pavilion. What kind of organization is this? It was already late at night. Everyone was quietly resting. Suddenly, a white shadow came from behind. It was faintly discernible and graceful. It was like an immortal riding on the waves. It suddenly descended from the sky with the wind. This person was a graceful woman. Moreover, it was obvious that she had chased them from Mt Dingjun. She had broken into the camps of several clans along the way. After entering, she asked, "Who knows Qu Yang? Is Qu Yang here?" At most, she would add an explanation, he is the man who has just exposed the evil of the Meng clan on Mt. Dingjun. Most people didn't know who Chu Yang was. Therefore, she inquired and chased him all the way. She finally caught up with the people of the Ao clan when the curtain of night fell. This woman's cultivation was very high. At least, the experts of the Ao clan felt that her aura was very strong. They couldn't match her strength. Therefore, Ao Xiaoyun personally came out to negotiate. Chu Yang? Ao Xiaoyun frowned, why are you looking for him? I want to settle an account with him, that woman snorted and replied. He isn't here. You can look for the teams of the Ji clan, Luo clan, Gu clan, and Dong clan if you want to look for him. Brother Chu must be in one of those clans, Ao Xiaoyun politely pointed out the direction. Therefore, the white-clothed woman immediately left. Then, she looked for the slowest Ji clan. Grand Duke Jiju was drowsy. So, he obviously didn't know. Therefore, she left and went forward. This woman was Yang Ruolan. She had just returned from the lower three heavens. After passing through the lower three heavens, she naturally wanted to settle the account with that heartless man of her junior sister. She had never seen such a heartless man before. Not only did he not have the slightest bit of tenderness and sweetness, he even acted as if he did not know anything at all. There were many things that he didn't know. But, could he be irresponsible just because he didn't know? That was his child. Yang Ruolan remembered that she had lost her child, and had been depressed all these years. She had always been frowning. She had wanted to find her child, but hadn't been able to. So, she hated these irresponsible people who didn't know how to cherish their child. How enviable was this familial happiness that everyone envied? How could you be so wasteful? Yang Ruolan really wanted to grab Chu Yang and ask him, are you still a human? Do you still have any conscience? After passing by the teams of the Luo clan and the Dong clan, Yang Ruolan finally had a clear target. It seemed that he should be at the Gu clan. The next step was easy. After passing by a team, she asked, are they from the Gu clan? If they weren't, she continued to chase. She chased until the middle of the night. Then, she finally saw a campsite in front. Yang Ruolan floated down and walked towards the campsite. At this moment, Luo Kudi had just strolled back to his tent. He was waiting for Chu Yang and the others to come back. He was fantasizing in his heart, robbing, that would be fun. I don't know if I can get a share of the loot when I come back. He became dispirited as he thought about it. Occasionally, he would go out for a stroll. He saw that the moon was high in the sky. But, they hadn't come back yet. So, he decided to sleep. At this moment, he heard a cold and pleasant voice from outside. May I ask if this is the Gu clan's residence? Luo Kudi was startled. He replied reflexively, yes. Who are you? I finally found him. Yang Ruolan heaved a sigh of relief. There's someone called Chu Yang. Is he here? Luo Kudi laughed and said, oh, who's looking for me? He wanted to say, who's looking for my big brother? But, Gu Duxing had already woken up. He heard that someone was looking for Chu Yang in the middle of the night. He couldn't help but shiver. He grabbed Luo Kudi's arm and said in a low voice, don't reveal big brother's whereabouts. Ask her what she wants first. But, Gu Duxing stopped him a little too late. Luo Kudi had already said half of what he wanted to say. Therefore, it should have been, who's looking for my big brother? But, after swallowing the second half, it became, who's looking for me? This wasn't the same meaning at all, it was completely at odds with each other, completely at odds with each other. The person outside seemed to be startled. Then, she said, you're Chu Yang? Her voice had already become cold. It was filled with a murderous aura that was about to explode. So, she's here to seek revenge? Luo Kudi was immediately filled with pride. Motherfu asterisk Ker. Big brother isn't here. Let me deal with her for him. She dares to seek revenge in front of us brothers. Motherfu asterisk Ker. She must have eaten a leopard's guts. If I don't teach her a lesson, how can I show off my unrivaled prestige? Luo Kudi lifted the tent and walked out. He raised his nose to the sky and asked arrogantly, awoo, awoo. Wahahaha, beauty, are you looking for me, Chu Yang? Ha 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 ha. This Chu Yang is actually such a bastard? Yang Ruolan was so angry that she almost fainted. Junior sister, what kind of taste do you have, big brother, what should we do? Dong Wushang asked in a low voice. Chu Yang pondered for a moment and said, I haven't asked what that spirit beast is. But, it seems that it's very important to the main clan. Moreover, I'm afraid that it's useful to all the clans. Otherwise, that old man wouldn't have said the words even if we have to risk our lives. Dong Wushang and GMO nodded. Every clan of the three heavens has many king-level experts like this. But, it would be a big mistake to say that they can be sacrificed at will. That's because these clans are basically supported by king-level experts. And, they are backed by emperor-level experts. But, it's unknown if there are more powerful ones. Wushang, there's no harm in talking about this matter, Chu Yang said. Dong Wushang nodded and said, Big brother, there's a legend that you must know. It's that there used to be a big race in this layered heavens. And, we humans are just a kind of them. And, Meng Luo's kind of cultivation is clearly the remnant of the demon race. And, there used to be a beast race. The present spirit beasts are the remnant bloodline of the original beast race. However, they are far from their original status. And, there are very few transformed spirit beasts. In other words, the inheritance of the beast race doesn't exist in the three heavens. But, the beast race used to produce heroes in large numbers when it was flourishing. Some powerful beast race used to take human women as concubines. And, they multiplied and multiplied. Various races used to intermarry during the most chaotic times. So, the bloodlines became somewhat complicated as a result. Chu Yang nodded, and listened patiently. There used to be a powerhouse who accidentally found a dying spirit beast. He drank its blood, and refined its inner core. Then, he found that he had inadvertently opened a new door. Dong Wushang took a deep breath and said, It's a bloodline inheritance. Since then, humans have come to know that, sometimes, they can obtain formidable abilities by taking the blood of spirit beasts. And, they can reach the heavens in a single bound if they can comprehend the strength of the beast race. And, they can become experts. Therefore, the spirit beasts of the layered heavens have suffered since then. Chu Yang frowned and asked, How many times has this kind of thing happened? There are always dozens of cases. Moreover, some of them even wrote down their personal experiences. Dong Wushang laughed bitterly and said, So, this matter is irrefutable. Although there are quite a number of third heaven spirit beasts, there aren't many that are above the 7th grade. As for spirit beasts below the 7th grade, even if they were swallowed whole, they might not be able to activate any bloodline or obtain any inheritance. Now that a spirit beast has appeared, all the big clans will try their luck no matter what. Even if they can only obtain a little blood of a spirit beast, it will still be a little more hope, Dong Wushang sighed. Chu Yang nodded silently, I see. What would happen if I were to obtain the heritage and awaken my bloodline? 300 years ago, there were 2 clans in the upper 3 heavens. One was the Miao clan, and the other was the Mu clan. Both of them had activated their bloodline, and obtained the inheritance of the beasts. They directly swept through the upper 3 heavens, and finally brought their clans to kill their way to the upper 3 heavens. This shows how terrifying it is. Dong Wushang revealed an envious look in his eyes. After all, leading a clan to kill their way to the upper 3 heavens was the lead of every clan in the upper 3 heavens. He continued, the 2 clans caused a huge uproar in the upper 3 heavens. The Miao clan was recognized by the Li clan as an ally. Later, they became in-laws, and changed their name to Li. But 100 years later, they were expelled by the Li clan, and more than half of their experts were killed. They returned to the upper 3 heavens, and became the Li clan today. Li Xiongtu's clan. The other clan, the Mu clan, is smarter. It is still in the upper 3 heavens. I heard that it has become a second-class clan in the upper 3 heavens. Dong Wushang laughed mischievously. Chu Yang nodded. He took a deep breath and said, I finally understand. No wonder the birth of a second-grade spirit beast has caused such a huge uproar. It's not a big uproar. Who doesn't want to rush to the upper 3 heavens? Even if they go to the upper 3 heavens to be slaves, they will still *king do it. Dong Wushang spat. You don't want to? Chu Yang smiled and asked, you don't want to lead the Dong clan to the upper three heavens? Dong. Wu Shang's thick eyebrows raised and said, of course I want to. But, I don't want to go to the upper three heavens as a slave. He said in a low and deep voice, I once thought that if I, Dong Wushang, want to go to the upper three heavens, then, I'll trample over a clan in the upper three heavens. And, I'll replace them. If I can't, then, I'd rather not go. Chu Yang patted his shoulder. He faintly smiled and said, you can do it. GMO suddenly interjected from the side, you don't want to be a slave. But, it doesn't mean that your clan doesn't want to. Wushang, I'm afraid that it won't be up to you even if you don't want to when that time comes. Dong Wushang looked up to the sky and heaved a long sigh. He patted his black saber with a desolate look on his face. It hasn't come to that time yet. Chu Yang insipidly said, besides, even if it comes to that time, it may not necessarily be the case. Come, let's go back. Chu Yang stood up. Big brother, what about the main clan's matter? GMO was startled. Send a letter to Dukyu after we go back. Chu Yang said in a soft voice, I believe that he will know what to do. Moreover, let Du Xing leave behind a few people. Tell him that the main clan is ahead of us. And, they may have already obtained the spirit beast's blood. Or, they may have obtained it very early. We don't need to do anything. The main clan has a bad reputation, sometimes, you don't have to do it yourself to kill someone. GMO prostrated himself in admiration, Big Brother is really smart. You're treacherous to a certain extent. The three of them returned to the Gu clan's tent. They found that the tent was in a mess. They couldn't help but be shocked. He quickly rushed in, they saw Luo Kudi lying inside. It was too horrible to look at. Chu Yang got angry and asked, what happened? Gu Duxing wanted to say something, but then hesitated. He stood up. He felt that it wasn't appropriate to speak. So, he coughed a few times. Then, he recounted everything that had happened a moment ago. Chu Yang immediately flew into a rage, what do you mean by rape and then abandon? Where did this come from? This is going too far. That woman should be an emperor-level expert. Gu Duxing reminded. Emperor-level expert, it's not like I haven't killed an emperor-level expert. Chu Yang's eyes turned cold, which direction did she go? How are the injuries of the wolf cub? The injuries aren't serious. This woman had a sense of propriety. Gu Duxing said, they're basically flesh wounds. The biggest consequence is that he will suffer for a few days. He will be in endless pain. But, he didn't suffer any serious injuries. It's just that his ribs are a bit troublesome. The wolf cub said that they were broken. But, I checked and found that they weren't broken. I don't know what method she used to soften his ribs. So, two of them are stuck together. I'm afraid that this wolf cub would suffer a lot if we were to break them apart. Gu Duxing was also somewhat baffled. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This guy is really... Why didn't he just say that I wasn't here and ask that woman to wait for a while? Why did he have to take the blame for me? Chu Yang sighed. His heart felt warm. My brother would rather be killed than take the blame for me. Let me take a look at the wolf cub's injuries. Wu Shang, you tell Du Xing about what happened just now. Chu Yang squatted down. Then, he mobilized his spiritual power in his palm, and penetrated it into Luo Kudi's body. Luo Kudi mischievously smiled, it's okay, big brother. I would have let you come if I had known that she only wanted to beat you up. Haha, this feeling is really not good. Awu, shut up. Such a serious injury can't make you talk less. Chu Yang felt angry and amused at the same time. This guy's clowning had become a habit. He took out an incomplete version of the heavy pill from his bosom. Then, he made this guy open his mouth, and threw it in. Then, he waited for the medicinal effect to circulate throughout his body. Then, he suddenly put his hands on his chest. Then, he separated the two ribs with a pop sound. Awu! Luo Kudi roared in pain. His face was full of sweat. So, cool. The brothers couldn't help but laugh. Chu Yang angrily glared at him. Then, he carefully examined him again. He found that there were no other injuries. There were only small dislocations in other places. Luo Kudi moved a few times. Then, he jumped up. His toes touched the ground. He twisted a few times, and moved his ankle. He couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. It doesn't hurt at all. It's really strange. It's a pity. What's a pity? GMO asked with a sidelong glance. Luo Kudi's face turned gloomy. Mother asterisk cur, how come my feet don't hurt? It would have been great if my feet still hurt. Why? Even Dong Wushang was somewhat puzzled this time. How can you hope that your injuries won't get better? If my feet still hurt, I won't have to run with 1,000 pounds on my back tomorrow. Luo Kudi dejectedly said, I can ride on a horse and enjoy the sight of you carrying a mountain on your back. I can drink wine and eat meat. I can laugh and cheer you on. Before he could finish speaking, GMO and Dong Wushang greeted him with punches and kicks. Suddenly, the brothers were in a mess. Mo Tianyun spurred his horse as fast as he could. He led his entourage of experts, and rushed back to his clan in a dejected manner. Mo Tianji was also madly rushing back to his clan in another direction. This was the first time in history that two brothers had returned home at the same time. Mo Tianyun was unlucky along the way. He was so irritated that he started to kill people. Many people believed that Mo Tianyun had deliberately released a smokescreen when he had gambled on MT Dingjun because Gu Duxing wasn't injured at all. Mother asterisk cur. Mo Tianyun had released such fake news. He was also the banker. Who knows how much he had made from this gamble? Therefore, Mo Tianyun was a millionaire in the eyes of many people even though he was as poor as a church mouse. He was an incomparably fat piece of meat. The anger of being deceived, coupled with the greed for wealth, Mo Tianyun had already encountered 7 or 8 groups of people along the way. This had made Mo Tianyun want to vomit blood. Moreover, Mo Tianyun's mood had become even more gloomy as another piece of news had slowly spread over the past 3 days. It had reached the point where he couldn't feel better unless he committed suicide. Duke Tu Qian Hao of the Tu clan had issued a bounty 3 days ago. Whoever could catch Mo Tianyun and let Duke Tu vent his anger would be rewarded with 10 million. This price wasn't low at all. It had made Duke Missouri Tianyun's journey even more difficult. There are only 2 updates today. There is one more thing that needs to be explained. I may stay up all night tonight. Tomorrow's update will be very early, because I will go to Jinan to pick up someone. Cough cough, a brother has gone to Japan to work. He will return home tomorrow. I haven't seen him for several years. So, I must go. The 7 fragrances bewitching spell could paralyze one's entire body. As long as one's cultivation wasn't at the monarch level, one couldn't use the spirit sea gathering technique. No one was an exception. Even if one was at the peak of the emperor level, Mo Wu Xian's entire body was trembling. He shouldn't be trembling after being hit by the 7 fragrances bewitching spell. However, he was so agitated that he managed to suppress the effects of the 7 fragrances bewitching spell. Although his entire body was still stiff and unable to move, he couldn't help but tremble instinctively. He couldn't speak anymore. However, there was a trace of regret in his eyes. He really wanted to say something. He had so many things to say. However, he couldn't say anything. He wanted to say, "You're not Mo Xingchen's son. You're my grandson, you're my son, Mo Xinghai's son. You're my direct descendant. When Mo Xingchen's wife gave birth, I took control of the entire Mo family and swapped you with the newborn baby. You're not Mo Xingchen's son. You're my grandson. For the sake of your position in the Mo family, this old man killed all those people. I even drowned the newborn baby and killed your own mother." Yi Mo thought to himself. Yi Mo shook his head. "A few years ago, your father, Mo Xinghai, died in an accident. I was the only one who knew about your origins. I've been good to you since you were young. Is there no reason? I'm an emperor-level expert. I'm supreme in the Mo family. Why would I be a dog for a kid who's still wet behind the ears? Am I really that cheap? Is there no reason? Is there no reason? Is there no reason?" He was screaming in his heart. However, he couldn't say a single word. He had schemed against the Mo family for a generation. Who would have thought that he would die in the hands of his own grandson? That he would die in the hands of his own grandson whom he had nurtured with all his might? I've put in so much effort for him. I've racked my brains for him. I've killed countless people for him. I've been unreasonable. I've even done all sorts of bad things for him. And he's killed me in the end. Mo Xian suddenly felt that it was funny. This matter was too funny and ironic. If he could speak now, he would have laughed out loud. Laughing at the heavens, laughing at fate. Old dog, you still think it's funny? Mo Tianyin ferociously looked at Mo Xian and whispered, I hate to see you laugh. The saber had already been unsheathed. The saber light was like a dream. It was magnificent and resplendent. However, Mo Tianyin's hands were trembling. He did not know why his hands were trembling. Even his heart was trembling. But he quickly controlled his trembling. He was someone who had achieved great things. How could he tremble for an old dog like this? Even though he had done many things for him, an old dog was still an old dog, and an old dog was still a dog. It was just a dog, it was just a dog, that was all. Mo Tianyin clenched his teeth and thrust his saber forward with a dreamlike saber light. It pierced Soul Fighter's heart. He used so much force that a large piece of the saber actually came out of his back. Mo Xian's entire body shook. His pupils opened wide. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that when he went against his conscience and shielded Mo Tianyin to frame Mo Tianji and Mo Qingwu, and even swallowed his pride to snatch the saber from Mo Qingwu's hands, in the end, it was actually his own grandson who took Mo Qingwu's saber and stabbed it into his heart. Mo Tianyin coldly looked at Mo Xian's widened pupils. He coldly clenched his teeth. His pupils were somewhat frantic and confused. He fiercely said, Still not dead? Still staring at me? Do you think you won't die if you stare at me? Do you think I'm afraid? Ah? He said that he was not afraid, but his voice was trembling. Then, he suddenly screamed. That was because Mo Xian had recovered his ability to move. He did not know where his strength came from. But, he stretched out his hands at lightning speed and hugged the saber. His strength seemed to have recovered at the moment of his death. This was the strength of a dying man's radiance. He had the ability to kill Mo Tianyin with his palm at this moment. After all, Mo Tianyin was not an emperor-level expert. He did not know the true terror of an emperor-level expert. However, Mo Xian did not attack. He only looked at Mo Tianyin with endless sorrow. Blood was constantly flowing out of the corners of his mouth. His hands were tightly hugging the saber. Blood was also oozing out of his hands. He said in a low and deep voice, Tianyin, you killed me, you know. I'm your grandfather. I'm your grandfather. You're my grandson. Mo Xian spoke in a low and deep voice. Tears kept rolling out of his old eyes. But, he did not blink. Ah? Mo Tianyin took 2 steps back. Then, he sat down on the ground. He kicked his legs as he stepped back. What did you say? I'm your grandfather. I'm your biological grandfather. Mo Xian strenuously spat out blood. He looked at Mo Tianyin with tearful eyes and said intermittently, that year, it was me. As he spoke intermittently, a fact like a bolt from the blue appeared in front of Mo Tianyin's eyes. I am really your grandfather. I really am. Mo Xian painfully closed his eyes. You want this saber, you tell me. How can I not give it to you if you tell me? If it's related to your nature, you don't have to give up a saber. Your grandfather has done so much for you. A saber, what can it be? Mo Tianyin was dumbstruck. He had never dreamt that the person he had killed with his own hands would be his biological grandfather. He carefully thought about it, and finally understood why Mo Xian had supported him since childhood. Why did he spare no effort to train him from the beginning? Mo Tianji was not inferior to him. Why did he support him to the position of the young clan lord despite the opposition of the entire clan when he did not understand anything? He had always been puzzled. He only thought that he was born with the aura of a leader. Now that he thought about it, everything was just a fart. What aura of a leader? What feeling of being an overlord? Everything was very simple. It was so simple that anyone could understand it. It was because he was his biological grandfather. Even if he did not live up to expectations, It would be strange if he did not help him. He saw Mo Wu Xian violently gasping for breath in the pool of blood. He was speaking intermittently. He was struggling on the verge of death. Mo Tianyun suddenly felt as if a knife was being twisted in his heart. I wouldn't have killed you if I had known that you were my grandfather. I had always been worried that as long as I stole the saber, the final suspect would have been me. Chu Yang and the others would not have kept it a secret for me. I could only kill you, and then create an illusion. Then, I would put on an act. With your hatred, no one would suspect me even if rumors were to spread. Moreover, I could use your hatred to frame Mo Tianji. I could even return to the position of the young clan lord in one fell swoop, because you had been so good to me. No one would suspect that I would kill you. I could cry. I could cry until I went into shock. I could cry until I fainted. I could cry until my eyes bled. I could cry until everyone sympathized with me. I would cry until I was truly crying. I would cry out of my true feelings. You would die. But, you would create a lot of value for me. You would not only save my life, but also my position. You would also bring me a lot of loyal subordinates. I had planned everything. How could I have imagined that things would turn out like this? You are my grandfather? You are my biological grandfather? How is this possible? Why didn't you say so earlier? Would I have leaked it if you had said so earlier? I am not stupid. No one could have imagined that things would turn out this way. Even Xu Yang, who forced Mo Tianyun, and Mo Tianji, who knew that Mo Tianyun would steal the saber, didn't expect this. Even Mo Tianji, with his wisdom, only thought that Mo Tianyun would think of a way to confuse Mo Wu Xian and steal the saber. No one could have imagined that Mo Tianyun would be so vicious and merciless. He killed someone. He killed a person who was so indebted to him. He killed his biggest supporter, just for the sake of greater benefits. He is so deranged that it is beyond anyone's expectations. Mo Tianyun's entire body trembled. He suddenly pounced on Mo Wu Xian like a madman, and forcefully grabbed Mo Wu Xian's skinny shoulder. He gnashed his teeth in anger. You old bastard. Why didn't you say so earlier? You wouldn't be in such a troublesome situation if you had said so earlier. You old bastard, you motherf asterisk cur, you motherf asterisk cur. Mo Wu Xian's lifeless eyes looked at him. The expression in his eyes changed from hope to despair. He wanted to hear Mo Tianyun call him grandfather before he died. He didn't kill this little guy because he wanted to hear him. However, he didn't expect that this little guy would become even more vicious after he knew the truth. An old dog had turned into an old bastard. How could Mo Wu Xian endure this? He had sacrificed his entire life. Mo Wu Xian let out a hoarse laugh. His body suddenly erupted with a strong energy, and Mo Tianyun was sent flying. His skinny body straightened up, and he stood up from his lying position. Dreaming of a gentle dance saber was still stuck in his chest. I was wrong in the end. Mo Wu Xian heaved a long sigh. He suddenly stretched out his hand, and pulled out the saber from his chest. Blood was dripping down from the saber. He looked at Mo Tianyun with a firm gaze and said, "You want this saber? Come and take it." Mo Tianyun saw his terrifying appearance, and couldn't help but take a step back. Come and take it. Mo Wu Xian sadly looked at his grandson. This grandson had just killed him. He hissed, "Come and take it." Mo Tianyun clenched his teeth, and finally took a step forward. Mo Wu Xian laughed and said, "Yes, this is my grandson. Take it. Do what you have to do." He threw the saber away, and blood splashed out. Then, his body swayed, and he muttered, "Dying at the hands of my own grandson. I, Mo Wu Xian, can be considered as the only one in all of history?" The light in his eyes suddenly disappeared, and he finally fell down with a plop. Mo Tianyun's entire body trembled as he held the saber. Suddenly, his voice trembled as he laughed. After a long time, he suddenly chopped the saber on Mo Wu Xian's corpse. He wept tears of blood, and cursed, "Old bastard. Old bastard. You made me commit such a big crime. You old bastard." Two shadows were coldly looking at this place from a dark place not far away. They were so angry that their temples were throbbing. What happened? He thought to himself, Mo Yang cried so fast? He went back and stole the saber? And Mo Tianji took advantage of this opportunity? Chu Yang couldn't have imagined that the Mo clan's matters would be so far out of his expectations. His original plan was to use this saber theft to provoke the conflict between Great Elder Mo Wu Xian and Mo Tianyun. Then, Mo Tianji would hit him while he was down. Especially now that Mo Tianyun had almost lost all of the Mo clan's assets, it would be a fatal blow. Of course, Ian wanted Mo Tianyun to deliver the dreaming of a gentle dance saber. It was Mo Qingwu's saber. When Mo Qingwu heard the words Mo clan, her delicate body trembled. Her eyes could not help but reveal a frightened look. Her petite body unconsciously leaned against Chu Yang. The Mo clan has changed. Mo Tianyun is dead. Mo Wu Xian is dead. Mo Xingchen has abdicated. Mo Tianji is the 13th clan lord. Dun Duxing took a deep breath. He suppressed the shock in his heart and said the contents of the letter. When he first received the letter, he felt a chill down his spine. Even now, he could still clearly feel it. Dun Duxing knew very well why the Mo clan had such a huge change. The culprit was sitting right in front of him. It was his own boss. The scene of Chu Yang's plan to force Mo Tianyun into a dead end was still vivid in his mind. First, he took out 300 million to show a carefree attitude. Then, he deliberately aroused the greed in Mo Tianyun's heart. Then, he bravely revealed that he had a huge amount of money. He clearly knew that Mo Tianyun could not take out such a huge amount of money. Then, he used words and benefits to tempt Mo Tianyun into mortgaging his clan's property and stepped into this irreversible tragedy. During the duel, he had even used some tricks to turn the tide of a losing battle around. After the gambling fight, he relentlessly attacked Mo Tianyun without mercy. He completely shattered Mo Tianyun's mentality and humiliated him. Then, he used Dukyu to pressure Mo Tianyun into an absolute predicament. Finally, he left a glimmer of hope for the other party, dreaming of a gentle dance saber. But who would have thought that this last hope would be Mo Tianyun's true path to ruin? Even if the Mo clan were to punish him, the debt owed by the young clan lord would still have to be repaid if he had honestly paid off his gambling debts. Mo Tianyun's position as the young clan lord would be abolished even if the Mo clan went bankrupt. However, the Mo clan could only grit their teeth and accept this debt. However, Chu Yang was very clear about Mo Tianyun's character. A saber is enough to offset everything. Why would he want to make trouble for himself? Therefore, Mo Tianyun's tragedy was inevitable. Chu Yang had paved a wide road to hell for Mo Tianyun. And Mo Tianyun had no other choice. He could only walk forward. The only unexpected thing was that Mo Tianyun was walking a little too fast on this path. Chu Yang had only paved this part of the road to the Yellow Springs for him, but he had actually triumphantly charged through the Limbo Pepper. In the letter, Mo Tianji did not hide anything about what had happened in the Mo clan. Word by word, he revealed the terrifying truth. Mo Qingwu's whole body was cold as she listened. She trembled as she burrowed into Chu Yang's arms. Who would have thought that the clan that she had grown up in was hiding such a tragedy? And she herself was one of the victims. If she had not been lucky enough to meet Chu Yang, then she would have been. Thinking of this, Mo Qingwu's face turned pale. Really? Chu Yang listened to the whole story and was silent for a long time. After a long time, he finally said this sentence. He really did not think that Mo Tianyun would be so crazy. This Mo Wu Xian is the main culprit. Chu Yang's fingers gently cracked as he said gloomily, this old bastard, he caused so much harm to Qingwu. Dying like this is too easy for him. And Mo Tianyun, he died too easily. Easy? Ji Mashua, Du Xing, and the other three had cold sweat seeping out of their backs. Luo Kudi smiled bitterly, old man, this is the cruelest way to die. Even if you personally cut him into pieces and put him to death by 1,000 cuts, it won't be as cruel as dying like this. Shua Duxing felt the same way. A biological grandfather painstakingly arranged a generation and supported his grandson. He used all his effort and blood, but at the final moment when he was about to succeed, he was killed by his own grandson. A grandson, without knowing, killed his own grandfather, and this kind of tragedy is the worst. Mo Tianyun certainly deserved it, but if he knew after death, I'm afraid, his soul would not be at peace. Dong Wushang thought for a while. Then, he sighed deeply and said, it was indeed a sale. But, Big Brother only wanted that saber at that time. He also wanted him to kill his own grandfather. That Mo Tianyun went crazy and did it spontaneously. This wasn't Big Brother's plan. A pitiful person must have a hateful side. Chu Yang said deeply, Mo Tianyun is not worthy of sympathy, and Mo Wu Xian is also not worthy of pity. But, this matter has given us a reminder. You must remember, the four brothers listened carefully. No matter when, no matter what kind of desperate situation you are in, you must not take any risks. You must think thrice before you act. In a desperate situation, there must be a way out. This is the principle of heaven and earth. You must be careful because we are not only destroying ourselves. Chu Yang said seriously, we brothers are of one mind. Pull one hair and the whole body will be affected. He did not continue speaking. He only sighed softly. The flickering firelight illuminated the faces of the brothers. They were deep in thought and seemed to have understood something. Mo Qingwu's body was trembling in Chu Yang's arms. She had not yet recovered from the lingering fear of this matter. Chu Yang's arms tightened and hugged her tightly. He said softly, don't be afraid. It's all in the past. Mo Qingwu nodded gently and shrank in his arms. She felt Chu Yang's strong arms and gradually felt safe. Mo Qingwu actually felt very happy about what Mo Tianji had said in the letter, that dreaming of a gentle dance saber would always be hers. It was true that she liked that saber very much. But, she liked that saber because Brother Chu Yang liked it. Now, Brother Chu Yang was by her side. Whether it was the saber or not was no longer important. Humph, Brother Chu Yang is much better looking than that saber. Big Brother, do you know that although you have only been here for 3 days, your strength has already exceeded that of an ordinary clan? Dun Duxing smiled and waved the letter in his hand. He said, Mo Tianji wrote this letter for me. But, in fact, it is for you to read. Mo Tianji's meaning is very clear. From now on, he will form an iron alliance with you. So, he will cooperate with all the clans related to you. Even the Luo clan, who has always been hostile to you, will do the same. This is all for you, Big Brother. Dun Duxing laughed. In the past, Mo Tianji is in charge of the Mo clan. So, it is equivalent to standing on our side. The Dun clan has even said that the second son of the Dun clan is here. So, our Ji clan is also no problem. Second young Master Luo of the Luo clan is here. This bastard doesn't represent anything. But, the Luo clan won't be our enemy at least. And, the Dong clan, is also the same. GMO excitedly said, Big Brother, it is equivalent to the 3 big clans. Chu Yang faintly smiled. He pondered and said, you forgot that there is also the Huyan clan. And, Miss Albua isn't inferior to men. GMO's face turned red. He mischievously smiled. Then, he said in an intoxicated manner, that's right. She will certainly listen to me. She is so gentle, virtuous, and gives me a sense of security. Everyone felt a chill. Then, they laughed together. The next morning. Everyone hadn't set out yet. But, the young clan lord of the Xia clan, Xia Dan Qiong, rushed over to meet them. He had come to look for Chu Yang. Brother Chu, our Xia clan is in front of us. Chu Yang, you must stay for 2 days. Let this brother do the honors of a good host. Xia Dan Qiong's face was beaming with happiness. Everyone understood in their hearts that this wasn't the honor of a good host. It was clear that he wanted to pay off his debt quickly. After all, it was very uncomfortable for a proud and arrogant person like Xia Dan Qiong to always owe someone a debt. Xia Dan Qiong had come here to prove that the Xia clan had agreed to the deal that Chu Yang had proposed last time. Of course, I'll have to trouble Brother Xia. Chu Yang happily greeted him. That's exactly what I wanted. Gold Tribulation and Gold Spike haven't swallowed anything for a long time. They are currently thinking of robbing the mountain of mysterious jade ice crystals and mysterious young jade in the space. Gold Spirit is confronting them. It won't allow the robbers to enter the space no matter what. Both sides are in a deadlock. Xia Danxiong's arrival was like delivering charcoal in the snow. Xia Danxiong was also very happy. I've got a big bargain. It's 20% higher than the market price. How much money can I earn? How many experts can I recruit with this money? And, how much can my clan's strength increase? Moreover, such a good thing only happens once in several generations. How many nouveau riches like King of Hell Chu are willing to spend money like this? This opportunity can't be missed. So, I must sell the clan's inventory this time. Xia Danxiong was very excited. He would have shouted loudly if he hadn't wanted to keep it a secret. This place is full of stupid and rich people. Come quickly. Xia Danxiong couldn't have imagined that Chu Yang didn't care about the so-called gold and silver. As for the gold and silver notes, they weren't even as good as paper in King of Hell Chu's eyes. The improvement of the gold tribulation strength was the most important thing in Chu Yang's life. Both of them had smiles on their faces. They were secretly happy in their hearts. Everyone thought that they had gotten a big bargain. But, who was the one who had gotten the real bargain? Everyone knew in their stomachs who had gotten the real bargain. The Xia clan welcomed Chu Yang from afar as if they were welcoming the god of wealth. They exchanged warm greetings with each other. Then, King of Hell Chu entered the Xia clan's treasure house with the heart of a vicious wolf. The Xia clan's treasure house had been passed down for nearly 1,000 years. K. I'm rich. Xia Danxiong and Chu Yang held like wolves in their hearts. Gu Duxing and the others ate and drank heartily in the hall. Xia clan's hospitality allowed the brothers to open their bellies. They drank big bowls of wine and ate big mouthfuls of meat. They weren't worried about Big Brother Chu, who was following Xia Danxiong alone. Only Imo Qingwu couldn't eat. She ate a few mouthfuls and raised her head to look in the direction of Chu Yang's departure. Isn't Big Brother Chu Yang hungry? A burst of hurried footsteps was heard. Then, a red shadow came out in a hurry. She opened her mouth and shouted, Luo Kudi. Luo Kudi was startled. He had just scooped a spoonful of soup, but half of it spilled on his lapel. This is bad. This is bad. I forgot about this matter. I didn't even think of telling Big Brother about it. The person who came out was Xia Danfeng. She walked over quickly. She put one hand on her waist and asked, Where's that ugly bastard? Eh? Luo Kudi was tongue-tied. Didn't you say that you were brothers with him? Xia Danfeng looked very anxious. How come I haven't seen that bastard's shadow for such a long time? Luo Kudi stammered, I don't know. His brothers were looking at him curiously. So, Luo Kudi had no choice but to tell them the situation of that day. As expected, the brothers suddenly exposed a look of great interest as soon as they heard the words Chu Yang's junior martial brother Tan Tan. Then, they started to ask questions at once. Really? He's really? I heard that he's super narcissistic? How awesome is he? Luo Kudi exposed an I can't bear to look back expression. He weakly said, You'll understand when you see him. Spare me. I don't feel hungry anymore when I think of him. Xia Danxiong laughed out loud. He didn't avoid the topic. He sat down, and drank big mouthfuls of wine and ate meat. He chatted and laughed with everyone on the side. Soon, he got along well with them. GMO thought to himself, this girl's character is similar to Lei Feng's. It seems that Tan Tan and I are kindred spirits, so, he was in a good mood, and drank 3 cups of wine. The guests of the Xia clan looked at each other in dismay. These brothers are very careless. Their big brother went to discuss business with our young master. But, they aren't worried. Don't they know that big young master Xia Danxiong is famous? Little did they know that Gu Duxing and the others were not worried at all. Xia Danxiong was admittedly a golden abacus. But, compared to Chu Yang, this golden abacus, wasn't necessarily any better. Brother Chu, look over here. This is the compensation that the clan has prepared for this bet. Xia Danxiong pointed at some strange metals that had been piled up there. Behind him were his third uncle, Xia Qingma, and fourth uncle, Xia Qingyan. Both of them were experienced traders who had presided over many auctions of such rare items. They were very clear about the prices. Chu Yang looked at them one by one. Meteorites from outer space, cold iron from underground, star iron, cold gold. In total, there were 25 pieces in total. Its estimated value was definitely above 500 million. It seems that the Xia clan has done a very good job. They won't let Chu Yang suffer any losses. That's right, the Xia clan is indeed a big clan. I'll take them all. Chu Yang pondered for a moment and said, the total value of these things should be around 550 million taels. This is the market price. Xie Qingma and Xie Qingyan looked at each other as soon as this figure came out. They both saw the affirmation in each other's eyes. Yes, the market value of these things should be this much. There shouldn't be a difference of 10 million taels. This king of Hell Chu's vision is very sharp. Chu Yang pondered for a moment and said, my promise is 20% higher than the market price. So, I'll give you 100 million taels. He took out 100 million taels of gold notes, and handed them over to Xie Danqiong on the spot. Xie Danqiong repeatedly shook his hands, Brother Chu, this isn't very generous of you. It's rare for you to extend the deadline to this point. Moreover, my Xia clan would lose face if we were to ask for this 20%. Please accept it, Brother Chu. Chu Yang smiled and said, Brother Xia, you also know that a man's words are hard to take back. Brother Xia won't make me a villain who doesn't keep his word, right? Xie Danqiong looked at his third uncle with a helpless expression on his face. Xie Qingma nodded slightly and said, Young clan lord, you shouldn't decline since Minister Chu has such a broad mind. There will be plenty of time in the future. Xie Danqiong forced a smile and said, it would be impolite for me to refuse. Chu Yang laughed out loud and patted his shoulder. He thought, how can you obediently take out good things if I don't let you taste the sweetness? He said, Brother Xia, you don't have to be so polite. Gold and silver are just a pile of numbers for me. It's nothing. Xie Qingma and Xie Qingyan's eyes lit up when they heard these words. Xie Danqiong issued an order, and called in a few people. He ordered them to pack the things that Chu Yang wanted, and deliver them to the Gu clan's camp. This place is quite big. Chu Yang looked at the warehouse where the strange metals were stored, and casually said. That's natural. Xie Qingma's expression became somewhat affectionate as he said, Minister Chu, our Xia clan has a lot of precious things over the years. We can cooperate further if Minister Chu is interested. Chu Yang's eyes lit up. He said in high spirits, is that so? Then, I'll plunder a lot today. Ha ha ha. Xie Danqiong and his two nephews laughed happily at the same time, and said, as long as Minister Chu wants something, feel free to plunder it. The four of them laughed heartily. They were extremely happy. Chu Yang thought, I've been waiting for you to say these words. It seems that I'll return with a full load this time. The plunder, I said. Is it that simple? Xie Qingma thought, I've been waiting for you to say these words. You still want to plunder us? We're also going to plunder your pockets, Minister Chu, this way please. This way please. Xie Qingma politely pulled Chu Yang to a thick shelf, and said, Minister Chu, what do you think of this thing? Good stuff. Chu Yang's eyes lit up. There was a strange object in front of him. Its surface was pitted, and it flickered with a faint cold light. It was neither gold nor stone. It was only the size of a human head, but it was unusually heavy. The solid iron shelf was slightly bent because of the weight. Inside his dantian, Tribulation Sword cheered, and somersaulted in his dantian. This increased Chu Yang's determination to obtain it. This thing is a piece of meteoric iron from outer space. It has another name, 30,000 creatures. Xie Qingma explained with a smile, just 300 years ago, this thing flew from the sky and landed on the ground. The impact of the impact turned the entire mountain range upside down. Within a radius of 500 miles, more than 30,000 people lost their lives because of the impact. Xie Qingyan continued, at that time, this thing was as big as a room. It was like a sun, burning fiercely. Later, we sent people to wait for it to cool down. Then, they used a sledgehammer to smash open the burning thing on the outside bit by bit, revealing the inside. But it was only this big. Look, the pits on it are the traces of the original burning. That's right. Chu Yang touched it with his hand. Then, he exerted force on his wrist and held this 30,000 creatures in his hand. He felt his wrist suddenly drop down. Only after exerting a bit more force did he hold it up. We don't know what this is, but it's extremely heavy. It's only the size of a human head, but the total weight is more than 5,000 pounds. Xianxia looked at this strange thing. Although this thing's name sounded intimidating, it was extremely hard. It couldn't be damaged at all. The Xia clan couldn't do anything about it. They didn't know what it was used for. Now that Chu Yang came, the first thing he wanted to do was to sell this trash. Good stuff. I want it. Chu Yang nodded with satisfaction. Brother Xia, please name your price. Chu Yang didn't know what this thing was, but he knew one thing, something that could make the Calamity Sword react was definitely good stuff. It should be known that the Calamity Sword only lazily moved things like star iron and nightmare steel. But it actually flipped over because of this piece of outer space cloud iron. One could imagine how precious this thing was. Xianxia looked at this thing and discussed with his two uncles. Brother Chu, we don't know what this thing is used for, and we don't know its price. And it has never appeared in the market before, so we don't have a market price to refer to. How about 10 million taels? This was the price that the three of them had discussed. 10 million taels wasn't a lot, but it wasn't a small amount either. It showed the Xia clan's sincerity, and it wouldn't be a loss. It should be known that the Xia clan had mobilized manpower and material resources to get this outer space cloud iron. It was as high as 1 million taels of silver. And that was 300 years ago. Very good. Deal. Chu Yang said straightforwardly, it's 20% higher than the market price. I'll add another 2 million taels. He neatly took out some gold notes to settle the bill. King of Hell Chu's wealth at this moment was a perfect illustration of this thing, not to mention 10 million taels. Chu Yang would buy it for 120 million taels just for the Calamity Sword. As long as he could afford it, Chu Yang would buy it even if he had to spend all his money. Xianxia and the other two sighed in relief and smiled. Brother Chu is really straightforward. This guy is really rich. He doesn't know what this thing is, but he can throw out 12 million taels of silver without batting an eyelid. While talking, Xianxia took the notes and asked people to come in and carry this thing out. I don't need to introduce what this is. Xianxia smiled and pointed at a strange light red object. Red cloud steel. It's really a good thing. Chu Yang's eyes lit up. This piece was about the same size as the big piece in the ironclad Imperial Palace. It was a real treasure. 100 million taels of silver for this one. How about it? Xianxia asked. Good. 100 million taels of silver, plus 20 million taels. Chu Yang agreed. This is a piece of nightmare steel, deal. This is a piece of ghost steel. Deal. This is a piece of, deal. This is, deal. This is, deal. He looked at 13 or 14 shelves along the way. But, the shelves he had looked at were already empty. So, Minister Chu had bought all of them in a very straightforward manner. He was like a junk collector. As long as it was something, he would buy it. Since the Xia clan had put it here, how could they have ordinary goods? First update. Requesting monthly votes. The monthly vote situation is in jeopardy. Brothers and sisters, I already have 150 votes today. If I can reach 300 votes before midnight, I will add another 150 votes. I will vomit blood and add one more update on top of the 4 updates. This is the best I can do. I really can't do anything more than that. End of chapter 475. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.